Chapter 1. Please don't withdraw from the engagement. Yining was soundly asleep when she was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Miss, please wake up. The young master of the C family has come to withdraw from the engagement. Withdraw from the engagement? What does that mean? Still groggy, Yining rubbed her eyes and, upon taking in her surroundings, realized with a start that she was not in her own home. Just as she contemplated asking someone for clarification, a flood of memories surged into her mind, and she understood the situation. She had transmigrated into a novel, becoming the malicious fiancé of the male lead, Seat-sung, who shared her name. Since childhood, Seat-sung had lacked spiritual veins, preventing him from becoming a cultivator in this world of immortality. Consequently, the original character had long desired to annul the engagement. However, the arrangement had been set by their deceased ancestors, making it no easy task to dissolve it. Thus, the original character had vented her frustrations on Seat-sung, frequently resorting to physical and verbal abuse, her words laced with venom. Eventually, the plot unfolded as expected. Seat-sung acquired a spiritual beast and ascended to become the foremost powerhouse of the 9 provinces, while the original character's reckless behavior led to her being stripped of her spiritual veins by Seat-sung, ultimately meeting her demise at the claws of a ferocious beast in the mountains. And now, it was the moment for the male lead to withdraw from their engagement. Hearing no response from within, the maid called out again, Miss. Yining quickly composed herself, taking a deep breath. I'm coming. As she made her way to the front hall, her mind raced with thoughts. She resolved that under no circumstances would she allow the male lead to withdraw from the engagement even if it meant her demise. She would become his ghost. Once she stabilized his emotions, she could employ a strategy of gentle persuasion, waiting for the moment when he would rise to greatness, and she would become the first lady. Living a life of luxury. Yining's mind was filled with scheming calculations, completely unaware that the events to follow would strike her like a thunderbolt. Just as she was about to push open the door, she heard a voice from inside. There is no need for Yun Zongzhu to emphasize this matter. Sung knows he is unworthy of the genius of Tiangang's sect. I shall sign the withdrawal document. The youthful voice was hoarse yet resolute, tinged with a hint of magnetism. However, Yining was too preoccupied to appreciate it, her thoughts consumed by a singular notion. He's withdrawing. He's withdrawing. Don't sign. In the next moment, she forcefully pushed open the door and dashed inside, disregarding the expressions on their faces, snatching the withdrawal document from Seat-sung's hands. Yun Qinghe, her father, was still basking in the joy of Seat-sung agreeing to the withdrawal, imagining how delighted his daughter would be at the news. Yet, in an instant, he was taken aback as he witnessed his daughter tear the withdrawal document to shreds. Daughter, what are you doing? Is she too happy? In that moment, Yining felt like a savior descending from the heavens, convinced that the male lead would be touched beyond measure. She straightened her posture and declared with conviction, Father, I will not withdraw from this engagement. Although the C family is temporarily down on their luck, we must extend our support and not take advantage of their misfortune. This is certainly not the way of Tiangang's sect. Today, I tear this withdrawal document. Our Tiangang's sect and the C family shall remain in alliance, and I, Yining, will be steadfast in my commitment to Seat-sung. As she spoke, she continued to shred the withdrawal document. Upon finishing, she felt a sense of elevation, unable to suppress her admiration for her own eloquence. Who else could so swiftly craft such a heartfelt declaration? She wore a proud expression, her mind racing with thoughts of how moved Seat-sung would be, and how she could use this opportunity to express her true feelings. However, as time ticked by, what she received in return was not gratitude from Seat-sung, but rather a cold, restrained retort from the young man. Miss Yun, there is no need for such an insult towards my family. I have already decided to sign the withdrawal document henceforth. We shall part ways, and as for your claim of unwavering loyalty. With a disdainful snort, his gaze was as frigid as a serpent's venom. Seat-sung cannot endure such treatment. Yining was rendered utterly speechless. What was happening? This was not right. Why did it seem that the male lead was even angrier? At this moment, Yun Qinghe cleared his throat, his tone laced with a hint of guilt. Daughter, why did you tear up the original engagement document? Quickly apologized to the young master of the C family. Thunderstruck, Yining felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her, leaving her stunned. What? The document she had shredded was not the withdrawal letter, but rather the original engagement document between their families. In the 9 provinces, a woman tearing up an engagement document was a grave humiliation for the man, akin to rubbing his face in the dirt. At this point, her mind was consumed by 2 words, it's over. She forced a smile that was more painful than tears towards the male lead. Weren't you withdrawing from the engagement? Why do you still have the engagement document? Did he not realize that because of this document and the withdrawal letter, all her plans and lines had been thrown into disarray? Seat-sung, now filled with a deep-seated resentment towards her, had no qualms left. The engagement was already off, and with the document destroyed, he scoffed without hesitation. If Seetsung were to forego the engagement document, I fear Miss Yun would not have humiliated the C family enough. With that, the male lead clenched his fists and bowed slightly to Yun Chenghe. Today's events will remain etched in my memory. I shall sign the withdrawal document immediately. As he spoke, he reached for the pen to sign. Yining snapped back to reality, and in a moment of desperation, she seized his wrist. So slender, his bones felt almost fragile. That was her first thought, followed by a determined grip, refusing to let him sign that I will not withdraw from the engagement. Seetsung, I will not withdraw. I just tore the wrong document. Oh heavens, someone save her. Her life of effortless success had not even begun before it was over. This scene was utterly unexpected. The individual who had sought to withdraw from the engagement suddenly agreed, while the one who had long wished to withdraw now refused, leaving. All the onlookers dumbfounded. The man's expression darkened, yet Yining, being a cultivator herself, possessed considerable strength, and for a moment, he found it difficult to break free. The warmth of her delicate hand contrasted sharply with his youthful frustration, and ultimately, he could only respond with a cold, vexed expression. Miss Yun, please release me. The C family is not your plaything. She could say she was withdrawing and then tear up the engagement document, yet now she claimed she would not withdraw. Was she truly trying to trample on the dignity of the C family? I never said you were my plaything. Seetsung, can we please not withdraw from the engagement? I cannot leave you, just as one cannot live without life. If the plot were to continue as intended, wouldn't Seetsung become her very life? She was resolute in her decision to cling to this pillar of support. Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. What did this little devil mean? Could it be that she had developed feelings for the young master of the C family? This was the first time Seetsung had heard such a declaration from a young woman, his ears turning crimson with embarrassment. Yining found nothing amiss with her words, yet her father, Yun Chenghe, was left utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 2. Considerate indignation. That girl is becoming increasingly unruly. What is she saying, without any regard for her reputation? Girl, release your grip. The latter remained deaf to his words. She couldn't relinquish her hold, for if she did, the divorce would be sealed, and her fate would be sealed with it. Yun Chenghe, witnessing his daughter's disobedience, hastened his pace and seized her arm, pulling her towards him. You imp, I've truly spoiled you. Release him. Once the annulment is finalized, each shall pursue their own path, and you mustn't entertain any further schemes to mock him. Yun's father assumed Yining was merely prolonging her jest, seeking to further ridicule the C family. These words struck Seetsung like a thunderbolt, extinguishing any tender sentiments that had begun to flicker within him. Indeed, Yining was cunning and deceitful. How could she genuinely care for him? Yining yearned to knock her adoptive father unconscious. She was wholeheartedly trying to save him. Yet he was pushing her into the abyss. Was he truly her father? With a forceful tug from Yun Chenghe, Yining lost her footing and collapsed to the ground. He paid no heed to assisting his daughter, his temples throbbing with urgency. His sole desire was to end this farce. Yining, in a desperate act of resistance, grabbed hold of Seetsung's leg. Yun's father. Seetsung. The crowd. This trip was worthwhile. There's even this scene. Yun Chenghe was utterly incensed. Disregarding his daughter's pain, he tugged at her leg, determined to remove her. This was mortifying, utterly mortifying. Yining was equally resolute. She had nothing to lose at this point. She clung steadfastly to the man's leg, refusing to release her grip, resulting in utter chaos. Seizing the opportunity while still attached to the male protagonist's leg, and seeing the man reaching for the annulment, Yining hastily pleaded, Seetsung, I don't want to annul the engagement. Please don't sign. As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. The original owner was only 17. Still an endearing young girl. Realizing this tactic was effective, Yining, feeling herself being pulled away, tightened her embrace, inadvertently brushing against the inner thigh of the male protagonist. Seetsung. The man's hand trembled, causing the annulment to flutter to the ground, landing conveniently within Yining's reach. Seeing that gentle persuasion was futile, she made a startling decision. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yining snatched up the annulment and stuffed it into her mouth. Yun Chenghe was utterly dumbfounded. And even Seetsung was taken aback. He never imagined Yining would go to such lengths to prevent the annulment. My dear girl, spit it out. Yining adamantly refused, continuing to swallow. Yun's father finally lost his patience and struck his daughter, knocking her unconscious and retrieving half of the paper from her mouth. Indeed, half. She had already consumed half. This spectacle finally came to an end. Yun Chenghe cradled his unconscious daughter, sighing deeply. Despite her tantrums and struggles, he had failed to prevent this from happening, and ultimately penned another annulment. Upon learning of this, Yining felt nauseated. Had she consumed half the paper in vain? Alas, despite her best efforts, she had failed to prevent the inevitable. The villainous female counterpart was doomed to her fate. Resigned, she awaited her demise. After a moment of despondency, she abruptly sat up on the chaise lounge. No, she couldn't simply accept her fate. This wasn't a game. The male protagonist had already annulled their engagement and been humiliated by her tearing up the annulment. According to the plot, she wouldn't survive for long. If she missed the advantageous early stages, she would be utterly crushed. The male protagonist likely hadn't yet acquired his spiritual beast, making him at his weakest. Perhaps this was her only opportunity. Contemplating the task ahead, she felt apprehensive but undeterred. Forgive me, Seetsong, humans perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. Yining gazed at her fair, slender fingers, recalling the original owner's gruesome demise in the story, her eyes filled with determination. Since you refuse to accept me, with my unparalleled beauty and allure, don't blame me for being ruthless. As she uttered the final word, a knock echoed from the door, startling the already guilt-ridden Yining, causing her voice to crack. Suehwan's voice sounded, "Miss, are you all right?" Yining recognized the voice of her personal maid, Suehwan, and rolled her eyes with a lack of grace. Even if she was fine, she would be frightened to death. She cleared her throat softly, regaining her composure. "This young lady is fine. What do you want?" Suehwan was perplexed. The young lady had been acting strangely ever since that Seetsong from the C family left. "No. Arrived. Miss, the master requests your presence in the main hall once you awaken." "Understood." "Perfect." She also needed to see the original owner's father. Yining arrived at the main hall and saw the original owner's father, Chenghe, the lord of the Tiangang sect, the second sect in the 9 provinces continent, and a late-stage integration realm expert. "Father." Seeing his daughter awake, Chenghe's face lit up with a smile, but as if reminded of something, the smile vanished, and his expression turned stern. "Look at the trouble you caused today. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Yining lowered her head. Her father doted on her. But if she rashly told him what she knew, he wouldn't believe her. Moreover, he was a righteous man and wouldn't agree to kill the male protagonist, leaving her with no choice but to act on her own. "Father, I was wrong." There was no way to explain. Admitting her mistake was the only option. Chenghe's heart softened at the sight of his daughter's lowered head. She was his only child, and her mother had passed away long ago. Alas, he shouldn't dwell on these thoughts. He would always be there to support her. "Daughter, you are gifted and intelligent, reaching the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm at the age of 17, making you the most outstanding genius in the Tiangang sect's history. Whether your feelings for that sea boy are a passing fancy or deeply rooted, remember this: he cannot become the lord of my Tiangang sect." Yining sighed inwardly. Even if he wanted to now, the man wouldn't accept. "Yes, I understand." Chenghe finally smiled. "In 3 months, the firmament trials will commence, and you'll have your pick of talented young men." The firmament trials were held every 5 years and were the highest form of examination for cultivators. On the day of the trials, all cultivators under the age of 23 would gather to participate in the trials jointly organized by the 3 major sections. The trial process was complex, and the top 3 finishers would receive 3 treasures jointly prepared by the 3 major sections. Achieving a high ranking was not only an acknowledgement of the cultivators' abilities, but also of their sect's strength. Therefore, it was the best way to broaden one's horizons by witnessing all the outstanding young cultivators. Chapter 3. Eliminating the male protagonist. Above all, the male protagonist would be present. She deliberated at length, understanding that the male protagonist was no ordinary person and would not be easily dispatched. She resolved to insinuate herself into his proximity and bide her time, striking when the opportunity arose. Only upon eliminating the male protagonist would she return. "Father, I wish to embark on a period of cultivation away from the sect." "Cultivation?" Chenghe's eyes widened in surprise. "Where do you intend to go?" "Daughter, you are unaware of the perils that lurk beyond our gates." Indeed, dangers existed, but for a cultivator in the biggest stage, they were not insurmountable. His apprehension stemmed from his reluctance to part with his daughter, who, at the tender age of 17, was still the object of his fatherly concern. Yining scratched her head, a conflicted expression on her face. Truthfully, she yearned to remain within the confines of the Tiangang sect. Aside from its somewhat overbearing name, which clashed with her temperament, everything else was perfectly tailored to her desires. A life of leisure, replete with sustenance, attentive servants, and a doting father who would grant her every whim, the pinnacle of a carefree existence. However, joy was fleeting and finite. Ultimately, death awaited, and she had to effect a change. Her departure was a prelude to a triumphant return. With this realization, her gaze and tone became resolute. Father, my departure is in anticipation of the upcoming Celestial Dome trials in 3 months' time. With the trials imminent, I wish to experience the world beyond our sect. Hearing his daughter's words, Yining recognized her unwavering resolve. Resigned, he acknowledged, "You have always been beyond my control. If you desire to venture out and explore, I shall not object. However, heed my words, prioritize your safety. Should anyone dare to cause you trouble, reveal your identity. And I shall see who dares to trifle with the Tiangang sect." Upon hearing Yunqing's consent, Yining's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Father. There is no need for thanks. Your happiness is my paramount concern." Throughout his life, he had only one daughter, whom he cherished as his most precious possession. She may have been spoiled by his indulgence, but she had also proven herself to be a diligent cultivator. As for everything else, he held it in little regard. Yining gazed upon the man before her. Despite his youthful appearance, the strands of silver at his temples betrayed his age. As the book foretold, he held his daughter in the highest esteem. This pure, selfless paternal love warmed her heart, even as an outsider. It also strengthened her resolve to eliminate the male protagonist, lest her demise bring untold grief to her beloved father. Upon returning to her chambers, Yining began to pack her belongings. If she departed now, she might still catch up with the male protagonist. The journey from here to the C family would take 3 days. With diligent effort, she hoped to dispatch the male protagonist within those 3 days and then return to await her fate in peace. After placing her luggage in her storage bracelet, she initially intended to embark on her journey alone. However, Suehuan insisted on accompanying her, claiming that it was her first time venturing out and that she would be unaccustomed to the lack of service. Yining considered that there was merit to her words. Having someone to care for her would be advantageous. Moreover, Suehuan was loyal and meticulous, making her a valuable assistant. Thus, the mistress and her servant departed from the Tiangang sect, and after a hurried journey, they finally located the male protagonist in a small town outside the sect. Gazing at the solitary black figure from behind a corner, Yining chuckled softly. "What a stroke of luck. I found him at last." Suehuan followed Yining's gaze and saw Si Tsong, the young master of the Si family, dressed in black. She inquired with a puzzled expression, "Miss, what do you intend to do with him? Have you not already broken off the engagement? Could it be true that you have fallen in love with Si Tsong, as the rumors suggest?" Yining decided not to conceal her intentions from Suehuan, as she would inevitably discover them in due course. "I intend to eliminate him." Suehuan's small eyes widened in bewilderment. "Miss, what do you mean by eliminate? What kind of magical artifact is that? I have never heard of it before." Yining pulled her closer and whispered mysteriously, "Eliminate means." Yining mimed slitting her own throat, causing Suehuan to cover her mouth in fright. "Miss, do you mean to say that you intend to kill him?" Yining glanced around hastily, relieved that no one was paying attention to them. "Keep your voice down. Don't use such alarming words. Do you realize how conspicuous that is? From now on, use eliminate instead." Suehuan nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. But miss, why do you want to eliminate him? I understand that you are upset by his rejection, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. He does not deserve such a fate, and the master would be displeased if he found out. Although the master dotes on you, he would not condone murder. Yining glared at her and then glanced in the direction of the male protagonist, who was currently purchasing medicine from a clinic a mere 100 meters away. This was the first time she had observed the male protagonist so closely. His face was concealed by a Xian iron mask, revealing only his thin, pale lips and sharp chin. His black attire was made of inexpensive fabric, and he carried a worn-out sword on his back. Her gaze lingered on the man's waist, which was remarkably slender. She recalled grasping his wrist once, feeling the protruding bones beneath his skin. How could a man be so emaciated, gaunt and skeletal? That was her initial impression of Sikong, and also pitiable. Yining shook her head, dispelling those strange thoughts and reaffirming her resolve. She turned to Suehuan and said with unwavering conviction, "I had a dream last night that Si Tsong would become powerful in the future and cause trouble for our family. Therefore, I must kill him." It was a flimsy excuse, but she could think of nothing else. Suehuan appeared unconvinced, but she dared not contradict her mistress. Instead, she sighed. "If that is the case, it would have been better if you had not broken off the engagement." Yining was momentarily speechless. If she had succeeded yesterday, she would now be pregnant and resting comfortably in the Tiangang sect. Instead, she was chasing after him like a dog. But she could not reveal the truth, for the pain was hers alone to bear. She feigned anger and pinched Suehuan's ear. Was it not I who failed? How dare you reproach me, you impertinent servant? Suehuan shook her head vehemently. No, no, no. I would never dare. Yining glanced in the direction of Si Tsong, her voice suddenly somber, like a sigh. He refuses to heed my advice, so I have no choice. No one wants to die. In all honesty, Si Tsong's life has already been filled with hardship. He finally has the opportunity to turn things around, but it is all because I am not the original Yining. I am innocent too, you know. Unbeknownst to the two women as they bickered and surreptitiously trailed him, Si Tsong was already aware of their presence. The chaos spirit beast had detected their auras from the outset and immediately informed Si Kong Chapter 4. A serendipitous misunderstanding, Master. You must remain vigilant. That wicked woman is following you, and who knows what she's plotting. She's acting deranged, as if she holds everyone in contempt. Chaos harbored no affection for this woman. Having overheard every detail of Yining's previous humiliation of Si Kong, had Si Tsong not restrained him, he would have already pounced a claw at her face. How dare a mere cultivator in the foundation establishment stage humiliate his master? Si Tsong caressed the medicine packet in his hand. This trip was not in vain, as he had managed to find an ingredient useful for his father's condition. It's not that she holds people in contempt. She simply possesses the merit to do so. Although he detested Yining's arrogance, he had to concede. A 17-year-old prodigy in the mid-foundation establishment stage would be considered a genius even in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces continent. Someone like that was indeed beyond his reach. Furthermore, the Si family had already declined, and the prolonged engagement was merely a means of self-preservation by leveraging the reputation of the celestial sect of the firmament. He recalled Yining's words from the past. Why should I, a lady of distinction, be betrothed to a wretch like you? All you and your father do is seek refuge under the great tree that is our celestial sect of the firmament, a pair of parasitic leeches. Why should my name be associated with a good-for-nothing without spiritual veins? Even if you lack strength, just look at your impoverished state. You probably can't even afford the lychee cakes I adore. Leeches are we? In a sense, he could not refute her, for Yining spoke the truth. He indeed could not afford lychee cakes. This reminded him of the events of the day. Yining had seemed quite peculiar this morning. The chaos spirit beast widened its eyes in protest. Master, how can you speak of yourself in such a way? You are the best master. Not only have you unlocked your spiritual veins, but your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. And once we venture into the demon beast forest, I assure you, your strength will surpass that woman's. The chaos spirit beast's ability was devouring, allowing it to provide power to Si Tsong after consuming other beasts or spirit beasts. Si Tsong could then refine and absorb the energy, swiftly elevating his cultivation. Surpassing the mere foundation establishment stage was a trifling matter for a spirit beast. Si Tsong chuckled, remaining silent. Rather than hating Yining, he loathed his own weakness and incompetence. The journey from the celestial sect of the firmament to the Si family was not short, requiring passage through the vast city of Deer City. Yining trailed behind Si Tsong, refraining from making a move for several days, claiming it was because they were too close to the celestial sect of the firmament, and any mishap befalling Si Tsong would inevitably implicate them. However, she knew the real reason for her inaction. Despite her fierce words, she had never taken a life. Moreover, Si Tsong had not wronged her in any way. Rather, she sought to alter their destinies for her own sake. Huan was speechless. They had been following him for 2 days, and what was supposed to be an assassination resembled an escort service. While Huan was baffled, Chaos was equally perplexed. Master, what does this woman intend? Why is she following us? Who asked for her escort? How presumptuous. Does she think this will earn her forgiveness? I can protect Master just fine. Chaos puffed out his round cheeks, appearing remarkably spirited. Who needs this woman feigning affection? She called Master a wretch. I will never forgive her. An escort, is it? Si Tsong sensed the woman's presence behind him. He doubted that the high and mighty young lady of the celestial sect of the firmament would be escorting him. Her true intentions remained concealed. He recalled the girl's desperate pleas during the annulment of their engagement, claiming that he was her life. This sudden change in demeanor was undoubtedly suspicious. After another day's travel, they arrived at Deer City. If she did not make a move now, it would be too late once they reached the city of Yuanhai. As dusk approached, Si Tsong sought lodging at an inn, with Yining and Huan following closely behind. To keep a close watch on the male protagonist, she deliberately chose a room near his. She assumed her actions were discreet, but with Chaos's help, Si Tsong felt as though he were monitoring her. What is this woman up to? Does she intend to escort us all the way back to the city of Yuanhai? There are no dangers along the way. Chaos was fiercely protective of his master, instinctively believing that Yining's presence was meant to harm him. In truth, it was. Sitsung glanced at the girl's room, his expression remaining impassive. If she chooses to remain silent, we need not concern ourselves. As night fell, Chaos was fast asleep, but Sitsung was immersed in cultivation. Chaos had already unlocked his spiritual veins, and although he could take shortcuts with its assistance, he dared not neglect his training. He had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was pleased with his rapid progress, but knew it was not enough. He needed to become even stronger. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the adjacent room. Sitsung opened his eyes, his keen hearing informing him that the noise originated from Yining's room. His brow furrowed, and ominous premonitions flooded his mind. Is she making her move? He gently pushed open his door, intending to discern the woman's intentions. The moonlight was exceptionally bright that night. He concealed his presence and stood outside Yining's door. Perhaps due to the stillness of the night, the girl's heartbeat reached his ears. Sitsung frowned slightly. Her heart was beating rapidly. Inside the room, Yining clutched her chest, having just awakened from a nightmare. In her dream, Sitsung ascended to immortality and annihilated the celestial sect of the firmament. She was cleaved in two by his sword, her remains devoured by ravenous wolves. The scene was vividly terrifying. She jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. No, she must prevent this from happening. She cannot simply sit idly by. Resolving herself, she closed her eyes and whispered, Sitsung, I'm sorry. This time, I will not hesitate. Consider this life as something I owe you, and I will repay it in the next. The next life? That was a matter for the next life, and no one truly believed in such things. Sitsung, who had been eavesdropping outside the door for some time, was about to leave when he overheard those words, freezing him in place. Yining was apologizing to him. Why? He was certain that Yining was unaware of his presence outside. She was not speaking to him. Then why was she apologizing? Would she even apologize to him? Beneath the moonlight, the young man's figure outside the door appeared slender yet resolute, while the girl inside the room sighed softly. Early the next morning, Sitsung departed from the inn, while Yining and Shui Huan finalized their plans for the first assassination attempt at Lake Creek Valley. Chapter 5. The disgrace of assassination. After a morning of hurried travel, Chaos sensed something was amiss with his master. Master, what troubles you? He inquired, noticing the furrowed brow that had formed as soon as they exited the inn. Indeed, Sitsung was preoccupied. He had overheard Yining's apology the previous night. Did she genuinely accompany him to ensure his safety? Was this a personal gesture of sincerity? Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed as memories of her past arrogance and the humiliation she had inflicted upon him resurfaced. Memories he could never forget. As he pondered, Chaos suddenly detected an unfamiliar aura and became alert. Master, something is amiss. There are powerful foes nearby. Not just one, but many. Sitsung halted, tightening his grip on his sword. A flash of steel appeared behind him, accompanied by a surge of murderous intent. He quickly parried the attack, but found himself forced back several steps by an opponent of considerable skill, an expert of the pivotal valley stage. Surveying the surrounding figures clad in black, Sitsung's gaze turned icy. To his astonishment, someone had indeed paid a hefty sum to hire cultivators to take his life, a rarity, as assassins were usually the ones employed for such tasks. Who is your master? Who seeks my demise? The Tiangang sect? No, that cannot be. They have no reason nor necessity. The black-clad figures encircled Sitsung, the atmosphere thick with intent to kill. The leader sneered, the dead need not know such things. With that, several of the assassins lunged forward. Sitsung's eyes narrowed. He recognized he was outmatched and could only channel his internal energy to flee. When Yining arrived, she was met with the sight of the male lead desperately evading a dozen black-clad figures. Strangely, Sitsung had activated his spiritual vein ahead of time, and his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation building, a significant advancement compared to before. Shui Huan exclaimed joyfully, "This is wonderful, miss. Someone has acted prematurely. We can reap the benefits without bloodshed. We can fulfill your wishes without any involvement from the master." However, Yining could not find joy in this scene. How could Sitsung withstand the assault of 7 or 8 black-clad figures? If this continued, he would escape from the Lake Creek Valley. Beyond lay the borders of Ocean City, and then there would be no chance to intervene. It seemed even with a slight edge and level, he still could not fend them off. She would have to act herself. Without hesitation, she drew her sword from her storage bracelet and stealthily circled behind Sitsung, whispering to Shui Huan, "I will launch a surprise attack. You stay hidden here and make no sound." Shui Huan nodded, covering her mouth, understanding her own lack of strength would be a distraction if she rushed in. Yining crept closer, noticing Si Tsung had been restrained by the black-clad figures, leaving him vulnerable. She recognized her opportunity. Meanwhile, chaos was frantic. A Pivotal Valley assassin was not overly threatening, but their numbers made it a daunting challenge. Si Tsung's gaze grew colder. He focused all his energy into his sword, which suddenly glowed crimson, repelling the two black-clad figures in front of him. Before he could catch his breath, Chaos shouted, "Master, watch out behind you." Yining lunged forward, determined to strike. Just as she was about to pierce Si Tsung's back, a black-clad figure unexpectedly leaped in front of her. She could not halt her momentum. "Move aside, fool. You're blocking my strike," she yelled, but it was Si Tsung who turned around. Thus unfolded the chaotic scene. The black-clad assassin raised his blade to strike Si Tsung, only to inadvertently shield him, receiving her thrust instead. Thud! The sword, shimmering with a violet hue, pierced through the assassin's abdomen, leaving everyone, including Si Tsung, momentarily stunned. He had braced himself for an attack. But who could have anticipated that this woman would save him at the last moment? "You." The assassin stared at the sword protruding from his body, his eyes wide, before collapsing. Yining's face appeared before him. Through her mask, he sensed her astonishment, mirroring his own. Their gazes locked. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Chaos, the spirit beast, quipped, "Has Yining undergone a transformation? How could she possibly save us?" To be honest, Si Tsung was equally surprised. Perhaps she truly had come to escort him. Actually, she stammered, wishing to confess her blunder, but it was too late. The black-clad figures eyed her warily, sensing the presence of assistance. "Everyone, be cautious. She may have allies." Yining retorted, "Allies? You may attempt to impede me, but do not insult me." Even Shui Huan, hiding nearby, began to harbor doubts. Was the miss harboring unresolved feelings for him, or was she merely being duplicitous? Before she could clarify, the black-clad figures attacked. At this point, there was no room for explanations. She would have to fight. To Si Tsung, it appeared she had abandoned any pretense of explanation, leaving him to wonder if her involvement would indeed turn the tide. Yet, despite her presence, the odds remained daunting due to the numbers of their foes. In the nick of time, a thunderous voice rang out from a distance. "Who dares to harm the young lady?" For burly men appeared before them, and the leader merely waved his hand, causing all 8 black-clad figures to collapse, rendered powerless. Yining's mouth gaped in astonishment. This was incredible. She had never witnessed such strength in action before. The 4 men knelt before her. "Miss, we have arrived late." It finally dawned on her who they were. The 4 from the 36 celestial generals of the Tiangang sect. Each was formidable. The weakest among them at the out-of-body stage, serving as the sect's guardians. No wonder a mere gesture had brought down the attackers. "Uncle, what brings you here?" she inquired, realizing the gravity of their presence. The 36 celestial generals rarely ventured outside their sect lightly. "The sect leader feared for your safety, miss, and dispatched us to protect you." Yining could scarcely believe it. How favored was the original owner of this body, to have 4 of the 36 celestial generals dispatched? Yet, she was relieved they did not recognize Si Tsung. Otherwise, they would surely report to her father. But as her thoughts raced, she realized that having them accompany her would mean any actions against Si Tsung would warrant immediate notice to her father. Her father was quite upright. Should he learn she intended to kill the male lead for the sake of a dream, he would undoubtedly confine her forever. No, she would have to send them away. Chapter 6. Our relationship. Upon this realization, Yining's gaze shifted thoughtfully. "Uncle, I'm here to gain experience. Your presence would hinder my progress." She stamped her foot, feigning a touch of petulance. A hesitant exchange passed among the 4 celestial guardians, each unsure of how to respond. Yining, with a glint of ingenuity in her eyes, proposed a compromise. "Perhaps you could remain within 100 miles of me. Should I encounter peril, I'll alert you with the transmission talisman, and you can come to my aid." For such formidable figures, 100 miles was but a fleeting moment's journey. But wouldn't that be somewhat perilous? Yining was the cherished jewel of the celestial sect, and any harm befalling her during this trial would surely incur the sect leader's wrath. Sensing their hesitation, Yining played her trump card. "If you refuse, I'll only deign to amuse myself with you when I'm utterly bored." Her notion of amusement was far from ordinary. Spoiled since childhood, Yining bore the moniker of a mischievous imp, delighting in pranks and trickery. This prospect spurred the guardians to swift agreement. "We consent, young mistress. But you must inform us immediately if you are in danger." They possessed unwavering confidence in their abilities and the reputation of the celestial sect. Anyone daring to harm the young sect master would be courting their own demise. Having successfully diverted them, Yining offered a subtle smile. Very well, uncles. You can rest assured. Necessity dictates such measures. In time, you'll understand my good intentions. I am, after all, a soul who quietly makes sacrifices. With the guardians dispatched, Yining exhaled in relief, only to recall the male protagonist's presence. The memory of her failed assassination attempt brought a flush of embarrassment. What an utter mess. She turned, their gazes meeting. One feigned composure, the other harbored a whirlwind of thoughts, each concealing their true intentions. As Sitsong prepared to speak, Yining swiftly interjected, seizing the initiative. Do not misunderstand. I merely feared that your demise here would implicate our celestial sect. Next time we meet, I shall show you no mercy. Her words held genuine intent, yet her youthful age and lack of conviction lent them a charming innocence, devoid of any threat. Instead, they resembled the pouting of someone whose secret had been exposed. Sitsong merely assumed she was embarrassed. Though he didn't comprehend her motives, he nodded in acknowledgement. Though she harbors no desire for the male lead's gratitude, what is with this perfunctory mm? Is that all? Does that suffice as repayment for saving my life? Yining felt an unbearable awkwardness permeating the air. Unable to contain her frustration, she kicked a nearby, newly awakened assassin, snarling, "Begone! Are you waiting for me to strike you down?" The assassins, severely wounded and now aware of her status as the celestial sect's young master, dared not utter a word, prostrating themselves in supplication. "We were mistaken. We never knew he was under your protection. Who would dare offend the celestial sect? With its 36 powerful figures like those they had just encountered, he is not under my protection. What utter humiliation, to fail so miserably as assassins." Enraged, she felt like the very embodiment of someone whose plans had backfired. Why, yes, we understand. No one dared provoke the volatile young mistress. They would remember this and inform their subordinates. Sitsong was under the protection of Yining of the celestial sect. Too exasperated to waste words, she waved her hand dismissively. "Leave at once." The assassins scrambled away, and she turned abruptly to depart. Sitsong watched the young woman before him, her expression vibrant, imbued with a newfound radiance. While Yining was typically powerful and beautiful, she was often shrouded in an aura of gloom, inspiring fear and suffocation. This transformation struck him as peculiar. He had initially dismissed the incident as a minor setback in a failed assassination attempt, but the male lead suddenly called out to her, "Young Master Yun." Yining was the celestial sect's future leader, and addressing her as such was appropriate. However, given their history, it felt strangely awkward. She paused, but did not turn around. Her heart pounded with guilt, an emotion palpable even to Kong. "What is it?" The girl's voice was still delicate, but lacked its former imperiousness. He frowned, but refrained from questioning her, instead offering a calm and courteous, "Thank you for your assistance." He was reluctant to express gratitude, as she had torn up their engagement contract days prior, trampling his dignity. Yining's breath hitched as she beheld the male lead's sincerity. She had intended to kill him, yet now received his thanks. The absurdity of the situation evoked both amusement and an unfamiliar sense of guilt. To steel her resolve, she suppressed the discomfort. "No. He must descend into hell, not I. I told you, I only did it for the celestial sect. Next time we meet, we shall be enemies. Do not say I did not warn you, Kong." This was her final, sincere warning as a villainess. He seemed perplexed, especially since chaos. Enraged by the wicked woman's intervention. What nonsense about protecting the celestial sect's reputation. We're practically at Yuanhai City. She clearly wanted to save us and is stubbornly denying it. Judging by her timely arrival, she must have been secretly observing us for quite some time. Indeed, she had been observing for quite some time. Sitsong's heart stirred at Chaos's words. Yining was supposed to detest him, to wish him dead. He couldn't fathom her reasons for saving him. Assuming it was merely a whim, he responded earnestly, "Yes, I understand." Yining was taken aback by his ready acceptance, feeling a surge of frustration. She desired his gratitude, yet dared not accept it. She added, "Good, because I have always loathed you." Her words acted as a trigger, shattering his composure, obliterating any nascent gratitude, and stirring up painful memories. "Yes, how could I forget how Yining has treated me? I will never forget those humiliations. Her erratic behavior and sudden change of heart are likely just another scheme to torment me. After all, it wouldn't be the first time." With this realization, the young man sneered, his eyes reverting to their cold, empty state. devoid of any tenderness. In that case, Sitsung bids you farewell, and hopes that young Master Yun will cease following Sikong. With these words, the boy turned and departed, leaving Yun Yining in his wake. Chapter 7. A new scheme. Yun Yining turned to gaze at the man's departing figure, her anger unspoken. What did he mean by that? Had it not been for her, he would have perished. And yet, he insisted she not follow him, as if she would. Beside her, Sui Huan observed her mistress's fury, awkwardly rubbing her nose. Given recent events, it was evident that her mistress indeed wished to accompany him. Although she thought this, Sui Huan dared not voice it. After all, her mistress had a notoriously volatile temper. Miss, shall we follow him or not? Sui Huan inquired, still sensing something peculiar about her mistress. How could she trust such an untrustworthy dream? There must be another reason for her following the young master of the Sea family. Yun Yining suppressed her rising ire, clenching her fists, and spoke through gritted teeth. Of course we shall follow. I have yet to settle matters with him. Sui Huan pouted, clearly skeptical. No sooner had they taken a few steps than Sitsung heard the voice of the chaos spirit beast. Master, that master and servant are trailing behind us. The chaos spirit beast's tone was haughty, its disdain for Yun Yining unambiguous. Sitsung paused briefly before a smirk graced his lips. Pay them no mind. I am rather curious about what schemes these two are concocting. Meanwhile, at the Sea family residence in High City, a young man stood with his back turned, his countenance darkening as he learned of the mission's failure. How could even cultivators not handle him? Sitsung, that mere waste, had somehow gained such strength? A man in his 30s stood below, bowing respectfully as he replied, My lord, it appears that it was not that they could not handle Sitsung. But at a critical moment, the young master of the Tiangang sect, Yun Yining, intervened, accompanied by 4 Tiangang members. Not only was Sitsung unharmed, but the assassins were gravely injured. At the mention of Yun Yining, the young man's expression shifted dramatically as he spun around, his voice tinged with excitement. You mean the young master of the Tiangang sect? She actually aided that waste, Sitsung? The young man felt his anger surging, and the man before him trembled as he lowered his head. Yes, yes, they witnessed the purple cloud sword. There can be no mistake. The purple cloud sword was a treasured artifact of the Tiangang sect and also Yun Yining's weapon of choice. With a swift motion, the young man swept the teacups from the table in a fit of rage. Calm your anger, my lord. The man knelt immediately. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. The young man's features twisted in fury, his frustration palpable. That waste dares to cling to Yining even after the annulment of their engagement. It seems he requires a lesson. Turning to the kneeling man, he commanded, I shall take matters into my own hands. Select a few capable subordinates from our household. Understood. Yun Yining followed Sitsung, stopping intermittently until they finally reached a resting place. At that moment, she sat on the second floor of a restaurant, massaging her sore thighs, her discomfort evident. This fellow possessed an extraordinary stamina. After such a long journey, he showed no signs of fatigue. Taking a large sip of tea, she muttered to herself. Sui Huan, attending to her shoulders, brought her some relief, causing her to squint in pleasure. From her vantage point, she could see the man seated at a roadside tea shop, ordering a large pot of tea and pulling out a dry biscuit from his bundle. He lacked any spatial storage artifacts and even hesitated to purchase a few buns, choosing instead to nibble on the arid biscuit with water. In the days of accompanying him, it seemed his only expenditures were for lodging and a single package of medicine from the pharmacy. The biscuit had become so desiccated that considerable effort was required to bite into it. Sitsung could only break off a small piece to soften it with tea. The chaos spirit beast, hidden within Sitsung's consciousness, remained vigilant of their surroundings. Master, that troublesome woman is watching us from the second floor of the restaurant across the street. The troublesome woman referred to none other than Yun Yining. Its keen sense of smell even detected the vast array of dishes she had ordered, stirring its appetite. What a pampered and troublesome woman. How detestable. Sitsung expressionlessly swallowed bite after bite of the biscuit, seemingly indifferent to the chaos spirit beast's comments, his silence unbroken. Yun Yining furrowed her brow slightly, averted her gaze, and inquired of Sui Huan, is the Sea family truly impoverished? Are they not a clan as well? How could Sitsung, being a young master, endure such hardship? Sui Huan regarded her mistress with exasperation. Had she not just expressed disdain for Sitsung, first saving him, and now inquiring about his circumstances? The Sea family is not destitute. They were once a prominent clan. Although they have fallen from grace, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. They still possess some wealth. Is that so? Yun Yining's gaze returned to the man, scrutinizing him from head to toe, still unable to discern any traits of a prominent family. Sui Huan continued, however, a few years ago, the head of the Si family fell gravely ill, and the second master took charge temporarily, leading to a difficult life for the young master. Si Tsong is the son of the head of the Si family, while the second master is his uncle. Although they are blood relatives, there is no mercy to be found. Upon learning that the head's illness was incurable, the second master severed Si Tsong's family's financial support and sent them to a remote village. Thus, while the Si family retained some wealth, Si Tsong, burdened with a critically ill father, lived in conditions worse than that of commoners. After absorbing Sui Huan's explanation, Yining lightly tapped her fingers on the teacup, watching the steam rise, momentarily lost in thought. As they neared the Si family, she finally devised her second plan. Yining rummaged through her spatial ring and retrieved a small wooden box. Upon recalling its purpose, a smile crept onto her lips. Thankfully, the original owner was a little demonious. Otherwise, such an exquisite concealed weapon would have been hard to find. Miss, what is this? Sui Huan asked, eyeing the beautifully carved box. It resembled a gift. Could it be something for the young master of the Si family? Yining held the box with a sense of pride, explaining, this is no mere gift, but a concealed weapon box containing a potent sleeping drug. Once opened, no matter the strength of the individual, they will fall into a deep slumber for 12 hours, and the area of effect is considerable. Escape would be impossible. This was a rare find that the original owner sought throughout the 9 provinces, were it not for the need to deal with the male lead. I would find it difficult to part with it. Yining took out paper and pen, mimicking the handwriting of the original owner's father to compose a letter. The message conveyed her apologies regarding her daughter's annulment of the engagement and offered the box as compensation, stating it could save lives in times of danger. Once finished, Yining approached a child by the roadside, offering a string of candied hawthorns as payment to deliver the box to Si Kong. As Si Tsong accepted the box, Yining felt a surge of triumph, her smile radiant with the promise of impending victory. Chapter 8. Everyone gets a stab. If the male protagonist were truly gullible and opened the box in a moment of peril, he would be hoisted by his own petard. Conversely, if he remained skeptical, she could tail him and seize the opportune moment to strike the instant he unlocked the box. Either way, it was a surefire plan. Who could rival her ingenuity? Observing her mistress's unwavering confidence, Sui Huan harbored a sense of foreboding, suspecting the box might not be destined for the Si family's young master. Meanwhile, Si Tsong received the box and meticulously perused the letter. The chaos spirit beast interjected, Master, do not be deceived. The parchment bears the aura of that nefarious woman. With its keen olfactory senses, the chaos spirit beast could detect the lingering essence of anyone who had handled the paper. Si Tsong's fingers traced the contours of the box, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Yining remained as impetuous and obtuse as ever. Did she take him for a mere child? While Yin Xinghe could be deemed impartial to some extent, he held the Si family, a destitute clan of no value, in utter contempt. Despite his reservations, Si Tsong refrained from discarding the box, recognizing its potential for future machinations or even as a saleable commodity. Upon witnessing the man's acceptance of the box, Yining leaped to her feet, exclaiming, finally, my plan is about to come to fruition. As Si Tsong departed, Yining, accompanied by Sui Huan, hastily followed suit. As dusk descended, Si Tsong paused to rest in a bamboo grove. A river meandered alongside the grove. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and a scattering of stars adorned the nascent darkness. Si Tsong gathered some firewood by the riverbank and kindled a fire. He then retrieved a leftover flatbread from his satchel. Yining felt a pang of sympathy. The man didn't even possess a spatial ring, leaving his provisions to dry out in a mere bag. However, she mused, he seems remarkably resilient. He endures hardship without complaint. I doubt I could stomach that stale bread. She conceded her own pampered nature, a consequence of her privileged upbringing. As Si Tsong consumed his meager meal, chaos vigilantly scanned their surroundings from within his consciousness. It detected the familiar scent of that perfidious woman. As a spirit beast, chaos possessed not only an acute sense of smell but also the ability to discern the essence of spiritual treasures, making it a valuable appraiser. The more precious a treasure, the more potent its aura. The woman, for instance, must possess a multitude of treasures, so abundant that he could detect her presence from afar. Suddenly, Chaos's nostrils flared, and Si Tsong, sensing the change, returned the provisions to his bag and rose to his feet, vigilantly surveying the area. Yining, noticing his abrupt stillness, felt a surge of apprehension. If her memory served her correctly, Si Tsong was destined to face another assassination attempt on his journey back to the Si family. Before she could react, several figures emerged from the shadowy bamboo grove, encircling the male protagonist. Typical of a male lead, Yining muttered. Everyone wants to take a stab at him. She prudently retreated to the shadows, having learned from her past misadventures. Her luck seemed to be somewhat unreliable. This time, she would refrain from intervening, lest she inadvertently sabotage the situation. As she watched a dozen men surround Si Tsung, she noticed a striking resemblance between their leader and Si Tsung himself. A quick recollection of the original narrative revealed the man's identity, Si Shaoqi, the son of the Si family's current patriarch, 5 or 6 years Si Tsung senior, and thus his cousin, possessing an early-stage Valley Spirit Realm cultivation. In the original story, he had indeed dispatched assassins to eliminate Si Tsung, albeit without personally participating. Si Tsung's countenance darkened upon recognizing the intruders. He gripped his longsword tightly. Si Shaoqi, clad in a luxurious blue robe adorned with gold-threaded auspicious qilin, his hair secured by a jade crown, presented a stark contrast to Si Tsung's humble appearance. He brazenly scrutinized Si Tsung, his gaze lingering on the worn satchel, before sneering, "I underestimated you. You managed to survive and shamelessly clung to Miss Yining, beseeching her to save you. How disgraceful, but your luck ends here." With a flourish, he unsheathed his longsword, aiming it at Si Tsung's neck, his intent to kill unmistakable. Yining, eavesdropping from the shadows, stumbled backward, sheepishly rubbing her nose. Si Tsung clung to her, begging for salvation. And what's this about Miss Yining? She could only conclude that while the outcome remained consistent, the process had deviated significantly. Si Tsung frowned slightly, clearly disagreeing with Si Shaoqi's accusations. He was well aware of his cousin's infatuation with Yining of the Heaven's Canopy sect and his resentment toward their engagement. "The engagement with the Heaven's Canopy sect has been dissolved," Si Tsung retorted. "I have no connection to Yining whatsoever." His words were not a plea for mercy, but rather a rejection of any association with Yining. However, Si Shaoqi remained relentless. "A good-for-nothing like you is unworthy of any connection to Miss Yining. Your mere existence is an affront to her." At this point, Yining massaged her temples in exasperation. Would the male lead attribute the sins of this male supporting character to her? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Confident of his imminent victory, Si Shaoqi made no attempt to conceal his intentions, ordering his subordinates to attack. Si Tsung, of course, would not be so foolish as to appeal to some notion of familial loyalty. He knew full well that Si Shaoqi desired his demise more than anyone else. He raised his sword in defense. Although outnumbered, the lackey's cultivation levels were relatively low, allowing him to hold his own. Yining peered from the sidelines, speculating that this time, Si Shaoqi's numerical advantage would ensure success. However, she soon grew uneasy. Si Tsung's progress was astonishingly rapid. In a matter of days, he had reached the late-stage qi refining realm, on the verge of a breakthrough. She clicked her tongue, acknowledging that the male lead was not easily subdued. Then, an idea struck her. What if Si Tsung were to use the box she had provided? That would seal the deal. It was a foolproof plan, wasn't it? As Si Shaoqi witnessed his underling's ineffectiveness, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes, and he personally joined the fray. With a resounding clash, their longswords collided, the resulting sword qi scattering the surrounding bamboo leaves. Sensing that the youth before him was not significantly weaker, Si Shaoqi's fury intensified. Wasn't Si Tsung said to be devoid of spiritual meridians? He thought. Although he is currently inferior to me, he is younger. If talent were to be considered, he would surpass me. Given time, he would become a threat. Moreover, if he were to become a cultivator, his engagement with the Heaven's Canopy sect and Miss Yining. Consumed by these thoughts, Si Shaoqi's aura swelled, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Chapter 9. Not cut out for assassination. Si Tsung. I am the true heir to the Si family. The engagement with the heavenly astral sect should be mine. Si Shaoqi exclaimed with all his might, forcing Si Tsung to retreat with a slight furrow in his brow. Yining, who was hiding nearby, overheard Si Shaoqi's words and felt puzzled. Given the original owner's condition, why would anyone covet the engagement? Could this fellow be harboring affections for the original owner? Si Tsung, while parrying Si Shaoqi's relentless attacks, had to evade the onslaught from the family retainers behind him. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed, sustaining injuries. Thud. The youth, unable to withstand the assault, was struck by Si Shaoqi's internal force and sent crashing into a tree. He used his sword for support and vomited a mouthful of blood. Witnessing Si Tsung's grave injuries, Si Shaoqi wore a triumphant, almost manic grin. Si Tsung, you are a good-for-nothing. I don't know how you suddenly unlocked your spiritual veins, but the outcome will be the same. You will die by my hand. and your useless father will join you in the afterlife. Yining's heart stirred, her fingers clenching slightly. This villain is truly repulsive, uttering such vile words. Suddenly, the youth's unyielding gaze met hers, and she quickly averted her eyes, ashamed of her selfishness. Within her mind, Chaos desperately pleaded for Si Tsung to release him. As an ancient spiritual beast, even with diminished power, they could contend with these adversaries together, or at least put up a fight. Si Tsung steadied himself, staggering to his feet and wiping the blood from his mouth. Chaos's true form could not be revealed, as it would arouse suspicion. If anyone recognized his identity, Si Tsung would be powerless to protect him. His priority was to find the mimicry grass. Chaos, the spiritual beast, was temporarily residing within his body and needed the mimicry grass to transform into an ordinary beast. As Si Tsung moved, his satchel fell to the ground, along with the exquisite wooden box. Yining gazed at the box, her emotions in turmoil. If Si Tsung opened it, he would surely meet his demise. Was this truly what she desired? To disrupt the narrative and condemn this gaunt, battle-worn youth to death, all for her own survival? As Si Tsung reached for the box, she instinctively extended her hand, as if to utter a warning. Siyu Huan, noticing her mistress's gesture, assumed she was about to waver and quickly grasped her hand. Miss, you must not hesitate. Once you've decided to act, there's no turning back. Yining retracted her fingers and focused intently on the scene before her. Si Tsung recalled Yining's words. If you find yourself in danger, open this box. It may save your life. He caressed the box, contemplating whether to take a chance, as he had no other options. But then he chuckled, realizing how foolish he had been to trust that woman's words. Si Shaoqi also noticed Si Tsung's actions, his gaze fixating on the box with a hint of suspicion. A pauper like you possesses such an ornate box? He found it curious and signaled his men to restrain Si Kong. The latter attempted to resist, but was met with a brutal kick to the knee by a retainer, causing him to groan in pain and kneel in humiliation. Yining's fingers tightened, digging into her flesh without her noticing. Si Shaoqi approached and seized the box. Si Tsung's eyes flashed with coldness as he struggled fiercely. Si Shaoqi sneered and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! The force of the blow caused Si Tsung to spew a torrent of blood. His chest felt as if it were on fire, his internal organs pulverized. You seem anxious. What could be inside this box? He suspected that Si Tsung's sudden awakening of his spiritual veins was due to acquiring some treasure. Judging by his nervousness, it might be related to the box. Overwhelmed with excitement, he reached for the lid. The secret to Si Tsung's spiritual awakening. A treasure of heaven and earth. These were rightfully his. Si Tsung was unworthy of such things. Siyu Huan, witnessing the scene, felt her temples throbbing. My earlier suspicion may be true. Yining's eyes widened in disbelief. What's he doing with the box? Is he going to open it? She was torn between wanting to intervene and being unable to do so, silently praying that he wouldn't open it. Si Tsung shared the same sentiment. He looked up weakly, his blood dripping onto the ground, and managed to utter, "Stop, don't." Si Tsung tried to stop him, but coughed up more blood. It was the first time he had sustained such grievous injuries, and he was only holding on by sheer force of will. Stop? Si Shaoqi scoffed. Si Tsung, is this the secret to your spiritual awakening? You good for nothing. You should have offered this treasure to your cousin first. With that, he deliberately had his men release Si Tsung and open the box in front of him. Click. Everyone was caught off guard, noticing only a faint, elegant fragrance. Si Shaoqi frowned, peering at the contents of the box. Huh, a ring? He reached out to pick it up, but his vision blurred. What's happening? Before he could ponder further, he was overcome with dizziness. The dozen or so retainers around him had already collapsed, unconscious. You tricked me. Si Shaoqi tried to muster his spiritual energy to resist, but the drug's effects spread throughout his body. He glared at Si Tsung and fell to the ground. Yining's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She clutched her chest, feeling her heart race. I need him alive. What in the world is going on? That idiot opened a box of traps, and everyone else fainted, but Si Tsung, who's seriously injured, is fine. Does this drug have selective targeting? Si Tsung was equally astonished. He stared blankly at the fallen men. What Yining said was true. I misunderstood her. Si Tsung was no fool. Without Yining's intervention, his only option would have been to summon chaos, which would have exposed Chaos's identity and led to a scramble for him by various sects, ultimately resulting in his death. He glanced at the box, noticing something else inside. A ring, perhaps? Yining rubbed her temples, feeling infuriated. What kind of dog drug is this? She scoffed in exasperation. Oh, so it's selective, huh? It loses its potency at the crucial moment. Fine, I'll do it myself. I refuse to believe that I can't kill the protagonist after all this. He's going to die today, I swear. Not even Jesus can save him. Yining, brandishing her purple cloud sword, stormed forward, ignoring Siyu, who ends please. Chapter 10. Resignation. She advanced with menacing resolve. Her gaze fixed upon the prostrate figure of the man kneeling on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Sitsong, Yining began. You are. Before the final damning words could escape her lips, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed, landing fortuitously at the man's feet. Blast. She had forgotten the time it took for the drug's effects to dissipate. Hearing someone call his name, Sitsong laboriously raised his gaze. Before he could utter a word, Yining fell at his feet. The maiden's wrist landed upon his leg, the touch light, yet he felt a subtle sensation through the fabric. Though her eyelids fluttered in a desperate struggle against unconsciousness, she stubbornly refused to succumb. Raising her hand, she attempted to deliver a blow to the man. But she had overestimated her strength. The strike landed, but with the force of a gentle caress. To make matters worse, the wound medicine she had concealed within her sleeve was dislodged, falling lightly at the man's feet. Yining, there isn't a crevice on the entire continent deep enough for me to hide in. Let me just die. Finally, overcome with mortification, she succumbed to unconsciousness. From her hiding place, Suehuan watched the scene unfold, the injured, the unconscious, and slapped her forehead in exasperation. Perhaps Miss should just go home. She truly isn't cut out to be an assassin. However, she dared not approach, choosing to wait until the drug's effects had worn off. Otherwise, she too would collapse, leaving no one to care for her mistress. Sitsong observed the unfolding events, and it took him a moment to realize that Yining had also been affected by the drug. But this drug was peculiar. Why was he the only one immune to its effects? And if he was indeed immune, how did Yining know? All of this warranted investigation. However, now was not the time for deduction. Clutching his chest, which burned with pain, he picked up the medicine Yining had given him. Chaos interjected at the opportune moment. Though his tone remained less than friendly. That woman is truly willing to spend a fortune. Master, quickly take a pill. This is a treasure from the Heavenly Gang sect. The soul-gathering pill, unparalleled for treating internal injuries. The chaos spiritual beast swallowed, its eyes fixed on the pill. This woman possessed many treasures. From this close, it could clearly detect the fragrance of spiritual artifacts. Suehuan hesitated, wondering if she should retrieve the soul-gathering pill given to her by the sect leader. That was a priceless treasure. Before their departure, the sect leader, fearing that Miss might be injured, had reluctantly parted with 7 pills. No matter how severe the injury, taking a soul-gathering pill would prevent damage to the meridians, and within 12 hours, the internal injury would be almost completely healed. It was worth a fortune at auction, and it took a top alchemist of the Heavenly Gang sect 2 years to create a single pill. It was considered a specialty of the Heavenly Gang sect. When Miss had learned of the pill's value, she had taken special care to keep it close. No, I must retrieve that medicine. Suehuan summoned her courage and slowly approached. Stopping about 30 meters away. Young Master C, please return the medicine. Before she could finish her sentence, a realization struck her. As if a new idea had dawned on her. Something's not right. Why would Miss, who had carefully placed it in her sleeve, drop it so easily? Could it be? She felt as if she had stumbled upon something significant. Could it be that Miss deliberately gave the medicine to young Master C? Yining, good guess. Now, no more guessing. With this realization, her thoughts raced. No wonder Miss had lightly touched young Master C. She had wanted to give him the medicine discreetly. Miss, why did you hide it from me? Suehuan had served her since childhood and knew her mistress best. She would certainly honor Miss's decision. Even if you like young Master C and want to give him the wound medicine the sect leader gave you, even if you want to defy the master's wishes, Suehuan will always stand by your side. Suehuan sighed, feeling a distance between them. Miss has grown up, and we become estranged. On the other side, Sitsong narrowed his eyes as he watched Suehuan's changing expression. She wants to retrieve the medicine, doesn't she? Well, I'm not worthy of it, and I don't have the right to take it. With that thought, he ignored what Suehuan was about to say and prepared to throw the medicine bottle to her. Just as he raised his hand, Suehuan suddenly spoke, as if a switch had been flipped. Please, take the medicine. Sitsong. Chaos. Are these two all right? Suehuan believed herself to be the one who understood Miss best and cared for her the most. She would, of course, follow Miss's decision. With a smile, Suehuan explained gently, please take the medicine first. This servant has no spiritual veins and must wait for the drug's effects to dissipate before approaching. Sitsung looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, unsure of what to say. Master, take the medicine. If that woman gave it to you, it's yours. He grudgingly admitted that the woman had saved his master several times, and he was barely holding back his anger. Sitsung was not one to be coy. He immediately swallowed a soul-gathering pill and began to meditate. His internal injuries were severe, and without this medicine, he might have suffered lasting damage. After about a quarter of an hour, the effects of the drug had dissipated, and Suwon ran over, helped her mistress up, and quickly fled. How embarrassing. Mrs. Silent dedication is so touching. When Sitsung awoke, the sky was already bright. He touched his chest, and the burning pain had vanished. A warm energy surged within his dantian, and his strength had even broken through to the early stage of the valley spirit realm. Feeling the increase in his strength, a rare smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, master. In time, you will surely become the strongest on the continent. Sitsung remained silent, picked up the bottle beside him, and found the soul-gathering pill still inside. Yining's personal mate had not taken the spiritual medicine. His gaze deepened. Ever since the Heavenly Gang sect had cancelled the engagement, Yining had been acting strangely. Was this all part of a larger conspiracy, or had she truly changed? The chaos spiritual beast suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Master, there's something else that woman left for you in that box. Sitsung carefully put the medicine bottle away, intending to return the remaining medicine to Yining when he met her. This medicine was too precious, and he absolutely could not accept it. He took 2 steps forward and picked up the box, revealing a black jade thumb ring lying inside. Sitsung's fingers curled slightly as he held the ring, suddenly sensing the vast space within. This is a storage ring? Yining gave it to me. He put the ring on his finger and used his divine sense to explore the space within. The ring's space was vast, and it contained some simple clothing, a few bottles of wound medicine, and some gemstones. Sitsung was stunned. Is this what Yining prepared for me? Chapter 11. Perhaps the hero's halo chaotic thoughts did not trouble him much. He was finally able to reveal his true form, albeit within the confines of the spatial ring. He hurried to inspect the pile of items, smacking his lips in astonishment. To think that beneath the woman's rough and unruly exterior lay such delicate sentiments. While it was merely a collection of simple medicinal supplies and clothing, it was nonetheless a significant boon for Sitsung, marking the first time someone had shown concern for her well-being. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Sitsung withdrew from the spatial realm. They set off to return to the Sea family. Glancing at Si Shaoqi, still sprawled on the ground without any signs of consciousness, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. Quickly masked. No, he could not act just yet. Should he eliminate Si Shaoqi now, he would undoubtedly face the frenzied retribution of Si Jingde, placing himself in grave danger. Until he amassed sufficient strength, he had no choice but to endure as much as possible. Upon returning to the Sea family, he did not go to the main residence but to the estate where his father resided. Sitsung retrieved the medicine he had purchased, prepared it, and served it to his ailing father, who was resting. After taking the medicine, the elderly man felt slightly better, his cough no longer as frantic. Observing the tattered and dusty clothing on his son, Sifeng understood that the journey had not been smooth. It's my fault. Falling ill and becoming a burden that hinders you, he lamented. Once a formidable practitioner at the out-of-body stage, he had been struck by a peculiar ailment overnight, suffering from hemoptysis and unable to channel his internal cultivation. Sitsung tidied up the remaining items and replied softly, Father, there is no need for such words between us. I will seek renowned physicians to cure your illness. He suspected that this affliction was closely linked to his troublesome second uncle. Sifeng knew in his heart that his illness was likely incurable. Even if treatment were possible, they could not afford the physician's fees. The engagement with the Tian Gang sect has already been annulled. I was never worthy of their young master, he sighed. Even now, with strength acquired, I remain unworthy. A marriage alliance is not only about the individuals involved, but also about the families and the forces behind them. It is better this way. To avoid further disdain from the Tian Gang sect, Sifeng knew that despite his son's silence, the young master of the Sea family was not easy to deal with. Did they make things difficult for you? Sitsung pressed his lips together, replying, No. I need to visit the monster beast forest soon. Sifeng hesitated before nodding, seemingly speaking to himself. Going to train? Be cautious. As a father, he felt utterly inadequate, unable to assist his child in any meaningful way. As Sitsung prepared to leave, Sifeng's gaze fell on his son's fingers, and his brow furrowed slightly. That is a spatial ring, isn't it? Though he could no longer wield spiritual power, years of experience had granted him insight that far surpassed ordinary individuals. Si Tsong's fingers curled slightly as he nodded gently. Yes, a gift from a friend. A friend? Si Feng seized the opportunity to engage his typically reticent son in conversation. A female friend, I presume? Si Tsong raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Si Feng smiled faintly, his complexion pale, yet unable to mask his affection. The intricate design of the ring suggests it was chosen by a girl. I doubt you possess such taste, and I haven't heard of any friends you have, so it must be a girl too shy to mention it. Si Tsong instinctively rubbed the ring on his finger. Had Yining chosen it? After their brief exchange, Si Tsong retreated to his room to cultivate. His ambitions extended beyond the monster beast forest. He also aimed for the sky trial in 3 months. He was determined to seize the top position with his own strength and restore the Si family's reputation. When Yining awoke, she found herself in a guest house bed, surrounded by Cui Huan and several physicians. Seeing the young lady regain consciousness, Cui Huan nearly burst into tears. Miss, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. Yining rubbed her brow, recalling events before her fainting spell. How long have I been asleep? Cui Huan, sitting beside her, picked up some prepared bird's nest soup to feed her. Miss, you scared me terribly. You've been asleep for over 10 hours. I summoned the finest doctors in the city to rouse you. Yining was astonished by the medicine's efficacy, albeit regrettably applied to herself. Suddenly, she realized something and turned to the physicians. Under what circumstances would this medicine fail to work? Strange indeed. Why did I faint while Si Tsong remained unscathed? This medicine is potent. If a practitioner below the transformation stage is unaffected, it is likely due to an immunity. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible. Yining waved her hand, dismissing the physicians, and rubbed her brow. What terrible luck. How could the male lead evade this? Wait, she suddenly recalled, reaching for her sleeve. Where's the medicine? Where was the medicine her father had given her? Cui Huan looked innocent. Didn't you give it to the young master of the Si family? Yining. Though it may appear so, it was not meant for him. Seeing her mistress look slightly displeased, Cui Huan was genuinely perplexed. Miss, if you wish to eliminate the young master of the Si family, why not act directly? Yining shot her a youthful gaze. Setting aside the fact that Si Tsong has already awakened his spiritual veins and is not much weaker than I, if I fail, Si Tsong will be even more wary of me. At that point, I would be on his blacklist, and the first to be dealt with would be me. She intended to appear as an innocuous individual beside the hero, secretly plotting his downfall. One could not help but note how increasingly villainous this seemed. Yet, as she would say, it was all due to life's pressures. Her immediate concern was to retrieve that medicine. However, she did not act hastily but focused on her cultivation, feeling a burgeoning tendency toward a breakthrough. Days later, Yining successfully advanced to the late stage of the pill condensing phase. Practitioners below the golden core stage did not require tribulation for advancement, but upon reaching the golden core, they had to face formidable tribulations, said to be impossible to endure unscathed. The thought alone was terrifying. Would she be all right? After her breakthrough, Yining wasted no time, crafting a concealment talisman and setting off alone to the Si family to gather intelligence. It was fortuitous timing. She arrived just as Si Jingda, the current head of the Si family, was in conversation with Si Kong Chapter 12. Silent dedication. Yining concealed her presence, crouched outside the window, straining to eavesdrop. This concealment charm was indeed a remarkable artifact. Even though Si Jingda had attained the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, he remained oblivious to her existence. Unbeknownst to her, however, the moment she approached, the chaotic spirit had already detected her position and reported it to Si Kong Master. That woman is just outside. It was obvious who the woman was that the chaotic spirit referred to, yet why would Yining appear in this place? Beside Si Jingda stood Si Shaoqi, who glared at Si Tsong with disdain, his eyes ablaze with resentment. What a disgrace it was for him to have been outmaneuvered by this fellow. He had been unconscious for a full 2 days upon awakening. Si Jingda was already privy to his son's account of Si Tsong's affairs, and had heard that he had activated his spiritual veins and possessed considerable strength. However, he found himself unable to ascertain Si Tsong's true power through his own imposing presence, at least not when the young man refrained from making a move. Si Tsong, have you truly annulled your engagement with that young master from the Tiangang sect? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Si Jingda's eyes, as if he had devised a plan to deal with him. While Si Tsong distractedly observed the door behind him, he replied to the man. Yes, the engagement has been dissolved. Si Jingda raised an eyebrow, feigning difficulty as he absently touched his cup. This engagement was personally arranged by your grandfather, my father. Now you simply declare its dissolution without further explanation. How am I to account for this to the clan elders? Yining, hiding outside and listening, could not help but scoff. The annulment of the engagement had been communicated solely by the original host to the male lead, without any opportunity for him to notify others. Even aside from that, a formidable figure from the Tiangang sect had come to abduct someone from the Si family estate. Surely the head of the family would be aware of such a breach. Now, to come seeking retribution was clearly a blatant provocation. Si Tsung lifted his gaze to the man before him. If the previous incarnation of Yining was a complete tyrant, then his second uncle was a quintessential hypocrite, akin to a seemingly docile venomous snake, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. And how do you propose we handle this matter, second uncle? Si Tsung understood that confronting him head-on would yield no advantage. Fortunately, Si Jingde was exceedingly concerned with his reputation. Thus he would not dare to act with lethal intent on his own territory. He speculated that Si Shaoqi was merely seeking to vent his frustration through his father. A display of foolish impatience. Si Jingde was well aware of this principle. If he wished to avoid being the subject of gossip among the various sects, he could not take drastic measures against Si Kong. Yet, with his son having been wronged, he could not simply let it go. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. As the head of the Si family and your second uncle, while this matter is indeed your fault, I will show leniency in consideration of our familial ties. You shall be confined to guard the clan's forbidden grounds for a month. The forbidden grounds were ominous and eerie, housing dozens of small magical beasts. While he could not kill Si Tsung, subjecting him to some torment would suffice. If Si Tsung were to mismanage the situation, it was entirely possible he could end up crippled by the magical beasts. Yining pouted, while she too harbored the desire to eliminate the male lead. She held disdain for someone as insidious and cunning as his second uncle. Upon hearing the conclusion of the matter, she intended to leave. But as she took a few steps, her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. A sudden realization struck her. Wasn't the male lead in the original story supposed to acquire that auxiliary spirit beast within the forbidden grounds? Although the plot no longer held much reference value, how could such a treasure be allowed to fall into the hands of the male lead? With this thought, she quickly dismissed any further deliberation and used the illusion sound mirror to transmit a message to Cui Huan at the inn, instructing her to relay her orders to prevent this occurrence. After confirming that Cui Huan was en route, a triumphant grin emerged on Yining's face. Had she not come this time, she would have forgotten that the male lead had obtained numerous treasures along his journey. It was precisely with the aid of these treasures that he could grow rapidly, since she was uncertain when she would have the opportunity to eliminate him. Thwarting his ascent at this moment was also a favorable strategy. This was what one might call a roundabout approach to salvation. As Yining reveled in her cleverness, she contemplated sneaking into the forbidden grounds to seize the male lead's treasures for herself. Unbeknownst to her, Si Jingde was engaged in a conversation with Si Tsung, and after Si Tsung nodded, he departed. Just as he stepped outside, Cui Huan arrived promptly. The young servant respectfully announced, Miss Cui Huan, the personal maid of the young master from the Tiangang sect, requests an audience, stating she has matters to discuss. Yining's heart stirred. Cui Huan was indeed a resourceful maid, capable of addressing urgent matters and arriving in a timely manner. When Si Shaoqi heard that Yining's personal maid had arrived, he nearly rushed out to greet her. Father, please allow Miss Cui Huan to enter. Surely, it is urgent news from Sister Yining. He speculated that perhaps Yining was incensed and wanted them to impose severe punishment on Si Tsung, the worthless. With this in mind, he turned to Si Kong. Cousin Si Tsung, why not remain and listen? Let us hear what Sister Yining has to say. Yining, observing the man's smug demeanor, felt a wave of nausea. How could he refer to her as Sister Yining? She was determined to ensure that this wretched creature would amend his address. Si Tsung's brow furrowed slightly as he instinctively glanced in the direction where Yining was hiding. Due to the presence of the chaotic spirit within him, he could perceive the spirit senses. At that moment, Yining was peeking through the window, acting stealthily. Cui Huan was the maid she had sent. But what matter could it be? As Si Tsung felt the male lead's gaze upon him, Yining's body stiffened. Why did she have the unsettling impression that the male lead could see her? No, it was impossible. Even that old man Si Jingde could not perceive her. Fortunately, Si Tsung merely glanced in her direction before diverting his gaze. As Yining observed the mask on his face, her curiosity piqued. The original story had indicated that Si Tsung's face had been marred by a beast's injury in his childhood, leaving an unsightly scar that was only healed after reaching the transformation stage. If this fellow had been wearing a mask all along, how did he manage to wash his face? Before long, Cui Huan entered, and Si Jingda, who had previously exuded an air of superiority, now appeared exceedingly amiable. "What brings you here, Miss Cui Huan?" Although Cui Huan was merely a maid without spiritual veins, she was no ordinary servant. She was someone capable of conversing with Yining. Even the sect master, Yun Sheng, held her in high regard. Cui Huan cleared her throat, casting a glance at Si Kong. It was worth noting that perhaps due to the contrast with the father and son of the Si family, Si Tsong, despite wearing a mask, appeared 100 times more handsome than those two. Indeed, Miss Yining's taste was commendable. Chapter 13. Becoming the protagonist, I was sent by the young lady to convey her decision regarding the annulment of the engagement, which is solely her choice and concerns no one else. The young master of the Si family is known for his integrity and kindness, qualities that the young lady deeply admires, and so does the Tiangang sect. Should there be an opportunity in the future, he is welcomed to visit the Tiangang sect. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three individuals varied significantly. What was going on? Wasn't it said that Yun Yining and the Yun family despised Si Tsong? How had this sentiment shifted to admiration? Furthermore, the mention of an invitation to visit raised concerns. What if the Yun sect master discovered that she was using the name of the Tiangang sect to deal with Si Tsong? Both father and son clearly contemplated this, their faces darkening. The most astonished of them all was Si Kong. Did Yun Yining deliberately send a maid to protect him? After handling the matter with Cui Huan and exchanging a few pleasantries, she departed. At that moment, Si Jingda regarded Si Tsong, hesitating before donning a smile. To his surprise, he had managed the situation quite well. Since the young master of the Yun family had declared it was all right, "I shall not punish you. Go home and take good care of your father." "Father," Si Shaoqi, standing nearby, attempted to interject but was silenced by his father. Si Tsong cast a meaningful glance out the window, noting that the eavesdropper had vanished. Understood, head of the family. His gaze flickered, and he proceeded toward a specific direction. Yun Yining did not return directly to the inn but, taking advantage of the remaining time of her concealment talisman, stealthily made her way to the forbidden area of the Si family. She must find the egg of the chaos spirit beast before the protagonist does, and roast it. This would sever his most crucial advantage, leaving him powerless and vulnerable. Without the chaos spirit beast, Si Tsong would be like a bird without wings. Well, perhaps more like an eagle, as his demeanor certainly did not resemble that of a quail. Moreover, the absence of wings would have little impact on a quail. The forbidden area was hauntingly eerie, filled with the tombs of the family heads from generations past. Upon entering, she encountered a large magical beast. Fortunately, it could not see her, otherwise, she would stand no chance against it. Magical beasts are classified by levels and cultivation, akin to the categorization of practitioners. However, the sheer size and toughness of magical beasts often render them more formidable than practitioners of the same level. After searching for what felt like an eternity, her legs weary, she still had not located the egg of the chaos spirit beast. How outrageous! Was it merely because she was not the protagonist that she could not encounter this opportunity? Was there a form of facial recognition at play? Estimating the duration of her concealment talisman, she realized that if she lingered any longer, she might not be able to escape. Although the talisman was still valid, it could only be used once every 3 days by a single individual. Just as she prepared to leave, serendipitously, she stumbled upon the egg. Yun Yining hurried over, but her smile faltered as she picked it up. What a disappointment. Only the eggshell remained. Frustrated, she tossed it aside, oblivious to where it landed. This was the only eggshell present, suggesting it was likely the egg of the chaos spirit beast. However, since it had already been hatched, it indicated that chaos had already emerged. Coupling this with the recent awakening of the protagonist's spiritual vein. Oh no, everything must have occurred prematurely. As she was about to depart, a rush of warm air suddenly enveloped her, and she turned to find a massive python, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, staring at her. When had her concealment talisman ceased to function? Yikes! Yun Yining stumbled back a couple of steps, gripping her Ziyun sword tightly. The python flicked its tongue, seemingly wary of the sword in her hand. The Ziyun sword was indeed a treasured weapon, even without drawing it. Her aura alone was enough to deter most magical beasts from attacking. However, the python appeared to have been starving for quite some time. After sizing her up for a moment, it lunged towards her. It was true that Yun Yining harbored a slight fear of large creatures, especially seeing as the snake stood nearly 10 meters tall. Yet, having inherited the original owner's cultivation, she was not to be underestimated. The radiance of her Ziyun sword intensified as she skillfully gauged the python's strength before delivering a precise strike to its tail tip. The python let out a pained howl and fled in panic. Watching its retreating figure, Yining chose not to pursue. It was neither worth the effort nor prudent, given the multitude of magical beasts in the vicinity. Even though it was merely a magical beast, the encounter stirred an exhilarating thrill within her. She toyed with the Ziyun's sword, muttering to herself, "That old fool Jingde truly intended to confine Song here. Such arrogance. Not only would the illustrious protagonist escape unscathed, but even she, the villainess, would remain unharmed." Meanwhile, from a distance, Song had just approached when he overheard the girl's words. He froze in place, gazing at the spirited figure in the distance. At that moment, neither the chilling wind nor the roars of magical beasts could diminish the impact of her statement. She said, "Jingde wished to imprison him here." What a delusion. Indeed, she was the first to summon Cui Huan to aid him, and she had come to assess the dangers of the Xi family's forbidden area on his behalf. In that instant, Song acknowledged that his animosity towards Yining had lessened considerably. He absently rubbed the obsidian ring on his finger. It was the first time someone had shown such concern for him, or rather, protected him. Unbeknownst to Yining, she had already forged a radiant image in Song's heart. She dusted off her hands and prepared to leave when suddenly, she furrowed her brow and turned back, sensing an emptiness behind her. How peculiar. She had distinctly felt the presence of someone just moments ago. Only a gentle breeze responded to her. After Yining departed, Song slowly emerged, watching the direction in which she had vanished, his lips curving into a faint smile. Upon returning to the inn, Yining locked herself in her room for 3 whole days, finally devising a solution. Since the protagonist's fate had already begun to unfold ahead of schedule, it indicated that her arrival had initiated the awakening of his protagonist's aura. Considering the recent events, eliminating the protagonist was unlikely. However, surviving without doing so appeared equally troublesome. Thus, she conceived another plan. Since the plot was already in motion, why not seize the opportunity and claim the protagonist's fortune for herself, thereby becoming the protagonist? No, the female lead. Yes, with the backing of the Tiangang sect, the gathering place for all gifted individuals and treasures, she would not fear the protagonist's retaliation. Perhaps the task of revitalizing the Tiangang sect would fall into her hands. Reflecting on the storyline, she noted that the magical beast forest the protagonist intended to visit in a few days would be an excellent opportunity. Time was of the essence. She needed to act swiftly. While Yining busied herself packing, Song also began his preparations. It must be said, having a storage ring made everything considerably easier. And even the chaos no longer felt stifling. He took out several garments from within, finding them to fit perfectly and in colors he favored. As for the gemstones, he left them untouched. They were of considerable value, and he intended to return them alongside the soul-gathering pill when the opportunity arose. Chapter 14. He is just a scoundrel after a few days. Song observed a noticeable improvement in his father's condition and finally embarked on the path to the monster beast forest. Throughout the journey, the creature Chaos remained nestled within the spatial ring, brimming with excitement. "Master, once we enter the monster beast forest, I assure you, your strength will undoubtedly surpass that of the woman from the Tiangang sect. After we defeat her, we shall seize her treasures." As a spiritual beast, it harbored a peculiar fondness for collecting spiritual treasures and savoring their scents. Chaos bore a grudge, having not forgotten Yining's mockery of Sikong. Song glanced at it and spoke coolly. "You seem to frequently mention her. When did I ever say I intended to snatch her treasures?" Chaos was momentarily rendered speechless, casting an indignant glance at Song before retreating back to the gemstones. After leaving the Xi family estate, Song was not in haste to reach the monster beast forest. Instead, he found himself at a brothel. Yes, indeed, a brothel. Striding boldly into the establishment in broad daylight drew many curious glances, as such places were typically frequented at night when they were more lively. Was he unable to contain himself? Unfazed by the stares of those around him, Song entered the brothel with a serious purpose. Upon stepping through the threshold, he was immediately enveloped by a strong scent of cosmetics. A woman in a red dress, approximately in her 40s, sashayed towards him with an alluring sway of her hips. Upon recognizing Song, she smiled slightly, her tone playful. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Xi family? What brings you here?" Song regarded the woman with respect, bowing slightly before responding. "Aunt Hong, I come seeking your assistance." Aunt Hong smiled knowingly, her gaze falling on the ring adorning his thumb. "Ah, it seems our esteemed guest has come into some silver. Please, do come in." With that, she led Song to an elegant chamber on the upper floor. From her hidden vantage point, Yining watched in astonishment as the male protagonist entered the brothel. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she had not anticipated him to be of such character. Wasn't it said that although the male lead had numerous romantic acquaintances, his one true love was the heroine, Gong Sunjiro? Gong Sunjiro had been Song's childhood companion, despite lacking exceptional strength. Her unwavering presence by his side was irreplaceable. She sighed, pondering the irony of their supposed first love, realizing that the male lead had entered a brothel even before the heroine made her entrance. Cui Huan, standing nearby, was startled by the sigh and shake of Yining's head. What could it mean? However, she quickly grasped the implications. Her mistress harbored feelings for the young master of the Sea family. Though men were permitted multiple wives, it was evident that Yining's heart was burdened with sorrow. Feeling indignant, yet cautious not to upset her, Cui Huan comforted, "Mistress, your efforts will not be in vain." Yining responded with a perplexed expression. Are the thoughts of characters in this book so erratic? Of course, my endeavors will bear fruit. I am a strong, independent woman destined to be the heroine. Indeed, they both agreed, waiting for the male protagonist's return. Originally, she had intended to venture into the monster beast forest alone, but her sense of direction was abysmal. The forest was a labyrinthine expanse, teeming with formidable beasts. Even with her commendable strength, without a proper path, she would merely be wandering in circles, uncertain of when she might locate the male lead's treasures. Thus, she resolved to accompany him. Inside the room, Song no longer concealed his cultivation level. Aunt Hong's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she smiled. Indeed, your prowess has escalated rapidly. This is the child of Bai, Sister Bai. Song's mother Bai had succumbed to illness many years prior, and Aunt Hong was a close friend from her youth, one of the few who had supported Song during his formative years. Watching over him from the shadows, Song smiled faintly, articulating his purpose for the visit. Aunt Hong, I intend to venture into the monster beast forest for training. I am aware that you possess a map of the forest. May I borrow it to make a copy? The monster beast forest presented dangers beyond just the beasts. Its complex terrain could prove fatal without a map. Aunt Hong was momentarily taken aback by Song's intentions, but soon murmured, well, the path to success is often fraught with peril. Seemingly reminiscing about bygone days, she fell silent for a moment before saying, I will fetch it for you. Handing the map to Song, he took out the paper and pen he carried and began to sketch. Once completed, he bowed again, saying, Aunt Hong, your assistance will forever be etched in my memory. I shall repay you in the future. Aunt Hong quickly helped him to his feet, smiling warmly. No repayment is necessary. Dear, I watched you grow, as your mother passed away too soon. I simply wish for your success. After a pause, she added with a teasing tone, now that you have awakened your spiritual veins, should you achieve great success, do come to visit Aunt Hong. Song pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute. He vowed to protect Aunt Hong. Very well, Aunt Hong, I shall strive to make you proud. As she helped him up, her fingers brushed against Song's ring, prompting her to inquire, is this a spatial ring? Such rings are quite valuable, and their benefits to cultivators are immeasurable. Knowing you are well, I am relieved. This Song was markedly different from before, dressed in finer attire than usual. Aunt Hong had contemplated secretly aiding him and his father multiple times, but Jingda, that old coot, had always remained vigilant. Glancing at the ring, Song suddenly posed a question. Aunt Hong, if someone dreams of you, why does their heart race? Aunt Hong, seasoned in the ways of the world, instantly discerned the implications, realizing this child was broaching matters of the heart for the first time. She cleared her throat softly, suppressing her curiosity, and replied calmly, perhaps it is because that person holds a special place in their heart. Song continued, but what if she always claims to dislike you yet protects you in times of danger? Aunt Hong's heart raced. Could it be that this child was experiencing romantic feelings? Chapter 15. The pace had quickened, and heaven had finally opened its eyes. The child had come to a realization and encountered a kind soul. Listen, there was both a heartbeat and a sense of protection. She cleared her throat gently and inquired, are you referring to the same person? Song nodded. That means you must have feelings for that individual. As for the constant declarations of dislike, it is perhaps merely a display of a young lady's shyness. Song was a fine young man, though rather taciturn and slightly aloof. The girl, on the other hand, appeared charming and clever, perfectly matched to him. Song lowered his gaze, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Aunt Hong, being from the brothel, certainly understood the sentiments of women better than he did. Did Yining harbor feelings for him? At this moment, the adorable and clever Yining was growing somewhat impatient. murmuring as she glanced at the brothel. Hasn't it been a bit too long? Deep down, she held the belief that the male lead would not be visiting the brothel for mere indulgence. He was not the sort to engage in hedonism during daylight hours, and surely there was some other matter at hand. Cui Huan, mistaking her distress for heartbreak, sighed inwardly. My lady, how can you comprehend the depths of a man's desires when he has tasted the sweetness of passion? At that moment, the fervent Seed Song exited the brothel and began his journey towards the monster forest. After taking a few steps, he sensed two small shadows trailing behind him. He initially frowned, then his thoughts grew complex. The group hastened their pace, managing to reach the monster forest before sunset. There was still light to find a place to rest. Any delay could spell danger. Seed Song surveyed the map, his expression grave. His foremost task was to locate the mimic grass, which he could ascertain the general direction of. Yet he knew he would inevitably encounter several large magical beasts along the way, and they might prove formidable. Seed Song began to mark the route, while Yining stomped her foot in impatience. She wished to outpace the male lead and needed to ascertain his path. No risk, no gain, she resolved. And with that thought, she swiftly cast an invisibility talisman and proceeded forward. Mississippi. Cui Huan silently attempted to intervene, only to receive Yining's terse command, do not make a sound, wait for me here. The invisibility talisman could cloak her body and voice, but it could not muffle the sound she made. Thus she had to tread carefully, especially with her footsteps. She hunched her body as if navigating a field of landmines. Seed Song looked up and witnessed this comical scene, unable to stifle a cough that left his face flushed. Yining paused, slightly furrowing her brow as she muttered. Could he have overindulged at the brothel? Seed Song. His cough intensified, and his ears tinged with red. What was Yining thinking? Did she believe he had gone to the brothel for? Yining crept closer until she was seated beside Seed Song, scrutinizing his map. So this is where he intends to go. She understood now. After the male lead rested that evening, she would set out. Observing the destination marked by his pen, she felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, Seed Song felt his hands grow unresponsive, with the young woman beside him. Her faint breath palpable. What on earth did she intend to do? This was the first time Yining was observing Seed Song from such proximity. She cautiously shifted her angle, seemingly attempting to glimpse the contours of his youthful visage through the edges of his mask. Seed Song remained still, while the girl leaned in closer until her breath stirred the fine hairs on his face. Truly, I cannot see. He must be handsome. The girl's whispered musings, laden with warmth, were nearly lethal to the young man's composure. Cui Huan covered her mouth, feeling as if her heart might leap from her chest. Was the young lady leveraging reconnaissance to take advantage of him? It felt inexplicably as though the young master of the sea family was at a disadvantage. A gentle warmth, intermingled with the fragrance of flowers that enveloped her, wafted into Seed Song's ears, prompting him to finally rise. Caught off guard, Yining nearly gasped aloud. What was he doing? At that moment, Seed Song's fingers curled slightly, his ears flushing as he stepped towards a nearby cave. He was merely seeking a place to rest. How elusive he was. However, her objective had been achieved. Once darkness fell, she would be able to act. As the moon ascended, Yining set out with Cui Huan. Before departing, she bestowed upon Cui Huan an invisibility talisman, for she could no longer utilize it, and with Cui Huan lacking spiritual veins, the journey ahead was fraught with peril. Her suspicions were soon validated. As soon as they ventured outside, they encountered a magical beast. It was a giant spider, which, to Yining, was the most detestable of creatures. She loathed spiders and found them utterly revolting. She instructed Cui Huan to step aside and drew the Ziyun sword. The Tianjua Qian spider was enveloped in purple flames, drool dripping from its mandibles as it eyed its prey. Yining leaped into action, launching an assault. Bang! The Ziyun sword struck the spider's back, leaving only a trivial wound. Its defenses were formidable. She lamented internally, if it was this challenging for her. How could Seed Song possibly contend with such a foe? Driven by her purpose, she fought with increasing vigor, yet the Tianjua Qian spider was no easy adversary. Yining summoned all her strength for a decisive blow, plunging her sword into the spider's nape. The beast howled in agony, attempting to toss her aside, but she clung tenaciously to her weapon. Ultimately, the spider, left with no other recourse, slammed its back against the trees, injuring itself as much as its opponent. Yining was flung off, but had she not cushioned her fall, she would have been launched far away. The Tianjua Qian spider, truly incensed by her assault, did not flee despite its injuries. Instead, it charged directly at her. Miss, be careful. Chui Huan cried out. Yining fixed her gaze upon the Ziyun's sword lodged in the spider's back and, without hesitation, summoned a thunder destruction talisman. Closing her eyes, her voice resolute, she commanded, "Heavenly thunder." Boom. Lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Tianjua Qian spider, which, due to its injuries, failed to evade in time and lost its head. Standing over the vanquished creature, Yining brushed off the dust. "To challenge me, you should think twice. Not only does the original host possess strength, but the talismans bestowed by her father are enough to deter any ordinary foe. Talismans are precious and potent. Aside from the invisibility talisman, there were also thunder destruction, fire feather, water spirit, and various others. The assortment of talismans, each with distinct functions, testified to the original host's considerable wealth. Her father, fearing for her safety, had provided her with them in abundance. In truth, she found herself yearning for the Tianshi sect. Chapter 16. Surely it can't be just a grass throughout the journey. Yining faced numerous challenges and endured significant injuries. Finally, she arrived at the location marked on Si Tsong's map by the afternoon of the following day. It was a vibrant meadow, replete with lush flowers, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of blossoms. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and sighed. What a splendid place this is. The air was saturated with floral aromas, undoubtedly concealing a treasure trove of wonders within. Yining speculated that this place might harbor spirit beasts or perhaps even spirit treasures. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she turned to her companion, Chui Huan, and instructed, "Let us split up and gather anything resembling treasure, placing it within our spatial rings. We can sort through our findings later." Time was of the essence. Having dealt with the magical beasts along the way, she anticipated the male lead's imminent arrival and could not afford to search meticulously. "Yes, miss," Chui Huan replied confidently. As the personal attendant of the young master of the Tiangang sect, she had encountered her fair share of rare and exotic treasures and was certain she could find something valuable. The duo began their search through the blossoms, but before long, they had collected a variety of useless items, discarded vases, rusted rings, and hairpins from decades past. Chui Huan proved to be quite resourceful, gathering a heap of vividly colored fruits and cradling a large-tailed red squirrel in her arms. Yining rubbed her temples in exasperation. "What do you intend to do with these items?" Though she feigned disdain, her body betrayed her as she accepted the fruits and squirrel into her embrace. Chui Huan responded, "Miss, spirit treasures need not always be mere objects. They could very well be fruits or spirit beasts. I've never seen these fruits before, and this squirrel is so peculiar, it's certainly not ordinary." Having ventured beyond the Tiangang sect, she realized how limited her perspective had been. The world outside was brimming with wonders unknown to her. Yining agreed. The ample space within her spatial bracelet meant it was better to collect too much than to miss anything. Furthermore, the squirrel's fiery red tail and adorable eyes were undeniably charming. Thus, the pair resumed their extensive search. Meanwhile, Si Tsong observed the lifeless corpses of beasts and the remnants of battle scattered along the roadside, his mood a tumult of emotions. Clearly, someone had traversed this path before him, neutralizing all dangers in advance. After walking for over an hour without encountering a single magical beast, he grew bored. Initially, he had hoped to engage in combat with the magical beasts in this sparsely populated forest. Si Tsong remained silent until he noticed a small pool of blood on the ground, prompting him to quicken his pace. The blood appeared slightly congealed, suggesting it had been shed 2 hours prior. He extended a finger to lightly touch it, inhaling the scent. It was human blood, presumably left by someone who had taken this route before him, a route he had disclosed to only one person. What was her intention? Was it the elusive mimicry grass? Although rare, the grass held little practical use. She seemed to have no need for it. Or was it someone else? Just as he pondered, his companion, Han Dun, sniffed the blood and exclaimed, "Master, this is that woman's blood. I can sense that a fierce battle transpired here." Indeed, the battle between Yining and a thunder tiger beast had been intense. She had barely repelled it after using 2 talismans, sustaining injuries in the process. Si Tsong rubbed the blood between his fingers. "Yining, what are you truly after?" As he contemplated, Han Dun suddenly shouted, "This is bad, master. That woman isn't trying to steal my mimicry grass, is she?" Si Tsong lowered his gaze, equally curious about how Yining had learned of his quest for the grass. Was she attempting to create chaos? "Master, we must leave." Han Dun's greatest concern revolved around the mimicry grass, which was crucial for its legitimate appearance. Si Tsong said nothing but quickened his steps. After searching for 2 hours, Yining sat down in exhaustion. I can't go on. I'm truly weary, she admitted. Let us take a break. Besides, they've likely taken everything resembling treasure. Seetsung surely won't find anything now. Regret washed over her as she recalled that the original story primarily focused on the male lead's triumph over villains, glossing over what treasures he obtained and where. Her memory was not particularly sharp, and with so few clues, she felt utterly lost. Yining sighed, recognizing her limited advantages. Bored, she absent-mindedly plucked a small flower to fidget with. Surprisingly, perhaps due to her exposure to lavish blooms, this wildflower appeared rather lovely. Fatigued, Yining lay down amidst the sea of flowers and soon drifted into slumber. When she awoke, she noticed a figure in black standing 50 meters away, watching her intently. Who was that, staring at me? Rubbing her eyes, she focused on the man, startled to find Seetsung standing there. Now clad in a finer black garment, but still wearing his iron mask, emanating an unmistakable chill even from a distance. In her groggy state, seeing Seetsung caused her mind to freeze, leading her to ponder only one thing: how to alleviate this awkwardness. Suddenly, she recalled a saying, the best way to confront fear is to overcome it. Yes, overcome it. Instinctively, she rose and approached the man, awkwardly presenting the wildflower she held. This flower is for you. Haha, it's quite pretty, isn't it? After uttering those words, Yining's mind raced with a single thought. It's over. Why on earth had she given him a flower? She felt like a fool. Seetsung remained silent, merely glancing at the tiny bloom. A gentle breeze stirred, mingling with the floral scent, causing the petals of the wildflower to dance playfully. She felt trapped in a moment of excruciating awkwardness, unable to decide whether to give or retract the gift. Hun Dun's voice broke the tension, its excitement causing it to stutter. Master, this is the mimicry grass. It was on the verge of leaping with joy, having initially expected a considerable effort to find it, only to discover it was in Yining's hands. Upon hearing Hun Dun's words, Seetsung's pupils dilated. Everything fell into place, each piece of the puzzle aligning perfectly. She had navigated the obstacles in her path, sought the mimicry grass with effort, and then casually offered it to him as if unaware of its significance. Just as Yining felt her arm growing weary, Seetsung's long, cool fingers accepted the wildflower from her grasp. She let out a quiet sigh of relief, her opinion of the male lead improving slightly. He was a decent fellow. At the very least, he spared her further embarrassment. As she sought an opportunity to slip away, the man before her suddenly spoke. Yining. Chapter 17. Indeed, this was the first time Seetsung uttered his own name, and his voice was exceedingly pleasant, akin to a rich wine carrying a hint of grit. The coolness of the wine coursed down her throat and through her body, eliciting a shiver. What is it? She raised her head to meet the gaze of the male lead, striving to appear composed. Why are you here? After posing the question, he was momentarily taken aback himself. Why had he asked that, when he and Yining were hardly even acquaintances? Yining's psychological response could only be described as one of shock and guilt. Oh no, due to her terrible sense of direction, she had followed the male lead's path almost entirely. What if he had uncovered something? She swallowed hard, her mind racing. While Cui Huan nearly wished to push the young master of the Sea family aside and shield the young lady behind her. No, the male lead had no evidence. And besides, he would never guess her true intentions. She felt unafraid. How would the original owner have responded? After a moment, Yining looked up at the man with an expression of calmness, speaking deliberately. Because I wanted to come here. Would that enlighten you? My treasure awaits me. Chaos. Well done. Isn't that the resolution? Isn't the reason for my presence here obvious? It's all for you. What difference does it make? It was truly unexpected. Yining had indeed changed. Seetsung's pupils constricted as he instinctively remarked, Do you realize what you were doing? Assisting me, even associating with someone you despise. Yining, oh? Is that a threat? I'm not afraid. You can't overpower me now. I certainly know, she retorted, no need for your reminders. Since there is nothing more to say, I shall take my leave. She picked up the fruit on the ground along with the red squirrel, intending to depart with Cui Huan. Watching Yining's retreating figure, Seetsung's gaze was complex as he pressed his lips together. The fruit you carry is poisonous. It may be visually appealing, but you must not eat it. Yining stumbled, incredulity written across her face as she turned back to Seekong. What did you say? Seetsung continued. That creature is not a squirrel. It is a mutated red flame rat, possessing a certain degree of attack power. Yining felt as though she could hear nothing else, her mind echoing a single phrase. A mutated red flame rat. Rat. The memory of touching it moments ago sent a wave of goosebumps across her skin. Ah, She disregarded her image, screaming as she discarded the rat. The red flame rat, bewildered, looked back at her, seemingly confused as it approached, wanting her embrace, finally emitting a series of squeaks. Yining wished she could sever her own hand, grabbing Chui Huan as she fled, the large rat hot on her heels. Chaos observed Yining, bemused. It truly struggled to comprehend the nature of girls. Here was a cultivator on the cusp of entering the golden core stage. Yet she feared a creature with such minimal lethality as the red flame rat. Sitsong watched as Yining fled in a state of panic. His right hand's index and middle fingers coming together as a surge of true energy struck the rat. Mutated red flame rat, eliminated. Yining glanced at Sitsong, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for being rescued, yet she hesitated to express her gratitude, fearing it would undermine her dignity. In the end, chaos consumed the shaping grass and, one night, transformed into the form of a small tiger. My true form is far more appealing than this, it muttered, clearly unsatisfied. A tiger was nothing remarkable, merely an ordinary spirit beast. However, precisely because it was an ordinary spirit beast, no one would pay attention, merely assuming it was a magical beast cub purchased by Sikong. In this world, one could acquire magical beast cubs for combat. But those of formidable strength were often exceptionally difficult to tame, hence the spirit beasts typically carried by cultivators were not particularly powerful. While all was proceeding smoothly for Sitsong, Yining's situation was less than ideal. Reflecting on the fact that Sitsong had saved her and that she had touched the rat, she shivered, growing even more irritated. Chui Huan gazed into the fire, retrieving buns and roast chicken from the spatial pouch to place over the flames. The young lady had been sitting in the corner of the cave for half an hour, motionless and silent. What could be the matter? Could it be that she felt embarrassed for being rescued by the young master of the sea family? In truth, she felt it was not too bad. After all, it was not the first time the young lady had lost face in front of the young master. Meanwhile, Yining was on the brink of despair. The male lead was indeed the male lead, and no matter her actions, she could not intimidate him. She glanced at the heap of junk she and Chui Huan had labored all day to gather. Goodness, it was truly a pile of rubbish. What on earth could the male lead be searching for? Surely it was not merely a blade of grass. As the enticing aroma of the buns and roast chicken wafted through the air, she suddenly realized that she had gone an entire day without food. Chui Huan was an excellent cook, and even simple fare bore a unique flavor. Yining, still fuming, consumed 2 buns and a chicken leg, feeling somewhat better. Her earlier strategy had encountered a slight miscalculation, although the male lead was currently less powerful than her, in a certain sense. Only he could ascertain the specific locations of the upcoming opportunities and spirit beasts. She, without the protagonist's halo, would be unable to find them. Thus, she should follow the male lead rather than rush ahead. Later, she could seize the opportunity for herself. The nights in the beast-fighting forest were perilous. Sitsong sat alone at the cave's entrance, reflecting on the events of the day. Closing his eyes, the scars of battle along the way flashed before him. She must have endured considerable hardship, yet he had never heard of her being injured. Complex emotions swirled within him, making it impossible to find peace and sleep. Yining, we are beings of entirely different worlds. Since you initially resolved to refrain from interference, why now disrupt that harmony? At dawn the next day, Sitsong set out with chaos. The newly transformed beast appeared to be brimming with curiosity, observing everything around it. Yining had been utterly exhausted the previous day, both mentally and physically, and did not awaken until noon the following day, finally using a tracking talisman to locate the male lead. Seeing the early rising male lead, Yining smacked her lips. This fellow was indeed an early riser, truly befitting of a male lead. However, her mood quickly soured upon noticing the spirit beast beside him. Although it resembled a tiger, she was well acquainted with the plot. This was none other than chaos. No matter how many precautions she took, she could not escape this fate. Truly, he was the male lead. Chapter 18. The advent of the male protagonist. Chui Huan cast a puzzled glance at her young mistress. Sensing that the young lady's feelings towards the young master of the sea family were rather peculiar, both appeasing and fearful. Recently, she had taken to calling him the male protagonist. What did that mean? Chui Huan pondered the literal interpretation. Could it be referring to the male master? How could her mistress possibly know such a term? It must be the influence of that Sitsong. Meanwhile, Sitsong had not been idle these past few days. He had hunted numerous magical beasts of inferior rank, absorbing their strength through the chaos entity and subsequently transmitting it to himself. In a remarkably short span, His power had surged to the mid-stage of the chi condensation realm. By the time Yining caught up with the male protagonist, she would find their strengths nearly equivalent, with that chaos spirit beast by his side. The male protagonist was practically a walking cheat, soon to surpass her in power. She hesitated, contemplating whether to take action against the chaos entity. All she was aware of was that it was an ancient spirit beast with considerable strength, but the extent of its prowess remained uncertain. While Yining was scheming to capture the chaos spirit beast, Sitsong had already reached his destination after several days of travel. His strength had hit a bottleneck at the mid-stage of chi condensation, and all he needed was a suitable magical beast core to break through to the later stage. The magical dragon beast at the cliff's edge, in its initial golden core stage, was the most suitable target. Gazing at the towering cliff before him, Yining finally recalled the plot's progression. It was said that a ferocious magical dragon beast resided at the summit, known for its violent temperament. Unlike humans, magical beasts were exceedingly weak in their infancy, often hunted by humans. Apart from a few forests on the Jiuzhou continent, large magical beasts were nearly extinct elsewhere. Thus, merely growing up and attaining some cultivation was already a stroke of fortune, let alone breaking through to the golden core stage, which required enduring the heavenly tribulation. Magical beasts lacked human wisdom and did not utilize any tools. It was exceedingly rare for one to withstand the heavenly tribulation solely on its own strength. The male protagonist's arduous quest to locate this beast likely stemmed from his desire to challenge the golden core stage. She recalled that in the original storyline, the male protagonist significantly enhanced his strength by defeating this dragon, unexpectedly gaining control over thunder power. How enticing, Yining mused. If she were to slay the dragon, would she not also acquire the thunder power? Although her ambition was not particularly strong, she felt a keen interest in amplifying her brilliance as a young prodigy. When she snapped back to reality, she saw that the male protagonist had already begun his ascent of the cliff. Typically, only those at the golden core stage possessed the ability to fly, so she too was left with no choice but to climb. After ensuring Cui Huan was settled, she waited for the male protagonist to reach the top before commencing her own ascent. If she was not mistaken, it would be the perfect moment for her to strike when both the male protagonist and the dragon were locked in a fierce battle. The cliff was steep and treacherous, and the area was prone to heavy rainfall, rendering the rocks on the cliff face fragile. A single misstep could lead to a dreadful fall. At last, the dark figure reached the summit. Yining stealthily approached the cliff's edge, crouching down to eavesdrop. It was not until the sounds of combat echoed from above that she allowed herself a slight smile. Excellent. It is time for my entrance. With determination, she rolled up her sleeves and began to scale the cliff, testing each rock with caution. Before long, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. She wiped them away, muttering to herself, "Fortunately, I changed into simpler attire. Though it may not be fashionable, it is certainly more convenient." In truth, Yining had a fondness for beautiful garments. She was enamored with ancient styles, and the original owner had amassed countless exquisite outfits. She resolved to try on each one upon her return. As she entertained thoughts of her lovely dresses, her spirits lifted. Meanwhile, at the cliff summit, Sitsong was far less fortunate. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he had just received a claw strike from the magical dragon. Feeling a surge of electricity coursing through his chest, both numb and painful, it appeared that magical beasts gained some abilities after overcoming the golden core tribulation. A fact that was proving all too true. With both man and beast engaged, the magical beast was inherently stronger, especially one that had broken through to the golden core stage. Despite their utmost efforts, they remained at a disadvantage. With a tremendous force, the chaos spirit beast was hurled aside, collapsing unconscious beneath a tree. Chaos. Sitsong's gaze turned icy. They had battled fiercely for so long. Yet the dragon showed no signs of fatigue, while his own stamina had diminished significantly. He needed to finish this quickly. Resolving to channel all his spiritual energy into his rebirth sword, he prepared for a final confrontation. A violent clash of forces erupted, and Yining, who was perilously close to reaching the summit, felt the repercussions. As she sensed the intensity of the spiritual energies, she exclaimed in awe, "My, how fiercely they are battling. I must hasten my pace, or I shall miss the grand spectacle." Utilizing all limbs, she struggled to ascend the cliff, but before she could steady herself, a shadow came crashing down upon her. Bam! Yining had no time to react before she was knocked off balance. Damn it, she cursed. I had just made it up here. In her fury, she instinctively seized the shadow that had collided with her, drawing her Ziyun sword and driving it forcefully into the cliff face. Seat Song felt his body being flung away, plummeting as if he had struck something. Just as he was about to succumb to exhaustion, a hand grasped his wrist, pulling him back with considerable force. When he finally registered his surroundings, he found himself staring into a familiar face. Yining, Seat Song. Their voices resonated simultaneously, hers filled with surprise, his laced with confusion. How did you fall? Yining inquired, her brow furrowing suddenly as she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. At that moment, she clung to his wrist with one hand while gripping her sword with the other, barely maintaining her balance. Reflecting on the recent incident, she felt a wave of exasperation. Could it be that the male protagonist possessed such limited strength? How had he been defeated? If she had not caught him inadvertently, he surely would have sustained injuries. Ugh, perhaps it would have been better if he had been hurt. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she lamented her unfortunate luck. She had come with intentions of committing a heinous act, yet here she was, inadvertently saving him. Alas, perhaps fate had seen through her underlying kindness and stubbornness. Gazing at their precarious position, now 2/3 of the way down the cliff, she glanced at her hand, contemplating a little scheme. If I were to let go now, would the male protagonist perish? She pondered this with utmost seriousness, her expression betraying an air of concern to see Kong. So, she had been silently following him all along, protecting him in her own way. Yining, what do you truly desire? He wondered, not egotistically believing himself charming enough to attract the talented young master of the Tiangang sect. Yet, he could not fathom what it was that this young lady sought from him. I am no match for that magical dragon. Chapter 19. Two more faces. Yining raised an eyebrow slightly. Not a match for you? You are far too modest, my esteemed elder. Who are you? The male lead. This dragon should be your defeated foe. She felt disdain in her heart, wondering why the male lead chose to disguise his strength. In truth, she had already discerned it. The thought of the male lead's cold and ruthless demeanor after becoming a deity sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, despite her thoughts, she wore a smile and said, how could that be? The dragon must have been no match for you. Surely, you were holding back, hiding your true power. Seat Song regarded the girl with narrowed eyes. In his recollection, every encounter with Yining had been filled with mockery and teasing. Could it be that she also possessed the ability to offer comfort? He remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to the bottom of the cliff. Have you come here to slay the dragon as well? I apologize. I have ultimately implicated you. If it weren't for his collision with Yining, she wouldn't have found herself in such a precarious situation. Now utterly drained, he feared he could not ascend again. Yining paid no heed to the male lead's words, her mind consumed with thoughts of their next course of action. The dragon was above, also the male lead's target, but if she were to ascend alone to confront the dragon, she was uncertain whether she could prevail. What if this fellow had some trick up his sleeve and her equipment failed to activate? Over the past few nights, she had dreamt of seizing the male lead's fortune, striking for a staggering 999 damage. It was exhilarating beyond measure. After much contemplation, she resolved to bring the male lead along. Seat Song remained motionless, and his gaze suddenly fell upon the shoulder that Yining had grasped. The pale blue fabric stained with crimson. You are injured. His tone was calm, though his eyes flickered slightly. The wound appeared to be torn, and the pain was undoubtedly palpable, yet she did not utter a sound. Yining examined the angle of the cliff, responding casually, yes. Just a minor injury from a few days ago. I sustained a cut from a scorpion's tail during a battle with a silver scorpion. I thought it would heal with medicine, but the tail was venomous, hindering the recovery process. It was supposed to be nothing, just a few more days and I would have been fine, but this tugging is likely to have caused it to reopen. She refrained from elaborating, adopting a facade of nonchalance. Seat Song felt a wave of irritation wash over him, sensing that things ought not to be as they were, yet simultaneously feeling that they were meant to unfold this way. Are you not going up? His voice was curt, glancing once more at Yining's shoulder. He thought that if his strength had recovered even slightly, and if Yining were to release him, he would sustain injuries, but not severe enough to endanger his life. That would suffice. He understood the arduous path to becoming stronger, but had never anticipated that someone would repeatedly rescue him. He once envisioned a figure appearing to protect him, a companion to journey alongside him, yet when such a person truly emerged, he instinctively recoiled. It was akin to a person dwelling in shadows suddenly encountering sunlight, though warm. It felt painfully blinding. Of course, we must ascend, Yining replied, casting a peculiar glance at the man. Was he truly anxious? Did she not wish to go up? Wasn't this part of their strategy? The cliff below was perilous. A fall would surely result in grievous injury. In the distance, Cui Huang observed the scene, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. She hurriedly ran toward the cliff's base, breathless as she reached it, neglecting to catch her breath, and shouted, "Miss, please be careful. Chui Huang is here to catch you." Yining glanced down, bemused at the sight of the foolish girl extending her hands beneath her, seemingly searching for the right angle. Yining was speechless. The girl lacked any spiritual veins, and should she fall, Chui Huang would surely be crushed into pulp. Yet, her intentions were genuine. "No need. Just step aside," she replied. Chui Huang understood at once. Her miss must intend to cast Si Tsung down and ascend herself, surely. She possessed that capability. With that thought, she shuffled aside, encouraging, "Go for it, miss." Yining. Throughout it all, Si Tsung made no attempt to grasp the girl's hand, knowing that should Yining release him, he would undoubtedly plummet. Below, Chui Huang discreetly produced a dagger, ready to strike should Si Tsung fall, fulfilling her miss's wishes. Yining fixed her gaze upon the cliff, her eyes sharpening with determination. Finally, she made her move. Channeling her spiritual energy into her hands, she exerted force with her left hand, pulling Si Tsung upwards. In that instant, she enveloped him in her embrace, her toes gently pressing against the Ziyun sword. Miss Chui Huang, witnessing this scene, was so startled that she dropped to the ground, her dagger falling from her grasp. Any misstep would result in disaster for her miss. Si Tsung's pupils dilated in astonishment. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. In his shock, he seemed to hear Yining's voice, faint like a whispering breeze. "Hold on tight." With a slight exertion, the Ziyun sword bent gracefully, and then, leveraging the force, she soared into the air, landing firmly atop the cliff. She did not abandon him, but rather brought him along. Since she too had come for the dragon, it undeniably added a rival to the fray. He could conjure no rationale to justify Yining's decision to save him. Setting Si Tsung down, Yining summoned her spiritual energy, the Ziyun sword flying into her grasp. The dragon sensed their presence and let out a furious roar, a sound that pierced the heavens, sending the surrounding fauna into a frenzy. Yining readied herself for battle, muttering, "Am I afraid simply because my voice is loud?" With that, she engaged the charging dragon in combat. The earth trembled, rousing the unconscious chaos nearby. Is another formidable beast arriving? Yet, upon discerning the figure, it froze. Yining. How could it be her again? Though it was reluctant to admit, the dragon recognized that Yining could assist the master more effectively than itself. The dragon's golden core cultivation was formidable, and even Yining could not overpower it through sheer strength alone. Moreover, having just been provoked, it was on the brink of fury. With no time to ponder further, Si Tsung drew his sword and joined the fray. Their strengths were comparable and united. They kept the dragon on the defensive. As chaos regained its composure, it too joined the fight. Si Tsung's gaze sharpened as it fell upon the dragon's tail, its primary weapon adorned with protruding spikes and laden with venom. With determination, Si Tsung leaped to the rear of the dragon, the Wangxing sword radiating brilliance as he severed the dragon's tail with a decisive strike. Chapter 20. Not mine. The demon dragon roared in agony, its cries echoing through the cliffs and mountains. Yining covered her ears, realizing the formidable nature of this beast. Although Si Tsung had inflicted severe wounds upon the dragon, he himself was hurled away by its dark aura, crashing painfully against the stone wall. With a muffled groan, he found his strength had dwindled to almost nothing, a mere shadow of his former self. The demon dragon, its eyes glowing a furious red, seemed to recognize that it was outmatched by the two of them. Its gaze shifted to the injured Si Tsung, and with a ferocious roar, it charged forward. Master. Chaos sensed the imminent danger and swiftly positioned itself in front of Si Kong Bam. Without hesitation, Chaos summoned all its strength to form a protective barrier, shielding Si Tsung from the impending attack. For the first time, the dragon's assault failed to break through, igniting its fury. It retreated a few steps, preparing to unleash its full power. Yining observed the wounded Si Tsung and the valiant Chaos defending him, rubbing her temples in frustration. What kind of situation was this? Was this truly the male protagonist? From her perspective, he seemed less capable than herself. Seeing him in such a desperate state reassured her somewhat. It appeared that he was not her equal. With determination, she might even surpass him in the future. Given this, she realized she did not necessarily need to take his life. Humph, the male protagonist of evil, let me bestow upon you a semblance of glory. Boom. The dragon unleashed another bolt of lightning, its immense energy colliding with the wall Chaos had erected, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Chaos was nearing its limit. Another blow from the dragon would shatter the barrier entirely. The dragon recognized this and summoned a colossal lightning sphere. Crash! The barrier shattered, and Chaos was knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. Gritting his teeth, Seetsung struggled to rise, grasping the rebirth sword once more. Even knowing he was outmatched, he was determined to fight until his last breath. However, this time, fate intervened as a figure stood before him. Lightning Annihilation Talisman. With a delicate command, Yining held a pale purple talisman, pinching it between her fingers as it ignited into flames. Go! The talisman soared towards the demon dragon, disintegrating into ashes upon contact. So this is a talisman. He had heard of their immense power, varied types, yet they came at a steep price. Just as he contemplated further, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, hitting the dragon squarely on its back. Roar! The dragon howled in pain, but Yining raised an eyebrow. Not dead. She recalled that the Lightning Annihilation Talisman had previously slain a magical beast, yet this one merely bore injuries. It seemed the disparity in power grew with the strength of the beast. No matter, let's try this. With that, she conjured a Fire Feather Talisman. The Fire Feather and Lightning Annihilation were two of the most potent talismans, especially effective against magical beasts. In an instant, a torrent of flames engulfed the dragon, filling the air with the aroma of roasting meat. Yining stifled a gag. The sound of the dragon's flesh crisping was almost enough to make her lose her composure. Stealing a glance at the male protagonist, she feigned nonchalance, unwilling to appear foolish. Are you all right? She casually inquired, yet held her breath. The scent was overwhelming. Had it not been for her curiosity about whether she would gain the power of thunder, she would have fled long ago. Yet, as she waited, the dragon was reduced to mere charred remnants, seemingly lifeless, but she felt no sign of acquiring the power of thunder. Damn it! Could it be that she would miss out again? Was she destined to fail at everything she attempted? Frustrated, she turned to leave. Seetsung, initially taken aback, finally spoke. Young master, won't you wait a moment? Yining felt overwhelmed by the stench of burnt flesh, her tone sharp. Does the young master of the sea family have something to say? Seetsung, noting her displeasure, merely pursed his lips. Nothing. Yining waved her sleeve to depart. But shortly after, a faint purple glow erupted from the flames, revealing a pearl amidst the embers. Master, the power of thunder. It had known all along that this power would manifest. Seetsung grasped the pearl in his palm, feeling a surge of strength almost beyond his control. Master, once you absorb and refine it, your power will significantly increase. Forget about being the #1 genius of the 9 provinces. His master was the only true prodigy in the history of this cultivation realm. However, Chaos sensed something amiss in Seetsung's expression. Master, what troubles you? It felt as though its master was reluctant to absorb this treasure. Seetsung's gaze darkened. Despite his dire need for strength, he understood that this power did not rightfully belong to him. Master, hurry and absorb the thunder power. Seeing his hesitation, it dawned on Chaos that perhaps, indeed, Seetsung placed the pearl into his spatial ring. I will not absorb it. It does not belong to me. This pearl, along with the thunder power within, was rightfully Yining's. Yet, Seetsung's brow furrowed as he recalled how Yining had saved him from the cliff, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. The bond between him and Yining seemed to deepen. What? Master, you cannot be thinking of giving this thunder power to that wicked woman. It was vehemently opposed. Its master must have lost his mind or fallen under some spell cast by that vile woman. Seetsung, maintaining his composure, simply replied, do not refer to her as that wicked woman. Chaos's little face puffed up in indignation, its tiny claws patting the ground in protest. No, I will not agree. We exerted so much effort to obtain this. Master, if you absorb it, you can surely reach the golden core stage and triumph in the celestial trials. This was an opportunity too good to be true, and its master seemed to have lost his senses, willing to relinquish such a precious treasure to another. If it were a friend, that could be understood, but that woman was their enemy. Seetsung had not anticipated Chaos's vehement reaction. He chuckled lightly. Had it not been for her talismans, we would never have triumphed over the demon dragon. Moreover, she saved my life. Though it sounded incredulous, it was indeed the truth. Seetsung, despite being solitary, would never forget a life debt owed. Upon hearing this, Chaos fell silent. Realizing there was nothing it could do, its master had made up his mind. Chapter 21. Beauty under the moonlight in the stillness of night. Seetsung had Chaos ascertain Yining's location, and he resolved to deliver his thunderous power to her. Chaos pouted petulantly, its expression sour. Despite having engaged in a cordial and gentle conversation with Si Tsong in the cave, it was forcibly dragged out. The night in the Beastmaster Forest was eerily quiet, with scarcely a sound from the beasts. In the darkness, not only humans felt fear, but the creatures did as well. As Si Tsong led Chaos through the woods, the evening breeze carried a faint floral fragrance, and he found himself inexplicably anxious about the task ahead. "Are you certain this is the correct direction?" he inquired, glancing at the sullen Chaos. With a slight lift of its eyes, Chaos imperceptibly nodded, its voice tinged with resentment. "Approximately 5 miles to the northeast. And she has not moved. That wicked woman, Yining, must have ensnared the master with some enchantment, compelling him to bestow such a vital and hard-won power of thunder upon her." Si Tsong disregarded Chaos's grievances, and his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. The fact that she had not moved indicated that she was likely resting. This was precisely why he chose to act at night. He would merely place the gem outside the cave and create a little noise, prompting her to emerge and retrieve it. Si Tsong pursed his lips. The plan was flawless. Yet he could not shake the premonition that something significant would transpire on this moonlit night. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Beastmaster Forest, a party of 4 entered from the northeast corner. The group consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, the latter appearing to be around 17 or 18. Clad in vibrant red, her beauty striking and youthful, the girl gazed into the vast darkness, a frown of irritation adorning her delicate face. "How infuriating! That wretched golden sparrow has escaped." After exclaiming, she turned to the leader of the group, tugging at his sleeve in a playful manner. "Brother, you must help me find it. Its feathers are exquisite, and if I wear a garment fashioned from them, I shall undoubtedly outshine everyone at the celestial trials." The thought of competing against the elite disciples from various sects flushed her cheeks with excitement, her tone growing increasingly teasing. "You simply must agree. I am your most cherished sister. Besides, the dragon won't escape from the cliff." The man looked down at his pouting sister and sighed in resignation. "Very well. I shall help you catch that golden sparrow." This sister of his had been spoiled by their father since childhood, her willfulness tempered only by his own affection. "Thank you, brother." Though the golden sparrow lacked formidable power, it was adept at evasion and exceedingly vigilant, managing to elude their grasp. On the other side, Yining was luxuriating in a hot spring nestled within a peach blossom grove. She and Chui Huan had fortuitously discovered this delightful spot. A warm pool exuding a gentle floral scent. Is this not a natural hot spring? Without hesitation, she decided to indulge in a soothing bath. Chui Huan offered to keep watch, but Yining declined. It was not that she felt unafraid. Rather, Chui Huan was far too weak, and her mere presence would serve as an inviting morsel for any beast. Thus, she instructed Chui Huan to return to the cave, and she used silk threads to set up a simple alarm system around her. Should anyone approach, the threads would tremble and the bells would ring. Once everything was arranged, she began to shed her garments and stepped into the warm waters. As her body met the soothing embrace of the pool, a contented sigh escaped her lips, and she felt an endless stream of warmth coursing through her. Could this be the spiritual pool mentioned in the texts? One that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth to aid in cultivation? She found it hard to believe. Such a rare treasure, and she had encountered it herself. If she could cultivate here before the celestial trials, would it not yield twice the result with half the effort? Moreover, the presence of beasts could serve as training partners. Indeed, it seemed she too possessed a protagonist's aura, albeit slightly weaker than the male leads. With this thought, she relaxed against the pool's edge, closing her eyes in repose. Unbeknownst to her, as Si Tsong entered the peach blossom grove, he noticed the silk threads. Initially skeptical of Chaos's claims, he now had confirmation. These threads were clearly set up by Yining as a precaution against nocturnal beasts. Si Tsong cautiously navigated the silvery threads glimmering in the moonlight. However, curiosity nagged at him. While the grove was enchanting, wouldn't it be more prudent to seek refuge in a cave at night? Did she possess another place of residence? With this question lingering, Si Tsong drew nearer to the heart of the grove, faint sounds of water reaching his ears. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the center of the peach grove, and the sight before him struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Chaos, sensing Si Tsong's sudden halt, inquired with mild annoyance, "Have we arrived?" It had not finished its sentence when it caught sight of a woman bathing in the pool from a distance. And before it could fully comprehend, it was thrust into the spatial realm. Chaos was utterly bewildered, taking several moments to regain its composure before indignantly exclaiming, "Master, why did you throw me in here?" It seemed to grasp something, its voice trailing off. Was there a woman bathing just now? Embarrassed, Chaos scratched its head, still feeling disgruntled. It's just a woman. I'm a male spirit beast, after all. Shall we circumvent? No, wait. It suddenly realized Yining's presence nearby and spotted the bathing figure. Could it be that the one in the pool is Yining? Gasped. Sitsung had initially been completely unprepared, his focus solely on avoiding the silk threads beneath his feet. By the time he realized what he was witnessing, he found himself staring at the girl leaning over the edge of the pool, her raven hair cascading into the water, her smooth back resembling exquisite jade, glistening softly under the moonlight. At that moment, Yining was peacefully dozing, blissfully unaware of Sitsung's approach. It was the first time Sitsung had glimpsed a woman's back. A rush of heat surged to his head, his face burning crimson as he instinctively turned away, desperate to flee. Yet, he halted after taking just one step. If he let this opportunity slip away, who knew when he would have another chance to present the gem to Yining? After a prolonged internal struggle, he made a decision. He retrieved a black cloth from his spatial ring to blindfold himself and cautiously approached the pool. Young master, forgive my intrusion. With this veil, he could not see, and all he needed to do was come a little closer and place the gem 20 paces away from her. Swallowing hard, he felt a twinge of guilt. Though he was performing a good deed, it felt akin to that of a rogue. Chapter 22. Exposed. Sitsung approached slowly, holding his breath, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. Yining, who was soundly asleep in the hot spring, suddenly murmured, causing Sitsung's heart to leap to his throat. The girl furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly lost in a dream, murmuring, Kong. The latter stiffened, beads of sweat rolling down onto the ground, unaware that Yining had not yet awakened. But soon, her voice came again, I will definitely defeat you. Sitsung could not help but marvel at the fact that he had managed to occupy the dreams of the little princess of the Tiangang sect. However, the sight of Yining, so defenseless and slightly dazed, was rather endearing. Just as he was about to set the pearl aside, an unexpected event occurred. The silk thread suddenly snapped, and a bell rang out. Yining's brow twitched, and she stirred awake. In the chaos of the moment, a voice cried out, Master, be careful. Sitsung barely had time to question further when a surge of energy rushed towards him from behind. Alarmed, he realized that this force aimed to strike Yining, who was positioned just behind him. In a critical moment, Sitsung yanked the black cloth from before him and raised the rebirth sword to defend himself. Boom! A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, centered around the two of them. Yining was jolted awake, and as she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a flurry of peach blossom petals and the sight of Sitsung standing protectively in front of her. The moonlight cast a silvery glow, and the man, wearing a dark iron mask, had his thin lips pressed together. Yining felt as if nothing else mattered in that moment. The man before her seemed almost divine. After a brief moment of intoxication, she suddenly realized something critical. Oh no, she was not wearing any clothes. And why was Sitsung here? In the distance, a group of people who had just entered the monster forest were drawn to the energy, and the leader's face lit up with joy. Brother, it's the energy from that golden sparrow. It's right there. The man smiled faintly and led his subordinates toward the peach grove. In the woods, Sitsung struggled to withstand the assault from the monster, a golden sparrow, known for its relatively low combat abilities among beasts. However, to Sitsung's confusion, the creature seemed enraged, intent on a mutually destructive confrontation. Yining, still in the pool, quickly noticed this troubling development. She glanced at her clothes, which lay on the edge of the pool. Dressing would take time, and with Sitsung engaged in battle, there was a risk that she could be harmed during the process. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to abandon the idea of getting dressed for the moment. It was better to wait until Sitsung dealt with the monster first. With this thought in mind, she retrieved a fire feather talisman from her storage bracelet and swam behind Kong. The golden sparrow appeared to have a death wish, attacking Sitsung with unrelenting ferocity. As if it felt no pain, Yining was puzzled about how Sitsung had provoked this creature. There was little time to contemplate, as it seemed the two would truly end up gravely wounded. She tugged at Sitsung's hem and declared, I'm going to use the fire feather talisman. You must not look back. Sitsung frowned slightly, momentarily taken aback by her words, before nodding in agreement. Yining's face flushed. Using the fire feather talisman required her upper body to leave the water. Without further hesitation, her gaze hardened, and she ignited the talisman with her fingers, sending it flying toward the golden sparrow. Birds inherently feared fire, and this creature, covered in feathers, ignited violently upon contact. In an instant, flames erupted skyward. And Yining smirked, thinking, done. But who could have anticipated that, just as she spoke, the burning golden sparrow would charge madly towards Song. The flames of the fire feather talisman were no ordinary fire. They adhered fiercely and were difficult to extinguish. Song was in danger. The thought raced through Yining's mind, and she made a decision that shocked even herself. With her delicate hand, she yanked Song's belt, catching him completely off guard as he instinctively leaned backward. Splash! Both tumbled into the pool, creating quite a splash. Underwater, Song opened his eyes to find Yining's pale shoulder and her inky black hair swirling around him, strands brushing against his ear. Song. Yining. Realizing their current position, Song instinctively attempted to rise, but Yining, in a moment of urgency, clutched the fabric of his chest. Song. A flicker of confusion crossed the boy's eyes. Danger. Yining silently conveyed, and Song understood she feared the fire would reach her. However, in the present moment, the man pressed his lips together and closed his eyes. Yining was taken aback. This fellow had quite the gentlemanly demeanor. Both were caught in a web of tension and shyness, to the point that they failed to notice a purple pearl silently slipping from Song's attire and sinking into the pool. Observing that the golden sparrow had been rendered motionless by the flames, Yining pulled Song up from the water. Splash! As they emerged, Song quickly turned away. Young Master Song, I did not mean to offend. Today's events were truly an accident. I hope you can forgive me. Song understood that a woman's honor was of utmost importance. Ultimately, this incident was tied to him, and he had inadvertently offended Yining. Seeing the man soaked and his clothing clinging to his frail form, she was momentarily speechless. Was this fellow starving? How could a man be so thin? She was no fool and understood that the monster's target was not necessarily Song. Otherwise, why would he position himself in front of her? She pouted and replied, "Forget it. You seem honest enough, so I shall let it slide." With that, she turned away. "You may leave. I need to get dressed." Song nodded silently, and Yining heard the faint sound of water. Before Song could take more than a couple of steps, a girl's delicate voice suddenly rang out from the edge of the woods. What is happening? Moments later, Song spotted a small group of figures drawing nearer, their shapes becoming increasingly clear. Oh no, Song thought, his heart racing. Just as Yining reached for her clothes, a sudden force yanked her back, and she found herself nestled in a cool embrace. Yining? A rogue? A flower thief? She considered the possibility of a beast transformed into a human, but never imagined that the one holding her was the male lead. Before she could question him, she heard his deep, gravelly voice whisper in her ear, "Don't move." The damp fabric of his clothes brushed against her skin. The man's attire was thin and soaked, while she wore nothing at all. This was far too intimate. Yining's face flushed, heat creeping to her ears. Embarrassed and angry, she raised her hand to slap the male lead, but inadvertently caught sight of the four approaching figures, instinctively pulling him closer to shield her body, resting her head against his shoulder. Goodness, so that was it. No wonder the male lead suddenly embraced her. She certainly did not want those people to see her. Chapter 23. The elegance of a gentleman. Before she could steal a glance at the identity of the newcomer, a girl's slightly shrill voice, laced with mockery, echoed from not far away. "Oh, what do we have here? It turns out to be a pair of wild mandarin ducks indulging in a secret romance?" Yining remained frozen in place, nestled within Song's embrace. Though she could not see, she could still sense the presence of several individuals nearby, approximately 4. 3 men and 1 woman. Song pressed his lips together, remaining silent. From the moment he heard that voice, he had already discerned the identities of those across from them. The woman was Yin Jia's second young lady, Yin Yan, and the man was her brother, Yin Chuan. The capital's girls turned their gaze towards the two at the pond, and upon recognizing the man's visage, they erupted into laughter as if they had uncovered a monumental secret. "Brother, look who that is. It's that useless Song from the C family." Yining was taken aback. She had encountered someone familiar, and it seemed the people across recognized Kong. Yin Chuan followed his sister's pointing finger and, upon seeing the masked face, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. It truly was him. Initially, he had no intention of looking. After all, it was a private matter of someone else's romantic entanglement. Yining felt Song's body stiffen as he held her, his lips pressed into a straight line beneath the mask, indicating a poor relationship with the individuals across. A wave of concern washed over her. Would these oddities come over to taunt them? How exasperating. If she were not bare, she would not be in such a passive position. However, She soon realized something crucial. When they first encountered these individuals, Si-Tsung could have left. Yet he chose to stay, knowing she would not have time to dress and would be exposed. In other words, he remained to protect her, and the thought stirred a wave of unexpected emotion within her. Si-Tsung's ample black sleeves enveloped her securely, and Yining instinctively clung tighter to him, subconsciously treating him as her refuge. Sensing the movement in his arms, Si-Tsung assumed she was frightened, and without any other recourse, he held her even closer. Yining witnessed their interaction, and though she could not discern the woman's face, Si-Tsung's tender demeanor suggested she must be a beauty. Initially intending to mock them and depart, her eyes fell upon the burned remnants of a phoenix, and her expression soured instantly. Si-Tsung, did you kill this phoenix? Yin's gaze turned icy, her anger directed at the two by the pond. Though the phoenix was not particularly rare, its scarcity made it difficult to find. Now that they had encountered one, and with her brother even sacrificing time to accompany her here instead of hunting the dragon, how could she let this go? Si-Tsung frowned slightly. It seemed there was no way to deny it. It was I who did it. The phoenix attempted to attack us, and in a moment of anger, I acted. What do you think you are? What if you kill it? You and that woman in your arms cannot lay a finger on my phoenix. Yining's delicate fingers clenched into a fist. What kind of nonsensical statement was that? This phoenix was not a beast. Even if it were her pet, there was no justification for not allowing retaliation when it posed a threat. Si-Tsung furrowed his brow and glanced toward Yanchuan, who stood beside his sister. Holding Yining in his arms, he could not afford to engage in a confrontation. So he hoped Yanchuan would rein in his sister. Yet, the latter turned away, ignoring Si-Tsung's gaze. Hey, you won't speak? My phoenix was killed by you. What do you intend to do about it? Si-Tsung withdrew his gaze and replied calmly, What would you have me do? Yin's eyes twinkled with mischief as they landed on the woman in his arms. I'm rather curious about what sort of woman a waste like you would choose. Step aside, let me see her. Yining stiffened, wishing she could tear that woman's mouth apart. How did this become about her? Yet, she soon felt a pang of worry. These individuals seemed formidable, and she had no ties to Si-Kong. Would he truly allow them to gaze upon her? Recalling the original host's insults towards Si-Tsung, calling him a waste, she envisioned a rather unpleasant scenario. Si-Tsung? Oh? Is that so? You're unaware, I presume? She is none other than the renowned Yining of the Tiangang sect. Yin what? It's actually Yining? Ha ha. What a disgrace to the Tiangang sect. Si-Tsung, I think it's best to capture her current state for future leverage. Yin, Si-Tsung, I never expected you to be so clever. Yining hastily shook her head, dismissing those unrealistic notions, offering herself some consolation. No, that can't be. After all, Si-Tsung is the male lead. He wouldn't be so uncouth, right? Yet, upon reconsideration, it seemed she was the one lacking decorum. Oh dear, she was finished. Just as she concocted plans for revenge against these individuals, the man above her suddenly spoke. Impossible. Si-Tsung's voice was neither loud nor soft, just clear enough for the onlookers to hear. Yining felt the slight tremor in his chest as his husky voice reached her ears. Whom I choose to be with and what I do is my own affair. Regarding that phoenix, I acted in self-defense. I have already explained this. I kindly ask Miss Yin to leave. Yin had not anticipated that the typically meek Si-Tsung would dare to challenge her today. Offended, she let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are? Just a waste, yet you dare to oppose me? Watch how I teach you a lesson. As she raised her hand to strike, Yining contemplated whether to push Si-Tsung aside and plunge into the water. She had a premonition that the woman opposite possessed strength comparable to Si-Kong. If a fight ensued, it would be difficult to determine a victor, and with Si-Tsung holding her, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Just as Yining prepared to shove Si-Tsung aside, a voice suddenly interrupted Yin. Don't be foolish. Yanchuan spoke up. Though frustrated, Yin ultimately refrained from attacking the two. Observing Si-Tsung still protectively shielding the woman in his arms, she scoffed. What a disgrace. I heard you were even rejected by the Tiangang sect. What a shame for the Si family. Yining felt a surge of indignation rising within her, ready to retort, only to be silenced by Si-Tsung's hand covering her mouth. Muffled, she protested, who said Si-Tsung was a disgrace. I am Yining of the Tiangang sect. She lifted her gaze to meet Si-Tsung's, and for the first time, she noticed the brilliance in his eyes, reminiscent of a vast, deep ocean. Yin let out a cold laugh and followed by departing with Yanchuan and the others. As she watched them gradually retreat, Yining finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a spell struck the pond, and Yining felt a surge of electricity coursing through her, before losing consciousness. Yin Chuan gazed at his proud sister, a wry smile gracing his lips. Next time, that's enough. His sister had truly been spoiled. Unfazed, Yin smiled sweetly. It's just a bit of power. She won't die from it. Indeed, the energy that had plummeted into the pond was her doing. Teaching them a lesson without truly engaging was acceptable, wasn't it? Chapter 24. An unexpected delight by a curious twist of fate, the energy struck precisely where the thunder power, belonging to Si Tsung, had fallen at the bottom of the pool. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy enveloped the entire pool, causing both individuals to succumb to unconsciousness. When Yining awoke, she found herself clothed and lying at the edge of the pool. As she stirred, a wave of fatigue washed over her. However, beneath that weariness, an immense energy pulsed within her. What could this mean? You are awake. A man's voice suddenly broke the silence, jolting her memory back to life. She immediately sat up to examine her condition, relieved to find no signs of distress. Yet, she distinctly remembered losing consciousness in the pool. And this attire, was it the work of the man beside her? She whipped her head around, hastily covering her neckline, only to discover the man leisurely dressing himself. Yining. Si Tsung, you actually. She trembled as she pointed at him, realizing that there was little left for her to misunderstand. Oh, how unfortunate she was. A simple bath had cost her purity. At that moment, a scene flitted through her mind. The peach blossom debt of the 9 provinces. The man, now fully clothed, cast a satisfied glance at himself. Si Tsung declared, Yin Shaozong, it would be best for you to pretend that today's events never transpired. Otherwise, do not blame me if your bathing escapades in the monster forest become the talk of the 9 provinces. Yining could only tremble in a corner, unable to voice her outrage. You are utterly shameless. I will not let you off so easily. The man smirked, tilting her chin. Is that so? Then I look forward to witnessing how you intend to make good on that promise. Just as Yining was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Si Tsung, now fully attired, regarded her with a slight frown. Yin Shaozong, since you have awakened, I shall take my leave. Yining, huh? You were just leaving like that? She looked at him in astonishment, her surprise unabashed. You're not going to say anything more? Perhaps threaten me, or request my protection, or at least offer something in return. You can't just rescue me and walk away. It leaves me feeling so guilty. Si Tsung frowned slightly, and after a moment, as if he had suddenly grasped her concern, he explained, the situation was urgent, and I could only focus on helping you get dressed. But rest assured, I kept my eyes covered the entire time. He had awakened before her, but had quickly averted his gaze upon seeing her disheveled state in the water. After much consideration, he had chosen to help her put on her clothes while still blindfolded. Yining was taken aback. She hadn't expected Si Tsung's first action to be an explanation, which made her feel rather petty for her previous assumptions. Clearing her throat, she responded with a faint blush, We are all children of the rivers and lakes. I am not unreasonable. I shall not hold this against you. Si Tsung nodded, his foremost desire now being to find a safe place to comprehend the source of the earlier power. After departing from the peach grove, he sought refuge in a secluded cave to meditate. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he felt a potent force accumulating within him, a palpable energy hinting at a significant transformation. Si Tsung opened his eyes to inspect his hands, which seemed to shimmer with a faint purple glow as he clenched his fists. Beside him, the entity known as Chaos was practically bubbling over with excitement. Master, this is the thunder power we have acquired. If it weren't for the fear of displeasing you, I would leap for joy. With this thunder power, your cultivation will surely progress by leaps and bounds. Si Tsung reflected on the events that had transpired, and instinctively touched his chest, discovering that the orb had vanished. If he was correct, the orb containing the thunder power had fallen into the pool when Yining had pulled him away from the flames. The power that Yin had unleashed had coincidentally struck the orb at the bottom of the pool. Thus, this was why both he and Yining had gained the thunder power. Having sensed this newfound energy upon awakening, he had discreetly checked Yining's pulse. Indeed, both had absorbed the thunder power. Chaos, misinterpreting Si Tsung's hesitation, quickly added, This is the best outcome possible, Master. Even if you wish to repay the debt, there is no need to rush. You can always repay her later. Si Tsung remained silent for a long while, finally letting out a quiet sigh. I understand. Even if he desired to return the favor, he lacked an explanation. It would be best to find an opportunity to compensate her in the future. Meanwhile, Yining had no inclination to dwell on the matter, instead reveling in the joy of acquiring thunder power. She attempted to harness the energy within her, feeling it flow through her body, and joyfully leapt 3 feet high. This was incredible. To think she had truly gained the protagonist's buff. A splendid beginning. This indicated that she could seize the protagonist's luck, thereby securing her victory. With newfound confidence, she mused that with 2 months remaining until the Songcheon trial, she must elevate her prowess to new heights. Rather than leaving, she chose to settle in the monster forest, dedicating her days to refining energy and concocting delectable dishes while leveling up. Her life, though simple, was exceedingly pleasant. This drove chaos to a state of agitation, not out of dislike for Yining, but due to its acute sense of smell. Yining, with her treasures, had become increasingly enticing to it, and the aroma of her delicious meals made it yearn for a change of masters. Finally, after more than a month, it could no longer contain itself. On a night when the moon was obscured by clouds, while observing Si Tsung meditating, Chaos stealthily approached the cave where Yining was temporarily residing. At that moment, Yining was in a deep meditative state, teetering on the edge of a breakthrough. She had not anticipated that the thunder power would possess such immense energy. Having absorbed merely a fraction, she was already on the verge of reaching the golden core stage. Meanwhile, Cui Huan vigilantly kept watch. Chaos, not wishing to disturb, noticed half a roasted fish left by the fire, pondering, surely this cannot be considered theft? My master granted that woman the thunder power, so it would be fine for me to indulge in a bit of roasted fish, right? It rubbed its paws against its belly, reaching out to touch the fish. However, just then, the once tranquil night sky erupted with thunder. Boom. The sound was as if the heavens themselves had cracked open. Chaos jumped in fright, dropping the roasted fish from its mouth. What a resounding clap of thunder. It seemed rather extraordinary. Chapter 25. The tribulation at this moment, from a distance. Si Tsung opened his eyes, gazing at the rumbling thunder that echoed from afar, accompanied by flashes of violet lightning. He furrowed his brow slightly, for that was the direction of Yining. Chaos, let us take a look. Strangely, unlike before when Chaos would respond to his call 100 times, it remained utterly silent at this moment. He scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Chaos. Where could that fellow have wandered off to? Without time to search for Chaos, Si Tsung hurried towards Yining's direction, his instincts warning him that this thunder was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Yining sat within a cave, as dark clouds began to gather above, casting shadows that obscured both sky and moon. Cui Huan, frightened, took shelter at a distance. Daring not to utter a sound, she felt a mix of excitement and fear. The excitement stemmed from the fact that this was not a bad omen, but rather a sign that her mistress was finally on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. If Yining successfully weathered the tribulation, she would become the youngest genius the sect had seen in a millennium. Yet, anxiety gnawed at her, for she had witnessed her master suffer grievous injuries during past tribulations. Some even failed to survive the ordeal. Would her mistress be safe? On the other side of the monster beast forest, Yin Chuan and his companions observed the gathering storm clouds with cold eyes. It appeared that someone else was attempting a breakthrough. However, he felt puzzled. The formidable presence of the thunderclouds suggested that the individual was at least at the golden core level. What could such a person possibly seek in the monster beast forest? Yin, following her brother's gaze, inquired, "Brother, since you're so curious, why don't we go take a look?" Yin Chuan shook his head, recalling a series of recent events, the slaying of the dragon and now this thunder tribulation. The monster beast forest was truly a place of hidden talents. He was merely at the mid-level of the chi condensation stage. It would be unwise to approach recklessly. The opponent's power should not be underestimated, and they had brought only a handful of people. It was best to maintain their distance. With a sigh, he gently tapped his sister's forehead. "When will you learn to curb your troublesome nature?" As for Sikong, he hesitated. "Forget it, he's just a waste." Yin understood her brother's implication, but remained unfazed. "What of it? To be bullied by me is his fortune." Meanwhile, Cui Huan was contemplating whether to seek help, pondering whom to ask, when she turned and spotted the monster accompanying Si Tsung suddenly appear before her, its mouth clamped around the remnants of their roasted fish. Their eyes met, and they both startled each other. Cui Huan was the first to react, pointing at the fish in its mouth. You are a thief." Chaos, taken aback, quickly realized that the girl was merely an ordinary human and not a threat. With a flick of its tail, it attempted to leave. However, just as it took a step forward, boom, a bolt of lightning struck directly at the cave entrance, narrowly missing Chaos, who leaped aside just in time to avoid becoming charred. "Ow!" Chaos yelped, glancing at its singed paw fur. Angrily, it shouted at the heavens, "Why not aim a bit better? That woman hasn't even moved, yet you missed her." After its complaints, a remarkable event transpired. A massive net of lightning surged forth, sealing the cave entrance tightly. Chaos was thoroughly unsettled. What was happening? Were they to be confined inside while awaiting their doom? When did the heavens become so clever? Yet, even intelligence had its limits. It was still trapped within. No matter how much Chaos protested, the lightning net remained unyielding. Gazing at the oppressive black clouds above, it could not help but take a large bite from the roasted fish. This was disastrous. It was now forced to endure this calamity alongside the woman. Had it known, it would not have indulged in thievery. Cui Huan, oblivious to the turmoil, watched as Yining appeared to be in distress and wished to awaken her mistress. Before her fingers could touch Yining, Chaos intervened. Touching Yining at this moment could disturb her mental state, potentially causing harm to her meridians or, worse, leading to demonic deviation. In a moment of urgency, fearing it might be too late, Chaos spoke with human words. You should not touch her now. She is in a critical stage of her breakthrough. It was known that only a master who had contracted with a beast could comprehend its speech. And for a beast to speak human language required extraordinary cultivation, a rarity indeed. Realizing its abilities had been revealed, Chaos felt a pang of annoyance. But such measures were necessary to safeguard Yining. Fortunately, this girl appeared somewhat simple-minded. Surely she would be fine. It hastily devoured the fish, patting its belly in satisfaction, surprised by the culinary skills of its master and her servant. Even it had to admit, Yining's talent was exceedingly remarkable. Breaking through to the golden core at merely 17 years of age was unparalleled across the 9 provinces. A twinge of jealousy stirred within it, for it mused that even if its master did not have its assistance, she would still possess such gifts. Cui Huan, initially taken aback by Chaos's ability to speak, had no time to ponder this revelation as she was drawn to Yining's increasingly pale visage. Is my mistress all right? She asked anxiously, beads of sweat dotting her brow. Chaos glanced at Yining, haughtily retorting, what could possibly happen? This is a blessing that others would covet. It felt pitiful, truly, trapped in this cave, unable to escape. Boom. Just then, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the cave, hitting Yining directly. The brilliance illuminated the cavern as Chaos was staggered back by the overwhelming force. While Cui Huan fared far worse. As an ordinary person, she was violently thrown back, spitting blood as she crashed against the cave wall. Chaos turned to witness Cui Huan's grave injuries, exclaiming in dismay, damn, this woman is so weak. Though it complained vocally, its body instinctively shielded Cui Huan, blocking most of the energy. The tribulation had commenced, yet Chaos had never encountered such a potent trial for a golden core breakthrough. Typically, one would endure 3 bolts during this transition, but having barely withstood the first, Yining's complexion had already turned ghostly pale. Under normal circumstances, she might have evaded this thunder, but now she was trapped within the cave. Yining rose, glancing at Cui Huan, who was shielded by Chaos. A sense of urgency washed over her. You should think of a solution quickly. This tribulation seems unusual. Approaching the cave entrance, she concentrated her energy and struck the lightning net. But to her dismay, her efforts not only failed to budge it, but seemed to funnel her power into the net instead. Chapter 26. The way of heaven's strange events unfold. As her level ascended, she had once taken the leisure to study the tribulations of transcendence, yet she had never encountered such peculiar circumstances before. Be cautious. This tribulation is unlike any other, Chaos cautioned, shielding the nearly unconscious Zuan while alerting Yining. If only the master were here. This thunder net would surely be easier to breach. Yining was taken aback by Chaos' concern. After all, this was the extraordinary spirit beast of Song, who actually cared for her well-being. However, pondering such thoughts was not the priority at this moment. Her utmost concern lay in evading this strange thunder tribulation. Before she could contemplate further, a deafening crash reverberated as a powerful bolt of lightning penetrated the cave. With a resounding crash, rocks tumbled down. There was no refuge in such a confined space. In desperation, she summoned her spiritual energy to withstand the formidable force of the lightning tribulation. Blood spewed from her mouth as the overwhelming energy shattered her protective shield. Such formidable tribulation. Miss Cui Huan, witnessing Yining collapse in a pool of blood, felt an overwhelming urge to rush to her side, disregarding the thunderstorm. She was merely an ordinary girl, solely wishing to protect her mistress. Chaos, observing the fallen Yining and the frantic maid beside her, felt utterly exasperated. Calm down. If you venture out, you're merely offering yourself as a treat to the heavenly thunder, it would accomplish nothing. After chastising Zuehuan, its gaze turned to Yining. Hey, Yining, are you alright? Yet, Yining could hear nothing. She had already transitioned into another realm. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern anything. Then a voice resonated. Yining, do you know the crime you have committed? Yining scanned her surroundings, still unable to see anything. The voice seemed omnipresent, echoing from all directions. I don't know what crime I've committed. Who are you? She was astute. The very tribulation that had nearly struck her down must be the handiwork of this voice. The voice grew increasingly resonant and relentless. The cycle of life is fixed. All things have their ordained paths. You are not to disrupt it. Yining couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Was this voice implying that she had violated some cosmic rule? What a farce. I didn't choose to be here. If you believe I'm a disruptor of your plans, you may as well send me back. Who would wish to remain here? My life in the modern world was one of comfort and ease, living as a parasite. But now, I'm forced into a role within this narrative. And a wretched one at that. Of all the characters, mine is the most tragic. Her irritation mounted. Forget the past. If you can send me back, I'll consider it a dream. And upon waking, I'd be immensely grateful. To her astonishment, the voice outright rejected her plea. The original soul has found peace. Since you have arrived, you must undertake her mission. Yining exclaimed, What did you say? Dare you repeat that? No need for formalities. The audacity of such words left her both amused and enraged. What do you mean? To take on the original S task and continue her self-destructive cycle? To let the male lead trample over my intellect and sanity? Who do you think you are? How presumptuous. The original S mission is none of my concern. Unmoved by her anger, the voice remained cold and unyielding. I am the way of heaven, the supreme law. As a mere mortal, you are bound to obey. How quaint. She nearly rolled her eyes at the concept of a cosmic order. It is 21st century. Do you still cling to such archaic notions? Then you shall be disappointed. I do not believe in divine beings, nor will I be a pawn in someone else's tale. Upon uttering these words, though the voice remained unseen, she distinctly sensed a drop in temperature around her. Are you enraged? I, too, harbor my frustrations. So, you refuse to heed my command? Do you comprehend the consequences? Having been inexplicably thrust into this narrative as a pawn and subsequently struck by lightning, she found it intolerable to be lectured by this entity. She steeled herself at that moment. Narrowing her eyes, she remarked, Oh, the way of heaven, you seem to be growing ever younger, wielding your lofty authority to threaten a humble mortal. The voice faltered, finally exhibiting a hint of emotion. Presumptuous. How dare you, mere mortal? Should I choose to end your life, it would be but a trivial task. Yining, now defiant, thought, So what if I die? Do you believe I find solace in enduring humiliation and living in fear? Then go ahead, strike me down. The way of heaven, thoroughly provoked, declared, Very well. I shall grant you your wish. As the words fell, Yining felt a sudden clarity. The cave materialized before her once more. No, it was not merely a cave. It was a stone mill. She felt a searing pain in her abdomen. She lacked the strength even to move or voice her distress. Summoning her remaining energy, she turned her head slightly to glance at Zuehuan, who was still desperately trying to break through chaos protection to reach her side. The girl was unharmed. Someone was shielding her. Perhaps it was for the best. Once she perished, both Zuehuan and chaos would be safe. The cave had been breached, revealing ominous dark clouds gathering in the sky, with thunder rumbling, heralding the might of the final tribulation. In that moment, she recalled Si Kong. The pain of the lightning was excruciating. She had often seen him clutch his chest in agony. Perhaps it was a similar torment. Glimmers of light pierced through the dark clouds, signaling that the final bolt was about to strike. As she closed her eyes, awaiting her fate, a figure materialized before her. Thunder roared as a bolt descended, yet was blocked by the shadowy figure. Before she could comprehend, she heard the spirit beast exclaim, Master, you've returned. Master? Is that Sitsong? Sitsong summoned all his spiritual energy to withstand the heavenly thunder, but something bizarre transpired, despite her own inability to endure it. The lightning seemed to lose its potency against him, as if severed from its source. So that was it. She always suspected the male lead possessed some aura of protection. Sitsong gazed down at the injured, unconscious woman beneath him, his expression shifting subtly. Chapter 27. Flowing at the moment he saw Yining injured, he felt no joy whatsoever. For this woman who had once humiliated him and now inexplicably helped him, he was left with nothing but worry. It was foolish to care for someone destined not to belong to him, someone who had caused him pain. To develop feelings for such a person would be tantamount to self-destruction. He shook his head, dismissing his unrealistic thoughts. The immediate concern was how to confront the heavenly tribulation. Yining gazed at the male protagonist shielding her, and while touched, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. How ridiculous. He was so intent on seizing the fortune of the male protagonist, yet in the end, it was he who had to come to her rescue. Was there no semblance of shame? But this was merely a fleeting thought, as she quickly found solace within herself. She was also a victim of circumstance, if necessary. She could spend the rest of her life serving the male protagonist. Sitsong, there's truly no need for that. Beads of sweat began to form on Sitsong's forehead, as the energy of the lightning tribulation seemed to intensify. Yet, Yining had an inexplicable premonition that the male protagonist would emerge unscathed. Sitsong began to struggle, and the chaotic energy he had condensed began to show signs of cracking. Observing the delicate fissures appearing on the surface, Yining took a deep breath. Surely, it could not be that today the damned heaven would orchestrate a double disaster. Just as she contemplated urging Sitsong to leave her behind, he suddenly shouted, and a burst of purple light erupted from him. The shield, which had seemed on the verge of shattering, suddenly became more resilient, even deflecting the bolt of lightning. Yining. Even more astonishing to her was that with this surge of power, the mask on the male protagonist's face shattered. This was her first glimpse of Sitsong's visage. Though it was but one side, it was enough to leave her astounded. It was said that the young master of the Sea family bore an ugly scar from a childhood injury, one that even his relatives preferred not to gaze upon. Yet, at this moment, there were no scars on Sitsong's face. Instead, his features were striking, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and a prominent nose, with skin that was fair and delicate. She had always considered herself exceptionally beautiful, one of the few on the entire Jeojo continent. But before Sitsong, she felt utterly inadequate. Realizing that her appearance had been seen by Yining, Sitsong's astonishment was evident, yet he had no time to utter a word before darkness enveloped him, and he fainted from exhaustion. Yining wished to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she plunged into an abyss of darkness. In her last fleeting moment, she saw Cui Huang and the tiger spirit beast rushing toward her, the little girl crying inconsolably. In the darkness, she heard that voice again. Today, you are fortunate. When you break through the nascent soul tribulation, I shall personally take your life. Yining directed a grand gesture at the voice's direction, and once it faded, she exhaled a breath of relief. Thankfully, she had gambled correctly. It seemed even the heavenly path could not wantonly slaughter the innocent, and her tribulation was merely its opportunity. Every cultivator, upon advancing to a new stage, must endure a lightning tribulation, with each subsequent one featuring an additional bolt. This meant her next tribulation would be for the nascent soul. With this thought, Yining jolted awake. She surveyed her surroundings, only to find herself by a hot spring in a peach grove. Petals drifted gently, mingling with fragrant breezes, but she had no mind to enjoy the scenery. She anxiously turned to Cui Huang and asked, "Where is Sitsong? Where is he?" Cui Huang had not anticipated that the first thing her mistress would ask upon waking was about Sitsong. However, recalling that it was the young master of the Sea family who had saved her mistress, she understood her concern and refrained from saying much. She simply replied, "Miss, you should take care of your injuries. Why are you so anxious to find the young master of the Sea family? He won't run away." At such a critical moment, Yining had no time to indulge Cui Huang's little temper. She retorted displeasedly, "How can you say that? You know how important he is to me." After speaking, she noticed that Cui Huang's expression had suddenly turned peculiar, staring blankly behind her, her mouth moving silently. Yining rolled her eyes, increasingly convinced that Cui Huang had become daft in the monster beast forest. "What is it? Have you remembered where Sitsong is?" Cui Huang swallowed hard, trembling as she pointed a finger behind her. Slowly, Yining turned around and was taken aback to find Sitsong, dressed in black, standing in the pool. It appeared as though he had been bathing, with even the ends of his hair damp against his attire. Gasping, Yining inhaled sharply. This male protagonist emerging from the water was simply too stunning. Unable to contain herself, she felt overwhelmed. Sitsong stood in the pool, his lower body submerged, his mind swirling with Yining's words. "You know how important he is to me." Was he truly that significant to her? But why was that the case? Sitsong opened his mouth, intending to explain. This pool. Before he could finish, a stream of crimson blood trickled from Yining's nose. The words he meant to express abruptly shifted, transforming into, "You have a nosebleed." Chapter 28. The trials of the firmament. Yining felt a warmth at the tip of her nose, a sensation she had initially attributed to her excitement upon seeing the male protagonist's handsome visage, which had left her breathless with embarrassment. Flustered, she hastily wiped away the blood from her nose, only to find that by the time she glanced back at him, he had already donned a new mask. Perhaps due to her own guilt or the intensity of Sitsung's gaze, she retorted loudly, "What are you doing in the pool?" As her words fell, she sensed 3 piercing gazes fix upon her, notably one belonging to her loyal little companion, Cui Huan. Cui Huan looked at her mistress with a mix of embarrassment and confusion, momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, she wished to voice her thoughts, "Although you are a lady of noble birth, the fact remains that you were excitedly bleeding from your nose upon seeing the handsome young master of the Sea family emerging from the bath. Are you not the least bit guilty for this accusation?" Yining felt no remorse. Bathing was a natural activity. Why should one need to dress? Ugh, right in front of her. Sitsung frowned slightly before responding. The thunderous energy within you is quite substantial. If you rely solely on your own efforts, you may not know how long it will take to refine it. The spring water possesses the ability to stimulate the spiritual veins, allowing for a more efficient cultivation. As he finished speaking, the sound of splashing water echoed as the man emerged from the pool. Clad in soaked black garments, they clung tightly to his form, allowing her to discern Sitsung's physique with startling clarity. She felt a tickle in her nose, hurriedly turning away to touch it, relieved that this time there was no blood. When he turned to leave, he grasped a sword from the side. Watching his retreating figure, Yining suddenly recalled something and called out to him. "Hey, Sitsung, how did you know I had thunderous energy within me?" Her voice, accompanied by the fragrance of peach blossoms, drifted far and wide. Sitsung seemed to hear her, yet perhaps he did not. It was not until his silhouette vanished deep within the peach grove that she averted her gaze. Muttering to herself, "That fellow must have used thunderous energy to save me earlier, right? Could it be that our joint effort in slaying that dragon has something to do with it?" Feeling vexed, she lamented that the novel failed to elaborate on how the male protagonist acquired such advantages. Otherwise, she could have certainly surpassed him. Despite her frustrations, that evening, she moved her residence to the hot springs beside the peach grove. Though she harbored no grand ambitions, the trials of the firmament were imminent. And as the future hope of the Tiangang sect, she felt it her duty to shoulder this responsibility. Moreover, there was another matter of great significance. The last time she and Sitsung had been attacked by that Jin K, the sudden appearance of a certain girl had left quite an impression. If fate allowed them to meet again during the trials, she would surely provide her with the necessary support. Time flew swiftly, and as the day approached, Yining departed from the beast forest with Cui Huan. It was her first time witnessing such a scene, despite the extravagant praise lavished upon it in books. Nothing could compare to the awe of seeing it firsthand. The sects participating in the trials of the firmament would arrive early at the base of Songqiong Mountain in Wanli City to secure accommodations for their chosen disciples, ensuring an optimal environment for cultivation. Those without sect affiliation or with lower rankings could only reside on the outskirts of Wanli City, shuttling back and forth. Yining had no such worries. As the young master of the second largest sect in the world, Yun Chenghe had already taken care of all these matters. Cui Huan, not new to the trials, had accompanied Yun Chenghe years prior, yet she remained animated, chattering incessantly. "Miss, I've heard that this year's trials of the firmament are the most anticipated in history. Not only is there a large number of participants this time, but almost all the talented youths from various families are joining. People speculate that the rankings for the heirs of the sects might be completely reshuffled." Yining pursed her lips, thinking to herself, with the male protagonist present, is it not the most noteworthy event? After all, he is someone even the heavens dare not provoke. I wonder if I could shamefully rely on him for my own survival? She pondered. The most difficult dilemma arises when two individuals seek to harm you, and you regard them as enemies, yet the latter possesses the ability to save you. As an adversary, one must also play the role of a spy, concealing one's true intentions. Sighing, she lamented her tumultuous fate, contemplating whether it might be better to take the initiative and embrace her demise. Hearing Yining's sigh, Cui Huan expressed her concern. "Miss, are you missing the sect master? He should have arrived at the council hall in Wanli City by now. Should we go pay him a visit?" As the sect master of Tiangang sect, Yun Chenghe was both the organizer and judge of the competition. Yining gazed toward the distant inn, her brow furrowing slightly as she replied to Cui Huan. "You go find my father and inform him that I have returned, assuring him not to worry. I shall enter seclusion for cultivation until the competition begins." Ah? Cui Huan's smile fell at this declaration. She was reluctant to part from her mistress, for Yining was her closest companion. What if you encounter danger? Cui Huan clearly did not wish to leave. Yining found this line of thinking absurd. What kind of place is this? This is Wanli City, where my father resides. Who would dare to act against me? In Wanli City, the top experts from various sects resided. Anyone who dared to create trouble would be tarnishing the reputation of the three major sects, and the consequences would be dire. Realizing she could not persuade her, Cui Huan reluctantly agreed, and before leaving, she reminded, I will wait for you at the Yuehua Terrace on Songqiong Mountain. The Yuehua Terrace, located at the base of Songqiong Mountain, was a flat and expansive area where the trials of the firmament commenced. Yining waved her hand, urging her to leave quickly. Once Cui Huan departed, she entered an inn. The proprietor, glancing at the young female cultivator, initially dismissed her. While cultivators might be esteemed elsewhere, this was Songqiong Mountain, where practitioners were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Here, the inns were the most precious commodities. Without further ado, Yining stated, a room on the second floor. The proprietor cast a sidelong glance, only then noticing that despite her simple attire, the storage bracelet and accessories adorning her were undoubtedly valuable, indicating she must possess some background, warranting a more respectful demeanor. Thus, he replied, esteemed cultivator, you may not be aware, but we are currently in the midst of the 5-year trials of the firmament. With practitioners converging from all directions, our inn is rather small, and unfortunately, we have no vacant rooms at present. He assessed Yining's expression, gauging her reaction. Chapter 29. The anonymous girlfriend. This room, one might say it does not exist. Yet if one asserts its presence, it may indeed be found, contingent upon the visitor's power and status. Yining chuckled softly. Is this what having a room means? Nevertheless, she was in good spirits today and chose not to argue with this old fellow. Calmly, she retrieved a token from her storage ring, instantly capturing the innkeeper's attention. The disdain in his eyes vanished, replaced by profound respect and deference. Oh dear, how could I have been so blind as to overlook such an esteemed guest? The moment you stepped in, I sensed a newfound elegance in my humble establishment. Yining. She had no time to listen to the innkeeper's lengthy monologue and raised her hand to interrupt. So, are there any rooms available? Indeed. We happen to have a splendid room that barely befits your stature. The innkeeper never anticipated that his establishment would host a participant from the Tiangang sect. The token Yining had shown him was no mere trinket. It was a mark of a sect that only a select few could possess. Given the youth and poise of the lady, her standing in the Tiangang sect must be significant. If word got out that a contestant from the Tiangang sect chose their inn, it would elevate their reputation in Mo Town. No, even in Wanli City. Yining was indifferent to the innkeeper's thoughts and countered, is there truly no ordinary room available? It was absurd. She had only sought a place for that rascal Seat Song, yet a decent room would suffice, even a superior one. The innkeeper was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face. How can you say such a thing? Ordinary rooms are hardly worthy of your status. You have arrived at the perfect moment. A top-tier room awaits you. It must be fate, for only you are deserving of such nobility. Yining. If this fellow knew that he was praising my adversary, would he not be devastated? Spare the flattery. I require a common room. Seeing that Yining was unimpressed by his attempts, the innkeeper sheepishly scratched his head and confessed, I cannot hide the truth from your keen eyes. All the guest rooms are fully booked, save for this one. The prices had skyrocketed during the sky trials, and their inn's location was neither too far nor too close, making it rather costly. Had it not been for the last room's excellent position and amenities, he would have sold it for a lower price long ago. Yining. She had anticipated this outcome. However, the best will have to suffice. Lingering here for a while meant the room would soon be gone. Let it serve as repayment for Si Tsung's life-saving assistance. I shall take this room. The innkeeper was about to express his joy, but Yining added, however, I will not be staying here. It is for my friend. We have had some disagreements lately, so I need you to assist him with his accommodations and needs. Should he inquire who prepared this for him? Yining paused slightly and continued, just tell him it was his friend, but do not reveal my appearance. The innkeeper, puzzled, wondered what kind of conflict could warrant such secrecy. Yet, he resolved to comply with her wishes. Madam, we can certainly accommodate these requests, but the expenses. Yining tossed a bag of gold coins onto the table. Is this sufficient? The innkeeper opened the bag and beamed widely. Absolutely. What characteristics does your friend possess? I shall dispatch my men to search the city at once. No need for a citywide search. She placed a portrait on the table. This is my friend. He usually wears a dark iron mask, wields a longsword, and is accompanied by a tiger-shaped spirit beast. Once the arrangements for Si-Tsung were concluded, Yining departed. After 3 months apart, she found herself missing her family. Meanwhile, the innkeeper promptly sent someone to wait at the city gate, where they soon encountered Si-Kong. He was contemplating where to settle when a man approached him, sporting a somewhat obsequious demeanor. "Are you young Master Si? I am the owner of the Fuel Lake Inn. Your friend has arranged accommodations for you, and we are here to escort you." Upon hearing this, Si-Tsung was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "My friend, I do not believe I have any acquaintances capable of such a gesture. Could it be Aunt Hong? But why would she refer to herself as a friend?" He did not suspect a conspiracy. With the scarcity of rooms near the Sky Trials, it would be excessive to go to such lengths against him. So, who could be aiding him from the shadows? What does this friend of mine look like? The innkeeper assessed Si-Tsung, noting his exceptional demeanor, which complemented that of the lady he had just seen. Surely, their relationship must be significant. Moreover, considering the lady had mentioned being upset with her friend, the innkeeper quickly imagined a scene of a quarrel between a young couple. When he looked at Si-Tsung again, he could not help but express a hint of reproach in his eyes. Today's young couples truly do not value their relationships. Such talent and beauty coming together is no small feat. How could they have such a significant disagreement? Si-Tsung noticed the man had not responded and frowned slightly, about to inquire once more when the innkeeper spoke up. "Your young and beautiful friend, approximately 16 or 17, instructed me to keep her identity a secret, as she did not wish for you to know it was her. She also mentioned that you had quarreled." After saying this, the innkeeper could not help but praise himself for his cleverness. He had managed to keep his promise while providing a hint. "Si-Tsung, chaos. It seems I may have an inkling of who that person is." After the innkeeper spoke, he noticed Si-Tsung had fallen silent and felt apprehensive. Would this young master take offense upon discovering the truth and refuse to stay? Just to be clear, the room fee is non-refundable. Fortunately, Si-Tsung merely glanced at him and replied with 2 words, "Lead the way." "Very well. Follow me, it is not far." Upon arriving at the inn, the owner personally guided Si-Tsung to his room. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Si-Tsung was astonished. It was rather unexpected. He had not anticipated such a room within an ordinary inn. No, it should not be merely called a room, accurately. It was a courtyard situated at the back of the inn, boasting beautiful scenery and a pleasant environment. Seeing Si-Tsung's astonished expression, the innkeeper smiled with satisfaction. This is the only top-tier room in the establishment. Not only is the view splendid, but the accommodation is also first-rate. Since I acquired this courtyard, only 2 tenants have stayed here. You shall be the 3rd. Chapter 30. The Silent Guardian of the Grass. He certainly did not lie about this point at that time. He genuinely hoped to develop the fortune into a high-end establishment, and this room was merely a modest trial. However, who could have anticipated that the geographical location would be so unfavorable, resulting in wealthy guests never arriving? Thus, the endeavor was left abandoned. To his surprise, someone chose to rent it at this moment. The owner excitedly extolled the virtues of the room, employing every superlative at his disposal. Si-Tsung offered little in response, yet his gaze meticulously examined every blade of grass and tree within the courtyard. "The rent for this place must be considerable," he remarked, framing his inquiry with certainty. The owner was taken aback, never expecting that the first question from this young gentleman would pertain to the rent. A wave of unfavorable thoughts surged through his mind. Could it be that this gentleman was merely momentarily touched and now sought to withdraw? He forced a smile and quickly attempted damage control. "Well, the rent isn't exactly. All right, it is quite expensive. I cannot deny that," he conceded, then shifted his approach. "But, esteemed guest, one must not view it solely in terms of cost. The price has its merits. Just look at the exquisite decor, the lovely garden, and most importantly, the room features a natural hot spring, though modest in size. Its rarity is indeed a treasure, is it not? Of course, the hot spring here could not be compared to the one in the Beast Forest. It merely offered warm water." Observing Si-Tsung's continued silence, the owner altered his strategy. "Please rest assured, you will find comfort here." That young lady was quite discerning. When presented with an ordinary guest room in this quaint courtyard, she chose this without hesitation, insisting that we pamper you and not be negligent in our service. Si-Tsung's brow furrowed slightly at this, a flicker of skepticism crossing his eyes. "Did she say that?" The owner gulped, summoning every ounce of his acting prowess, and firmly asserted, "Indeed, those were her exact words. She paid for half a month's rent up front and specifically instructed us to keep her identity confidential. No pretense remained." He laid all his cards on the table. This could be considered a fortunate turn of events. After all, There's a saying that goes, better to dismantle 10 temples than to regret a single marriage. Yet Sitsong remained silent, instead stepping into the room with a sense of ambiguity. That night, he awoke from his cultivation. It was already the witching hour, and the moonlight was exceptionally bright. The entity Chaos felt the surge in Sitsong's power and was overjoyed. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully reached the late Golden Core stage. You shall undoubtedly be the leader in this celestial trial. A 19-year-old cultivator at the late Golden Core stage was indeed a figure of great intrigue. However, Sitsong did not display much elation. Instead, he instructed Chaos to conceal his strength, keeping it at the early Golden Core stage. Why? Chaos inquired. If you reveal your strength, various sects will undoubtedly seek to befriend you. Sitsong lowered his gaze and walked toward the hot spring. After a long period of cultivation, it was time for him to bathe. My goal is not to rely on any sect, and even if they were to discover my true power, their first thought may not be to draw me in. A genius not belonging to any sect is best left to remain unnoticed. Rest assured, Master. I will ensure your power remains concealed, Chaos affirmed. Sitsong nodded, signaling for Chaos to depart before he entered the pool to bathe. Wrapped in the warm waters of the spring, he closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Perhaps from sheer fatigue, he dozed off in the pool and slipped into a dream. The scene was familiar. It was when he and Yining were at the hot spring in the Beast Forest. He found himself blocking an attack from the Golden Sparrow, only to see the fiery feather talisman about to strike him. At that moment, a force suddenly pulled him into the pool. Despite his efforts to evade, the sight of the young lady's fair skin remained etched in his mind. With a start, he opened his eyes, rising abruptly from the water. Realizing that the vision had merely been a dream, he paused, letting out a sigh of relief. Everything in the dream felt alarmingly vivid. It was his first dream of Yining. Now awake, Sitsong lacked the inclination to return to slumber. Chaos slept quietly in the room, granting him a rare moment of solitude. The gentle evening breeze carried with it a cascade of peach blossom petals, their fragrance intoxicating. He raised his hand slightly, catching a petal in his palm. Yining, he murmured softly, only to realize what he had done moments later. He brushed the fallen petal away and awkwardly returned to his room. Meanwhile, Yining was happily indulging in fruits at the Tiangang sect's guest house, where old man Yun eagerly inquired about her recent adventures. Startled, Yining recounted some inconsequential events. After listening to his daughter's experiences during this trip, Yun Qinghe remarked, I never imagined there would be a hot spring in the Beast Forest. It's a pity your father kept you so sheltered, though safe. It deprived you of valuable experience. Clearly, he was quite pleased that his daughter had not only returned safely, but had also reached the early Golden Core stage. Yining understood that with this experience, her father would likely not oppose her future excursions. Seizing this opportunity, she could enhance her abilities and seize the protagonist's opportunities. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, Father, do you know the Yin family? The Yin family? The one from Ru Hai City? Yining nodded. Yun Qinghe pondered for a moment. I know a bit about them. They're just a small family. Why? Have they caused you trouble? His expression darkened at the mention of the Yin family, regarding them as nothing more than a long-established family enjoying a modicum of respect without the strength to back it up. No, not at all. I merely encountered them by chance, she replied. If her father were to discover the events that transpired, there wouldn't be a single one left standing. Moreover, there are no secrets that remain hidden in this world. Should this matter escalate, it could become problematic. Yun Qinghe scrutinized his daughter, finding nothing suspicious, which assuaged his concerns. The Yin family was merely a long-established entity that had risen to prominence following the fall of the Si family, gaining a measure of renown. Yining found it perplexing why the rise of many families coincided with the Si family's decline, including the Yin family and her own family, the Gongsun family. Was there perhaps a connection between them? Yun Qinghe sighed, admitting his ignorance. I cannot say for certain. However, the fortunes of families in this realm are finite. When one falls, the fortune naturally shifts, allowing new families to ascend. This is merely a mystical notion about luck and destiny, not necessarily to be taken as truth, as no one has ever truly transcended the mundane and become an immortal. Yining nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed such ideas. But after experiencing the tribulation of lightning, her perspective had changed. Chapter 31. How could he have come here? Perhaps all of this could truly be explained solely by the concept of fate. Yun Qinghe suddenly reacted and inquired, Daughter, why have you been so concerned about the affairs of Yuanhai City lately? Who resides there? He could not be more aware, as it was indeed his former in-laws. As if struck by an unspoken thought, she hastily defended herself. Is that so? I merely feel that my prolonged stay in the sect has left me woefully uninformed about the outside world, and I do not recognize the young heirs of other families. Yun Qinghe smiled faintly, his tone imbued with pride. My dear, you need not worry about this matter. Those families are not particularly renowned. If you truly wish to make acquaintances, I can introduce you to the heads of those families during the upcoming Songqiong trials. Yun Yining thought of the awkwardness of conversing with a group of elderly men and quickly dismissed the idea. Memories of being overwhelmed by unknown relatives during the new year flooded her mind. She was reluctant to sit with a bunch of old men, feeling constrained and disinterested. Yet she remained oblivious to how her sentiments were perceived by her father. Indeed, Yun Qinghe's expression darkened as he pondered the recent events. His daughter's sudden interest in Yuanhai City, her claim of wanting to meet certain individuals, and yet her immediate rejection of his offer to introduce her left him questioning her true intentions. What could she be concealing from him? Father, what troubles you? Yun Yining asked, observing her father's distracted demeanor and waving her hand dismissively. Snapping back to reality, Yun Qinghe chuckled lightly. It is nothing. I was merely contemplating what kind of birthday gift to prepare for you. Indeed, shortly after the Songqiong trials would be the original protagonist's birthday, a time when the male lead would be pursued for revealing his powers and would seek refuge at the Heavenly Gang sect. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Si Tsong, despite his desperate pleas, would be met with rejection by the original protagonist, who ordered that no one was to assist him. Those who did would be enemies of the Heavenly Gang sect. Thus, Si Tsong not only failed to receive aid, but was also subjected to humiliation by the original protagonist, transforming his initial disdain into a deep-seated hatred. Yun Yining shivered at the thought. Was she about to face a second trial so soon? What should she do? Should she alter the course of events, or simply allow them to unfold, potentially leading to the male lead's demise? But what if he did not perish? A tumult of thoughts swirled in her mind, while Yun Qinghe remained blissfully unaware of his daughter's troubled expression, happily rambling on. My dear, what sort of gift do you desire? I have heard that there is a splendid golden sparrow in the beast forest, its feathers resplendent and vibrant. It would be perfect for your birthday attire. Yun Yining replied, Golden sparrow. No need for that. She held a rather unfavorable impression of such a bird. Then, my dear, what do you wish for? After a moment of contemplation, she responded, If there is anything I desire, it would be a protective escort. Her father looked at her quizzically, puzzled by her seemingly unrelated response. What I mean is, I do not want any unforeseen incidents on my birthday. Nor do I wish to see anyone I dislike. She nearly gritted her teeth as she spoke, lifting her gaze to find her father looking at her in confusion. My daughter, do you harbor some concerns? Yun Qinghe suspected that his daughter might have suffered a blow to the head. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall not encounter anyone you do not wish to see. I shall summon the 36 Heavenly Gang to guard you. No one shall disrupt the occasion. Upon hearing her father's reassurance, Yun Yining's expression softened. She allowed herself to be selfish. She could not afford to give Si Tsong any opportunity to harm her. Meanwhile, Si Tsong, having spent the night, encountered a familiar face the following morning at the inn. The usually arrogant young master of the Si family, Si Shaoqi, was seen ingratiating himself with the innkeeper, offering a pouch of money that was promptly returned. The innkeeper, having shed his usual obsequious demeanor towards Si Tsong, did not spare a glance at the man. Young Master Si, I truly have no available rooms. You might as well head to the city center where there may be some vacancies. Si Shaoqi's expression darkened at once. He was well aware of the inns in the city, but staying at one would cost 100 taels of gold. Had it not been for his delays on the road, he would never have considered it. Ultimately, having come to terms with reality, Si Shaoqi endured, continuing to plead with the innkeeper. Fortunately, the innkeeper merely sought to inflate the price and eventually offered him the last available room, which had only just become vacant due to another guest's change of plans. This room is yours, but I must warn you, it is rather lacking in quality. Yet the price remains unchanged. Very well. Once the innkeeper disappeared up the stairs, Si Shaoqi no longer feigned politeness. He spat in disgust, cursing under his breath. What a pitiful creature, merely a merchant drenched in copper stench, a lowly scoundrel. However, upon looking up, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the stairs. Masked but distinctly recognizable. That person was Si Tsong. Realizing this, Si Shaoqi could not suppress his outrage, shouting, Si Tsong, how could it be you? You worthless fool. How could this scoundrel be here, residing in an inn? Si Tsong remained silent. He understood that he could no longer hide now that he had arrived, and he had no intention of continuing to bow his head. With a dismissive glance at Si Shaoqi, he turned to leave. Si Shaoqi, now agitated, rushed forward to grab the youth's arm, but was effortlessly evaded. You, fuming. Si Shaoqi gathered his spiritual energy in his palm, ready to retaliate when he was interrupted. Young Master Si, this is not Yuan High City. If you cause a disturbance, kindly take it outside. What a joke, merely a distant branch of the Si family. In this place, few engaged in business without connections. And aside from a handful of renowned figures, he felt no fear. Seeing the innkeeper approach, Si Shaoqi froze momentarily before plastering on a sycophantic smile. You misunderstand. I merely wish to assist in expelling the non-paying guests. As he spoke, he glanced at Si Tsong, convinced that the latter could not afford to stay at the inn. Yet the innkeeper's next words shattered his assumptions. What non-paying guests? Young Master Si, this gentleman is a distinguished guest of our establishment. Please show him the respect he deserves. After speaking, the innkeeper disregarded Si Shaoqi, turning to Si Tsong with utmost reverence. You have been startled. Your breakfast will be delivered to your room shortly. Please, make yourself comfortable. Si Tsong did not utter a word, merely casting a cool glance at the man before departing. Veins bulged on Si Shaoqi's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. Si Tsong, I shall repay today's humiliation 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, the Tsangqiong trials officially commenced. At the hour of Chun, Yining donned a splendid deep blue gown, her dark hair elegantly styled into an intricate updo, adorned with precious gemstone accessories that radiated opulence. Gazing at her reflection, Yining nodded with satisfaction. At last, she was clad in attire that pleased her. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the Jojo continent. After indulging in a moment of vanity, she leisurely made her way towards the Moonlight Terrace. At noon, the celestial trials would commence at the Moonlight platform, where all disciples would enter the first phase of the trials, the chaotic spirit realm. However, she had underestimated the grandeur of the celestial trials. Even at the hour of Chun, the surrounding area of the Moonlight platform was already teeming with people. Yining stood atop a nearby structure, observing the throngs below, reminiscent of ants, and let out a couple of soft clicks with her tongue. Such naivete. What is there to be excited about when the main character has yet to make an appearance? She turned to seek her father for a conversation, but was halted by a sudden commotion. A youthful and somewhat sharp voice pierced through the air. On what grounds do you claim this spot is yours? The Moonlight platform does not belong to your Qingshan sect. Following the sound, Yining spotted a delicate young girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Chapter 32. The contextualized female cultivator with an endearing appearance and attire befitting a child from a prominent family. She nonetheless lacked substantial strength, only possessing the initial cultivation stage of the Pei Yuan realm. This was utterly insufficient in the presence of the myriad experts gathered for the celestial trials. With nothing else to occupy her time, she found amusement in spectating the unfolding conflict. However, these two were not fierce tigers, at best. They resembled two small kittens, perhaps even mere novices, squabbling ineffectually. Upon envisioning such a scene, she couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Just as she intended to depart, the young man suddenly spoke in a tone dripping with disdain. How dare a mere girl of 16 or 17 join this spectacle? This is a contest for adults. Children like you should return home and weep. Yining paused, her captivating phoenix eyes narrowing as she regarded the oblivious man. While it was true that most participants in the celestial trials were over 20, and few exceptional talents existed among the younger generation, did he truly seek to provoke her? The man, unaware of the impending danger, noticed the girl's momentary speechlessness and became increasingly self-satisfied. Am I wrong? Although my cultivation is merely average among practitioners, compared to you, I am vastly superior. If you're unconvinced, we could have a match. The young girl, brimming with youthful vigor, could hardly tolerate such provocation and indignantly accepted the challenge. All right, I shall show you the prowess of female cultivators. Yining sighed inwardly. The girl had a good heart, but her opponent was a late-stage Pei Yuan practitioner, creating a significant gap in their abilities. As expected, after only a few exchanges, the girl was swiftly defeated. The outcome was clear, yet the man, unwilling to relent, seized the opportunity to strike while the girl was off guard, sending her hurtling through the air with a single palm strike. Although the Moonlight platform was expansive, it ultimately belonged to the mountains, and beneath lay a perilous cliff. A careless fall could result in severe injury or even death. As Gongsun Jiro realized she was about to plummet, she cried out for help. Help! Help! However, Those present were not particularly powerful and were reluctant to involve themselves in the troubles of a stranger, just as she teetered on the brink of disaster. A deep blue figure soared overhead, securely catching the girl before she could fall. A gasp arose from the crowd, with some exclaiming, "A celestial maiden! It's the celestial maiden of the moonlight platform!" The girl, feeling as though she were about to plunge into an abyss, suddenly found herself cradled in a gentle embrace, imbued with a subtle, refreshing fragrance. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Yining's exquisitely sculpted chin and her slightly aloof brows. "Sister Celestial," she blurted out instinctively. Yining coughed awkwardly, then gently set her down. As they landed safely, the crowd began to converge, scrutinizing the unexpectedly appearing female cultivator. Yining cast a frigid glance at the man from earlier, her voice calm, yet commanding. "The moonlight platform is a sacred ground for the celestial trials. No one is permitted to engage in private duels or inflict harm here. Violators shall be barred from stepping foot on Celestial Mountain for life." Her beauty was striking, and her aura was undeniably formidable. The man, observing the attention directed towards them, felt his embarrassment swell. Disregarding the identities or abilities of those present, he stubbornly retorted, "Who do you think you are? This is Celestial Mountain, not your home. I shall do as I please." Seeing her savior being insulted, the girl stepped forward to defend her, but Yining swiftly pulled her back. "Sister Celestial." Yining raised her gaze slightly. "I speak of rules. Whether Celestial Mountain is my home is irrelevant." The man, incensed by her nonchalant demeanor, sneered coldly. "Who are you to dictate to me? Another self-important woman. I shall see what you are capable of." With that, he charged at Yining. However, he was gravely mistaken. Her prowess vastly outstripped his. Indeed, before he could close the distance, she effortlessly sent him flying with a mere flick of her hand. The might of the Golden Core realm was not something he could withstand, especially as Yining had not held back. A powerful force struck him, causing him to roll several times before spitting blood and losing consciousness. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they instinctively retreated. No one had anticipated that such a seemingly delicate girl possessed such formidable strength, and her ruthless decisiveness left them all astonished. Simultaneously, whispers of her identity began to circulate. Although the two had exchanged blows, no harm had come to either until she intervened, inflicting severe injury upon the man who had exhibited arrogance. He clearly had some background, and this could lead to complications. The girl, realizing the gravity of the situation, tugged at Yining's sleeve. "Sister Celestial, you should leave." "I." Before she could finish, a deep voice resonated from a distance. "What is all this commotion? What has happened?" Upon hearing this voice, Yining relaxed, glancing at the anxious girl beside her to reassure her. Three men led by Yinxinghe approached, their brows slightly raised as they took in the sight of the man lying on the ground and the girl standing nearby. What transpired? He did not seem inclined to expose anyone's identity, maintaining an official demeanor. Though few had seen Yining before, they all recognized Yinxinghe, the leader of the Tiangang sect and one of the overseers of the Celestial Trials. "Oh no, Sister Celestial, you must flee. He is one of the overseers of the Celestial Trials and is notoriously strict." Yining remained silent, arching an eyebrow. Was her father truly regarded in such a manner? Yinxinghe's gaze settled on his daughter, seemingly awaiting her response. Yining chuckled lightly, her tone measured and unhurried. "This man engaged in a private duel on the moonlight platform and openly insulted a female cultivator. I intervened to teach him a lesson, and unfortunately, my control faltered momentarily." The crowd was taken aback. Was that it? Would she not elaborate further? One might think this was entirely her responsibility. As everyone anticipated an outburst from the esteemed sect leader, they were instead surprised when he simply said, "I see. Take this man away and ensure he is barred from Celestial Mountain forever." Furthermore, everyone should mind their words. Be mindful of what should and should not be said. Should this occur again, the consequences will be severe. After delivering his judgment, Yinxinghe cast a glance at Yining before departing with his entourage. Yining nodded slightly, intending to follow her father after he left, only to be halted by a small hand gripping her sleeve. Sister Celestial. Chapter 33. The trial begins. Her gaze descended upon a tender face, its expression one of utter adoration. "You." Before she could inquire, she was interrupted. "Immortal sister. You're so amazing. From now on, you're Jiro's idol." Yining. Is this the legendary beautiful admirer that only the male lead can obtain? Can even a villainous supporting character like myself possess one? Actually, I'm not. Wait, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she asked, "What did you say your name was?" If her memory served her correctly, there was only one person named Jiro in the book, and that was Immortal Sister. Hello. My name is Gongsun Ji-ro, and I live in Yuanhai City. You can call me Xiao-ro. Yining felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Ji-ro, Gongsun Ji-ro, the youngest daughter of the Gongsun family in Yuanhai City. The male lead Si-tsung's childhood sweetheart. The female lead. Seeing Yining remain silent, Gongsun Ji-ro assumed the immortal sister didn't recognize her and didn't mind. Immortal sister. What's your name? Yining me? My name is the villainous supporting character, the male lead's stumbling block, your childhood sweetheart's nemesis. She swallowed hard, deciding to tell the truth. Yining. Rather than being discovered later, it was better to expose herself proactively. It would be even more awkward when the presiding elder announced her name in front of everyone at the start of the Azure Sky trial. She would also be branded a liar. Yining? Gongsun Ji-ro furrowed her brow, racking her brain. Immortal sister, that name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before. Yining coughed, thinking she couldn't stay any longer, or she'd have to face the embarrassing situation of my childhood sweetheart's enemy. Is that so? I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Seeing Yining about to leave, Gongsun Ji-ro quickly spoke, Immortal sister. Will you be participating in the Azure Sky trial? I'll be participating too. You must come and see me. Yining stumbled, quickening her pace. In the distance, behind the crowd, a figure clad in black took in the entire scene. Si-tsung's hand gripped a tree trunk, his fingernails leaving a scratch. Having watched the spectacle, Chaos leaped down from the tree. What a show! Has that Yining taken the wrong medicine? Why is she meddling in this? He found Yining's recent behavior rather peculiar. Was she after something? Si-tsung retracted his gaze, concealing the emotions in his eyes. Gongsun Ji-ro was his sister. He had originally intended to intervene, but who would have thought that woman would actually? The Azure Sky trial commenced, with the leaders of the three major sects seated in the rear, overseeing the event. The participating disciples stood in neat rows on the moonlit platform. The presiding elder briefly explained the rules of the first stage. All participating youths were to enter the realm of chaos and obtain the wind and cloud flag from its center. During this time, each person had to slay 2 demonic beasts in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, obtaining the wind and cloud flag wasn't simply a matter of effort. There were only 100 flags, while nearly 2,000 people were participating, meaning only 1 in 20 would succeed. The task wasn't difficult, especially for a Golden Core realm expert like her. Of course, her goal wasn't just the Azure Sky trial. But she subconsciously glanced towards her right rear. The youth still wore the same Xian iron mask, clad in black, slender yet with a straight posture. The presiding elder spoke, his voice amplified by spiritual power, reaching every corner of the moonlit platform. You are all elites of the Azure Sky continent, carrying the hopes of your sects and families. I hope you will demonstrate your strength and become the powerhouses of the Azure Sky continent in the future. After the brief introduction, all the youths began to enter the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos was divided into 18 regions, each with a unique landscape, each illusory region as large as a city. It was fraught with dangers, as high-level demonic beasts rarely seen in ordinary times were likely to be nearby due to the illusory nature of the realm. Fortunately, it was an illusion, and none of the demonic beasts could inflict fatal wounds. However, everyone knew that the real danger wasn't the demonic beasts, but the competitors lurking around them. Since its inception, the Azure Sky trial had claimed the lives of nearly 30 participants each time. Yet, the major sects continued to indulge in it, perhaps believing that only such a method could determine the true strong. As for the fragile souls who perished, no one cared. Yining thought that this might be the best opportunity. After entering the realm of chaos, she surveyed her surroundings. Fortunately, she had entered a decent environment, a not-so-dense forest with beautiful scenery. After walking for about 2 hours, she stopped by a clear lake and plopped down on the grass. I can't go on anymore. I'm really exhausted. She blurted out instinctively. What is this forsaken place? I can't seem to get out, let alone find the wind and cloud flag. Only after speaking did she realize that she was alone. Suehuan couldn't enter. Oh, how boring and lonely. There's no one to talk to. I used to find that girl annoying. She lay on the grass, gazing at the azure sky, feeling drowsy. In the distance, chaos grimaced at the sight of the blue figure sprawled on the ground. This woman was becoming less and less like the young master of the Heavenly Fiend sect. Chaos's nose twitched. It seemed to have caught a peculiar scent, the scent of the wind and cloud flag. Master, let's go. Before it could finish, Si-tsung walked straight towards Yining. The grass was soft and comfortable, making her sleepy. Her eyelids were already drooping, and she was about to fall asleep when a black shadow suddenly appeared above her, blocking the sunlight. What's going on? Yining rubbed her eyes, vaguely making out the person before her. Si-tsung, What are you doing here? Am I hallucinating? Sitsong. The man silently glanced at Yining, and then a cold voice was heard. If you don't want to get lost, get up and follow me. Yining's eyes snapped open, and she sat up in shock, staring at Sitsong, seemingly still in disbelief. What did you say? What did the male lead mean? Was he going to take her with him? That was unlikely. Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of the deserted surroundings to do that and that to her? This. Sitsong frowned at the woman's rapidly changing expression. At the same time, he thought he must be bewitched. Otherwise, why would he stand there and listen to that woman's soliloquy for so long, and now even run over to take her with him? Sitsong. The person in front of you isn't some delicate woman, but the top genius of the continent. A powerhouse who broke through to the Golden Core realm at the age of 17. Chapter 34. Willing to live and die together. Upon this reflection, he could not help but feel a tinge of regret, hesitating on whether to depart. He even entertained a notion, if she were to refuse him, it would be quite normal, but what if she were to mock or deride him instead? Sitsong paused mid-step, bemused by his own inner turmoil. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the girl, who had been drowsy moments before, suddenly sprang to her feet, her eyes alight with excitement as she gazed at Sitsong. Are you serious? You cannot back out now. Sitsong, taken aback, tilted his head slightly, perplexed by her reaction. Yining was unwilling to relinquish this promising opportunity and grasped the man's sleeve firmly. Backing out is for cowards. Come. Let us seek the winds and clouds flag. Her mind was set on one singular thought. She could not allow this man to slip away. Should the male protagonist encounter some fortuitous event, she too could seize the opportunity. Sitsong pondered. Had he ever mentioned taking Yining to find the winds and clouds flag? He felt as though he had acquired a rival. He glanced at the delicate hand gripping his sleeve and subtly brushed it away. Very well, let us proceed. The underbrush in the forest was sparse, allowing for an easy passage as they walked. Yining occasionally plucked a leaf to play with, relishing the moment. Sitsong kept his gaze fixed ahead, not sparing a glance for the girl trailing behind him. Yining remained silent, merely humming an unknown tune as she followed him, the afternoon sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting distant patches of light. At last, she comprehended the phrase dappled light from her readings. Sitsong instructed the chaos beast to lead the way, and after approximately an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Contrary to the typical dark caverns, this one glimmered with lustrous purple crystal formations. The pathway to the cave's interior illuminated by a radiant violet glow. Wow! Yining could not suppress her awe at the sight. This is stunning. Is the winds and clouds flag inside? Taking a few steps forward, she examined the crystals, attempting to pry a few loose. Sitsong cast her a glance before stepping forward to inspect. The chaos beast, sniffing the gemstones, nodded at Sitsong. Master, the winds and clouds flag lies within, but I sense an aura of danger. My instincts warn that the peril inside far exceeds expectations. Sitsong was aware of the risks, yet he knew he must enter regardless. However, he turned to Yining, still absorbed in her quest for the crystals, and a flicker of exasperation crossed his eyes. The winds and clouds flag should be inside. What are we waiting for? We must go in. This is the celestial trials. No one can cheat. He added, but there is danger within. Do you still wish to proceed? Yining grasped Sitsong's implication, silently acknowledging his intentions. This male protagonist was indeed shrewd, attempting to cast her aside by instilling fear. How laughable. Did he think she was afraid? It seemed rather that there was an opportunity within, compelling her to enter. Seeing Yining remain silent, Sitsong, misinterpreting her hesitation, unwittingly spoke. If you are frightened, I can assist. I will enter with you. Both spoke simultaneously. And Yining, not quite catching Sitsong's words, instinctively inquired, what did you say? Sitsong pressed his lips together, countering with a question of his own. Why? Why proceed into danger? If it is for the winds and clouds flag, I could. Yining flashed a self-satisfied smile, believing it to be convincing. If it is dangerous, we should venture in together. Do you not know that the greater the peril, the more substantial the reward? You cannot expect to keep it all to yourself. Yet, in Sitsong's eyes, her smile transformed into a resolute expression, one that suggested she would not abandon him even amidst danger. He regarded Yining, his gaze filled with complexity. Yining, too, noticed the unusual intensity in his stare. What is with this guy? Why is he staring at me? Has he realized something? Sitsong averted his gaze, his voice calm, yet firm. Let us move. Together. They stepped into the cave. Initially, the path remained violet, but as they ventured further, they began to feel a rising heat. Sitsong, something feels off in here, Yining said, wiping the beads of sweat forming on her brow. The temperature was escalating, Surely they would not succumb to heat before reaching the depths? Seetsong frowned slightly. If all goes as expected, there should be vast stretches of magma within. Magma? Yining exclaimed, realizing the source of the intense heat. This could be troublesome. Yet, it should not be unbearable. We will soon arrive. His words implied that the current temperature was nearing its apex. That is reassuring. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, the narrow confines of the cave opened into a spacious cavern, revealing a breathtaking sight. A grand hall adorned with stone pillars of various sizes, interspersed with irregular patches of bare ground, all surrounding a roiling sea of lava below. Is this for real? Have they truly gone to such lengths? The overwhelming heat confirmed the authenticity of the magma before her. Chapter 35. Why save him? Could this magma truly be real? She approached the edge of the clearing and cast a fleeting glance, only to be overwhelmed by the searing heat that rendered her eyes unable to open. Instinctively, she retreated behind Seetsong, afraid to draw nearer. Seetsong glanced back at her, suggesting, if you don't believe it, feel free to try it out for yourself. Yining observed the man as he turned away with an air of nonchalance, silently raising her middle finger and muttering under her breath. You want me to jump down? I curse you to fall in a moment. Although the cave offered limited footing, it was spacious with numerous paths. Under the guidance of the chaotic energies, the two meandered for a while, and Yining, feeling utterly exhausted, finally spotted the Fengyun banner on the opposite rock wall. It's the Fengyun banner, Yining exclaimed, pointing with excitement, her previous fatigue dissipating in an instant. What thrilled her even more was the discovery of 2 anti-Fengyun banners within the cave, which meant she wouldn't have to compete with Seetsong for them. To be honest, having followed Seetsong to this point, it would feel somewhat morally corrupt to seize the treasures based solely on her own strength. How fortunate, 2 banners. She remarked, her joy evident, her tone noticeably lighter. Seetsong's lips twitched slightly, responding with a nonchalant hum. Despite the banners being within reach, this challenge was far from straightforward. The banners were positioned on the opposite cliff, with only a precarious rock fragment beneath, teetering dangerously over a pool of molten lava. After surveying the situation, Yining began to analyze their predicament. The rock's point of support was minimal. It might crumble even before she could set foot on it. Seetsong, being a man, would undoubtedly weigh more than her, increasing the odds of success should the stone give way. Let me go. I'll go. They both declared simultaneously, glancing at each other. Yining awkwardly scratched her nose, adopting a fierce demeanor. Since you discovered this place, let me handle the task. Besides, I am far more capable than you. Just wait here. With that, she attempted to leap forward, only to be seized by Seetsong's grip on her wrist. Turning back, she found herself caught in Seetsong's deep, penetrating gaze. Realizing her misstep, he released her. I'll go. My chances are greater, he asserted in a low voice. Yining wanted to argue, but considering he was the male lead, one even feared by the heavens, she acknowledged his superior odds. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Why should I do the laborious task? Seetsong remained silent, taking a couple of steps forward to assess the terrain. The journey from their current position to the opposite side would involve crossing 6 rocks of varying sizes. Some could accommodate 5 or 6 people, while others barely allowed for 2 feet. Thus, any misstep would be catastrophic. After plotting a simple route, Seetsong drew forth the sword of rebirth and commenced his crossing. 1 rock, 2 rocks. When Seetsong firmly landed on the 3rd stone, Yining felt a semblance of relief wash over her. She couldn't quite fathom why she was so anxious for Seetsong. After all, according to the original plot, he was her adversary. After some contemplation, she concluded that perhaps it was simply her desire to secure the Fengyun banner. Although she regarded him as a mere tool, her gaze never wavered from him. Fortunately, they had crossed halfway, with only 3 more stones to go. Just as Seetsong prepared to leap to the 4th rock, an unexpected turn of events transpired. He leapt, and for a moment, it felt as though he had traversed an invisible wall in midair, only to be met by a powerful gust of wind. Before he could react, a colossal dragon surged forth from the lava, barreling directly towards him. A deafening roar echoed through the cave, shaking its very walls. Seetsong, be careful, Yining shouted, only to witness Seetsong being struck by the dragon's tail, losing his balance and tumbling into the small patch of empty ground. Without a moment to spare and disregarding whether the dragon would attack again, Yining swiftly moved to the 3rd rock, grasping Seetsong's wrist. It was Yining once more, her timely intervention saving him. Just moments ago, he had felt as though death was imminent. In that fleeting second of descent, visions of numerous faces, his ambitions, and his troubled past flashed before him. He never anticipated that it would be Yining, the very person he should despise, who would risk herself for his sake. In retrospect, it was hardly surprising. She had saved him before, from the assassination in the bamboo grove to their joint endeavor against the dragon, and now, they found themselves entangled once more. To secure Seatsung, Yining leaned far over the edge, risking their safety with every movement. Yet, the danger was not yet averted. Above them, the dragon continued to circle and roar, threatening to strike at any moment. Yining held on to Seatsung's wrist tightly, leaving a red mark from her grip. "Hold on tight. I'm losing my grip." This area was already cramped, and she was nearly sprawled across it, unable to leverage any strength. Seatsung observed the girl's unwavering grip, his gaze filled with complexity. Yining, however, was too focused on the imminent threat of the dragon to notice the change in his expression. Strangely enough, the dragon seemed intent on driving them away rather than attacking. Now that they had retreated to the third rock, it showed no aggression. Could it be that the dragon was guarding the region beyond the fourth rock? She speculated, and soon enough, her hypothesis was validated when the dragon, upon recognizing their position, ceased its assault and soared into the air above the fourth rock, disappearing from sight. With the dragon no longer a concern, Yining finally exhaled in relief. She exerted herself, attempting to pull Seatsung up, but as she did, the rock beneath them began to tremble. "This isn't possible. Is this place so unstable?" she thought, internally lamenting, yet she dared not move an inch. What a predicament! If she failed to save him, she might end up joining him in the lava below. Seatsung, naturally, noticed Yining's precarious situation. He gazed at his wrist firmly clasped in her grip. Despite the imminent danger, she still refused to abandon him. "Why do you save me?" he asked, his voice hoarse from the heat of the magma. If he were to perish, it would scarcely affect her, would it? Yet, just then, Yining experienced an epiphany. Why am I saving the male lead? Just days ago, I was contemplating killing him. With this realization, her grip slackened considerably, and Seatsung felt himself gradually slipping. Perhaps this is for the best, he thought. He no longer harbored hatred for Yining. If she chose to forsake him for her own safety, it would be entirely understandable. Seatsung's slender wrist began to slide from Yining's grasp, until she held only the back of his hand. He could have easily turned his grip to save her, but he refrained. Just as Seatsung resigned himself to this fate, Yining suddenly exerted a forceful pull, exclaiming, "Ziyun." The Ziyun sword erupted from her spatial bracelet, landing firmly beneath Seatsung's feet. The young man looked up, astonishment filling his eyes. "You've learned to control the sword?" Swordsmanship, an ethereal art that enables the wielder to soar through the skies upon a blade, demands an exceptionally high level of innate talent and exacts a substantial toll on one's mental fortitude. Generally, only those endowed with remarkable intellect and possessing a foundation of at least the golden core stage may embark on its practice. Yet, Yining, merely a newcomer to the golden core realm, astonishingly mastered it in such a short span. In truth, Yining herself harbored doubts about her own capabilities. She was merely attempting a desperate gamble, only to find that it indeed bore fruit. As for her motives in rescuing the male protagonist, it was undoubtedly due to the insidious machinations of the so-called heavenly Tao. This entity harbored intentions to extinguish her life during the impending tribulation, yet, with Seatsung, the male lead, as a potential shield against the calamity, a flicker of hope emerged. Alas, the aspirations of a mere supporting character are starkly simple: to survive. Empowered by the art of swordsmanship, Yining effortlessly brought him to safety. Seatsung stood steadfastly beside her, silently gazing at her, pondering why she would extend such kindness towards him. Chapter 36. The wind and cloud flags acquired after temporarily escaping the crisis. Yining gazed at the area beyond the fourth stone, retrieving several spirit talismans from her spatial bracelet. "This truly is a peculiar matter. Let me give it a try." She glanced at the two wind and cloud flags on the stone wall, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Yining stepped onto the Ziyun sword and soared towards the location behind the fourth rock. Once she firmly stood atop the fourth stone, a resounding dragon roar echoed. Roar! A colossal dragon emerged from the magma, the scorching molten rock clinging to its body, dangerously close to Yining. Indeed, this is the place. The dragon's power was formidable. A direct confrontation would be disadvantageous for her. Yining summoned a towering column of water using the water spirit talismans, striking the dragon. As it was a fire element creature, the sudden contact with water caused it to retreat in pain. Just as expected, you indeed fear water. Water and fire are natural enemies. and the damage inflicted is most potent. After experiencing the pain, the dragon's gaze towards Yining shifted to one of fear. It sensed that she was not its match but had numerous tricks up her sleeve. With a smile, Yining retrieved another water spirit talisman from her spatial ring, causing the dragon to warily retreat, hesitant to attack. If only this had been the case from the beginning. If I do not take these wind and cloud flags, someone else will. You might as well concede. At this moment, she resembled a small person reveling in their triumph. The dragon seemed to comprehend her words. Glancing at the water spirit talismans in her hand, then at the wind and cloud flags, and with a reluctant roar, it plunged into the magma, vanishing. Quite clever. Yining cautiously approached the wind and cloud flags, securing them on the ground. After admiring them for a moment, she handed one to Sikong. Here, this is yours. Sitsung appeared somewhat surprised, slowly accepting it. Are you certain this is for me? If Yining had not given it to him, he might have failed to find another, thus facing elimination in the first round, which for her undoubtedly meant one less adversary. Of course, it's for you. This flag is half your accomplishment. She was not unreasonable. Despite her cunning nature, she still valued her dignity. The two stood in silence, perhaps due to the intense heat, causing Yining to feel her cheeks flush. Now that we have completed the first task, let us part ways. Part ways? Sitsung felt an unusual discomfort with those words for the first time. He subconsciously asked a rather thoughtless question. Where are you going? Yining turned slightly, looking at him as if to say, are you all right? I am, of course, going to slay magical beasts. You haven't forgotten that everyone must slay 2 magical beasts. Have you? Sitsung pursed his lips, saying nothing, and departed. Yining's expression was hard to describe. Was the male protagonist unwell, behaving so strangely? After acquiring the wind and cloud flags, Yining set out to find suitable magical beasts. In the realm of chaos, there was no night. Time passed unnoticed, and just after she collected 2 magical beast cores, she heard the voices of a man and a woman from beyond the bushes, the man's voice somewhat familiar. With a sense of idle curiosity, she stealthily approached, hiding beneath a century-old tree to eavesdrop. Upon listening, she was surprised to find that the 2 were her old acquaintances. Peeking up cautiously, she saw 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, facing off beside a fallen magical beast. The one in black was Sitsung, while the one in white was Tu Xinyue, the second female lead in the entire story, also a member of Sitsung's harem, the daughter of the esteemed Song Yi sect's leader. While reading, Yining had once shipped this couple. One was a stubborn boy growing against adversity, and the other was a highborn girl untouched by worldly affairs. Between them lay an insurmountable identity, yet it was not solely about status. Their chemistry was far more intense than that of Sitsung and Gongsun Juro, and it seemed they never ended up together, leaving many lamenting. Now that she had the chance to witness this couple up close, she was unwilling to miss it, hiding to listen in. Observing the magical beast and the 2 with stern expressions, Yining could surmise that this was likely the classic encounter scene of the 2. As the atmosphere between them grew increasingly delicate, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, automatically placing the handsome man and beautiful woman into the narrative. Sitsung glanced at the already deceased magical beast, remaining still, before addressing the young woman before him. Woman, since you have inadvertently aided me, this magical beast is yours. Tu Xinyue, cold and proud, spoke with the intention of considering the male lead. Never mind, I can find another. Slaying magical beasts is not easy for you, and besides, I did not know he was already severely injured. This beast is yours by right. Sitsung, your magical beast. Tu Xinyue, no, it is your magical beast. Sitsung, your magical beast. Tu Xinyue, no, it is your magical beast. Their back and forth was reminiscent of a certain gum advertisement. As her imagination concluded, she watched the couple before her as if attending a romantic film. This proximity brought its own advantages. Being able to ship them up close was sweet enough to render her breathless. Yet, she had no inkling that she would soon be overwhelmed by sweetness. Sitsung looked at the magical beast, then at the woman before him, speaking coolly. This is my magical beast. Yining stumbled slightly, nearly toppling over. She gazed at Sitsung in disbelief. Had he consumed something rancid? Why was he speaking to his second wife like this? It was one thing for the male lead to deviate from the script, but Tu Xinyue was also straying from the narrative. She looked up at the man, replying flatly. Why should it be? She had seen the magical beast fleeing and had acted swiftly to slay it. Even if the man before her had injured it first, she had her share of the credit. Yining, have you lost your mind too? Did he not injure it first? So you both are playing your parts while I am left to follow the script. Si Tsung's gaze narrowed, his demeanor turning ominous. Yining? What is going on? Are you going to confront your second wife? I never asked for your help. Without you, I could still slay the magical beast. Tu Xinyue felt her dignity was undercut, her expression darkening. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Just based on your strength? A mere golden core cultivator? The two exchanged heated words, leaving Yining speechless. This couple was a delightful mess. If it can be done, let us find out by trying. Saying this, Si Tsung prepared to engage in combat. Chapter 37. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Tu Xinyue, unwilling to be outdone, found the situation shifting dramatically with the arrival of another. Sister, it is merely a magical beast. With your prowess, capturing it will be a breeze. Consider it a mere act of charity. Yining turned towards the voice, her concern for Si Tsung escalating upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Tu Yangrui, Tu Xinyue's elder brother, a formidable practitioner in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm and a leading contender for the championship. Brother. Upon seeing her sibling, Tu Xinyue felt emboldened. Tu Yangrui cast a glance at Si Tsung, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. I thought who it was. It turns out to be the young master of the sea family. Your strength has indeed increased, yet alas, a waste is ultimately a waste. How shameless to attempt to seize my sister's magical beast, such a coward, fearing for his own life. Despite being merely 23 years old, Tu Yangrui was the youngest mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. Gifted and astute, he was groomed by his father to become the next sect leader, having always stood atop the pinnacle. Even more haughty than Yining at that time, it could be said that his sister was cut from the same cloth. Sometimes, Yining mused that the reason for his villainous demeanor stemmed from his profound disdain for others. This was what one might call, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Si Tsung was unaware of when he had offended this second-generation aristocrat. Liked by few, he had no intention of engaging further and reached for the crystal core of the fallen beast, intending to depart. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Tu Yangrui felt as though he were striking cotton. Just moments ago, he had contemplated a few parting words but abruptly changed his mind. Stop right there. Si Tsung, ignoring him, continued on his path. Enraged, Tu Yangrui unleashed a strike that shattered the tree beside Si Kong. With a thunderous crash, the ancient tree toppled, startling the birds in the forest to flee in panic. Suddenly, sunlight poured down around Yining as a gust of wind tousled her hair. By the time she regained her wits, the tree that had shielded her had nobly sacrificed itself, leaving her exposed to the gazes of all. Si Tsung instinctively turned towards the fallen tree and spotted a blue figure crouched in an exceedingly awkward position. Yining thought, Tu Yangrui, I must have wronged your ancestral grave in my past life. Meanwhile, the head of the Daredevil squad continued his tirade. Si Tsung, do you think you're some sort of young master? You are nothing but a waste. I heard that Yining has annulled her engagement with you. You are forbidden from appearing before her again, or else I. Yining? Tu Yangrui's attention shifted to the concealed Yining, his expression one of astonishment. How did you end up here? Yining retorted, do not call me sister. I have no brother like you. Bah. The trio's gazes converged upon her, akin to the glare of LED lights, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. Tu Yangrui, initially shocked, soon wore a delighted smile as he pulled Yining from behind the tree. In her mind, Yining felt a notification chime. Ding! Your friend Tu Yangrui invites you to join the brawl. Yining, I never expected to find you here. I am helping to teach him a lesson. I must seek justice for you. Yining could no longer mask her incredulity, regarding him with an expression hard to articulate. Are you all right? What justice did she need from him? To say this in front of the male lead was utterly baffling. She suspected he was trying to shift the blame for past events onto her. Do not slander me. Unaware of Yining's change of heart, Tu Yangrui assumed she still harbored animosity towards Si Kang. He had feelings for the original protagonist, who did not reciprocate, leading him to bully Si Tsung in hopes of endearing himself to her. Yining cast a glance at Si Tsung, whose expression remained indifferent and unyielding. She swallowed hard, contemplating how to maintain her facade without provoking the male lead. With a strained smile, she greeted the two siblings. I never expected to encounter you here. It truly feels like bad luck to run into such a troublesome situation. Tu Yangrui, oblivious to the underlying sarcasm, beamed at her. This indicates a fateful connection between me and Yining. An ill-fated connection, indeed. Yining thought, eyeing Si Tsung in the distance. To prevent this fool from further defaming her in front of the male lead, she resolved to lead him away. Suddenly, she broke into a light laugh. Since we are so destined, I heard Sister Xinyue has yet to hunt any magical beasts. Why don't we embark on a collective venture? Truly, she was magnanimous. single-handedly escorting two fools. Tu Yangrui, thrilled by her suggestion to team up, paid no heed to Kong. Excellent. Yining, has your hunt concluded? I can assist you. Yining mocked internally, questioning how someone with such a limited intellect could offer help. Yes, it is done. Let us depart. With that, she dragged them away. Song observed their retreating figures, his lips pressed into a thin line. Yining. Chaos glanced at its master and then at the departing Yining before finally voicing, Master, does she like you? Although it had never experienced love, the signs were unmistakable. If it could not see this, it must be lacking in intellect. Time and again, she had risked herself to save him, followed him closely, and even intervened when he was bullied. This woman seemed to harbor no disdain for him. Yining responded, Where do you see me wanting to intervene? Perhaps, but their paths were unlikely to converge. His future flowed like an unbridled river, uncertain of its destination. As for Yining, perhaps it was merely a fleeting whim. After all, she was but a child. Yining was reluctantly dragged through the forest by the foolish Tu Yangrui until they finally hunted a magical beast. Concluding the first trial, as she gazed upon the lifeless bodies being extracted from the chaotic realm, her countenance grew increasingly grim. It was merely the first trial. Yet over 20 individuals had perished. From 100 participants, only those who could advance to the next stage remained. Yining glanced back at Song, relieved to see he was unharmed. However, his childhood friend, Gongsun Jiro, had indeed been fortunate to advance with such meager abilities. Perhaps this was the fortune of the female protagonist. The second phase of the celestial trial commenced swiftly, this time with a more intricate challenge. Initially, participants were required to form teams, with no more than 5 members per group. Each team would face opponents in a complex terrain, and ultimately, only 30 would successfully advance. 1/3 would be eliminated, and the competition would test not just individual strength, but teamwork as well. Chapter 38, the second trial, however. Yining had no intention of teaming up with anyone. She might even consider taking action against the male lead during this trial. Being in a group could hinder her movements due to the scrutiny of others, and given her own strength, she felt entirely capable of handling things on her own. In truth, this competition was not entirely fair, as disciples from prominent families could utilize talismans, which possessed formidable lethality, akin to a cheat code. After the competition rules were announced, the 100 disciples began to form teams spontaneously. Tu Yangrui had already glanced her way for the 3rd time. But Yining pretended not to notice, remaining absorbed in her own thoughts while awaiting the commencement of the trial. Sensing the man's gaze upon her, she silently pleaded, Do not come over. Do not come over. I have no desire to team up with you, you unfortunate soul. Inevitably, he approached her. Observing Yining's exquisite features, he shyly extended an invitation. Sister Yining, would you care to join our team? Rest assured, I will certainly protect you. With the 3 of us united, we would form a powerful alliance. Tu Yangrui's admiration for Yining stemmed not only from her beauty, but also from the widespread recognition of her unparalleled prowess in the Jiuzhou continent, where she was regarded as one of the most gifted female cultivators. Even his own sister paled in comparison to her. He believed that only such a remarkable girl could be deemed worthy of a person of his stature, and he envisioned their offspring inheriting exceptional traits. Yining internally rolled her eyes, though her exterior remained cheerful. It is not the persistent fool that poses a threat, but rather the fool with status. He was not the original character. Out of respect for his father, she felt compelled to suppress her disdain. Thank you for your invitation, but I prefer to work alone. It better hones my resolve. As for honing resolve, it was hardly feasible with him around. It would drive her to distraction. Moreover, should she encounter the male lead, revealing the original character's past misdeeds would surely lead to her demise. 100 times over would not suffice. Besides, if the male lead were to stumble upon some opportunity, it would be easier to act independently. Is that so? Sister Yining is the most diligent female cultivator I have ever encountered, he remarked. Although he yearned to use this opportunity to deepen their relationship, Tu Yangrui feared that his advances might push her further away, and thus he refrained. Once the teams were arranged, 2 individuals stood out conspicuously. Yining, who was unwilling to team up with anyone, and Song, who found himself without a partner. In truth, Gongsun Jiro was eager to join him, but her team consisted entirely of girls, and Song, accustomed to solitude, was reluctant to intrude. These 2 figures, one cloaked in blue and the other in black, were particularly striking on the field. Tu Huan glanced at them and remarked to Yanqinghe beside him, Brother Yin, you have truly raised your daughter well. Who does not know that she recently broke through to the golden course stage? becoming the youngest cultivator of her level in the Jiuzhou continent. It is indeed a moment of celebration. As he spoke, the smile on Tu Huan's face did not reach his eyes, leaving his sincerity questionable. Yun Qinghe chuckled heartily. As parents, what can we truly contribute? It is all her own hard work. I cannot take credit for my daughter's achievements. I have heard that the son of Sect Master Tu is already at the mid-golden core stage at such a young age. His future must be limitless. Mentioning his son stirred Tu Huan's thoughts. Not at all. However, Yining has had a good relationship with Yang Rui since childhood. Perhaps a union in the future would be a fortunate turn of events. Reluctant to engage further with Yun Qinghe, whose relationship with him had always been delicate, Tu Huan never expected his son to be so infatuated, insisting on pursuing Yun Yining. He had always valued his son, but now he found himself compelled to lower his pride and gauge the situation, recognizing that Yun Yining's strength and status were indeed suitable for his son. Yun Qinghe internally cursed but maintained a pleasant facade. This old fox was fixated on his daughter. Even if Tu Yangrui possessed numerous admirable qualities, if his daughter was unwilling. As her father, he could not impose his will, especially considering that the young man, despite his strength, was rather brutish. As for my daughter, I have never been able to control her. Matters of marriage should be left to her own discretion. As a father, I have long ceased to exert influence. Understanding Yun Qinghe's refusal, Tu Huan's expression darkened. He coolly retorted, "Is that so? I was unaware that Brother Yun indulged his daughter so." Yun Qinghe remained silent, merely offering a hollow laugh. The second trial of the Sanqiong began swiftly, with all participants being placed within the Sanqiong Mountains, surrounded by barriers to prevent any outsiders from approaching. They were to survive within this realm for 10 days before the true victor would emerge. Yun Yining had thoroughly prepared for this competition, her intentions straightforward. She would not proactively target anyone, yet she was acutely aware that even with her formidable identity, she could still be outnumbered. As I have always said, strike first if struck upon. Let this competition be an exciting endeavor. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But should they offend me, I shall repay them 100-fold. Initially, she had planned to find a place to rest for the night and seek out Song the following day, but as she sat by the campfire, she noticed a figure approaching from a distance. Clad in black and donning a dark iron mask, it was unmistakably Kong. Upon seeing her, he cast a fleeting glance before settling nearby in a cave, expertly igniting a fire and meditating in silence. Yun Yining thought to herself, what is this? A hen paying respects to a weasel? Has he lived long enough? It was indeed a stroke of fortune to have him nearby. She remained silent, refraining from any attempts to engage, fearing that revealing even a hint of her intentions might scare off this seemingly fortuitous encounter. After all, it was quite surreal for the male lead to approach her for rest. Did he not fear that she might stealthily remove his identification token while he slept? This token, unlike those in historical dramas, represented their identities, and to avoid unnecessary casualties, one only needed to remove and break an opponent's token to eliminate them from the trial. However, this arrangement worked to her advantage. Wherever the male lead went, she would follow, ensuring that she did not miss any opportunities. With this in mind, she too began to meditate and cultivate her energy. As the hour grew late, the forest around them occasionally echoed with the calls of birds, lending an eerie atmosphere to the night. By the latter half of the night, as the campfire dwindled, Yun Yining opened her eyes, contemplating gathering more firewood, when suddenly, she sensed movement in the surrounding woods. At that very moment, both she and Song turned their attention to the darkened area of the forest. Someone was approaching. Were they truly so eager to engage in conflict on the very first night of the trial? Chapter 39. Rescued. Yun Yining glanced at Song, daring to conjecture. The individuals here were likely targeting the male protagonist, considering his notorious reputation for attracting trouble. If they indeed sought him out, should she intervene? If the male lead were to be eliminated from the trials, would she lose her chance to benefit from his fortune? Would everything change as a result? Such a predicament was indeed troublesome. While she pondered whether to assist the male lead, several shadows suddenly emerged from the forest, heading directly towards her. Clad in dark cloaks and uniform night gear, they appeared to have plotted this encounter in advance. One among them drew a long sword. Its tip aimed squarely at Yun Yining. Devilish witch, you have long abused your status to commit heinous acts. Today is your day of reckoning. Yun Yining was taken aback. When had she ever committed such misdeeds? Sure, she might have been a tad arrogant, but was that enough to warrant a death sentence? Before she could contemplate further, 7 figures brandished their swords in unison, charging towards her. Drawing her Ziyun sword, she held a fire feather talisman in her other hand, and unleashed a torrent of flames upon her assailants. For a brief moment, the seven were forced to retreat, hesitating to advance. Who are you? Do you not realize that attempting to assassinate during the trials is a capital offense? If outsiders infiltrate the Songcheong trials, it would be a provocation against the three sects, with dire consequences. The leader scoffed, dripping with disdain. Didn't he expect you, Yining, to experience fear? The judgment of life and death shall be determined in due time. Whether we live or die remains uncertain, but today marks your end. With that, the seven launched their attack from various angles, and Yining braced herself for combat. However, she soon overestimated her own strength. Each of her adversaries was at least at the mid-stage of the Breaking Valley realm, with some having reached the later stages. Given their numbers, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. If this continued, her stamina would inevitably wane, leading to her downfall. Rather than face certain defeat, she resolved to flee. With that thought, she ascended on her Ziyun sword, darting deeper into the woods. Yet, after only a few steps, she collided with a massive net. Caught off guard, she tumbled to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. What on earth is happening? I have never been so humiliated. Behind her, the cloaked figures erupted in laughter. We have prepared for this day. You shall not escape. Fuming with indignation, she cursed under her breath, realizing she was unjustly bearing the consequences of the original owner's mistakes. The seven assailants showed no mercy, treating her as their sworn enemy. Yining could only dodge, desperately seeking an escape, wondering if anyone would come to her aid. Wait, was there not someone right beside her? Instinctively, she glanced at Song, who was slowly rising and walking towards her. Under normal circumstances, she might have felt reassured, but the terrifying glint in his eyes, wielding the life-wringing sword, made him seem like a harbinger of death. What if he was in league with those seven? Could it be that he has been feigning all along, waiting for the opportune moment to strike me down? The cloaked figures also took note of Song's presence, questioning, "Are you the young master of the Sea family?" Song remained silent, yet his expression clearly indicated his acquiescence. This tacit approval seemed to ease the black-cloaked individuals, as they appeared to understand the relationship between him and Yining, surmising he would not intervene, turning their attention back to Yining. Just as they raised their swords to deliver a fatal blow, Song sprang into action. With a swift thrust, the life-bringing sword glimmered ominously in the moonlight, piercing through the back of one assailant, emerging from his chest. Dark crimson blood dripped from the sword's tip onto the ground, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. With unyielding resolve, Song extracted the sword without a hint of hesitation. The remaining attackers, taken aback, questioned in disbelief, "Are you mad? Yining is not your enemy. Why would you assist her?" At that moment, Yining finally discerned the identities of her assailants. They seemed familiar with Song, and by extension, with her both in voice and appearance, indicating a mix of genders among them. They likely belonged to the participants of this trial. However, with only 100 contenders, she had no recollection of anyone who had crossed paths with her. Lacking the complete memories of the original owner, recalling the intricate details proved nearly impossible. You need not know why. All you must grasp is that you seven shall meet your demise. The young man's voice was deep and resolute, coupled with his fearsome demeanor, tugging at her heartstrings. How strikingly handsome. Realizing that should they join forces, the black-cloaked individuals would be outmatched, they contemplated retreat. Yet Song would not allow them to escape. Failure to eliminate them would pose a threat to him in the future. This was the first time he revealed his true power before Yining. With a flick of his wrist, the life-ringing sword soared into the sky, transforming into 100 illusory blades, descending like a rain of swords upon the attackers. In an instant, half of the black-cloaked figures lay dead or severely wounded. Those with greater strength managed to withstand the onslaught, but were gravely injured. As the last of them attempted to flee into the woods, Song hurled the life-bringing sword, driving it through the heart of the escaping figure. With a muffled grunt, the assailant collapsed lifelessly. Within moments, the forest returned to its former silence. Song retrieved the life-bringing sword, now stained with blood, and approached the fallen Yining. Yining thought to herself, "Is this man gone mad with bloodlust, seeking to take me with him? Is this the infamous buy one get one free?" Clutching a talisman in one hand, she readied herself to make a last stand should he turn on her. But to her surprise, he merely crouched beside her, setting the sword aside. "Your foot is injured." His calm tone was not a question. Yining attempted to move her ankle, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain. "Ouch! I only remember falling. I must have been too tense to stand up." Yet, despite her own obliviousness, Si Tsong had discerned the injury at a glance. Do not move. It is merely a sprain. Allow me to realign your bones. He reached out to examine her ankle, but paused, realizing something. I must assess the misalignment. I have no choice but to remove your shoe and sock. Forgive me. His voice bore no fluctuation, offering no explanation for his earlier actions in saving her. As if he were merely performing an act of duty, devoid of any personal connection. Yining's foot was small, delicate, and fair, perhaps due to her slender frame. The outline of her bones was subtly visible across the bridge of her foot. With a gentle yet firm motion, Si Tsong carefully reset her twisted ankle. Remarkably, she felt no pain, perhaps due to his deft technique. Yet, he still frowned slightly, speaking again. It appears to be more severe than I anticipated. To prevent any impact on your upcoming competition, I shall bind and stabilize it. By tomorrow morning, it will be as good as new. Without waiting for her consent, he tore a strip from his garment and procured 2 smooth branches to fashion a splint, commencing his work. Beneath the taciturn moon, the cadavers of the assassins lay strewn about, the metallic tang of blood carried on the evening zephyr to her nostrils. Yining inclined her head ever so slightly, her gaze drawn to the fair and slender nape of the youth, now marred with crimson droplets. A disconcerting thought crossed her mind. That Si Tsong appeared rather fetching thus. Good heavens, she mused, his beauty is beguiling. I mustn't allow the protagonist's allure to sway me. Yet, he had just rescued her. What course of action should she take? Si Kong, her voice, soft and tremulous, betrayed her unease. Thank you for today. It struck her that she had done nothing but contemplate eliminating him to pilfer his destiny. Yet he had selflessly come to her aid. Si Tsong offered no response, instead meticulously tending to her injured ankle, binding it with care. He then gathered kindling to rekindle the fire within the cavern, casting a warm glow upon the surroundings. His eyes settled upon Yining, who sat beneath a tree, some distance from the cavern entrance. As she pondered how to maneuver herself closer, surely she wouldn't have to crawl. She imagined the ludicrous scene of herself inching along the ground while Si Tsong stood by, his face an impassive mask. How utterly absurd, like a stray cur. Her reverie was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Raising her gaze, she saw Si Tsong advancing towards her. Though lithe in frame, he possessed broad shoulders and long legs, exuding an air of undeniable refinement. Yining swallowed hard, contemplating whether to seek his assistance. After all, they were, in a sense, comrades in arms. He halted before her, kneeling upon one knee. Swallowing again, she ventured, Si Tsong, could you possibly? Her words were cut short by a gasp as he swept her into his arms. What was that? His mask gleamed silver in the moonlight. Her intended words caught in her throat. In that instant, she felt her heart flutter. The moon bathed Si Tsong in its ethereal glow as he cradled her, his dark locks dancing in the breeze, a few stray strands brushing against her cheek. The sensation was akin to a gentle caress upon her very soul. Could I what? He pressed, observing her dazed expression. Snapping back to reality, she averted her gaze. Nothing. Never mind. Thank you. You're welcome. He gently set her down beside the fire, taking a seat opposite her and tending to the flames. The crackling of the burning wood filled the silence, the sole sound within the cavern. Who do you think was behind this attack? Si Tsong inquired, breaking the stillness. Yining, still lost in her thoughts, paused before responding. The Zhangqiang Mountains are patrolled by the upper 3 sects. It's unlikely anyone could infiltrate. Perhaps it was one of the other contestants. We'll know for sure in 10 days. Si Tsong disagreed. The 100 who qualified for the competition are all from families of some standing, even if only minor ones. If their identities were easily discovered, their families would face retribution from the Tiangang sect. Few would risk it. Besides, the attackers' faces were unfamiliar. Yining lowered her gaze, pouting slightly. Then I have no idea. It's all rather peculiar. I haven't provoked anyone, as far as I know. Her last words were barely audible, yet Si Tsong heard them clearly. He ceased his ministrations to the fire and fixed her with a piercing stare, as if to say, are you certain? She puffed out her chest defensively, feeling as though his silence spoke volumes. I'm telling the truth. I haven't offended anyone. Well, only the male lead, she amended silently. But who knows if the original owner of this body was indiscriminate in her animosity? Si Tsong conceded, offering a non-committal reply. Yining surreptitiously studied him. Both she and Si Tsong were without a team. Perhaps forming an alliance would be safer, given the presence of formidable opponents. As she mulled over how to broach the subject, he spoke first. Yining, shall we form a team? It was the first time he had addressed her by name. What machinations lay behind this request? Team up? The offer was too good to be true. Joining forces with the male lead would grant her a legitimate reason to remain by his side, ensuring her share of any fortuitous encounters or treasures. She opened her mouth to accept, but hesitated, deciding to play it cool. Clearing her throat, she feigned reluctance. I'm not so sure. We haven't teamed up from the beginning. She hoped to elicit a response of reassurance, but Seat-sung deviated from her script. In that case, never mind, he replied matter-of-factly, rising to retrieve his sword. Dawn is approaching. I should be on my way. He had taken only a single step when he felt a tug on his garment. He turned to find Yining clutching at his sleeve in an awkward manner. You. She wrung her hands, attempting to salvage the situation. I've changed my mind. I think teaming up would be beneficial. If you were to find yourself in danger, I could offer my assistance. Seat-sung's gaze fell to her injured ankle. I'm much better now, she protested, unwilling to appear helpless. Without a word, he resumed his seat. Don't underestimate me. We'll leave once you've recovered. Elated by his acquiescence, Yining hummed a cheerful tune. As the sky began to lighten, she turned to him. Where shall we go next? After a moment's pause, he replied, to find Gongsun-jiro. Yining feigned a knowing expression. He's eager to reunite with his childhood sweetheart. What a typical man. Seat-sung was oblivious to her thoughts. He had received a missive from the head of the Gongsun family, requesting that he look after Jiro during the competition. The Gongsun family had long enjoyed a cordial relationship with his father, and he regarded Jiro as a half-sister. He could hardly refuse the old family head's request. Chapter 41. The little fangirl. It was merely a matter of keeping an eye on things during the tournament. Gongsun Jiro was not one to stir up trouble, so there was little for her to worry about. Despite having just survived an assassination attempt, Yining felt an unexpected tranquility after agreeing to accompany the male protagonist. She shifted slightly and, gazing at the vigilant Seat-sung, drifted into a soft slumber. As the rhythmic and steady breaths of the person beside her became more pronounced, Seat-sung realized she had fallen asleep. Observing how peacefully Yining slept, he could not help but chuckle softly, muttering to himself, such audacity to sleep so soundly. He considered their relationship to be rather tenuous, yet here she was, able to rest after the recent turmoil. When Yining awoke, the sun was fully risen. Tentatively, she moved her ankle and found that the pain had dissipated. Remarkably swift recovery. Meanwhile, Seat-sung returned from his meditative state and glanced at Yining. It's getting late. We must depart, he stated, indicating they were to seek out Gongsun Jiro. With a sigh, Yining reluctantly rose. All right, let us rescue your little sweetheart. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she noticed Seat-sung staring at her, seemingly displeased with her comment. Internally dismissive, she pondered how he could still be so reticent about their official pairing. Was he reluctant to take responsibility? Such a cad. Yet, Seat-sung remained motionless until she conceded. Fine, fine. She is my little sweetheart. Is that satisfactory? Let us hurry. We must avoid any troubles. Seat-sung cast her a sidelong glance before resuming his path ahead. With their heightened senses, they swiftly tracked down Gongsun Jiro, relying on the chaotic energies surrounding them, which could reveal scents from miles away within a single day. However, Yining's penchant for misfortune seemed to prevail, as the heroine now found herself in peril. Gongsun Jiro's team, primarily composed of girls of similar age and comparable strength, resembled a sisterhood rather than a conventional stronghold. At that moment, this fragile sisterhood was in a standoff with another competing team, the atmosphere decidedly tense. Concealed nearby, the two observed the unfolding situation, their prowess so far beyond that of the other competitors that they remained undetected. The instigator of this predicament was none other than Si Shaoqi, the son of the current head of the Si family. Yining held a deep disdain for this second-generation heir, internally scoffing, seriously? This level of incompetence, and he made it to the second round? It seems even the cannon fodder possesses an aura of luck. After her moment of derision, she turned to Seat-sung, puzzled. Why are you not teamed with Gongsun Jiro? Being in the same team would mean close protection and daily interaction, which would greatly benefit your relationship. Besides, with so many lovely ladies in the group, wouldn't it assist you in expanding your harem? Seat-sung, taken aback by her thoughts, answered matter-of-factly. I lack the time to protect so many individuals. If Gongsun Jiro were not in danger, I would not intervene, as I prefer to remain unnoticed regarding my strength. Moreover, this competition relies on one's own ability and intellect. Assisting Gongsun Jiro is merely out of past kindness. Otherwise, with my nature, I might have treated this sisterhood as mere fodder. Yining pouted, realizing that this male protagonist was exceptionally heartless. With so many beautiful girls around, even she felt a flutter. At that moment, Si Shaoqi scrutinized the opposing team. a mocking smile playing on his lips. I genuinely do not understand how you lot managed to reach the second round. Do you not realize the dangers involved? Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. He had assessed that the opposing team consisted primarily of disciples from minor clans, with the Gongsun family being the only formidable presence. However, given the Gongsun family's ties with Si Tsung and his ineffectual father, they were regarded as adversaries. Gongsun Jiro, merely a young girl accustomed to her family's pampering, stepped forward defiantly. Si Shaoqi, who do you think you are? Step aside, or I shall not spare you. Yining shook her head in exasperation. Had the heroine simply bided her time, she could have avoided conflict, yet here they were, on the brink of confrontation. As anticipated, tensions flared, and both sides clashed in a chaotic melee. It quickly became apparent that Si Shaoqi's side held the advantage in both strength and numbers. Seeing the girls falter, Si Tsung's patience waned, and he prepared to intervene. However, a girl beside him grasped his arm. Where do you think you're going? To help, Yining replied, rolling her eyes, aware that her intentions were far from altruistic. Have you lost your mind? The one over there is Si Shaoqi. If you intervene, this matter will not end well for you. Si Shaoqi had already marked Si Tsung as a target, and should he perceive Si Tsung's growing strength, he might involve his family in retaliation. While Si Tsung understood this, he also recognized that failing to act would result in Gongsun Jiro being seriously harmed. Observing his determination, Yining sighed in resignation. You truly are a romantic. Fine, in light of your assistance yesterday, I shall intervene on your behalf. Without waiting for Si Tsung's reply, she brandished her sword and leapt into the fray. Stop! A commanding voice rang out as a gust of energy propelled Si Shaoqi and his comrades backward, staggering 2 steps. Si Shaoqi turned, ready to unleash his fury, only to be met with the vision he had long yearned for. Yining. Her beauty was striking. Compared to Gongsun Jiro's innocence, she exuded an alluring yet cool demeanor, a blend of fierceness and seduction that was utterly captivating. This was precisely why nearly all the antagonists opposed to the male protagonist were enamored with her. After all, men are ultimately visual creatures. Gazing at Yining, Si Shaoqi swallowed hard, fearing this might be an illusion. Why Yining? To encounter you here is truly fortuitous. His mind raced with thoughts of how to persuade this goddess to join his team. Gongsun Jiro, equally thrilled, leaped with joy at the sight of her beloved fairy sister coming to her rescue. Fairy sister, it is you again. What a delightful twist of fate. Chapter 42. Concerning the protagonist, Yining swallowed hard and offered an awkward smile. In truth, all destinies are preordained in the unseen realms, much like the present moment. Isn't it so? I too sense a connection between us. Despite her youth, she had entangled herself with that rascal, Si Tsung, which was indeed my misfortune. Gongsun Jiro gazed at Yining with excitement. Realizing that Yun had come to rescue her, her demeanor shifted immediately. She raised her chin defiantly towards Si Shaoqi. Did you see that? The fairy sister has come to save me. With her extraordinary prowess, you should take your leave. Yining interjected. My dear lady, is it truly appropriate for you to so casually invoke my name? Si Shaoqi stared at Yining, his eyes wide, unable to blink. Though he was a young master of the Si family, their status paled in comparison to that of the Tiangang sect. Si Tsung, bound by their engagement, often had more opportunities to see Yining. For the other young masters enamored with her, encounters were few and far between. Thus, despite his deep-seated disdain for Gongsun Jiro, he maintained his composure in Yining's presence. Observing her defend Gongsun Jiro, he questioned in confusion, Sister Yining, why do you protect her? She is with that little rascal. Si Kong. He thought Yining detested Si Tsung, and, by extension, Gongsun Jiro as well. Yining regarded the man before her with a frosty expression, as her impression of Si Shaoqi was far from favorable. Young Master Si, my actions are my own, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from calling me sister in the future. Such familiarity might lead one to believe we share a closer bond than we do. Upon hearing this, Si Shaoqi feigned sorrow, stepping back in shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Young sect master, I am merely considering your interests. Have you not always found Si Kong? His words were abruptly cut off by Yining. My feelings toward others are uncertain even to me, so I would kindly ask you not to concern yourself with my preferences. Yining exhaled softly, realizing the absurdity of the situation. How could an NPC possibly scheme against me? However, Si Shaoqi found her response hard to accept. He had always been acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and Yining. Hence, he never dared to hope for her affection. Merely wishing to engage in activities she would enjoy, hoping she might cast her gaze upon him for even a fleeting moment. Yet now, witnessing her ally with the very person she had despised so ardently, he pondered the significance of his efforts thus far. Unbeknownst to him, Yining simply wished for his swift departure. Young Master C, I am unsure how I might have offended you, but everything I do is aimed at your happiness. Yining rolled her eyes internally, thinking, you should focus on preserving your own life, you insignificant pawn. She continued, Miss Gongsun is my friend. I hope the young master of the C family might grant me a favor. Recognizing that she was genuinely protecting Gongsun Jiro, Si Shaoqi acknowledged his inferiority and refrained from confrontation. He took a deep breath, and when he looked up, a placating smile graced his face. If that is your wish, then I shall raise no objections. With that, he turned and led his companions away. Gongsun Jiro, still possessing the temperament of a child, made faces at the departing figures. Why are you leaving? Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Yining couldn't help but imagine the future of Si Tsong and this girl together. Could this really be the contemporary version of a domineering CEO with his Navi wife? Gongsun Jiro, brimming with pride, continued making faces at the departing group until a sudden chill swept over her, accompanied by a familiar voice that froze her in place. If you truly wish to compete with him, feel free to pursue. Without turning around, Gongsun Jiro instinctively knew who was behind her. She swallowed hard and instinctively hid behind Yining. Draped in black, Si Tsong exuded an air of indifference, his gaze fixated on Yining. He had missed the opportunity to inquire earlier, as Yining had already intervened on his behalf. She could have easily remained uninvolved. This was his affair. Yining was no fragile maiden. Her strength could easily place her among the top 8 competitors. So, why did she choose to assist him? Yining was taken aback by his icy demeanor. Was this truly the nature of the protagonist, perpetually maintaining a cold fade? Gongsun Jiro, finding solace behind Yining, mustered the courage to retort at Si Kong. Why did you suddenly appear behind me? I have no intention of competing with him. The fairy sister wouldn't approve. She tugged at Yining's sleeve, as if indicating they were allies. Yining thought to herself, can you two lovebirds keep your flirtations to yourselves? I am truly terrified. Indeed, Si Tsong cast a glance at Gongsun Jiro's hand and initiated his sharp-tongued retorts. Of course she would agree. If you doubt it, feel free to test that theory. No, the fairy sister is concerned for me. She wouldn't agree. Yining felt a surge of frustration towards Si Kong brother. You are the protagonist. You are 19. What petty grievances do you have with your 16-year-old wife? Yet, an ominous premonition loomed over her, and she feared that something was about to unfold. As anticipated, Gongsun Jiro, realizing she could not outmaneuver Si Tsong, turned to Yining. Fairy sister, do you truly wish to part with Jiro? At that moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Yining's mind, yet she was compelled to wear a forced smile. Remain calm, remain composed. This is the heroine. Crossing her is tantamount to provoking the protagonist. If they reconcile, I will become the wretched friend who advised against their union. After a moment's contemplation, Yining resolved to muddle through. In truth, my assistance is merely in accordance with what your brother Si Tsong desires. He simply cannot act on it himself. This instinct for self-preservation was unparalleled. However, unexpectedly, Si Tsong also entered the fray. It is not my intention. I remain indecisive. His tone faltered, and Yining narrowed her eyes, suspecting he harbored ulterior motives. Sure enough, the man spoke again. I too wish to ascertain whether the esteemed young sect master is indeed reluctant to let her duel with Si Shaoqi. Yining nearly gasped in disbelief. Are you truly questioning my intentions? I am aiding you. You should not be probing my thoughts if you wish to find a partner. Their gazes converged upon her, and Yining felt as though she were under a spotlight. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself. Of course I do not wish to part with her. Gongsun Jiro beamed, her admiration for Yining soaring. I knew it. The fairy sister is merely reluctant to admit it. She is most concerned for me. Yining resigned herself to defeat. In the end, her unwillingness to part with Gongsun Jiro led to the three of them journeying together. Since Yining and Si Tsong joined, Gongsun Jiro's confidence noticeably surged, as if she were eager to tease anyone in sight. Yet, what puzzled Yining was that despite being the protagonist's partner, Gongsun Jiro seemed far more interested in her. Throughout the journey, Gongsun Jiro bombarded her with questions, showing no signs of stopping. Is it true that the fairy maiden has already reached the golden core stage? That's truly remarkable. Yining offered an awkward smile, her demeanor suggesting a sense of forced compliance. In truth, there's no need to address me as fairy maiden. Simply Yining will suffice. Such appellations are rather affected. and somewhat embarrassing for Si-tsung to hear. Gongsun Juro appeared reluctant to relinquish the title, but swiftly recognized that it seemed to be causing the fairy maiden some unease. Thus, she gracefully amended her form of address. In that case, may I call you elder sister Yining? Yining. Words fail me. It's either younger sister or elder sister. Very well. Throughout the journey, Gongsun Juro remained incessantly talkative, her fascination with Yining surpassing even that of Si-kong. Upon learning of their past, ill-fated engagement, she displayed not anger, but rather elation. It's fortunate that you and brother Si-tsung annulled your betrothal. His aloof nature hardly befits someone of your caliber. Yining's composure wavered, her gaze toward Gongsun Juro tinged with astonishment. This female protagonist, she mused, was perhaps somewhat unconventional. Gongsun Juro, however, betrayed no sense of wrongdoing, and instead proceeded to enumerate Si-tsung's shortcomings. Elder sister Yining, you are both beautiful and powerful. If one were to adhere to the narratives in illustrated books, a person of such strength ought to have someone lively and capable of bringing joy. Yining swallowed hard, casting a glance at Si-kong. She hadn't anticipated that the male protagonist would favor such a disposition. How very. Chapter 43. A suitor like you, is that so? She was clearly unwilling to continue such a discourse, contemplating a diversion. But Gongsun Juro evidently harbored a profound interest in the subject. Gongsun Juro gazed at Yining, a blush suffusing her face as if struck by an idea. Her delicate fingers incessantly fidgeted with her garments. For instance, someone like Sister Yining ought to seek a maiden, a lad, such as myself. Yining nearly choked on her own saliva. What was the heroine implying? That she should seek someone like her? The mere thought of a man fawning over her sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps not. I presently harbor no such inclinations. Is that truly the case? I fear such individuals would not favor me. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Juro vehemently shook her head. How could that be? I, for one, hold Sister Yining in the highest regard. And Sister Yining reciprocates my affection, does she not? Yining. Indeed. As their conversation teetered on the precipice of awkwardness, Si-tsung, who had hitherto remained taciturn, interjected, Gongsun Juro, rather than indulging in such amorous fancies. Perhaps you should contemplate augmenting your strength. We shall not perpetually safeguard you. Gongsun Juro, being but a tender maiden, was naturally aggrieved at being publicly deemed weak before her revered celestial sister. She retorted, her neck craned in defiance, who says so? I shall surpass you in prowess. Si-tsung remained silent, his gaze conveying that Gongsun Juro was merely indulging in a reverie. Yining, observing their interaction, felt a portentous twitch in her eyelid. Was the narrative veering off course? Could the male protagonist's temperament truly harmonize with the heroine? Gongsun Juro seemed to evince no fondness for such a disposition. For 2 consecutive days, the contingent proceeded without incident. With Yining's presence providing reassurance, the lurking teams dared not make a move. Until one fateful day, they collided head-on with Tu Yongrui's team. The 2 factions, meeting on a narrow path, halted in unison upon recognizing each other. Si-tsung? The moment Tu Yongrui beheld Si-tsung, a surge of murderous intent emanated from him, his gaze turning frigid. Alas, Yining lamented inwardly, these 2 are destined to clash. Surely they won't engage in combat here. As predicted, Tu Yongrui, brandishing his long sword, exuded an aura of heightened intensity. How serendipitous. I wondered why we had encountered no adversaries. It seems the remainder were congregated here. Unlike Si-tsung and Yining, Tu Yongrui was not one to passively accept outcomes. Conversely, he relished the opportunity to engage with diverse individuals, thereby honing his skills. Due to the angle, he had not yet espied Yining within the ranks. He merely intended to vanquish this team, devoid of any notable pedigree, deeming their numbers sufficient. Si-tsung, disinclined to offer explanations, deemed discourse with Tu Yongrui futile, preferring direct action. Observing that neither Gongsun Juro nor Tu Xinyue evinced any intention of intervention, Yining cleared her throat softly. I perceive no necessity for such animosity. Upon hearing Yining's voice, Tu Yongrui's countenance softened, a smile gracing his lips. Sister Yining, what brings you here as well? He and his sister had sought Yining for an extended period, only to discover her aligned with Si-tsung's team. Yining stepped forward, elucidating. I chanced upon this team. Being solitary, I thought it preferable to accompany them, lest I succumb to ennui. Upon hearing Yining's rationale, Tu Yongrui seemed to seize an opportunity. Sister Yining, why consort with such individuals? Our team welcomes you at any time. Furthermore, our combined might would render us invincible. Yining offered a sheepish smile, disinclined to instigate hostilities between the two factions at this juncture. What course of action should she adopt? Perpetual neutrality? I maintain amiable relations with Miss Gongsun, hence my sojourn with them. Upon learning that Yining and Gongsun Jiro were friends, Tu Yangrui was beset by hesitation. Had Sister Yining not spoken thus, would his actions not wound her friend? Bearing this in mind, he temporarily relinquished his intent to confront the group, reiterating his invitation to Yining. Sister Yining, since they are your friends, I shall refrain from confrontation. However, associating with individuals of such limited prowess is fraught with peril. Would it not be preferable to join my sister and me? Faced with Tu Yangrui's renewed invitation, Yining found herself in a quandary. What was she to do? Having extended such courtesy, could she afford to decline without causing offense? Yet, should she accept? Yining's gaze inadvertently alighted upon Si Tsong, only to discover that he, too, was observing her. Should she depart, the male protagonist's fortuitous encounters? In the span of mere seconds, the narrative of the original tale flashed through her mind. It seemed that during this period, the male protagonist had not acquired any external advantages. Would her temporary absence prove inconsequential? Sister Yining? Tu Yangrui gently inquired, drawing Yining from her reverie. Gongsun Jiro, of course, would not permit this individual to abscond with her sister Yining. Thus, she declared, Tu Yangrui, you are exceeding the bounds of propriety. Sister Yining was invited by me. By what right do you claim her? Gongsun Jiro tugged at Yining's sleeve, evincing her reluctance. Si Tsong, though silent, clutched his rebirth sword, poised for immediate action. Brother Si Tsong, what are you doing? Gongsun Jiro, surmising that Si Tsong was apprehensive, flushed with indignation. Tu Yangrui, evidently disregarding Gongsun Jiro, did not deign to bestow even a glance upon her. Gongsun Jiro, what manner of place do you perceive this to be? Perhaps in the minor city of Yuanhai. Your words might carry some weight. But this is the Azure Sky trial, where only strength commands respect. Who knows whether you are merely seeking Sister Yining's protection, given the presence of a certain incompetent individual among you. Having uttered this, he cast a meaningful glance at Si Kong Gongsun Jiro, though accustomed to bickering with Si Tsong, presented a united front against Tu Yangrui. What do you imply? Observing that Gongsun Jiro was easily provoked, and Tu Yangrui was equally eager to engage, Yining interjected. Since young Master Tu extends such a gracious invitation, I see no reason to decline. I shall accept your kind offer. Sister Yining. Perturbed by Yining's willingness to join Tu Yangrui's team, Gongsun Jiro was on the verge of violence, only to be restrained by Si Kong brother Si Tsong. What are you doing? Gongsun Jiro, surmising that Si Tsong was apprehensive, flushed with indignation. Chapter 44. A piteous tale from beginning to end silently. Si Tsong pulled the person behind him and turned his gaze towards Yining. If you do not wish to, then come back. This was directed at Yining, leaving not only her, but also the onlookers momentarily stunned. What did the male protagonist mean? Was he suggesting that if she did not want to leave, she should step forward and duel with Tu Yangrui? Tu Yangrui narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating through Yining to Si Tsong behind her. What do you mean? In an instant, a palpable tension filled the air, as both individuals radiated an unmistakable aura of menace. Tu Yangrui, indeed, was the greatest adversary of the male protagonist, possessing formidable strength that could not be underestimated. Evidently at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, this was troubling. Yining quickly interjected, determined to prevent Tu Yangrui's ire, even if it meant slighting the male protagonist. Of course, I do not object. It has been a long time since I last saw young Master Tu. It is indeed time to catch up. After speaking, she turned her attention to Tu Yangrui. Shall we? Tu Yangrui gradually relaxed his clenched fist, withdrawing his gaze. Very well, Yining. With that, they all turned in unison to depart. Yining let out a soft sigh. This period had indeed been quite arduous. Unbeknownst to her, as she left with Tu Yangrui, Si Tsong's eyes grew increasingly frigid. Gongsun Jiro, aware of her own inferiority in both strength and status compared to the siblings of the Tu family, could only stamp her foot in frustration. Thus, Yining was compelled to depart from the male protagonist and join the two siblings instead, seizing the rare opportunity to be with the goddess. Tu Yangrui showered Yining with concern, yet he could sense her underlying discontent. That night, they rested beside a waterfall, kindling a fire. Alone at the edge of the waterfall, Yining felt restless. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, and upon turning, she found Tu Yangrui standing there. Young Master Tu. What brings you here? Clad in a deep blue robe, Tu Yangrui appeared exceptionally handsome under the night sky. Though Yining had encountered the most striking visage in Song, Tu Yongrui was undeniably attractive in his own right. Song exuded a cold and resolute aura, while Tu Yongrui radiated an innate nobility. Yining, I would prefer it if you call me by my name. Her habitual address of him as young Master Tu had always kept her at a distance, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Yining smiled, but did not acquiesce. Did you come here for something? Tu Yongrui seated himself beside her, both listening to the soothing sound of the waterfall. Sometimes, I feel as if you are not quite yourself. Yining stiffened, her heart racing. Yet, she quickly forced herself to regain her composure. Oh, have I changed in appearance? Tu Yongrui shook his head. It is not your looks. Rather, since our last meeting, you seem to have matured significantly, no longer resembling the reckless girl you once were. Though he spoke in a tone suggesting that everyone changes over time, his words struck a chord within Yining, leaving her feeling guilty. Is that so? I haven't noticed any change. It seemed the tales she had read were true. The narrative suggested that Tu Yongrui harbored feelings for the female lead and understood her well. She had indeed underestimated the time required for such character transformations. Tu Yongrui, however, did not suspect Yining's true identity, considering her to be the little princess of the Tiangang sect and the most talented female cultivator, making it nearly impossible for him to discern any signs of possession. Regardless, it is for the best. It seems you do not despise Song as much anymore. After circling around the topic, Tu Yongrui finally addressed the crux of the matter. Yining, not being naive, immediately grasped that his reference to change pertained to her attitude towards Sikong. She wished she could regard him as she once did. Yet witnessing her assassination attempts fail repeatedly, she feared that if the male protagonist truly matured, her current demeanor would become a fatal liability. While contemplating her justifications, she deflected Tu Yongrui's inquiries. Is that so? The engagement has been annulled, my objectives have been achieved, and there is no need for me to make things difficult for him. Tu Yongrui glanced at her, oblivious to her underlying tension, before turning away to speak. Recently, rumors have circulated suggesting that Yining has developed feelings for that worthless individual. Upon hearing such news, I found it utterly unbelievable and promptly dealt with the source. Yining stiffened, recognizing the folly of the masses. Such slanderous gossip was hardly worth her time or effort. Yet, Tu Yongrui shook his head. For your name to be associated with that worthless individual is a grave insult. Is this not something you once detested? Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Tu Yongrui continued lightly. Furthermore, Yining, you even intervened to save Gong's son Jiro. Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that you do not despise Song as much as before? Yining froze, detecting an unmistakable hint of threat in his words. She forced a smile, feigning nonchalance. How could that be? My assistance was merely in accordance with my father's wishes. Your father's wishes? Tu Yongrui narrowed his eyes. Having discerned the delicate nature of Yining's relationship with Song, he had not anticipated it to be at the behest of Yun Chenghe. At this point, Yining could only use her father as a shield. Despite her less-than-stellar reputation, her father was a well-meaning character in the story. Indeed, my father mentioned that after the annulment of the engagement, the C family faced difficulties. He suggested that since my objectives had been met, I should extend a lifeline to them. Upon reflection, I agreed, as I merely felt pity for him. Upon uttering those words, Yining herself found them ludicrous. Pity? What was there to pity about the male protagonist? His journey was one of enduring hardship before reaping the rewards, unlike her own fate, which had turned dire after a taste of sweetness. Yet, Yining did not realize that her words were overheard by someone concealed in the trees. Each of her statements fell like daggers to Song's ears as he stood there, clenching his fists tightly, leaving marks upon the tree trunk. Merely my father's wishes. A lifeline, pity. The words Yining had spoken during their engagement annulment echoed in his mind. She had professed her affection for him. Although he had initially doubted it, after all they had endured together, he had chosen to believe that there was at least a measure of sincerity in her feelings. Yet now, it appeared he had been nothing but deluded. To her, he was merely a pitiful wretch. Yining. Song closed his eyes, barely suppressing his turbulent emotions. Reflecting on this was indeed absurd. He had worried whether Yining would be coerced, only to realize he was the fool. Song. Oh Song, how foolish you are. She merely extended a modicum of warmth, and you have forgotten everything. Chapter 45. Helplessness. Reflecting upon his initial fervent vows to never harbor feelings for Yining, Song found himself ensnared in a web of his own affections. A source of amusement for her, no doubt. Silently seething with anger, he maintained his composure, while the chaotic entity within him, chaos, was far less restrained, clawing to emerge from the spatial ring. What nonsense was this woman spouting? Who desired her pity? They could thrive without her. It was merely his own misguided sentimentality. Do not presume that saving us twice earns her any accolades. I shall go out and silence her. As chaos made to break free, a slender hand restrained it. Seetsung chuckled softly, his eyes opening to reveal a stillness akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of any tenderness. Ultimately, it was his own folly that allowed this woman to deceive him time and again. Following his thoughts, his gaze turned icy, fixated on the two figures by the waterfall. It was well known that the young master of the Kangi sect was a paragon, and he and Yining were viewed as a match made in heaven. Now that he had annulled their engagement, all pretenses were cast aside. How foolish he had been to overestimate her. She remained unchanged from her former self. On the other side, Yining managed to smooth over her words, noticing that the man opposite her no longer seemed suspicious. A sigh of relief escaped her. So, it was true. Yining had matured, no longer the willful girl she once was. Though she recognized this as a positive change, the realization that it stemmed from Seetsung's influence irked Tu Yangrui. A forced laugh escaped Yining's lips. Not at all. She had assumed that after her inquiries, the man would take his leave, yet to her surprise, Tu Yangrui remained, a cryptic smile gracing his features. Sensing something amiss, Yining was about to voice her concerns when Tu Yangrui spoke. Reality is harsh. The young master of the sea family must have overheard clearly. Does Yining need to reiterate? Yining felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her blood running cold. Her mind fixated on one thought. Seetsung was nearby and had heard her words. The faint sound of footsteps approached, and she spun around to find Seetsung, clad in black and wearing a half-masked iron visage, standing behind her. His expression was frigid, his grip on the rebirth sword firm, his gaze devoid of warmth. Though she understood that her relationship with Seetsung had never been amicable, this was the first time she had encountered such a chilling stare. Seekong. She called out, her voice trembling, unsure why she felt compelled to address him. His gaze was as deep as an ancient well. He looked at her. Yet she sensed no emotion emanating from him. Meanwhile, Tu Yangrui seemed to revel in the moment, rising to obstruct Seetsung's line of sight. A smug expression plastered on his face. I sensed an unfamiliar presence earlier and initially wondered who was eavesdropping. However, I soon realized that Yining, the extraordinary maiden, must have numerous suitors eager to catch a glimpse of her. With that, he cast a scornful glance up and down Seetsung, incredulous. Who would have thought it was you? Have you not yet surrendered your pursuit of Yining? Yining snapped back from her shock, instinctively moving to stand beside Seetsung, but then paused, recalling something. You shouldn't be here. It was over. She had undoubtedly offended the male lead, sealing her fate. Moreover, it seemed he genuinely regarded her as a friend. Reflecting on her previous comments, she found it absurd to express sympathy for someone like Seetsung, destined to overturn the world and dictate fate. Regrettably, her true sentiments would remain unheard. After their heartfelt conversation the previous night, Tu Yangrui indeed refrained from seeking trouble with Seetsung, leading their group in the opposite direction. As the second assessment neared its conclusion, Gong Sunjiro could no longer contain herself and turned to Seetsung, who had remained silent for days. Shall we not rescue Sister Yining from Tu Yangrui? She rightfully belongs to them, yet has been taken away. Without her company, she must be utterly bored, unable to eat or sleep. With this thought, Gong Sunjiro felt invigorated. She had already begun devising a plan, while Seetsung continued in silence, as if he had not heard her. Frustration etched her brow as she tugged at his sleeve. Feeling the force, Seetsung was compelled to halt, glancing back at her. We must reclaim Sister Yining. I have a feeling she is waiting for us. Unaware of the events that transpired that night, Gong Sunjiro unwittingly treaded upon Seetsung's sensitive ground. Suddenly, his aura turned frigid, his gaze fixating on her hand as if it could freeze her very touch. Gong Sunjiro, taken aback by Seetsung's demeanor, quickly withdrew her hand. What do you mean by this? Seetsung offered no explanation but stated, she is not waiting for you. I do not wish to hear her name again. He finally comprehended that in this world, to avoid being looked down upon or pitted, one must showcase their strength. Meanwhile, Yining, accompanying Tu Yangrui, found herself similarly burdened, akin to a reluctant employee forced to smile in the presence of a superior. Chapter 46, a complete break. Fortunately, this period did not last long, as the second phase of the trial soon came to an end. Yunxingha, upon seeing his daughter safe and sound in the team, finally revealed a smile. However, his expression soured upon noticing her companion, Tu Yangrui. In contrast, the rarely smiling leader of the Kengi sect, Tu Han, cast a glance at Yun Qinghe, his face betraying a rare delight. My dear Yun, I never anticipated that even though the two children were not on the same team, they would still find their way to each other. It seems that Rui's efforts were not in vain. It appears our families should grow closer, he remarked. Yun Qinghe's expression darkened as he forced a perfunctory smile in response. Yi is a girl of many whims. It's a bit premature for such closeness. Despite his words, concern for his daughter clouded his thoughts. What on earth was happening? Hadn't she claimed to dislike Tu Yangrui? Meanwhile, Yun Yitsong appeared lost and despondent, as if her very spirit had been drained. Feeling her father's gaze, she looked up to meet his eyes, nearly bursting into tears. Help me, Daddy. I just want to lie down. This life is too hard. With assassins and suitors pursuing her, she had initially hoped that the male lead had moved past his resentment, only to emerge from this ordeal having offended him thoroughly. Yun Qinghe hesitated, sensing something was amiss with his daughter. It was better to inquire later. When Yun Yitsong finally reached her father, she threw herself into his arms. Daughter Yu. Yun Qinghe was momentarily at a loss. In his memory, his daughter had never been this heartbroken. What could have possibly transpired? Seeing his daughter in such a state transformed his initial question into one of concern. He gently ruffled her hair, his eyes brimming with affection. My dear, what troubles you? Was this trial not favorable? It could not be. His daughter was among the best of the participants and should not have suffered any indignities. Yun Yitsong shook her head and recounted the near assassination incident to her father. Although it was not the most serious issue, it was related to the Sanxiong trial, so it was better to share it. Upon hearing this, Yun Qinghe's expression grew grim. He pondered for a moment before analyzing. I have vetted the participants, so those individuals should not be part of this trial. Yun Yitsong was perplexed. But if they are not participants, how could they infiltrate Sanxiong Mountain? Before the trial began, the elders of the three major families thoroughly inspected every corner to ensure the safety of the participants. It is nearly impossible for anyone to hide from such experts, unless... Could it be that someone is colluding? Yun Qinghe interrupted his daughter's thoughts. We cannot jump to conclusions just yet. Yitsong, you must be weary. Rest well after returning home. In 3 days, the final challenge of the Sanxiong trial will commence. I hope you perform admirably and bring honor to our family and sect. As the father of only one daughter, although he often indulged her, Yun Qinghe understood that the weight on her shoulders was no lighter than his own. Yun Yitsong understood. Now was not the time to discuss this matter. Until she knew who was behind it all she could do was endure. She nodded, preparing to return for some much-needed rest, when Yun Qinghe suddenly called out to her. Wait, father, is there something else? Yun Qinghe exhaled deeply, almost forgetting an important matter. What is going on between you and Tu Yangrui? Did you not say you did not like him? Furthermore, you are aware that Tu Han's intentions are not pure. Tu Han was not satisfied with the status quo of the three-way balance of power. Despite Kengi sect's supremacy among the three sects, his ambitions were far from fulfilled. Given that Yun Yitsong was the heir of Kengi's sect and a woman, it was no wonder Tu Han had taken an interest. Father, I merely encountered Tu Yangrui by chance. There is no possibility for anything between us. Who could possibly have a connection with a fictional character? She still needed to find an opportunity to return home. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yun Qinghe's frown eased. That is good. However, I must remind you that Tu Yangrui is unsuitable, and Yitsong is even less so. The situation between the two of you is already sufficiently complicated. At this point, Yun Qinghe's expression turned serious. The matter of breaking the engagement had already tarnished his daughter's reputation, and should there be lingering feelings afterward, it would only complicate things further. Mentioning this made Yun Yitsong feel guilty, yet she nodded in agreement. Do not worry, father, there is nothing between Yitsong and me. What could there possibly be? If there was, it could only be enmity. She lamented inwardly, feeling she no longer deserved the male lead. Yun Qinghe scrutinized his daughter, clearly unconvinced. There had been numerous rumors circulating about the two of them recently. However, he refrained from pressing the issue further and simply replied, that is good. Yun Yitsong remained silent. Ensure you keep your distance from Sikong. There have been many rumors about you both lately. Understood. Yun Yitsong never anticipated that she would find herself in such a position of insincerity, and that day would soon arrive. Meanwhile, Gong Senjiro observed Yitsong, who was deep in meditation, her frustration boiling over as she stamped her foot. Why hasn't Yitsong's sister spoken to us? What did you say to her that day? Yitsong did not even flinch, clearly expressing his disregard. What does that mean? I knew it. You quarreled with Itsung's sister, didn't you? You should go and apologize. Upon hearing this, Sitsung finally lifted his eyes to give her a glance. Why should I apologize? If anyone needs to apologize, it should be Yin Itsung. Gong Sunjiro wore an expression of knowing. So you admit it. You quarreled with Itsung's sister, right? You're a man. What's wrong with apologizing? In her eyes, Yin Itsung was a kind-hearted goddess, though somewhat inarticulate. Conversely, Sitsung always wore a grim expression, often frightening her and frequently complaining about her, making him rather infuriating. Sitsung furrowed his brow slightly, countering with a question. I recall you used to dislike Yin Itsung. Before his engagement was called off, she had been on the same side as him, but now. Gong Sunjiro waved her hand impatiently. I didn't like you either. But I heard many negative remarks about Itsung's sister, which made me dislike her even more. However, that has changed. Now that I have met her, she is not at all like the rumors. Thus, it must be your fault. Chapter 47. Regret for not killing you. Regarding this answer, Sitsung remained noncommittal. After all, the current Yining was certainly not someone he despised, and he seemed to lack the habit of reopening old wounds. Having received the answers he sought, Sitsung continued to meditate and cultivate. Beside him, Gong Sunjiro exclaimed, Hey, I've answered you. Now you respond to me. Sitsung remained unmoved, indicating that he could choose not to reply. Gong Sunjiro, frustrated, spun around twice and resolved to take matters into her own hands, deciding to seek out her sister Yining. Fine, considering you reluctantly count as my half-brother, I shall absolve you of your sins. Sitsung pondered. What sins does he even have? However, Gong Sunjiro was known for her peculiar remarks, so he chose to ignore her. Although the man remained silent, Gong Sunjiro had already devised a plan to preserve her friendship with her goddess. That night, as she meditated in her room, she caught the faint sound of footsteps outside the door. Yining slightly opened her eyes and squinted towards the window. Her enhanced abilities now allowed her to sense movements within a 2-mile radius. At that moment, an unfamiliar presence intruded upon their Tiangang sect's territory. How audacious! This was the exclusive chamber of the Tiangang sect, heavily guarded inside and out, and yet someone dared to approach. Given the recent assassination attempt, she naturally assumed that the culprits had returned, eager to make another attempt. However, this time would be different. Even if she couldn't defeat them, a single shout would summon the 36 Tiangang members and her father in an instant. With this thought, recalling her previous disarray while being pursued, she felt the opportunity for revenge was at hand. She was eager to see what they dared to do on her territory. With that in mind, she swiftly leaped from her bed, grasped her Xian sword, and stealthily made her way to the courtyard. The moonlight illuminated the scene, making it seem less than ideal for an assassination. Meanwhile, Gong Sunjiro donned a set of dark clothing and stealthily approached the exterior of the Tiangang sect's chambers. Faced with a row of several rooms, she momentarily faltered. Which one was it? She had heard that the Tiangang sect was heavily guarded. Would she be discovered if she accidentally entered the wrong room? Before she could ponder further, she had barely taken a step into the courtyard when a gust of wind brushed past her, followed by several shadowy figures flashing by. Before she could react, the shadows had surrounded her completely. Who are you? Gong Sunjiro, unaccustomed to such a situation, took 2 steps back, clutching a nearby tree for support. Her mind rendered momentarily blank by the unexpected confrontation. A middle-aged man slowly emerged from the shadows, his expression dark, none other than Yun Qingha. Esteemed guest, this is the residence of the Tiangang sect. May I inquire to which clan you belong, visiting at such a late hour? It was absurd. Yun Qingha was a master of considerable renown. The moment Gong Sunjiro stepped into the Tiangang sect's premises, he sensed her presence. Naturally, his first reaction mirrored that of Yining. He assumed she was after his precious daughter. Yun Qingha's expression darkened severely as he began to channel his energy, teetering on the edge of restraint. Did they truly think the Tiangang sect was a mere clay figurine? He had not yet perished, yet they dared intrude upon his home. Gong Sunjiro, now thoroughly frightened, hurriedly waved her hands in explanation as Yun Qingha questioned her. No, I am not a bad person. I am here looking for someone. Realizing the voice belonged to a young girl, and that she was alone, Yun Qingha hesitated. Before he could inquire further, footsteps approached from behind. It was Yining. Daughter, you. Before Yun Qingha could finish, he witnessed the black-clad girl, previously terrified, now looking at his daughter with determination, exclaiming, Yiningjie. Yining stumbled slightly, recognizing that voice. She had intended to apprehend someone, but little did she expect her father to beat her to it. Just as she approached to investigate, the intruding girl suddenly leaped into her arms. Yining Jia. It's me, Jiro. Upon saying this, the girl removed the black cloth from her face, revealing herself to be Gongsun Jiro. Yinqingha, recognizing the young girl from the Gongsun family, sighed in exasperation and turned to Yining. Daughter, since you know her, I shall take my leave. With that, Yinqingha departed with several Tian gang members. Yining sighed, glancing down at the girl in her embrace. So you came here looking for me? I presume you don't know anyone else here? Gongsun Jiro, still holding on to Yining's waist, looked up at her and replied, yes, no. I mean, I wasn't the one who came here on my own. Then who sent you? Yining asked, puzzled. The answer that followed left her utterly astounded. It was Brother Sitsong who asked me to come. He said he regretted leaving that day. Sitsong. Yining's eyes widened in shock, fixating on the girl before her. You mean Sitsong sent you? That was not even the most significant part. The crucial point was that he had let her go so easily that day and now expressed regret. What was this? She thought she had put the matter to rest. Yet here came a reckoning. Did the male lead harbor a penchant for settling scores after the fact? Gongsun Jiro, blissfully unaware of the tension, assumed Yining was merely surprised by Sitsong's apology. She smiled subtly, convinced their friendship could still be salvaged, all due to Sitsong's failure to apologize. Yes. After returning, Brother Sitsong regretted it immensely and couldn't sleep a wink all night. Sitsong. Well, Yining, I have granted you an opportunity. Yet you not only squander it, but also conspired with your former lover to humiliate me. I, Sitsong, vow that tonight I shall remain awake, ensuring you never awaken again. At that moment, Sitsong awoke from his meditation, sneezing. Chaos turned to him, concern etched on his features. Master, you have been pushing yourself too hard in your cultivation. Perhaps you should rest for a while? This was the first time Chaos had witnessed his master in such a state. Despite rapid progress and strength, Sitsong seemed unwilling to forego any opportunity for cultivation. Sitsong slightly opened his eyes, gazing out at the vast moonlit expanse. There were many formidable contenders in the upcoming competition. Securing victory would not be a simple endeavor, and he still lacked complete confidence in his abilities. Several opponents matched his strength, with Tuyang Rue being one of them. Chaos understood his master's thoughts. In truth, master, you need not aim to defeat Tuyang Rue to claim first place. A secondary position could also serve to conceal your true capabilities. Though they had devised an escape plan, nothing was ever certain. No, I have never aspired to be the first. Then what is your aim? Sitsong did not respond, choosing instead to resume his cultivation. Meanwhile, upon hearing Gongsun Jiro's words, Yining shivered, her mind filled with two ominous words. It's over. The male lead had been furious all night. This could not bode well for her. If he gained the upper hand, she might not survive the night. Is that truly the case? A radiant smile adorned her face, almost threatening to split apart. Yet, the latter lacked the ability to perceive such nuances, stubbornly pursuing his own narrative. Indeed, Yining felt a profound sense of regret. Chapter 48. The Celestial Master within Yining's heart. Indeed, Brother Sikong deeply regrets having let the two of you, mere pawns, go that day. Gongsun Jiro clutched Yining's sleeve, her voice laced with playful affection. Sister Yining, why not reconcile with Brother Sikong? He is simply that kind of person. Reconcile? Has she truly ascended to such a lofty status that the male protagonist seeks her forgiveness? Simultaneously, Yining realized that Gongsun Jiro appeared to be somewhat mistaken. Although she was unaware of the specifics of the conversation between Sikong and Gongsun Jiro, it was evident that she did not comprehend the true nature of what had transpired between herself and Sikong. It was entirely possible that she mistakenly believed Sikong had wronged her, hence her late-night visit to mend their relationship. As this thought crossed her mind, a surge of emotion welled up within Yining. She was fortunate to have such a wonderful friend. If Sikong regarded her as a friend, then was all she had endured truly worth it? While life surpasses all else, as a young woman educated in modernity, she understood that many matters transcend even life itself. Jiro, this situation is not as you perceive it. Upon hearing the celestial sister address her by name for the first time, Gongsun Jiro felt as if she were floating on a cloud. Then what is it? Are you still angry with Brother Sikong? Still a child at heart? Gongsun Jiro's innocent words elicited a soft chuckle from Yining. No, I am not angry with him. Rather, Yining lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering. I said some rather hurtful things, which is why he became upset. For the 16-year-old Gongsun Jiro, it seemed difficult to fathom what could possibly be so hurtful. Hurtful things? It's better left unsaid, Yining thought, feeling a wave of self-reproach. She was fully aware and yet insisted on defying fate. Indeed, your brother Sikong has done nothing wrong. It is I who spoke those words without consideration. Thus it is I who should apologize. Alas, she felt as though she were destined to be a pawn, and even an apology might be futile at this point. Gong's son Jiro pressed further. Then why did you say those things? Yes, why? She too wished to know the reason. Everything seemed to spiral uncontrollably in a direction beyond her control. Before she could contemplate her next move, she found herself standing at the gallows. Reflecting on her desire to escape the fate of a mere supporting character, she felt as though she had returned to square one. Overwhelmed, she could not help but share her true thoughts with the story's heroine. I am currently facing some difficulties. Many matters are beyond my control. Gong's son Jiro nodded, albeit with a limited understanding. Soon, Yining deftly changed the subject, offering her some comfort before sending her on her way. Little did she know, after she bid Gong's son Jiro farewell, a figure lurking behind the branches vanished as well. Upon returning to his chamber, Sikong pondered the words Yining had just spoken. She mentioned having numerous matters beyond her control. Did this refer to the incident with Tu Yongrui? Were her words truly indicative of a lack of agency? Yet, another question arose. What was Yining's status? As the junior master of the Tiangang sect, even with Tu Yongrui's backing from the Kengi sect, it should not have incited such fear in her. There must be deeper reasons at play. As Sikong contemplated this, the entity Chaos could not refrain from commenting. Yining is indeed peculiar. Her actions are consistently perplexing. She claims to be constrained yet emphasizes her lack of control. Suddenly, Sikong had an epiphany. He glanced at Chaos, his tone ambiguous. Do you also sense something amiss with her? Chaos nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems she is being coerced, never genuinely seeking trouble with us. Master, do you think she might have been cursed? Chaos was more intrigued by the situation than concerned about the reasons behind Yining's transformation. Cursed? Sikong pondered the term, then chuckled softly. I would say possession seems more plausible. Since the day of the annulment, Yining's demeanor has undergone a dramatic shift. I suspect there is an unspoken reason for this change. Possession? That ancient forbidden technique should have been lost to time, Chaos sighed. If only that woman could articulate her predicament herself. But how could that be possible? Let her speak of it herself? With her intellect. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Sikong smirked, already formulating a plan. Following the events of that fateful night, Yining lay in her room, feeling as though she were in a state of suspended animation. Finally, unable to endure the stagnation any longer, she resolved to venture outside. As soon as she descended the mountain, she noticed a throng of people gathered before a pavilion, comprising men and women of all ages. Driven by curiosity, Yining approached a young woman nearby. Excuse me, what is happening here? Why is everyone congregating? It seems akin to a matchmaking event. The girl glanced at her and explained, You truly are unaware? It is said that the Grand Master of the Imperial City has arrived, offering free guidance to a fortunate individual. Yining? Grand Master? The title evoked images of ancient celestial overseers. But is this accurate? As she pondered, her thoughts slipped out. To her surprise, the young woman who had previously ignored her became irate, retorting, You must be from a foreign land. The Grand Master is no ordinary person. He is a celestial being. Not only can he predict matters like rain and fortune, but he can also discern the fate of nations and emperors. Yining raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued by such prowess. If he were truly a celestial being, perhaps her return home might become feasible. Dear lady, having come from a small place, I am unaware of the customs. How does one attain this opportunity? The girl rolled her eyes and replied, Do not blame me for being blunt. The Grand Master has no specific criteria for selection. We are all waiting here, and it is purely a matter of luck as to who will receive the opportunity. I see. Then I suppose I have no chance. Yining felt a wave of despondency wash over her. If it were a competition of strength or background, she might have had a chance. However, her luck had always been abysmal. If it had been otherwise, she would not have been sent here to play the role of a mere supporting character. Chapter 49. The enigmatic star of Tsangling. Upon hearing Yining's words, the girl's expression softened considerably. She slightly raised her chin, resembling a fervent devotee of a certain national master. As long as you know, it's already quite difficult for us who revere the national master to gain such an opportunity, let alone someone like you who questions him. I truly wonder which fortunate soul the national master will choose this time. As she spoke, a glimmer of longing flickered in her eyes. Yining coughed awkwardly. contemplating how the phenomenon of idol worship had evidently existed even in ancient times. Just as she was about to meander away, a figure clad in white emerged from the loft, holding a token in hand. It was the servant of the great national master, here to announce the chosen one. Upon hearing this, Yining halted her steps, pondering that since she had come this far, she might as well witness the nature of this legendary national master and the individual he would select. The servant prepared to read from the token, and the previously bustling crowd fell into an expectant silence. Yining felt a sense of unease. The servant scanned the crowd, his gaze eventually landing on Yining. She sensed something amiss. Indeed, the servant proclaimed in a booming voice, "The national master has divined the celestial stars, and the one in need of his guidance is Yining." Instantly, the crowd erupted into hushed murmurs, all speculating about who this Yining was, as no one had heard of her before. Just then, clad in radiant red, Yining awkwardly stepped out from the throng. The girl who had just mocked her was now astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could it be you?" Her expression seemed to question whether the national master had made a grave error, choosing to select someone who doubted him over countless devoted followers. Yining felt perplexed herself. Could it be that the rumored national master had truly overheard her words and intended to teach her a lesson? Or perhaps he harbored some inclination for punishment. The girl then shook her head, reassuring herself. No, it must be that the national master wishes to grant you an opportunity to witness his prowess. Yining thought. Is this national master truly so frivolous? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, an opportunity bestowed upon her without cost-warranted exploration. The servant, looking down from his elevated position, spoke with an impassive tone, "Please, enter." Following the servant into the loft, Yining was enveloped by a delicate fragrance as they traversed the corridor to a door. The servant slightly stepped aside, announcing, "Miss Yun, the national master awaits you within. Please, go in." After his words, the servant departed, and Yining gently opened the door, revealing a massive screen. Behind the screen, a faint white figure could be discerned, exuding an elegant aura. "Miss Yun, please take a seat." A chair was moved before her, inviting her to sit. Yining raised an eyebrow, appreciating the atmosphere that had been cultivated. "Are you truly the national master who knows all matters of the world?" she inquired, pondering the absurdity of such a claim. If he could indeed foresee the future, wouldn't he be akin to a deity? As soon as she finished speaking, a soft chuckle resonated from behind the screen. The man's voice as refreshing as a cool spring. "To know all matters of the world is merely a saying of the people. I am merely proficient in the art of divination." Contrary to Yining's expectations, the national master did not carry an air of superiority, and his voice sounded quite youthful. However, it struck her that his voice bore a slight resemblance to seat songs. Yining dismissed the thought, attributing it to her imagination, as she politely asked, "Today, I am fortunate to receive this opportunity, but I am at a loss as to what to inquire." She would not recklessly divulge her circumstances at the onset. If this man turned out to be a charlatan, any leaked information could lead to dire consequences. In response, another soft laugh echoed. "If Miss Yin has concerns, perhaps you could share your true birth date with me, and I shall perform a divination." There was no harm in sharing her birth date, so Yining complied, believing that even if inaccuracies arose, they would hardly create a commotion. After writing down her birth details, she watched as the slip of paper soared into the space behind the screen. Yining pouted slightly, thinking that the sense of ritual was rather substantial. She sat in the chair, observing the figure behind the screen, which seemed to sway slightly, though she could not discern what he was doing. As this thought crossed her mind, she involuntarily recalled the modern practice of fortune-telling and couldn't suppress a light chuckle. Upon hearing her laughter, the figure behind the screen paused momentarily. Realizing her blunder, Yining quickly composed herself, feigning ignorance of her previous amusement. After a brief interval, she vaguely perceived a flicker of flame behind the screen as the slip of paper containing her birth details turned to ashes. "I did not expect, Miss Yun, that you would have such an extraordinary experience," the man commented. Yining remained unfazed, nonchalantly inquiring, "Might the national master discern any calamities or tribulations I may face?" As she spoke, her thoughts wandered to where she would go after leaving this place. She found herself incredulous that a person educated in modernity could genuinely believe in prophetic abilities. However, the man's subsequent words rendered her momentarily speechless. "Calamities are not what I sense. Rather, Miss Yun, you inhabit another's body. Are you still acclimated to it?" Boom. Yining felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her mind instantly unraveling. What does this mean? Is it not my own? She refrained from admitting it. Yet the man appeared quite certain. Miss Yun is not the owner of this body. It is evident that you do not wish to inhabit it. And your actions here are not of your own volition. If you are willing to share more details with me, I may be able to offer assistance. Upon hearing his words, Yining could think of only one thing. O Great One, please accept my humble respect. How could he discern such a truth? If this were not divine insight, what could it be? Overwhelmed, she found herself feeling a sense of belonging in this bewildering world. Encountering someone who possessed such a gentle demeanor and striking insight made her immediately trust the man before her. National Master, you are indeed extraordinary. I am not the rightful owner of this body. Upon hearing her admission, the figure behind the screen stiffened, trembling slightly. I hail from another world, and by a stroke of fortune, I have been transported here. Might you possess a way to return me? The man behind the screen fell into a brief silence. Then replied, tell me about your original world, and I shall contemplate a solution for you during this time. Yining quickly recounted her country's coordinates and the timeline of her journey with clarity. Chapter 50. The final match. With her words concluded, she gazed at the man with an expression of anticipation. Is there any way to return? The figure behind the screen fell silent for a moment, his tone unusually grave. From my perspective, this matter likely pertains to celestial phenomena. We must thoroughly examine the astral conditions, positions, and the cosmic balance at the time of your arrival. It is not an easy task. Upon hearing this, Yining sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, the man quickly added, yet, this situation is not entirely devoid of possibility. He cleared his throat. After all, this is my area of expertise. Does that imply there is hope? Yining nearly leapt with excitement, all her previous discontent and grievances vanishing in an instant. Thank you so much. Please, if there are any developments, do let me know. Naturally, he replied readily, observing her elation with a casual demeanor. Miss Yun, since you are here, do you happen to know anything else about this place? Or what your next course of action will be? At this query, Yining's body tensed momentarily, though she quickly masked her reaction. No, I came here knowing nothing. As for my next steps, I plan to remain still and await good news. Her words were earnest, yet her mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Was he attempting to pry information from her? Were it not for the fact that he possessed some skill, she would not even disclose that she had traversed realms. In truth, Yining was taking a gamble, wagering that this man bore no ill intentions and that she might find a way back. After all, remaining here was merely a question of dying sooner or later. Even if seeing did not seek her life, the heavenly Tao could have countless methods waiting for her. From behind the screen, the man observed Yining's silhouette, clarifying, I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Rather, I see this as a rare opportunity in my lifetime. Yining smiled, feigning ignorance. After the National Master assured her that he would inform her of any news at the earliest opportunity, she departed. Little did she anticipate that as she left, the man emerged from behind the screen, revealing himself to be none other than Yining, someone she was all too familiar with. Chaos leapt onto his shoulder, observing the direction of Yining's retreat, and remarked, Master, do you believe what Yining said? Is it truly possible for souls to traverse from a world unknown to them, inhabiting the body of Yining? Seeing furrowed his brow slightly. She should not have discerned my identity. Moreover, her transformation is indeed peculiar. While this matter is strange, it is not without possibility. However, I do not trust her claim of remaining passive. My instincts suggest she knows something and is plotting accordingly. Yet, the objective of this encounter had been achieved. At the very least, he now understood that Yining was no longer the same person she once was. Meanwhile, Yining was blissfully unaware that she had fallen into the male protagonist's scheme. She had regained her composure, ready to wholeheartedly face the upcoming competition. At that moment, in the grand hall of the imperial capital of the Jiuzhou continent, a silver-haired man slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the multicolored stone before him. The celestial phenomena are in flux. Has destiny shifted? His countenance was ethereal, clad in white like a celestial being. The hall echoed with faint footsteps. It was his attendant. National Master, the astrologer has matters to report. The man slightly rose, and in an instant, his form dissipated into a wisp of green smoke, reappearing outside the hall. Upon hearing the astrologer's report, his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you implying that the heavenly Tao intends to clear the Songling constellation near the Ziwei star? The astrologer nodded affirmatively. Master, the Ziwei star is the fortune of the Jiuzhou continent. Currently, it appears dim, and I have discovered the cause through the star charts. The Zhongling star, a demon star, has emerged beside the Ziwei star, siphoning its spiritual energy. This is not the most pressing issue. If the Ziwei star cannot follow its original celestial trajectory, the divine realm may face turmoil. The Ziwei star is the star of fortune for the divine race. Should anything go awry, the divine realm would be endangered. The man finally raised his phoenix-like eyes. The Ziwei star has never faltered in a millennium. It shall not falter now. The astrologer, however, disagreed. Master, as the envoy of the divine realm, this matter concerns its safety. The Zhongling star, being a demon star, exudes malevolence. Should the Ziwei star be tainted, the consequences are unimaginable. After this statement, a profound silence ensued. Ultimately, the man rose. I shall resolve this matter. You may withdraw for now. Once the astrologer departed, the attendant reported another issue. In recent days, an increasing number of individuals had been exploiting his name to charge for fortune-telling, severely damaging the national master's reputation. The man furrowed his brow. Are the masses truly this gullible? They readily believe any charlatan? The attendant explained that it was due to the people's fervent admiration for the national master, who preferred to believe in the possibility of the supernatural. It's merely a means for them to boast, blurring the lines between reality and fiction for amusement. I understand. I shall address this matter myself. How bold they are to exploit my name. It presents an opportunity to investigate this suddenly manifested Zhongling constellation. Soon, the final round of the Chaos Sky trials commenced. The competition was straightforward, a test of strength. Contestants would engage in a series of PK matches, with the stipulation that no items or medicines other than weapons could be used. Violations would result in disqualification. After several rounds of combat, only Yining, the T siblings, and 2 other disciples from different sects remained. Given the current circumstances, she believed she had a chance to rank among the top 3. Yining, T Grew, and herself. As for TXNYU, she felt confident in her ability to prevail. The long-awaited final match arrived, pitting TXNYU against Yining. Yining, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of excitement, fearing she might miss something pivotal. At that moment, Yining appeared at her side, unexpectedly commenting, "This lad must have received guidance from a formidable master. His strength has improved remarkably. Had he possessed this power earlier, there might still have been a chance for you two to unite." Yining was startled by Yining's sudden presence and quickly glanced around. Fortunately, only the elders of the sect and the top competitors were allowed to witness the match. So few had heard his remark. She sighed in relief, casting a reproachful glance at her father. "Why did you suddenly appear here? If discovered, it would reflect poorly on you," suggesting favoritism. "Besides, there is no possibility between Yining and me." "What possibility? He simply does not harbor feelings for me. I would rather not be the first lady of Jiuzhou." After speaking, her gaze returned to the stage, observing TXNYU as she took her position. She mused that the male protagonist and Gongsun Jiro did not seem like a fitting pair. Had the plot shifted? Had the protagonist changed? Yining remained unfazed. "Though I am a judge, how could I show favoritism with so many eyes upon us? I would be inclined to favor you." "Yining, you may say that, but what of your impeccable integrity?" Chapter 51. Madness. Yining gazed at his daughter, pondering the words that implied there was no possibility with Si Kong. Why did he sense that his daughter felt unworthy of Si Tsong? Though he appeared stern, he was undeniably a doting father. Sensing her emotional turmoil, he glanced at the young man on the stage and spoke lightly yet pointedly. "What do you mean there is no possibility? As long as you desire it, it is surely the Si family that cannot aspire to you." Yining, hearing her father's words, looked at him with a disbelieving expression, as if questioning whether he had consumed something foul. "Father, that is not the persona you should embody. Could you refrain from morphing into a villain? It's rather frightening. What's with you lately, acting so peculiarly? As your father, I have noticed your continued interest in that young man from the Si family, and I thought you had not yet moved past the previous engagement incident." Yining was taken aback at the mention of that event, recalling the time she had clutched Si Tsong's trousers, begging for mercy, and had even received the annulment letter. She shook her head, recognizing it as a rather shameful chapter in her history. "Father, what are you thinking? I have moved on." Initially, she believed her father was merely speaking out of impulse, yet to her surprise, Yining sighed and spoke earnestly. "Yining, you have always been my pride. Though you were somewhat willful in the past, your happiness was paramount. However, since your return from your travels, I sense you are burdened with many unspoken thoughts." Yining was momentarily stunned, not expecting her robust father, who was often preoccupied with affairs, to notice her subtle emotions. This realization touched her deeply, for she understood that her father wished for her to confide in him about her troubles. Yet she also knew that this particular matter was not something she could share. "Father, your support is my greatest joy. As for my relationship with Sitsong, it is not as you perceive. But my actions now are driven by reasons beyond mere personal motives. They also concern the Tiangang sect." Her father nodded, refraining from further questioning. The competition commenced, and Suyin Yu unexpectedly addressed Sikong. "I did not anticipate my opponent would be you. This is quite surprising." Her words dripped with a hint of derision. Sitsong, wielding the rebirth sword, remained utterly unperturbed, as if confronting a complete stranger. "I welcome your guidance." The battle soon began, and Suyin Yu appeared intent on concluding it swiftly, launching her attacks with ruthless precision, showing no mercy. Yining swallowed hard. This was no one entangled in emotional complexities, but rather someone embroiled in deep rivalries. Suddenly, Yun Qinghe interjected, "This fight will soon reveal a victor." Yining disagreed, noting that Suyin Yu possessed the strength of an early golden core cultivator, comparable to her own. "Surely, she cannot be easily defeated, can she? Even if Sitsong is likely to win, it should at least be a fierce contest, no?" Yun Qinghe shot her a chilling glance. "How can you be so sure that Sitsong will triumph?" I know, because he is the protagonist, the champion of this trial. If he were to lose to Suyin Yu, how could he maintain that title?" Though she thought this, she could not voice it. So she forced an awkward smile instead. "It's merely a feeling. After all, Sitsong is rather formidable." Yun Qinghe fell silent, but his wisdom remained evident. After several exchanges, the outcome became clear. Suyin Yu, lacking in strength, was struck decisively by Sitsong, causing her to fall from the platform, blood spilling from her lips as she fainted. Suyin Han and Suyin Yongrui leaped from their seats, rushing to her side. "Daughter, are you all right?" Suyin Yu lay unconscious, and Suyin Han hastily administered a healing pill while channeling spiritual energy to protect her vital points. The surrounding spectators erupted in disbelief. None had anticipated that the seemingly insignificant young master of the Sea family would resort to such a brutal measure. Yining was equally astonished. "What just transpired?" "The male lead has just incapacitated his backup female lead. This is the first time I have witnessed such cruelty from the very beginning." Whispers filled her ears. "Sitsong has surely lost his mind. Has he no regard for his life, to strike Suyin Yu so severely? Indeed, who does not know she is backed by the King's sect? Suyin Han is notoriously protective. If you ask me, he will be lucky to survive after the competition concludes." Suyin Yongrui, though usually reticent, could not contain himself at the sight of his sister's plight. "Sitsong, how dare you harm my sister? I will have your life." With that, he leaped onto the stage, sword raised in fury. "Be careful." Yining's pupils dilated, but it was too late to intervene. In that moment of crisis, a voice infused with formidable spiritual energy echoed throughout the arena. "Halt!" To her relief, it was her father who intervened. Yun Qinghe's spiritual force repelled Suyin Yongrui. Positioning himself protectively before Sikong, Suyin Yongrui staggered back, incredulous. "Uncle Yun, why do you assist such a person?" Yun Qinghe turned slightly, addressing the young master of the Suyin family. "Though your sister is injured, such outcomes are inevitable in competitions. Should you act now, it would contradict the rules of the Zhangqiong trial. In other words, your sister's weakness means, regardless of the severity of the blows dealt, retaliation is unwarranted." Suyin Yongrui's resentment simmered. "A competition? One does not strike so ruthlessly in a competition. My sister's meridians are damaged. She may not recover fully for 4 or 5 days. What about the upcoming matches?" Faced with Suyin Yongrui's protest, Sitsong remained unfazed, calmly sheathing his sword. "In the heat of the moment, I failed to pull back. My apologies." "Apologies? What kind of excuse is that?" Suyin Yongrui continued to argue, but Suyin Han had already scooped up his daughter in his arms. "Yongrui, events on the trial grounds are inherently unpredictable. The young master of the Sea family has merely bested his opponent." Though Suyin Han spoke these words, his gaze was cold, fixated on Sitsong like a viper ready to strike. Yining sensed the malice in his intentions. Suyin Yongrui's fists clenched tightly before he ultimately relented. "I had not anticipated the young master of the Sea family to be so formidable. I look forward to our clash." This statement bore the weight of a promise. He would seek vengeance for his sister. Yining thought to herself that the male lead had truly lost his reason. Although this was a tale meant for exhilaration, his arrogance seemed to overshadow any contemplation of the consequences of his actions. Chapter 52, Double Kill. Alas, The narrative has strayed far from its original path. The anticipated match between Sitsong and 2XINU, once a focal point for fans, has devolved into a source of torment. Due to 2XINU's injuries, what was supposed to be a contest between them concluded with her conceding defeat. Yining suddenly realized that Sitsong's actions ultimately benefited her. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips as she pondered the implications of the male protagonist's behavior. Was it unintentional or a deliberate act? After much contemplation, she concluded that perhaps he was simply too arrogant, as protagonists often are, their thoughts diverging from the ordinary. That night, Sitsong ventured to a mountain range outside of Songcheong Mountain to train. He sensed a loosening of the constraints that had held him back. At last, after a blinding flash of light, he successfully advanced to the latter stages of the Golden Core realm. The spirit creature Hundun joyfully bounded towards him, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly remarkable. Our position as leaders is secure." As Sitsong reveled in the newfound power coursing through his palms, a faint smile emerged on his face. However, upon entering his courtyard, he was struck by an unfamiliar presence within his room. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared himself for potential danger. Though Yunqing he had assured him that the two family would refrain from action for now, he could not dismiss the possibility of trouble. Sitsong slowly opened the door, poised to strike at the shadow within, only to be met by a familiar voice. "You have truly lost your mind. Are you planning to strike even your red ant?" "Red ant?" Sitsong quickly restrained himself, inadvertently shattering a nearby table with his spiritual energy. Lighting the candles in his room, he found Red Ant seated comfortably in a chair. "What brings you here?" Red Ant leisurely poured herself a cup of tea, glancing at the remnants of the table with a satisfied smile. "Well done, your strength has improved significantly. This is the son of Sister Bai, the hope of the Sea family and the Bai family alike." Sitsong bowed slightly, his tone respectful. "I shall not disappoint you or my father." With a smile of approval, Red Ant broached a delicate subject. "I heard you injured 2XINU?" She had not anticipated that her seemingly composed nephew would engage in such behavior. Although her initial reaction was one of concern and anger, her reason prevailed, prompting her to inquire without delay. Sitsong's eyes darkened, yet he offered no denial. "Yes, I injured her." Taken aback by the nonchalance in her nephew's tone, Red Ant struggled to comprehend. You did not intend to hurt her? Surely, that must be the case. After all, she is the daughter of the Tsongyi sect's leader. There is no animosity between you two." "No," Sitsong interjected, meeting her gaze steadily. "I did it on purpose." Red Ant gasped. "What do you mean? Did 2XINU provoke you? Even so, you should have exercised restraint. You know where father is." Tuhan harbors a vengeful spirit, and Sitsong was acutely aware of the potential troubles ahead. "Red Ant, I have my reasons. This course of action was necessary." "What reasons could justify this? You have endured so long, and now, after revealing your strength over such a trivial matter, you have antagonized the two family." As Red Ant prepared to continue, Sitsong interrupted softly. "Red Ant, I have endured for 19 years. I no longer wish to." Stunned, she stood speechless. Yes, this child, barely 19, had already shouldered the responsibility of revitalizing his family. The hardships of the past years were evident. He had forfeited the joys of youth. Had she been too harsh? Observing her nephew, whose eyes were cold and devoid of emotion, she felt a pang of helplessness. When had he become so inscrutable? A sudden realization struck her. Sitsong was no longer the child in need of her guidance. Now that the deed was done, nothing could be changed. Yet, she felt compelled to warn him. Throughout history, many capable and principled young heroes had emerged, but few survived to the end. Sitsong understood Red Ant's anger. Yet he felt compelled to act as he had. He listened attentively to her counsel. With a deep sigh, Red Ant said, "Sitsong, though your path to growth has been fraught with challenges, do not forget the aspirations of the Sea family and your mother that rest upon your shoulders. All persons and events must yield to your future." Sitsong nodded, silent in his acknowledgement. After addressing the matter, Red Ant departed, admonishing him never to repeat such a mistake. The following day, the semi-finals commenced, marking one of the most anticipated matches since the Songcheong trials began. Just yesterday, the atmosphere was different, but after Sitsong injured Tu Yang Rue's sister, the stakes had shifted dramatically. As he faced Sitsong, Tu Yang Rue's eyes glinted with malice. Revealing his intentions, "Sitsong, I have trained diligently, and my strength has grown considerably. Should I accidentally injure you during our match, I hope you will understand." The implication was clear. He intended to avenge his sister. "Then let us see what you can do," Sitsong replied. Yining watched nervously as the two exchanged blows on the stage, her fingers tightly clenched, uncertain for whom to root. Who do you wish to win this match? Startled by the sudden voice behind her, she turned to find her father standing there. With a resigned smile, she replied, "Father, could you please refrain from appearing so suddenly? Surely the judging panel requires your presence?" The view from the judges' seats was subpar. They were too distant to see clearly at times. "I believe you," she said. "You still haven't answered my question. Who do you wish to win?" Casting her gaze back to the stage, she noted the tentative exchanges between the two combatants. Neither yet fully committed. The outcome of this match would determine who would face her in the next round, with the victors standing a chance to compete for the title of leader. After a brief silence, she answered earnestly, "I don't know." Yining he did not dwell on this, but instead shifted the conversation to Yining's upcoming match. Regardless of who emerges victorious, their strength surpasses yours. When you face one of them, remember to prioritize your safety. Tuyang Rue has feelings for you, and will likely refrain from inflicting serious harm. But the other boy from the two family may not be so merciful. Chapter 53. I became the puppet master upon hearing Yunfu's words. Yining suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, she had provoked the male protagonist. If she were to confront him, the consequences would be dire. Sitsong, wielding his long sword, laughed heartily as Yining struggled desperately under his assault. "Please, I beg you, spare my life," she cried. Sitsong grinned maliciously, pressing the blade inch by inch into her flesh. "I never imagined you would plead for mercy. Have you seen 2xi in you? Your fate will be even worse than hers. You once claimed I was pitiable. Now, let us see who is truly pitiful." In a moment of desperation, she clutched the man's leg, weeping uncontrollably. "I was wrong. Just treat me as a mere nuisance, and let me go. Darling, my daughter." The voice of Yining jolted Yining back to reality, causing her to swallow hard. "What is it, father?" Yining frowned. "Did you understand what I just said?" Yining responded, "What if I completely missed it?" "Ah, I heard you." Yining, he rarely rolled his eyes, perplexed by his daughter's dazed demeanor. "If a contest of strength arises between the two of you, regardless of the opponent, you must act within your limits. Should the situation turn unfavorable, concede. Though I am the sect master of Tiangang, your safety is paramount. Setting aside that, you are already a prodigy. You will still be able to participate in the upcoming Sangqiong trials. There is no need to rush." "Understood." She vowed to cherish her life and persevere until the end. As their conversation concluded, the battle on the field had reached a fever pitch. Sitsong and Tuyang Rue abandoned all pretense of strategy, engaging in a pure contest of power, which astonished many onlookers. A raw exchange of spiritual energy is perilous. A single misstep could lead to mutual destruction. What had transpired between them? The two amassed their energies, forming a colossal barrier that muffled sound and obscured vision. Tuyang Rue, feeling Sitsong's burgeoning strength, was initially taken aback before sneering, "You have indeed concealed your power. No wonder your sister fell to you. I never anticipated you would grow to this extent." "Yet even so," he declared, "you shall still lose. I cannot afford to falter. My family's honor and my sister's fate depend on it. I must win, and I shall do so openly, proving that Sitsong's strength is inferior to mine." However, Sitsong shared a similar resolve. As Tuyang Rue surged with power, Sitsong was forced to retreat 2 steps before stabilizing himself. It appeared he intended to settle the matter with a single decisive blow. "Chaos, lend me your strength," Sitsong called, opting not to face the challenge alone. "Yes, master." Chaos materialized, transferring its energy to Sikong. This would bolster Sitsong's might, albeit at a grave cost. Chaos's power would wane for a month, and Sitsong would suffer from a depletion of spiritual energy, requiring considerable time to recover. Confounded, Chaos questioned why its master insisted upon such a course, especially when victory seemed achievable through sheer strength. Yet, Sitsong's intention had never been merely to win. Before Tuyang Rue could react, Sitsong's power culminated. With a violent rush, Tuyang Rue was struck by a tremendous force, sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The spectacle left all spectators in shock, not only at Sitsong's prowess, but also at his audacity to disregard Tu Han's warnings, leaving both siblings of the two family in such dire straits. Though Tuyang Rue fought to maintain consciousness, blood flowed freely from his wounds, ultimately causing him to succumb to darkness. Meanwhile, Sitsong knelt on the ground, half supported by the rebirth sword. Without it, he too would likely have collapsed. In the hushed arena, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Was Sitsong truly seeking his own demise? Tu Han, discarding all pretenses, hurried to assist his son, administering medicine and channeling spiritual energy into him. Yet, Yining keenly observed the tension in Tu Han's brow, revealing his struggle to endure the situation. At that moment, even Yuncheng, he furrowed his brow. What enmity existed between the Si and Tu families that would drive Si Tsung to inflict such harm upon them, even at the cost of his own well-being? Is he injured? Yining asked, her eyes darting toward the kneeling figure of Si Tsung, her thoughts swirling. Despite knowing the plot, she found herself perplexed by Si Tsung's motivations. Indeed, Tu Yangrui would likely require several days to recuperate, while Si Tsung's condition remained uncertain. After all, he was still conscious and hadn't coughed up blood, rendering the outcome unpredictable. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Yuncheng he chuckled. In this light, it appears we at Tiangang sect have reaped unexpected benefits. Indeed, with Tu Yangrui incapacitated for the upcoming matches and Si Tsung severely injured, it was possible that his daughter might emerge as the victor of this round. Yining understood the implications, yet she could not fathom Si Tsung's reasoning. She would never presume that the male protagonist acted for her sake. That notion was simply absurd. Having witnessed both her son and daughter suffer grievous injuries at the hands of the same individual, Tu Han could no longer contain his anger. He glared at Si Tsung from the arena, his eyes icy. How is it that we, the Tu family, have incurred the wrath of this young master from the Si family? Si Tsung was merely a waste, yet now he was in addition to seeking vengeance. Uncovering the secret behind Si Tsung's transformation was equally crucial. He needed to know what had triggered this change. Faced with such an overwhelming force, Si Tsung remained undaunted. Rising to his feet, sword in hand, and bowing slightly. I apologize, Si Tsung has offended. I shall seek to make amends in the future. With that, he vanished from the arena. Tu Han's expression darkened, realizing how brazen this young man was. He reflected on his own leniency. However, this turn of events meant that his children could not participate in the afternoon's trials. Casting doubt on their chances for the championship, he glanced towards Yuncheng. Aware of the complex relationship between their families, but recognizing Yuncheng's integrity, he would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. Yet, the outcome of this affair seemed to benefit the Yun family, and with Si Tsung injured, he doubted he could best Yining. Chapter 54. The new leader Yining was acutely aware that she found herself at the center of attention, yet she was merely a bystander to the male protagonist's exploits. Her role limited to savoring the remnants of his triumph. Moreover, she knew she could not contend with him, nor could she challenge the heavens directly. Upon returning to her quarters, Si Tsung collapsed onto the bed, acutely aware of the searing pain in his chest. The use of chaotic spiritual energy had inflicted significant harm on him. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to act. He no longer wished to owe Yining a debt of gratitude, especially after realizing she was not the original Yining he had known. Since discovering that Yining had undergone a transformation, Si Tsung began to tally the occasions on which she had rescued him. Nearly 100 instances, if not more. He was determined to sever his ties with her, not wanting her to perceive him as a pitiable creature. Thus, he resolved to bestow the title of leader upon her, seeking to conclude their relationship. As a thought crossed his mind, he chuckled softly, realizing that her declaration of affection during their initial encounter at the Tiangang sect had been insincere. In the afternoon, the final competition commenced punctually. Unlike the previous fervor, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Dressed in a gown of pale blue and white, Yining entered the arena, exuding an ethereal presence reminiscent of a celestial being. Si Tsung, clad in black and donning a dark iron mask, stood opposed to her. The former betrothed pair now clashed dramatically, quite the spectacle. Upon stepping onto the stage, Yining immediately sensed the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from Si Kong. Even before the battle commenced, fear surged within her, yet she steeled herself to engage, unwilling to allow others to think she feared him. Brandishing the Ziyun sword, she shouted and charged forward, her movements seemingly lacking in technique. From his elevated position, Old Man Yun smacked his forehead in embarrassment, averting his gaze. His daughter truly. In truth, Yining had no aspirations of defeating the male protagonist. For someone of her caliber, merely securing second place would suffice. With that in mind, she intended to engage in a few exchanges before stepping aside to congratulate him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In an attempt to evade her Ziyun sword, Si Tsung retreated so far that he stumbled off the stage. Gasps filled the air. What was happening? Was it over? Was this truly the conclusion? After all, he had grievously injured the Tujia siblings. Would he not at least make a token effort? Kneeling on one knee, Si Tsung appeared pale. A picture of internal injury resurgence. The host glanced at the three sect leaders, uncertain how to proceed. Yet Si Tsung spoke plainly, esteemed leaders. My internal injuries have flared up. I am no match for Miss Yun. I concede. The three sect leaders exchanged glances, astonished. Had he forgotten how he acquired his injuries? He had fought fiercely against the two Jia siblings, and now he spoke of surrender so lightly? Yun Cheng coughed lightly, instinctively voicing, "You're giving up just like that? Shouldn't you at least try harder?" In truth, his daughter was rather easy to defeat. With Si Tsung's capabilities, he could have easily overpowered her. Perhaps they should bring him back onto the stage? This spectacle was hardly favorable for them. It appeared as though the Yun family had orchestrated the outcome. Si Tsung understood the implications and took full responsibility. If I still possessed the strength to fight, I would never relinquish such an easily attainable victory. Alas, fate has conspired against me. Upon hearing this, Tu Han could not restrain himself, a mocking smile crossing his lips, laced with sarcasm. What a pity. The young master of the Sea family was so ruthless in his endeavors, clearly yearning for victory. Yet, he relinquishes it at the final hurdle. What a shame indeed. Despite his exhaustion, Si Tsung stood resolute before Tu Han, unyielding. There is no regret. Simply facing the two Jia's two formidable experts has left me satisfied. The title of leader is of little consequence. Such words, though seemingly polite, bore an underlying meaning. I have already bested your son and daughter. Winning or losing holds no significance for me. Do you see? The championship is within reach, yet I choose to yield. It is but a game. Upon hearing this, Tu Han's face turned a shade reminiscent of a painter's palette. Ultimately, it was Yun Cheng who stepped in to ease the tension, genuinely impressed by Si Tsung's audacity to confront Tu Han. As the situation settled, Si Tsung feigned a frail demeanor, stating, "Since the competition has concluded, I kindly request your permission to leave for healing." Yun Cheng, feeling somewhat awkward, merely coughed and gestured for Si Tsung to depart. Throughout the ordeal, Yining remained oblivious to the unfolding events, bewildered by her unexpected victory over Si Tsung and her ascension to the title of leader. Had they truly fought? Suddenly realizing the truth, she turned to Si Tsung, who, sword in hand, gradually faded into the depths of the Songqiang Mountains. An unsettling premonition gripped her heart. Despite the forthcoming award ceremony promising substantial prizes for the top three, she sensed that Si Tsung would not return. As his figure blurred into the distance, her heart raced. "Daughter," her father's voice broke through, "come forward." Old man Yun was elated. Regardless of the outcome, this honor had befallen the Tian gang. Yining retrieved her gaze and walked step by step toward the podium. Thus, the Songqiang trial drew to a close, with Yining emerging as its champion. The expressions of the crowd were peculiar, not quite unfavorable, for Yining's strength was commendable. However, many possessed greater prowess, attributing her victory to mere luck. Yet luck, too, is a facet of strength, and considering her youth and talent, her success was not entirely unwarranted. That night, upon returning to her quarters, Yining pushed open the door to find a delicate jade vial resting steadily upon the table. She hastily approached and picked it up. It was the very vial she had given to Si Tsung in the bamboo grove, now containing only 2 remaining pills. Si Tsung had departed, returning the vial and its contents before leaving. To this day, Yining remained perplexed by his actions, including his relinquishment of the readily attainable title of leader. An audacious thought flitted through her mind. Was Si Tsung's sacrifice solely for her benefit? No, that was impossible. Just as this notion emerged, it was swiftly quelled, and she placed the vial within her spatial ring, murmuring reassurances to herself. It cannot be, it cannot be. Chapter 55, A Perilous Moment. Yining. How brazen you are to think that such a paragon as the male lead would take a liking to you. After suppressing this strange thought, Yining fell into a deep slumber. The next day, at the Moonlight Terrace on Songqiang Mountain, he received the honor and prize of being the champion. The spiritual stones and treasures were of no surprise, but even more precious was a unique inner cultivation manual, a solitary tome from 1,000 years ago. Yining, overjoyed, had his subordinates bring out fine wine for a celebratory feast and distributed a spiritual stone to each competitor who had watched the finals, showcasing his lavishness. The loudest applause and cheers came from Gong Sunjiro. Yining looked at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thus concluded this year's Songqiang trials, and the cultivators began to prepare for their departure. Yining patted his daughter's shoulder, evidently pleased with the outcome of the trials. "Daughter, the trials have ended, and you have been training outside for so long. Let us return home together." It was one thing when his daughter had not left, But after 2 months of her absence, he realized just how much he missed her. Moreover, he felt that her unhappiness was tied to her experiences outside, and upon returning, no one would dare to upset her. Indeed, Miss, let us return together, Chui Huan chimed in, hoping that both her closest companions would return to their fold for better protection. However, this time, she could not acquiesce. Under the expectant gazes of the two, Yining spoke softly, "Father, I shall not return." At these words, the air around them seemed to freeze, and Yunqingha's expression visibly darkened. Yining knew her father was displeased, yet she felt compelled to follow through, not only for herself, but also for Tiangang. "You have made your decision?" Yunqingha asked, his voice devoid of its usual warmth. "Yes, father, I wish to continue my journey to enrich myself." Yunqingha exhaled in displeasure, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Chui Huan, however, grew anxious. "Miss, if you must go, I shall accompany you. It is perilous outside, and I cannot bear to let you venture alone." Yet this time, Yining firmly rejected her companion's offer. "Chui Huan, I appreciate your desire to accompany me, but you are not a cultivator. There will be many dangers along the way. You, like my father, should wait for my return at Tiangang." While it was comforting to have Chui Huan by her side, the road ahead was fraught with peril. Not to mention, Chui Huan would undoubtedly struggle to keep up alone. Upon hearing Yining's words, Chui Huan fell silent, fully aware that her assistance was limited. Seeing his daughter's resolute intent, Yunqingha refrained from further persuasion. "Since you have chosen to travel, I have no grounds to object. Though Tiangang sect is commendable, it is but a small realm. The vast expanse of Songxiang continent is where the younger generation should carve their paths." "Thank you, father, for your understanding." Yunqingha nodded. Despite his verbal consent, he surreptitiously placed a multitude of talismans into his daughter's storage ring. The outside world is fraught with danger. It is wise to have more talismans for protection. Yining gazed at the hundreds of talismans, wondering if her father had taken up talisman drawing as a specialty. How could he possess so many? Did he wish for her to obliterate everything in her path? Despite this, she felt a swell of gratitude in her heart. She stored all the talismans in her spatial ring, bid her father farewell, and departed. Once outside the moonlight terrace, Yining reached the foot of Songxiang Mountain. As dusk approached, she sought refuge in an inn, only to serendipitously find the very establishment she had once rented for Sikong. The owner, who had been lamenting the departure of his guests, instantly brightened upon seeing Yining, the little fortune-bringer, rushing to greet her. "Ah, what a pleasant surprise. Come in. Come in. Are you here to stay? We are currently offering discounts on rooms, and you have arrived just in time. Isn't it a price drop? With everyone gone." "It's a ghost town," Yining remarked, but the owner, unwilling to let such a lucrative opportunity slip by, insisted on showing her the best room, the very one she had rented for Sikong. "My lady, given your status, that small courtyard suits you perfectly, especially since that gentleman has vacated it. What do you think?" Yining wished to decline the extravagance, preferring a modest room instead, but the owner relentlessly promoted the offer, even mentioning a 50% discount. Indifferent to the conversation, she ultimately agreed, since money was not a concern for her. This was her first time scrutinizing the courtyard, and she had to admit, it was truly enchanting. That night, while she intended to rest well, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Frustrated and restless, Yining resolved to take a stroll. As she stepped out of her room, she noticed the innkeeper and a server whispering furtively, catching snippets of words that hinted at something about the enemies of Songyi sect. Frowning slightly, she did not plan to pry further. However, upon seeing her emerge, the innkeeper's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, as if he had something to say yet hesitated. Yining tilted her head in confusion. "Do you have something to tell me? Why does it feel like this incident pertains to me?" The server shook his head. No. But before he could finish, the innkeeper silenced him with a sharp look. The man then turned to Yining with a sycophantic smile, rubbing his hands together as he cautiously spoke. "Miss Yun, what is your relationship with the gentleman for whom you reserved a room last time? The one I reserved for Sitsong?" She certainly would not divulge the nature of her relationship with the male lead to the innkeeper, merely responding tersely, "A friend, why?" The innkeeper's expression grew troubled as he explained. Someone passing by the 10-mile slope beneath Songxiang Mountain saw him besieged by a group of cultivators, allegedly from the renowned Songyi sect. "Should you wish to?" Yining froze, the weight of the words taking a moment to register. "You mean Songyi sect is causing trouble for my friend?" She had anticipated that Tu Han, that old rascal, would take action, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The 10-mile slope lay just beneath Sanqiong Mountain. Such audacity was shocking. The innkeeper, taken aback, did not grasp the significance of her reaction. Yes, if you leave now, you might still catch up, otherwise, your friend might already be in grave danger, he added. But before he could finish, Yining had vanished from the inn. Chapter 56. Saving a life. As he observed the figure dashing away, the innkeeper ran his fingers through his hair and muttered to himself. Weren't they merely ordinary friends? The inn was nestled on the mountainside of Sanqiong Mountain, a considerable distance from Shirley Slope. However, with Yining having mastered the art of sword flight, this journey was significantly shortened. Hurry up, soon it will be too late. Tu Han's audacity was unmistakable. He was undoubtedly intent on delivering a lethal blow. This particular sequence was absent from the original narrative, and Sitsong bore no enmity towards the Tu family. Now, as the plot veered into unpredictable territory, she found herself uncertain of the outcome. At Shirley Slope, Sitsong stood surrounded by a throng of cultivators, with the leading figures being the two siblings from the Tu family, who brazenly displayed their presence without any pretense. He let out a cold laugh, recognizing their confidence. Otherwise, they would not act so openly. Was young Master Tu enraged and humiliated, orchestrating such a grand spectacle? With a derisive sneer, Tu Yangrui looked down upon Sikong. He had ripped away the mask he had previously worn. What do you think you are? If you dare to confront me, be prepared for the consequences. I am unaware of the methods you employ to amplify your strength, but if you are willing to disclose them, I might spare your life. Tu Yangrui squinted, having learned not to underestimate this youth after their last encounter. His rapid growth and power could be attributed to the guidance of a master or perhaps the acquisition of some celestial treasure. Sitsong chuckled softly, thinking of the old adage about a donkey being killed after it has outlived its usefulness. He had never heard of anyone treating a useless individual with kindness. Sitsong's slight advancement had evidently disappointed young Master Tu. He possessed no celestial treasures. As he maneuvered, he contemplated his next move. Tu Yangrui had come prepared, commanding a contingent of at least a dozen cultivators, including two at the transformation stage. With such formidable strength, even the chaos would be of no avail. Was he truly left with no escape this time? Tu Yangrui's expression darkened, and he menaced. Are you determined to go your own way? If you refuse to surrender your treasures, I shall have no choice but to obliterate both you and your secrets of strength. Still nursing injuries, he would not engage directly. Instead, he signaled to the two elders beside him, who began to advance towards Sikong. Sitsong retrieved his solitary fire feather talisman, his only bargaining chip, and knew he must seize this opportunity. Just as the two elders prepared to strike, the talisman soared into the air. Ignite! Sitsong shouted, and a towering blaze erupted, reaching several feet in height. The two elders, caught off guard by the talisman, staggered back 2 steps. However, transformation stage cultivators were not to be trifled with. They quickly regained their composure. Meanwhile, Sitsong had exhausted his strength, leaping several dozen feet away. Trying to escape? Such naivety for a mere child. At that moment, Sitsong had harnessed the energy of chaos and reached the pinnacle of his current abilities. If he could not flee now, he feared he would lose his chance forever. As Sitsong desperately sought to evade his pursuers, he suddenly collided with something. Bang! Ouch! The first voice was that of a girl. The second was Sitsong's muffled groan as he fell to the ground. Clutching his aching chest, he realized he had collided with a hard object, perhaps a head. He had no time to assess who it was. His instinct was to flee. However, it was already too late, for in the blink of an eye, the two elders were upon him. With no other option, he prepared to fight to the death. Sitsong drew the rebirth sword from his spatial ring, channeling all his spiritual energy into it, gathering the lightning power he had refined. The two elders before him initially displayed surprise, then narrowed their eyes. A mere youth, not yet 20, had managed to refine the power of thunder. His future prospects seemed boundless. Meanwhile, Yining, dazed from the impact, found her surroundings becoming increasingly blurred. Had she truly just collided with a mountain? She had intended to fly, but the dense trees at Shirley Slope obscured her view from above, prompting her to land. Without time to ponder further, she steadied herself with her Xian sword, anxious about whether Sitsong's life could still be saved. The moment she discerned the scene before her, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. What a stroke of luck! Sitsong had appeared right in front of her. Had this fellow been the one to knock her down? Sitsong was preoccupied, grappling with the formidable opponents before him, entirely unaware of Yining's proximity. Despite Sitsong's efforts, he was still no match for the two elders. One of them raised his hand to strike, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Seedsong's chest. Prepare to die. Lightning, annihilation talisman. The girl's voice rang out, followed by a bolt of heavenly lightning that struck down, forcing the man to stagger back several paces. Yining dusted herself off and strolled leisurely towards the combatants, exuding an air of confidence. Finally caught up, it was close. She glanced at Seedsong and produced 2 more talismans from her bracelet. She had plenty to spare. The 2 elders, recognizing a certain familiarity in her visage, were unaware of her identity and threatened. Who are you? You appear to be affiliated with some clan. Best not to meddle in the affairs of our Tsang Yi sect. They assumed that invoking the name of the Tsang Yi sect would intimidate her into retreat. However, Yining remained unfazed, clicking her tongue in annoyance. You don't recognize me? We have a bit of a connection. I am Yining from the Tiangang sect. At this revelation, silence enveloped the surroundings, only to be shattered by Tu Yangrue's arrival. Elders, you must. Before he could finish, he spotted Seedsong standing and scathed, and his tone shifted immediately. What is going on? Why have you not succeeded? Yining rolled her eyes, her disdain for the antagonists deepening. Not only had they failed to overpower him, but they had also resorted to bullying the weak. She interjected before the elders could respond. Of course, it's because of my presence. Only then did Tu Yangrue finally notice Yining standing to the side. Chapter 57. I accidentally caused the death of Yining. Initially, she was elated, but upon realizing the implications, her joy swiftly transformed into indignation. How infuriating it was to be discovered by Yining. This could severely tarnish his reputation. In that moment, his instinct was to offer an explanation. Yining, it is not as you perceive. Alas, he halted himself. He had no time for idle chit-chat with this individual. The sole purpose of his visit was to take the male lead away. He held no interest in the thoughts of young Master Tu. What vexed him was that young Master Tu had the audacity to act brazenly at the foot of the Tsangqiong mountain, completely disregarding the sects standing in this trial. From another perspective, everyone was aware that Seedsong's actions on the arena would provoke the Tu family's retaliation. However, any such revenge should ideally occur after the incident had passed. To act at Tsangqiong mountain, when the Yun family's carriage had yet to arrive, was utterly reckless. Tu Yangrue understood this principle, yet he had never endured such humiliation and could scarcely wait a day, even if he were to be criticized later. Without witnesses or evidence, he could easily claim that others had used this incident to frame the Tu family. Even if suspicions arose, what could one say? However, the situation had changed. The sole unexpected variable in this plan was the appearance of Yining. Yining, since you have witnessed this, I shan't deceive you. Seedsong has struck a blow to the Tu family's pride, and I will not let this slide. I implore you to step aside. This matter does not concern the Yun family. Step aside. What a farcical notion. She had come here to save someone. Yining not only refused to yield, but positioned herself defiantly in front of Si Kong young Master Tu. Both you and I are backed by our respective sections. In this moment of mutual honor and disgrace, it would be ill-advised to allow this incident to spread. Let us resolve this matter amicably. After uttering these words, Yining suddenly felt that had she not come here, she could have pursued a career as a lawyer. Why? Because the opposing party was undeniably guilty, while she was merely defending the innocent. This reminded her of a notable figure in the legal realm, Attorney Zhang Wei. Clearly, she was not alone in her self-assessment. Even the entourage of Tu Yangrue regarded her with expressions of disbelief. Tu Yangrue glared at Yining, resembling a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. What do you mean by this? Her nonchalant words had allowed Seedsong to go free. And what of him? He was still nursing wounds inflicted by Seedsong. Yet Seedsong faced no consequences. Yining touched her nose, bracing herself to defend her stance. The arena is inherently perilous. Isn't your approach detrimental to our collective dignity? Before she could finish, Tu Yangrue interrupted her, his voice chillingly cold as he pronounced her name. It was a tone that sent shivers down her spine. You have developed feelings for him. Though posed as a question, the assertion bore a tone of certainty. Her immediate reaction was to deny it vehemently. I am not. I have not. Do not make baseless claims. The male lead was right there. She could not afford to let such words slip. Tu Yangrue scoffed, a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. Yining, you have always been the favored one. I can never match your talents. I believe that by enhancing my own abilities, I could earn your admiration. I would do anything to win your favor. Yet now you have chosen this worthless individual. Yining sighed internally. She was well aware of Tu Yangrue's affection for the original host. Yet she was not Yining. She could not engage in flirtation with a man she did not cherish. Moreover, when one's life is at stake, what place is there for romance? Clearing her throat softly, she replied, I harbor no romantic inclinations. My sole focus is on fulfilling my father's wishes and reviving the Tiangang sect. This was the most delicate refusal she could muster. Yet the man remained unfazed, his demeanor suggesting he would not relent until this matter was resolved. You are lying. Yining. I understand you far better than you realize, Yining. I have always indulged and accommodated you, but this time, I cannot comply. If you wish to prove your disinterest in Song, step aside and allow me to eliminate him. Otherwise, he paused, you are no match for us. In essence, the ultimatum was clear. Either she moved aside, or they would confront her as well. Yielding was out of the question, yet fighting was equally unfeasible. The best outcome would be a strategic retreat. As Yining began to back away, she sought a suitable escape route. Yet who could have anticipated that the seemingly foolish Tu Yang Rui would suddenly exhibit cunning? Do not even think of fleeing. I would rather not harm you. Yining. Just as she pondered how to pacify this brother, another figure emerged in haste. Our issues are unrelated to her. Song spoke suddenly, causing Yining to gasp. No, brother, you are truly my dear brother. At this moment, you still concern yourself with me? Are you not aware of the gravity of the situation? No one wishes to harm me. Their sole intent is to kill you. Indeed, her words struck like a winter's ice block igniting a summer furnace, rekindling the fury that had been suppressed. Song, what do you think you are? You dare to help Yining? Elders, eliminate him. Yining facepalmed, contemplating whether she should abandon her efforts. Perhaps the male lead would survive without her intervention. As she hesitated, an unexpected gust of wind swept through the area, snapping several branches. Then, a chilling male voice resonated from above. Cease at once. Yining froze. Another had arrived. It was undeniable that the male lead was indeed fated to survive. However, this newcomer appeared distinctly different. Clad in pristine white, unblemished by dust, with hair and eyes as white as snow, he resembled a fantastical being from a story. Strangely, the previously arrogant members of the Zhang Yi sect retreated, adopting a demeanor of humility. What could possibly explain this? It was only when Tu Yang Rui spoke that Yining discerned the identity of this figure. The National Master. The National Master. Unable to contain herself, Yining glanced at him. He was the one who had divined her fate. Were all clerics so strikingly handsome in this era? The man's gaze remained devoid of emotion, and his tone was equally flat. Chapter 58. The true National Master. I have never concerned myself with the matters of the martial world, but the actions of Kangyi sect reveal the chaos that now pervades it. The man spoke with an accusatory tone, yet Tiang Rui refrained from retorting. After a brief exchange, the man turned his gaze towards Song, eventually resting it upon Yining. The latter swallowed hard. He must have recognized her, for they were acquainted. Albeit his demeanor had grown rather cold since their last encounter. The National Master Yuli did not recognize Yining. He merely observed the woman before him, who radiated a purple-black glow. So, she is the enigmatic star, Song Ling. Fascinating. The man retracted his gaze. His words, though seemingly persuasive, felt more like a decree. You may leave now. I have no desire to intervene in today's affairs. Tu Yang Rui cast a reluctant glance at Song, yet without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew. Yining scrutinized the man before her. She doubted that the title of a court mage could intimidate two formidable beings at the transformation stage. True power alone commanded respect. She remained uncertain of his identity and whether he recognized her. The man did not depart but addressed Song. Should you encounter trouble in the future, feel free to seek my counsel. Yining thought. The male protagonist is indeed remarkable. Such a formidable ally appears to be at his disposal without hesitation. Song, unfamiliar with the man, found it hard to believe that a figure of such strength would offer assistance without ulterior motives. Why do you wish to help me? He inquired. Apart from Yining, he had never encountered anyone who would assist him without a reason. Yuli's gaze was distant, though he seemed to be looking at Song. His eyes reflected no humanity. You need not know the reason. Merely understand that your goal is to cultivate into an immortal. Song pressed his lips together in silence. The purple micro-star is the harbinger of divine fortune, and it is paramount that it remains untainted by demonic energies. After addressing this concern, the National Master took his leave, though Yining felt as if he had cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Nonetheless, since he feigned ignorance of her, there was no need for her to linger. Despite the resolution of the immediate crisis, Yining did not depart. Her visit was not solely to rescue Kong. According to the progression of events, it would not be long before Si Tsung sought to collect the 4 shards of ancient divine treasures. These treasures were said to possess immense power, accessible only to the chosen ones. However, merely locating them was insufficient. Lacking adequate strength would lead to being consumed by the treasures, becoming part of them. The notion was quite terrifying, and Yining shivered at the thought. Yet, great risks often herald great rewards. Should Si Tsung acquire such a treasure, it would significantly aid his ascendance to divinity. Conversely, if she were to obtain it, even without utilizing it, it would remain a safeguard for her future. From the recent developments, it appeared that killing the male protagonist was nearly impossible. Even before a hand was raised, allies had already appeared to assist him. Thus, she resolved to continue with her initial plan, to infiltrate Si Tsung's circle as a friend, covertly seizing his opportunities and treasures to bolster her own strength. Unlike Si Tsung, who was consumed with thoughts of revenge against society, her aspirations post-acquisition of the treasure were merely to live a languid existence. With this thought in mind, Yining cleared her throat softly, drawing the man from his reverie. Si Tsung emerged from his contemplation, gazing at the young woman beside him, who today wore an elegant, deep blue gown. After all, Yining had just saved him. And Si Tsung took a few steps closer, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, young Master Yun. I shall repay you in due time." Yining felt a sense of discomfort. What did he mean by repaying in the future? Could he not express his gratitude now? Was he merely painting grand visions with words? The assurance of future repayment seemed futile. Should he leave, how would she locate him? Annoyed, she remarked, "I had always believed that the young master of the Sea family was a man of his word, yet I did not expect you to resort to empty promises." "Empty promises?" Si Tsung retorted. "Young Master Yun has misunderstood. That was not my intention. I swear upon heaven that if I lie, I shall." Before he could finish, the young woman interjected. "I shall become a little dog, is that it?" "That won't do, with so many little dogs on the streets." "How would I find you?" Si Tsung replied. "That was not my intention." It was not that Si Tsung was unwilling to repay her. It was merely that he possessed nothing of worth, not even his own life, rendering him incapable of offering anything in gratitude for her salvation. Yining felt a surge of pride. She was now officially acknowledged as the male protagonist's savior. "In truth, I require no extravagant gifts. I am well acquainted with spirit stones and divine beasts, which hold no novelty for me. However, I am quite intrigued by the notion of venturing out for training. Where do you intend to go next?" She subtly steered the conversation in this direction, for she was unaware of the treasure's locations and would need his spirit beast to guide her. Cunning as he was, Si Tsung quickly deduced Yining's intent. "Are you suggesting that you wish to accompany me on my journey?" He furrowed his brow, surveying her with a scrutinizing gaze, sensing that she was plotting something. It was evident she had ulterior motives, given the transparency of her intentions. Yining clicked her tongue, casting an incredulous glance at the male protagonist. Did he not know how to phrase his thoughts? It sounded as though he believed she was bound to accompany him. "That is not my implication. However, should you extend an invitation, I would gladly join you on your journey. It would be prudent for us to look out for one another." As a woman, she could not overtly express such desires. It was a matter for men to voice. With the conversation having reached this point, surely the male protagonist would not refuse her. Finally, Si Tsung relented. "Since young Master Yun wishes to accompany me, I have no objections. However, I must caution you that the destination is fraught with peril. It leads to the secret realm established in ancient times. Should you sustain any injuries within, I would find it impossible to account for them." Once he brought Yining into that realm, he would bear the responsibility. If Yun Cheng were to discover that his precious daughter had been harmed under Si Tsung's watch, he would likely be no easier to deal with than Tiang Rui had been today. Chapter 59. The self-cultivation of a villain. Upon hearing those words, Yining felt displeased. "Do you consider me weak? I am the most exceptional talent of the Tiangang sect in a millennium. Besides, the disparity in our spiritual power is negligible. Why should you be able to enter, and not I? Just take me with you, and if anything occurs, I shall explain it to my father. His incessant worrying is unfounded. It is far more dangerous for me not to go. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. This is merely a strategy to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, allowing me to observe their every move." At this juncture, Si Tsung could no longer refuse. He could only respond with a light chuckle and a nod of acquiescence. Since the young master of the Yun family had made up her mind, he would graciously comply. Upon hearing the male lead's agreement, Yining finally felt a sense of relief. However, she suddenly appeared to contemplate something, her expression becoming somewhat conflicted. Sitsong, there is something I must discuss with you. Young Master Yin, feel free to speak. This was her first apology, and the tension within her caused her to twist her fingers together incessantly. I actually wish to apologize. Apologize? Upon hearing this, Sitsong was momentarily taken aback, a shadow flitting across his gaze. She was not the Yining he once knew. The title of little demoness she had once held was not without reason. Regardless of status or identity, she would never apologize to anyone, let alone offer an apology willingly. Apologize? He was entirely unaware of the incident she referred to. This realization made her somewhat embarrassed, and she retorted sharply. It was about what Tiangrui said during the Tsangxiong trial a few days ago. Heavens and earth. Even if he had 100 lives, he would not dare utter such words to the male lead. All of this was the foolishness of Tiangrui. She never expected to be ensnared by such a fool. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. So, you are referring to that matter. In truth, what I said then was merely a temporary measure. I noticed that fellow harbored considerable hostility towards you, and naturally, I could not speak well of you. Thus, I had to echo his disdainful sentiments. Yining's eyes gleamed as she feigned innocence, casting all blame on Tiangrui. After all, this villain seemed to have little desire to live, so she might as well take a hit for herself. As for why she chose to present herself in such a reluctant manner before the male lead, it was undoubtedly to become the ultimate villain. Legends of the martial world often recount villains who can vanquish the protagonist and survive until the end, or even soar alongside them to a grand conclusion. If she, Yining, could not be the protagonist, she would rather become such a villain. These past few nights had not been idle. She had meticulously recalled the palace intrigue dramas, martial arts legends, and xianxia tales she had watched in her previous life. This helped her discern a common trait among villains, which could be considered their secret to emerging victorious. They appeared gentle and harmless, forging good relationships with the protagonist while secretly plotting betrayal. The deeper they hid their intentions, the longer they survived. Now, her aim was to make Sitsong believe he posed no threat. When the time came to act, she would ensure the male lead was left with nothing. With this thought, she even managed to squeeze out a few tears, adopting the guise of a wronged gentlewoman. This was the first time he had seen tears in the eyes of this arrogant girl. He was momentarily stunned, followed by confusion. Was she truly so heartbroken over this trivial matter? He found it hard to believe that she was merely performing for him. I am apologizing to you today. Would you be willing to forgive me and become my friend? The crux of the matter was that she sought not only forgiveness, but also friendship. As far as she knew, since he had no friends, she would be his first. This was a wealth of knowledge. A person as clever as her should not perish before the final act of palace intrigue. Sitsong, of humble origin, could not possibly befriend the young master of the Tiangang sect. They were, after all, from entirely different worlds. Although he did not understand the intentions of the soul occupying Yining's body, he found her current antics rather amusing. Attempting to use this excuse again? That justification cannot be employed twice. Yining sighed, feigning sorrow. I acknowledge that my past actions were deplorable, yet whatever I say now is futile. If young Master C is unwilling to be friends with me, then let us part ways here. She was gambling, wagering that Sitsong would not be so heartless. Just as she turned to leave, his voice rang out once more. If young Master Yun has no objections, I would be most pleased to befriend you. To be friends? I cannot fathom why you are so eager to salvage our relationship, but this situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Having devoted the first several years of his life to the pursuit of power, Sitsong found his existence rather dull. Hence, the presence of this spirited girl brought a touch of amusement to his otherwise monotonous life. The chaotic thoughts in his mind murmured in protest. A weasel offering New Year-esque greetings, it's ill-intentioned. Master, you should remain wary of him. Sitsong merely smirked slightly. Do you believe he is a weasel? Then you are mistaken. Upon hearing the man's agreement, Yining promptly turned and stood beside him without hesitation. Then let us depart. Where is this secret realm you mentioned? As she spoke, she unconsciously linked her arm with his sleeve. Realizing her faux pas, she inwardly cursed. After spending too much time shopping with her best friend in her previous life, this gesture had become instinctual. Sitsong was also momentarily taken aback, but the girl quickly withdrew her hand. Haha, I truly apologize. I usually converse this way with my maid, so I've grown accustomed to it. Noticing that his demeanor did not seem feigned, she squinted slightly and finally offered a smile. It's quite all right. We are friends now. Yining, you are indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. As the journey by sword was rather lengthy and neither of them was in a hurry, they opted to hire a carriage. Inside the carriage, Yining gazed through the small window at the ever-changing scenery outside, marveling at the breathtaking beauty of the Xinxiao world. Meanwhile, Sitsung meticulously studied the map, planning their route. Together, they shared a serene sense of tranquility. However, she was not merely admiring the landscape. Throughout the journey, she was diligently organizing the plot in her mind. It was said that within the secret realm lay 4 fragments. If all 4 fragments were gathered and combined, they could be refined into a heavenly stone. This heavenly stone was a treasure left behind by the gods during their efforts to mend the heavens, said to contain the accumulated energy of the deities. If a gifted cultivator were to obtain it, they would require a millennium to absorb its power, ultimately transcending their limits and merging with the heavenly stone, becoming a true deity. Though it sounded enticing, after millennia had passed, countless talented youths had ventured in search of it, yet none returned alive from the secret realm. Whether they failed to find it, and thus remained silent, or had perished within its depths was unknown. However, these matters were not her concern, for the male lead would undoubtedly find it, and as for herself, she would certainly benefit from his efforts. Chapter 60. The clouds over the valley. How much longer do we have to travel? With a yawn, Yining observed the passing villages, feeling a tinge of weariness. Sitsung, engrossed in the map, placed a cup of tea on the small table in front of her. About another half a month. That seems excessively long, she replied, resting her chin on her hand. While she was accustomed to hardship, no one would willingly refuse a chance to relax. Although she remained silent, Sitsung seemed to intuit her thoughts. Though the journey is lengthy, we will traverse through cities, so it won't be too arduous. Really? That is indeed splendid news, Yining exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as the prospect of a carriage journey replaced her initial fears of wilderness survival. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Sitsung pulled the carriage to the side and helped Yining down, intending to find an inn for rest. They arrived at a small town near the border named My City, home to a diverse array of ethnicities. Due to its distance from the imperial capital, it was a melting pot of cultures and characters. This was Yining's first encounter with a scene beyond Tiangang sect and Yuanhai City. If the former was a majestic and profound palace, then My City was characterized by its open and somewhat untamed customs. Although the moon had risen high, My City remained vibrant and illuminated, as if hosting a grand celebration. Sitsung frowned slightly as he noticed the gazes of passers-by lingering on the girl beside him. His expression darkening. Unaware of the scrutiny, Yining appeared to be relishing her adventure, eagerly sampling various foods and attractions, her hands quickly filled with treats. Observing her carefree demeanor, Sitsung averted his gaze and leaned closer. This place is fraught with danger. Do not venture out without me. Yining bristled at his words. What did he mean? He knew she loved to explore, yet still insisted on controlling her. Besides, as a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, what could possibly happen to her? What's the worst that could happen? I've finally gotten a chance to enjoy myself, and you still want to impose rules. Just like my father. Sitsung merely replied, if you refuse to comply, do not expect me to accompany you. Yining looked up at him, her eyes wide in disbelief. How can you be so fickle? Is this the moral standard of men these days? Unfazed, Sitsung maintained his composure. If anything happens to you, I would bear the consequences, so it would be wise for you to behave. Yining regarded him, her gaze settling on his finely sculpted jaw, and took a fierce bite of her pastry. Fine, you're the boss. I shall be your faithful follower. Is that satisfactory? She thought to herself how eager he was to impose his will, and she couldn't help but imagine how she would handle him once she gained the upper hand. Sitsung cast a cool glance at her as she adjusted her breathing, ultimately conceding to this humiliating agreement. All right, I will not go out when you are absent. After saying this, she still seemed unsatisfied, biting down hard on her pastry again. Sitsung turned away, quietly chuckling in a manner unseen by her. Yining pouted and distanced herself from him, observing that nearly everyone around them was fixated on the two of them, which displeased him. Hand me your belongings. I shall carry them for you. Coughing slightly, Yining nearly choked on her pastry in surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. You? Help me carry my things? It struck her as absurd, as if they shared a deep bond. Sitsung cleared his throat, his ears turning slightly red. If you feel it's unnecessary, then so be it. The opportunity is fleeting. Before he could finish, she had already stuffed various bags into his arms. Of course I need you to carry them. I still want to explore. Afterward, she brushed her hands as if dusting off non-existent particles, her eyes darting around for more novelties. Sitsung subtly adjusted the items in his grasp, glancing at the crowd. As expected, The men who had previously been watching Yining redirected their attention. Humph, he chuckled softly, unsure whether to commend her allure. After wandering for a while, they returned to the inn. Upon entering, a lively innkeeper adorned in a striking red dress approached them, exuding charm and grace. Even Yining, typically composed, felt her heart race. Ah, what a lovely couple we have here. Please, come in. We have a suitable room just for you. Yining stumbled at her words. A couple? Her and Song? They were practically enemies. No, we are not a couple. Please provide us with 2 separate rooms. Lowering her gaze, she couldn't help but steal a glance at the innkeeper's alluring figure, her heart in turmoil. My goodness, her figure is astonishing. What a beautiful woman, she mused, glancing at herself and sighing. Though her face was decent, her figure paled in comparison. She wondered if the innkeeper had any secrets for enhancing one's curves. Unbeknownst to her, her discreet actions did not escape the keen eye of the innkeeper. Oh, it seems I misjudged. I simply assumed since you were together. My name is Lingyu, but everyone calls me Sister Lingyu. The woman waved a fan, her intoxicating fragrance wafting to Yining's nose. Noticing Yining's shyness, Lingyu covered her mouth with a smile and teased, "Why do you keep your head down? I want tea bite." Yining, caught off guard, awkwardly raised her head and cleared her throat. Just 2 rooms. Song's cold voice interrupted. There is only 1 room left in the inn. Sister Lingyu, having noticed Song's presence since their arrival, found his indifference intriguing. She prided herself on her allure, yet here was a young man who seemed completely unaffected. Unfortunately, we only have 1 room available. What do you 2 wish to do? Lingyu inquired, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. 1 room? Yining frowned, incredulous. Is this some kind of glitch? How could such a situation happen to me? I am not the heroine. This isn't a story about a killer and their victim sharing a room. Glancing at Song, she noted his dissatisfied expression and a resolution formed. It would be quite inconvenient for us to share a room. Let us seek accommodation elsewhere. With that, she tugged at Song's sleeve, intent on leaving. Chapter 61. The Little Dragon Maiden. Dear sister, do not blame me for not warning you. Once you step out of this door, you shall sleep in a carriage tonight. Yining turned around, puzzled. Why? Although my city was not particularly large, surely there must be more than 1 inn. Lingyu explained, as outsiders, you naturally do not know what tomorrow holds. The day after is the public selection of courtesans at the 100 Butterfly Pavilion, and men and women from surrounding towns have already gathered here. This inn is completely booked. So that was the case. Indeed, being with the male protagonist brought about an entirely different experience, as if they were already embarking on a subplot. But wait, what men and women? Shouldn't the women be furious? What were they here for? Were they seeking amusement to alleviate their mundane lives? This wedding situation seemed bizarre, as if it tormented their very sanity. Upon hearing Yining's inquiry, Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, her watery eyes widening. Oh dear, I see you wear fabrics of considerable value. I did not expect you to hail from such humble origins. Yining was perplexed, pondering what her background had to do with anything. Lingyu pursed her lips and explained, Sister, this is no backwater. It is the open-minded my city. The 100 Butterfly Pavilion hosts not only beautiful young women, but also charming young men, specifically for noble ladies like you to choose from. Yining coughed lightly, realizing, oh, I see. So this is how it is. Everyone plays their part without interfering with one another. This indeed aligned with the novel's premise, focusing on power and wealth. It was Lingyu's first encounter with such an adorable girl, and she couldn't help but tease, Sister, why not take a look? It wouldn't be a wasted trip to my city. I've heard that the men at the 100 Butterfly Pavilion are top-notch, not inferior to the one beside you. Yining chuckled awkwardly, aware that this elder sister was quite the jokester. Did she not know that the male protagonist, once in power, would make those who had wronged him suffer terribly? Rumor had it that the aftermath was quite dreadful, even boiling the ants in their homes. Sister, please, no more jokes. My friend is extraordinarily talented. Lingyu's enchanting gaze flitted between the two, revealing an expression of understanding, finally steering the conversation back on track. Now that you know the situation, will you 2 be staying in this room or not? Sharing a room with Kong. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled scenes from martial arts dramas, where characters would sleep using ropes. Why not give it a try? Having resolved her sleeping dilemma, Yining felt elated. Since Sister Lingyu has said so, I have no objections. As night fell, Yining glanced at the small bed, scratching her head in embarrassment. She had not expected such an expensive room to only furnish a single small bed. Furthermore, could anyone explain what was embroidered on that red sheer curtain? With an awkward smile, she said, I want to compete with you for the bed. I have already decided. I shall sleep using a rope. Sitsung frowned slightly. A rope? This was the first time the male protagonist had shown such curiosity in her presence, filling her with newfound confidence. She cleared her throat and explained. This technique of sleeping with a rope is something I have mastered since childhood. I am the only one who knows it. Sitsung's eyes flickered with confusion. If that is the case, then I have gained new knowledge. Yining retrieved a sturdy rope from her spatial bracelet, testing its strength before tying each into the posts in the room. She examined her hands, pleased that she had successfully secured the rope to the thick posts, showcasing her strength. Sitsung finally rose from his chair, observing the swaying rope that lacked balance, worry etched on his face. Is this the sleeping rope you speak of? Noticing his skepticism, Yining felt a surge of pride. Just watch, it will be fine. With that, Yining rolled up her sleeves and, mimicking her goddess's stance, leaped. However, the outcome diverged from her expectations. Instead of landing gracefully, the rope swayed more than she anticipated, rendering her unable to maintain her balance. Suddenly, she slipped, and it seemed she was destined to fall. At that moment, a gentle yet firm hand caught her waist. Yining felt her body lose control, drawn into a strong, warm embrace. Instinctively, she grasped the man's arm with one hand and encircled his waist with the other. When she lifted her gaze, she was met with the depths of his eyes. Sitsung had always worn a mask, and she had only seen his face beneath it once. A visage rarely found in the world. For reasons unknown, Yining felt parched, longing to glimpse the man's face once more. She thought of it, and she did it. As her delicate hand brushed against the dark iron mask, Sitsung felt his breath catch, his body stiffening. With a determined pull, Yining removed the mask. A high-bridged nose, fair skin, and she could even see the fine hairs on his cheek. Sikong, you are so handsome. The mask clattered to the ground as Yining, mesmerized, reached out to touch the young man's cheek. The heat radiating from his skin caused Sitsung to shudder, and he turned away, clenching his fists. Ouch! Yining, caught off guard, tumbled to the floor. Sitsung quickly reacted, helping her up. Are you all right? She felt a sharp pain in her chest and instinctively rubbed it. Cough, I'm fine. Just give me a sour plum. What sour plum? He mused, having never heard of such a thing. She truly was a comedic soul, even in this moment. She managed to weave humor into their predicament. It's nothing. You nearly knocked the breath out of me. Sitsung seated Yining on the edge of the bed. Had you not suddenly removed my mask, I wouldn't have lost my grip. Yining glanced at her reddened palm and muttered. It's because you were too strikingly handsome. Sitsung's gaze sharpened. So, you are blaming me? Do you touch every handsome face you encounter? Yining felt indignant. Of course not. I have high standards. After weakly defending herself, she looked at the bed that barely accommodated them both, shifted her feet on the hard floor, and swallowed hard. I cannot sleep using the rope. How about you give it a try? The male protagonist was formidable. Surely he could manage. Yet, a part of her hoped he might falter, providing her a chance to regain some dignity. Sitsung glanced at the solitary rope left behind, his tone icy. I will not compete with you for the bed. I have matters to attend to. Refined text. Is something amiss? She mused. What could it be? If indeed something were troubling him, why hadn't he confided in me from the start? Perhaps he now finds our shared sleeping arrangements awkward and seeks to fabricate a pretext for separation. A tinge of self-consciousness washed over her, as if she were the one imposing. Indeed, the bed may be diminutive, but both of us are rather slender. It shouldn't pose a significant inconvenience, she reasoned. Moreover, she harbored a certain degree of faith in the male protagonist's moral fiber. Pivoted, presenting his back to her. From this vantage point, Yining could discern the lithe, yet undeniably robust contours of his waist. Heavens, when did I become so lascivious? She inwardly exclaimed. Yet, 'tis but human nature to be swayed by the allure of beauty. I have not deceived you, asserted. I had intended to cultivate my mastery of thunderous energies in the nearby woodlands. Were it not for this endeavor, I would not have consented to share a chamber with you. Retorted, well, aren't you just brimming with suspicion? One would think I were the lecherous one, when in truth, I am the damsel in distress. Very well, then, she acquiesced. For how long will you be engaged in your cultivation? Approximately a few days. He replied. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. A few days, you say? Does this not imply that I shall be at liberty for the duration? Suppressing her elation, she responded. That is quite acceptable. The duration is not excessively protracted. Indeed, affirmed with a nod, initiating his departure. However, a sudden thought arrested his steps, prompting him to turn back and impart a cautionary note. Is not analogous to. Here, the populace is a motley assortment of individuals. During my absence, it would behoove you to refrain from venturing out. Her innermost thoughts laid bare, swallowed audibly. You have iterated this admonition twice already, she pointed out. I shall remain indoors. Cast a skeptical glance in her direction, his eyes betraying his incredulity. If you are resolved to venture forth, confine your perambulations to the main thoroughfare. I shall endeavor to return with all due haste. Return with all due haste, savored these words, turning them over in her mind. Nay, that will not do. If you return too soon, what amusement shall I derive? She thought. Nay, there is no need for haste, she protested. I have heard that those who cultivate with undue haste are prone to succumbing to demonic possession. Emitted a derisive chuckle. Succumbing to demonic possession, you say? I dare say I would welcome such a fate. My affairs are of no concern to. With these words, flung open the window and vanished into the moonlit expanse. Witnessing's departure, erupted in jubilation, executing a series of exuberant somersaults upon the bed. This is most fortuitous, she exclaimed. I have it on good authority that shall be hosting its floricultural pageant tomorrow. I shall avail myself of the opportunity to attend. Harboring such aspirations, eagerly awaited the arrival of 6 o'clock the following evening. She had assiduously inquired about the commencement of the festivities, which were slated for 6 o'clock. If I depart hence forthwith, I may yet secure a prime vantage point, she conjectured. Having reached an accord with the proprietress, selected a second-story private chamber that directly overlooked the stage, a location that afforded an unparalleled vista, albeit at a considerable expense. This was the first time the proprietress had encountered such a youthful and affluent female cultivator. She immediately surmised that hailed from a noble lineage. As the floricultural contest commenced, she presented her with a register of names. Ah, my esteemed benefactress, the proprietress cooed. Behold, the register of all attendants, accompanied by their likenesses. Peruse it at your leisure and ascertain if any capture your fancy. An attendant, in this context, denoted a male courtesan within the establishment. Accepted the register and perfunctorily leafed through its pages, her interest waning. Verily, the protagonists are in a league of their own, she mused. Be it or. Their visages surpassed these by a considerable margin. With a decisive clap, she closed the register and declared, Procure for me the register of the floricultural candidates, accompanied by their likenesses. I shall content myself with perusing the visages of fair maidens. The proprietress faltered, an awkward smile contorting her countenance. The floricultural candidates? She stammered. What is amiss? Inquired. Not at all. The proprietress demurred, waving her hands in a gesture of denial. I had not anticipated that you possessed such predilections. I shall procure it for you forthwith. Was taken aback. What predilections? Why is everyone here so peculiar? The proprietress sashayed away, her visage radiant with barely concealed glee. I had initially surmised that the noblewoman was disdainful, she mused, but it appears that she favors women. I shall seize this opportunity to amass a considerable fortune. With this thought, she swayed her hips as she made her way to the chamber of the floricultural candidates, where she issued a strident warning. Attend to me, harlots. These are not ordinary times. A distinguished guest has graced our establishment with her presence. You shall all exert yourselves to provide her with impeccable service. Should any of you offend her, you shall bear the consequences. Yes, mistress, the floricultural candidates chorused. The proprietress beamed with satisfaction. The wooden walls were not impervious to sound, and, ensconced in an adjacent chamber, overheard the entire exchange. He attempted to manipulate his bound hands, but to no avail. He was unable to marshal his spiritual energies. Alas, that I, who have been astute throughout my existence, should be outwitted at this juncture. He lamented. On that fateful day, as he emerged from the inn, he had encountered these individuals. The proprietress, who was at the helm, had cast a lingering glance in his direction and had even deigned to exchange pleasantries with him. Would naturally have ignored her, but he had not been overly vigilant, as she was an ordinary individual devoid of spiritual power. Even if she were accompanied by guards, they would not have been a match for his prowess. However, he had not anticipated that his complacency would lead to his current predicament. As he entered the woodlands, he sensed that he was being followed. Upon turning around, he beheld the proprietress, accompanied by a dozen burly men. He drew his longsword, preparing to engage them in combat. But the woman discharged some sort of substance into the air. He experienced a sensation of dizziness, and his spiritual energies dissipated. By the time he had regained his senses and attempted to enlist the aid of chaos in withstanding the soporific, it was too late. He had ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in this place, bereft of his weapons and spatial ring. He attempted to sever the bonds, but he lacked the strength to do so. Damnable! He exclaimed. This was the first time in his 19 years that had felt such intense anger. He had been outmaneuvered by such individuals. Having concluded her admonition of the floricultural candidates, the proprietress, her visage adorned with a smug smile, opened the door to his chamber. Upon beholding struggling on the ground, covered in grime, the proprietress adopted an expression that seemed to convey, "Why the resistance? Ah, young sir, you possess quite the temper," she cooed. "You have been rendered powerless by my specially concocted soporific. If you wish to regain your spiritual energies, you must endure at least 24 hours. I advise you to cooperate willingly, lest you suffer further tribulations." With these words, the woman tilted its chin upward, a flicker of infatuation flickering in her eyes. "I have plied my trade in for many years, and I have never encountered a man of such exquisite beauty. I surmised the moment I laid eyes on you that you were destined for this profession. Although you are somewhat advanced in years, that is all the better. Age brings with it a certain savor." Gnashed his teeth in fury, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue. "May you be damned to this profession," he retorted. "Do not presume that I am ignorant of your intentions, you loathsome crone." The proprietress tooted disapprovingly. "Young sir, it would behoove you to remain calm. The effects of this soporific are potent. If you succumb to anger, you may damage your cultivation and spiritual meridians, for which I cannot be held accountable." Compelled himself to regain his composure, uttering his first words since his capture. "What is it that you desire?" The proprietress erupted in a cacophony of laughter. "What do I desire? Why, to sell you as a courtesan, of course." Chapter 63. The man is quite wicked. Song clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intensely upon the woman before him. "Are you not afraid of the forces behind me?" "Forces?" The woman scoffed, surveying him from head to toe. "Young lord, I have been navigating the intricacies of this city for quite some time. Whether you possess a background or not, it matters little here in my city. For even if they were to investigate, they would find no trace of me. Moreover," she glanced at him, "the fabric of your garments is hardly of any noteworthy quality. The only valuable item you possess is that spatial ring. Pray, tell me, what forces do you truly command?" Instead of becoming enraged, Song merely let out a cold laugh. "Have you heard of the Tiangang sect?" The Tiangang sect. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Who in the land was unaware of the Tiangang sect? Indeed, it was a formidable entity, yet she had never heard of it having any direct male disciples. Surely, this young man was attempting to intimidate her. Kai Feng smirked, unaware that someone of her acquaintance resided within the Tiangang sect. Regardless, the arrow is knocked. It must be loosed. With that, she turned and departed. Song exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the floor. The effects of the drug were overwhelmingly potent. Merely exchanging a few words had drained him of all his strength. If it were not for his dire circumstances, he would never have invoked the name of the Tiangang sect. Alas, the C family had fallen from grace, lacking the power to instill fear. Now that he had spoken, he could only wonder whether his words had been believed and to what extent. In this moment of chaos, with his spiritual energy depleted, he pondered whether Yining would notice his absence. No, that could not be. He had specifically mentioned that he would be in seclusion for a few days. She would have no way of knowing he was in peril, nor would she appear here to rescue him. In truth, Yining was indeed unaware of Song's plight. Yet she found herself present in this very locale. At this moment, she was savoring delicacies and fruit wine, delighted by the culinary offerings of the small city, even praising the flavors of the wine, despite her usual aversion to alcohol. The contest for the courtesan was about to commence, and as she surveyed her surroundings, she spotted Shui Lingyu, the owner of the inn where she was staying, seated on the first floor. Just as Shui Lingyu noticed her, Yining waved her hand, beckoning her to join. Shui Lingyu did not decline and ascended to the second floor. "Oh, I underestimated you, sister. This second floor is not accessible to just anyone. One must either possess considerable influence or immense wealth to be here." Shui Lingyu squinted, her perception of Yining shifting. If she truly hailed from an illustrious family, what compelled her to visit this place? Yining waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it is merely a bit of money in the family. Sister, are you here to admire the courtesan's beauty?" Shui Lingyu laughed. "Admire beauty? I am merely here for the spectacle. However, I have heard that the Bai Dai courtyard has recently acquired a new male performer named Feng Dai, said to be extraordinarily handsome." This piqued Yining's interest. How extraordinarily handsome can he be? There is no mention of such a character in the books. Shui Lingyu hesitated, stating she had only heard that the talent was to make a grand debut, suggesting that he must indeed be remarkable. After saying this, she cast a playful glance at Yining. Sister, I am merely here to observe, but you, on the other hand, could very well indulge in a night of revelry. Coughing, Yining nearly choked on her own saliva, regaining her composure after a moment. Sister Lingyu, what are you saying? Have I given such an impression? Shui Lingyu remained unfazed, adopting a serious tone. What is it? Are men allowed to have multiple wives while women are not? In the realm of Zhangqiong, power reigns supreme. Sister, your status and strength are commendable. Do not constrain yourself. Yining swallowed hard, realizing the local customs were indeed quite bold. Well, it is not that I am restraining myself. A woman of the blade has little time or energy to indulge in beauty. Shui Lingyu smiled and remained silent as the madam brought in a new list. Upon seeing Yining, her smile broadened. Ah, my esteemed lady. Behold the 12 candidates for the courtesan title, each one more remarkable than the last. Yining took the illustrated book with keen interest, acknowledging the Baidai courtyard's impressive roster of beauties. Notably, the madam eagerly elaborated, our ladies are not only charming but also proficient in various arts, making them delightful companions. Yining nodded, engrossed, while offering her own praise. Indeed, they are truly beautiful. The madam ventured a tentative inquiry. Would you consider selecting one for entertainment after the competition? It has been a long journey, and a song would be a pleasant diversion. Yes, I shall inform you at the appropriate time. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Once the madam departed, Shui Lingyu teasingly remarked, I had no idea you harbored such interests. No wonder you seem disinterested in the young man accompanying you. He appears quite dashing. Yining coughed. Sister, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. Her hesitation stemmed from her awareness of Si Tsung's identity as the male lead. She was apprehensive. What if he were to take advantage of her? The primary reason for her presence was to alleviate her boredom. Who among us does not enjoy a good melody? Shui Lingyu chuckled. Sister, are you merely passing through my city? Where are you headed? She was well acquainted with the area and could potentially provide guidance. No, thank you. I am unfamiliar with travel matters. I rely entirely on my friend. Shui Lingyu did not press further, recognizing the nascent nature of their acquaintance. Speaking of your friend, why has he not come to join in the festivities? This is an annual highlight in my city. Si Tsung, could the male lead truly accompany me? Is it even permissible for him to be here? The highborn must navigate through their exclusive circles, as evidenced by the establishment she had glimpsed before. Ahem, my friend is currently engaged in cultivation. Shui Lingyu was skeptical. Sister, you are quite naive. If someone claims they cannot attend, yet secretly arrives, would that not be awkward? Yining replied, surely, if there is any awkwardness, it would be mine. Shui Lingyu laughed lightly. As their conversation continued, the courtesan competition commenced. The 12 young women took turns showcasing their talents. And as the madam had indicated, each one possessed their own unique skills, particularly one whose striking figure caught Yining's attention, prompting her to consider a more in-depth conversation. Chapter 64. The Butterfly of Phoenix. Yining found it rather peculiar. Why were these exquisite courtesans so fixated on her, ignoring the affluent gentleman in the room? From her elevated seat on the second floor, it was impossible to miss the flirtatious glances cast her way by 3 different courtesans in a mere half-hour. The onlookers, particularly those eager to win the affections of these beauties, couldn't help but gaze in the direction of the second floor when they noticed the courtesan's unusual attentions. When the 4th courtesan turned her gaze towards Yining, hushed whispers erupted among the crowd below. Who is that lady upstairs, to attract such attention from the courtesans? I arrived early and caught a glimpse. She appears to be a woman. A woman? Yes, indeed, a strikingly beautiful one. The madam seems exceedingly enthusiastic about her. These murmurs reached the ears of several wealthy patrons in the front row, causing their expressions to darken. Unbeknownst to Yining, she remained engrossed in the peculiar behavior of the courtesans. She returned to her seat, popping a glistening grape into her mouth. How strange, why are they looking at me? Beside her, Shui Lingyu chuckled lightly. Sister, do you not understand? Do you think the courtesan competition ends when the performance concludes? Regardless of who becomes the courtesan, all must participate in the final bidding. Compared to those older, portly gentlemen, you are far more appealing. Yining replied, though it seems you are complimenting me. I cannot shake the feeling of discontent. So that is how it is, she thought. The courtesans' performances proved to be quite fascinating. Beyond the usual music, chess, calligraphy, singing, and dancing, there were even displays of magic tricks. Before long, the 12 courtesans had completed their performances, and the madam began organizing the bidding, frequently glancing in Yining's direction. What is this? Are they attempting to enforce a mandatory purchase? Nevertheless, Yining found herself intrigued by the young woman who performed the magic tricks. Having not yet had her fill of the entertainment, she bid 100 mid-grade spirit stones for the privilege of her company for the evening. Observing her lavish spending, Shui Lingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. 50 mid-grade spirit stones equate to 500 low-grade spirit stones, enough to sustain an ordinary family for 10 years. I thought you were already quite wealthy. Yet it seems I underestimated your means. Yining smiled awkwardly. Not quite. My family isn't particularly affluent. Shui Lingyu burst into laughter. It's commendable that you are discreet about your wealth. Seeing you bid on one of them, the madam was overjoyed. She was right. You are indeed a little fortune. What a pity, she mused. If only this girl had an interest in men. Tonight's offering was truly remarkable. The courtesan competition concluded with a winner, a coldly beautiful woman skilled in playing the lute. Though she appeared discontent as she cast a resentful glance at Yining while departing the stage. After the competition, the madam returned to the stage, clapping her hands to signal her subordinates to bring forth a massive cage. Initially, Yining intended to leave, but her curiosity was piqued by the commotion. What kind of show is this? Shui Lingyu stood, fanning herself as she surveyed the scene. This is what the madam spoke of, a new young male courtesan, reportedly named Feng Dai. Feng Dai? She chuckled softly, finding the name quite stylish. Since she was already there, she decided to stay and see what transpired. The madam excitedly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are unaware of the fact that this is the most handsome young courtesan we have ever had since the establishment opened. Not only you, but I too was spellbound upon first seeing him." The regular patrons, hearing such praise from the madam about a man's looks, could not suppress their intrigue. Is he truly that handsome? The madam shot a disdainful glance at one patron. Have I, Kai Feng, been in by Dai Courtyard for so long only to deceive you? As she prepared to unveil the red cloth covering the cage, she added, "The highest bidder shall take him home." Upon hearing this, Yining frowned. Are these individuals not here of their own volition? Is this not akin to human trafficking? Shui Lingyu, however, was unfazed. How could there be so many willing participants? This city has long been a lawless place. She then turned her gaze back to Yining. What's wrong? Do you wish to intervene? Yining shook her head. No, this is beyond my influence. While I might save one, I cannot save them all. The madam, sensing she had built sufficient anticipation, approached the cage with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe closely. With a flourish, the red cloth was swept aside, eliciting gasps from the audience. Wow, this is simply breathtaking. A beauty beyond compare. Yining rolled her eyes. How remarkable can he be? Surely he pales in comparison to those beside me. However, when her gaze fell upon the young man's face within the cage, she sputtered her tea. Uft. Seatsong. What is the male lead doing here? And why is he being auctioned off? Shui Lingyu was equally taken aback. Although she had never seen Seatsong's face beneath his mask, she recognized his clothing. Combined with Yining's expression, she understood. Oh dear, sister, could this be your friend? Yining barely registered her words. The fact that the male lead was bound and treated as a commodity was surreal enough, but what astonished her even more was her own immediate concern for him. Was she truly? There was no time to ponder further. The madam had begun the auction amidst the charged atmosphere. The crowd, both men and women, had gone mad over Seatsong. Gentlemen, Kai Feng has not deceived you. This young master is indeed up for the highest bidder, and I have confirmed that tonight is his first night. Yining nearly fainted at the implication of first night. Let the bidding commence. Starting at 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, many lost interest. While he was indeed handsome, the price was exorbitant. Yet, in a city as mixed as this, there were certainly those with wealth to spare. 150, 170, 200, 210. Seatsong listened to the repugnant offers below, filled with a desperate desire to escape. He was acutely aware of what awaited him and knew he was out of options. A wave of heat washed over him. Just before taking the stage, someone had administered a drug, and its effects were now beginning to take hold. Absolutely not. He would rather perish than endure such humiliation. Just then, a familiar voice echoed, seeming almost a figment of his imagination. 500 spirit stones. Yining exclaimed anxiously, leaning halfway over the railing. The madam, spotting this young benefactor, beamed with delight. My goodness, our esteemed guest from the second-floor suite is making a grand gesture for the Phoenix Butterfly Maiden. Are there any further bids? Phoenix Butterfly Maiden, indeed, struggled to raise his head, spotting the figure on the second floor. It was truly Yining, here to rescue him. The initial bid of 500 spirit stones, already an exorbitant sum, was about to seal the deal when someone audaciously interjected. 501 spirit stones. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, Yining's included. Unlike the others, she saw a man of comely visage, his eyes hinting at an enchanting allure. Yining had no time to trifle with this fellow. She sensed that was in dire straits, likely having been drugged. She needed to act swiftly. So, it's him, murmured Shui Lingyu. Who is he? This man's deliberate overbidding was evident, and she could discern that his interest lay not with but with her. He's an outsider who arrived here just a year ago. He possesses considerable strength and hails from the imperial capital, making him an enigma. The imperial capital? Could he be royalty? 600 spirit stones, Yining countered. Yet, the man seemed intent on prolonging the game, languidly stating 601. Yining seethed with frustration, nearly slamming her fist on the table. This back and forth was endless. When had she provoked such a mad dog? In the blink of an eye. The price had soared to 1,001 spirit stones, leaving the madam ecstatic. These were middle-grade spirit stones. At that moment, a servant entered the suite to deliver a message. Esteemed guest, our master knows you will not concede this bidding. He has instructed me to advise you that he will cease bidding once you reach your limit, if you believe your friend can endure until then. Yining was aghast. You've got to be kidding me. Realizing that he was deliberately toying with her, she responded with a scornful laugh. Is your master not afraid that I will simply give up? The servant, unfazed, replied, Our master says it is merely a matter of money. Acquiring such a youth would not be a loss. Yining retorted, Your master is a scoundrel. The servant, uncomprehending, offered no response before departing. Yining trembled with rage but forced herself to remain composed. She glared at the man before turning her gaze to, who bit his lip. Avoiding her eyes and remaining silent, Shui Lingyu felt helpless. This man was behaving despicably, clearly aiming to exhaust Yining's resources. Sister, perhaps I should speak with the madam. Yining waved her off, taking a deep breath. No need. A public auction like this makes it impossible to intervene. Not only would the madam be unwilling to relinquish her newfound wealth, but dealing with the crowd below would also be problematic. But Shui Lingyu knew that the young woman before her possessed a considerable sum of spirit stones, but she also knew it could not last forever. Yining inhaled deeply, realizing she had no other recourse. 3,400 spirit stones. Her words silenced the previously bustling crowd, all eyes now fixed upon her. This was indeed a display of immense wealth. This was all the money Yining could muster, her own personal allowance. After announcing her bid, she fearlessly met the gaze of the man, who chuckled, fanning himself with his. This time, Yining did not look away, allowing him to scrutinize her. As expected, he did not raise the bid. The madam was beside herself with joy, fearing that Yining might retract her offer. Done, it's done. We'll have him washed and sent over to you right away. Yining raised her hand to interrupt. That won't be necessary. I'll take him with me. With that, she alighted gracefully onto the stage. This woman was a cultivator, after all. The madam was taken aback, and Yining's beauty was also striking. Yining quickly reached for his arm, offering reassurance. It's all right. I'm here. Nodded almost imperceptibly. Yining turned to the madam, her voice icy. The key. She would remember this person and ensure they paid the price. Yining's voice was chilling, and the madam seemed to realize she had offended someone she should not have. But those 3,000 spirit stones were enough to last her 10 lifetimes. Here, take it. Yining unlocked the cage and collapsed into her arms. She simply scooped him up and retrieved a gold card from her space bracelet. The spirit stones are in here. With those words, she carried away. Upon seeing the gold card, the crowd's expressions changed. This was something only the top 3 sects and the royal family possessed. This young girl had an impressive background. Yining brought back to the inn and had Shui Lingyu prepare a large tub, placing the drugged inside. The icy water sent shivers through his body. Noticing that he could not use his spiritual power, Yining questioned Shui Lingyu, who assured her that it was not a serious issue and would resolve itself in 24 hours. However, he would be weak and require nourishment. Yining breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Lingyu felt sympathy for her, knowing that she had spent over 3,000 spirit stones. You've spent all your money, haven't you? Yining sighed, admitting that she only had a few low-grade spirit stones left, which she would need to conserve. You are so headstrong. You claim not to care for him, yet you spend so lavishly. Even a royal treasury would be drained. I didn't. Shui Lingyu interrupted her. I'll brew you some nourishing tonic. Thank you, but I don't need your spirit stones. Consider it a thank you for inviting me to the 2nd floor. Yining smiled awkwardly, not expecting such kindness from this woman. Thank you, Sister Yu. Shui Lingyu glanced at her before sashaying away. Soon after, a commotion came from the room, followed by the sound of spilling water. Oh no! Yining rushed upstairs, bursting into the room to find the tub overturned and lying in the water, disheveled and distressed. Yining tried to help him up, but the man pushed her away. Don't touch me. He clutched himself in agony, his fingers tearing at his clothes. What's wrong? Yining tried to approach, but, overwhelmed by the young woman's fragrance, grew even more agitated. He pushed Yining away again, retreating to a corner, his voice hoarse. Don't come near me. I'm begging you. Chapter 66. Dance now. At this moment, he resembled a lustful beast, his mind consumed by the memory of Yining submerged beneath the waters of the Warcraft forest. For Sitsong, this situation was utterly embarrassing. Yining was momentarily taken aback before realizing that, after all, Sitsong was a man, and being under the influence of such a potent drug must certainly be awkward for him. She hesitated to extend her hand to help him up, feeling it was somehow inappropriate. Well, it's nothing serious. This medicine is indeed rather intense, but I consulted Sister Lingyu, and she mentioned that soaking in cold water should help alleviate it. Sitsong, curled up in the corner, bit his lip to suppress any sound, allowing his lips to bleed from the pressure. Observing his silence, Yining cautiously approached, initially intending to place him back in the bathtub. However, the moment she touched him, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and Sitsong began to struggle violently. Stay away. Don't touch me. Get out. He was acutely aware of his own body, realizing that this was no ordinary drug, and that cold water would be of little use. Yining sensed the gravity of the situation, standing awkwardly, unsure of what to do. What should we do? I can find a doctor for you. No need. Before she could leave, Sitsong called out to her. Just let me be for a while. If you truly wish to help me, could you retrieve my ring? Chaos is still trapped inside, and I'm not sure how it's faring. The ring? Yining glanced at his fingers, and indeed, the dark-hued ring was missing. Since the beginning, she had never encountered the male protagonist spirit beast. It must still be within the ring. All right, I'll go get it right away. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Sitsong's damp clothing and hair. She initially considered using a nearby towel to dry him off, but then thought better of it and refrained. After Yining left, Sitsong leaned against the edge of the bed in a daze. In his weakness, he recalled events from the 100-butterfly courtyard. He had not anticipated that each time he found himself in peril, it was Yining who came to his rescue. In his most desperate moments, he had felt his face was a curse, which was why he had always worn a mask. Consequently, the previous Yining had often mocked him as a hideous creature, and he had silently endured it. Yet now, his face had brought him yet another predicament. Recollecting what had transpired, he remembered that Yining had spent a substantial amount of spirit stones to save him, an amount that even the C family might struggle to procure. How could he ever repay that debt? Or rather, the entanglement between him and Yining had long since become inextricable. Meanwhile, in the 100-butterfly courtyard, the man who had bid against Yining at the auction now sat in her former position, examining the obsidian ring in his hand. The brothel keeper stood respectfully at a distance. Is this what he left behind? It appeared to be merely an ordinary storage ring. He had little of value, and nothing that would suggest he was anything but an ordinary man. Why, then, did Yining seem so concerned? Indeed, his possessions were few, consisting solely of this sword and that ring. The man's phoenix-like eyes narrowed as his slender fingers grazed the sword of rebirth. Unexpectedly, the sword seemed to react, emitting a burst of sword energy that caused him to retract his hand. Master, a servant took a step forward but was halted by the man's raised hand. No need. He scrutinized the sword. It was indeed a fine blade, yet he had never heard of its name. Just then, an announcement came from outside. Sister Kaifeng, that girl who purchased the phoenix butterfly has returned. What? The brothel keeper was puzzled. How could she have returned? The man toyed with the ring in his hand, lifting his gaze with a hint of amusement. She must have come for these 2 items. Bring her to me. I wish to meet this extravagant young lady. Shortly thereafter, Yining was escorted to the private chamber where she had previously sat. Upon seeing the man before her, she tightened her grip on her Ziyun sword. This action did not escape the man's notice as he sipped his tea and chuckled lightly. There is no need for you to be so anxious, young Master Yin. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Yining nearly spat out her drink. How could this man be so hypocritical, having swindled all her money yet claiming he did not wish to trouble her? Noticing her silence, the man appeared somewhat surprised. Does young Master Yin truly not remember me? Yining tensed, pondering the implications. Did they know each other? Was he possibly her enemy? Ah, young Master Yin. You are known for your lofty ambitions. So it is understandable that you might forget someone like me. Yining thought to herself, undoubtedly an adversary, as his words dripped with veiled hostility. The brothel keeper mentioned that the items are in your possession. She stated plainly, avoiding any unnecessary dialogue. The man toyed with the ring. Are you referring to this? Yining narrowed her eyes. That belongs to my friend. I kindly ask that you return it. Friend? The man laughed as if he had heard a great joke. The illustrious young Master Yin has friends? It's quite simple to obtain it. Just pay the price. I spent 20 mid-grade spirit stones on this. Yining was aghast. Where did all my money go, you scoundrel? I have no money. She resigned herself to the possibility of resorting to force. The man scoffed. I had almost forgotten. In your desperate attempt to rescue your lover, you have run out of funds. Can we speak civilly? No need for personal attacks. What do you want from me? The man pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to the stage where the flower queen was selected, his tone darkening. Since young Master Yin is also a woman, why not perform a dance for me? Yining was taken aback. You summoned me merely to dance. As an educated individual of modern times, she did not perceive dancing for someone as shameful. After all, everyone is equal, right? She could treat it as a performance at a welcoming gala. Is that all? She retorted, almost eager to state that she had studied dance for several years, enjoyed it, and if he wished to see, there was no need for such elaborate arrangements. The man appeared somewhat taken aback by her reaction, yet he remained steadfast in his request. Does young Master Yin find it too simple? In his eyes, and the eyes of many, requesting a woman to dance for one's amusement was a significant affront. Yet Yining saw it differently. She did not view herself as an entertainer, but rather as a star. Not simple at all. Shall we commence? His reaction left the man momentarily speechless. Why did she appear so eager to dance? In truth, Yining did feel a desire to perform. The splendid stage was every dancer's dream. Chapter 67. A forceful kiss. Yining swept aside the gauzy curtain of the second-floor parlor and leaped onto the stage, casting a meaningful glance at the musician nearby. Let the music commence. Any tune will suffice, she instructed, aware that she must hasten back after her performance. As the melody filled the air, she began to dance a classical routine, infused with an ineffable essence owing to her experiences in modern dance. The men on the second floor struggled to conceal their astonishment. This was the proud and imperious Yining, who had deigned to dance for the sake of two trivial items. Yet, in a moment of contemplation, one man pondered, if even the once unassailable Yining could cast aside her dignity for someone she cared for, what then was his own worth? A man so easily discarded in the past? As the performance concluded, Yining bowed her head slightly in gratitude, her posture remaining straight and proud, akin to a regal peacock. After finishing, she gazed up at the man in the parlor, their eyes locking in a moment of silent exchange. One pair of eyes shimmered with brilliance, while the other clouded with uncertainty. Is it time for me to receive the items? She gently reminded him. The man remained silent, and shortly thereafter, the finger ring and sword belonging to Song were delivered to her side. Fearful of a change of heart, she quickly clutched them to her chest. Thank you. I shall take my leave now, Yining declared, waving her hand. Just as she took a couple of steps, she recalled the man's earlier words. By the way, what is your name? The man paused for a moment before responding with a calm 3 syllables. Lu Xiaoxing. Yining racked her brain, unable to place him, likely an inconsequential figure whose role had been minimal, thus forgotten. After Yining departed, Lu Xiaoxing instructed his subordinates, find out who that man is. Yining, upon returning to the inn and preparing to ascend the stairs, was intercepted by Shui Lingyu. Wait a moment. Turning around, Yining saw Shui Lingyu holding a bowl of medicinal tonic. Sister Lingyu, this is a restorative potion for your friend. Please deliver it to him. Also, there is something I must tell you, Shui Lingyu said, her expression fraught with concern. Do speak, Sister Lingyu. I must say, your friend does not appear well. I fear the remedy requires mutual affection to be effective. Yining froze, her mind reeling as she processed the implication. So you're saying this medicine necessitates? What kind of situation is this? I've spent my money, and now I must also offer myself? Shui Lingyu nodded, sensing Yining's distress. Perhaps, if you can endure the effects together, it may work. However, should one of you not withstand it, both may suffer the consequences. Understanding dawned on Yining. The only way to mitigate the effects was to share them between two. Yet, the risk loomed large. I need to assess the situation first, she resolved. After Shui Lingyu handed her the tonic, she departed. Upon entering the room, Yining's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Song. She rushed to support the man, whose face was frightfully flushed, his lips mangled and bloodied, unconscious. What kind of potion is this? He seemed fine when I left. How could it have escalated so quickly? His damp clothing and feverish body indicated a dire state. Sitsong, can you hear me? She called repeatedly, until he finally stirred slightly. Before she could rejoice, a feverish hand caressed her face, followed by a low murmur of her name. In an instant, his bloodied lips crashed against hers. Yining's eyes widened in shock. The man, eyes closed, had one arm encircling her waist while the other caressed her neck. A tingling sensation coursed through her as he continued to whisper her name, affirming that he knew who he was kissing. Yet they had. She instinctively closed her eyes, surrendering to the kiss, but a voice echoed in her mind. No, she and the male lead were never meant to be. With that thought, she forcefully pushed him away, wiping her lips. What a sin. Calm down, Yining. If you let him seduce you, you will be responsible. How can you steal from someone while entangled with them? You cannot. Sitsong, upon being pushed away, let out a muffled groan before slipping back into unconsciousness. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that method. Taking a deep breath, Yining hoisted Sitsong up, murmuring her frustrations. This is absurd. You consume the medicine, and I must suffer alongside you. Placing her hand on his back, she channeled her internal energy into him, attempting to alleviate his suffering. A low moan escaped him, and his brow eased as color returned to his face. As time ticked by, Sitsong gradually regained consciousness. Upon sensing the foreign energy coursing through him, he instinctively struggled. Don't move. Recognizing the woman behind him as Yining, he stammered, What are you doing? I'm merely sharing the effects of the potion, she replied, her words trailing off as she caught herself, almost saying something inappropriate. No, you don't understand. The potency is intense. If you just remain still. Once we start, we cannot cease. If you continue to resist, we shall only harm each other. Reluctantly, Sitsong acquiesced, the complexity of their relationship becoming ever more entangled. As the energy exchange concluded, Yining felt a surge of heat within her. Damn it, she cursed, clutching a nearby pillar to steady herself. Are you all right? Sitsong, clearly improved, reached out to assist her, but Yining quickly stepped back. Wait, don't come any closer. Now she understood the torment Sitsong had endured. This was merely half the dosage, and she struggled to maintain composure. Drawing a deep breath, she suppressed the rising heat. Let us not discuss it. I'll step outside for a moment. I retrieved your belongings. With that, Yining fled the scene, leaving Sitsong gazing fondly at his ring and sword. Chapter 68. Relationship. As the last vestiges of Yining's presence faded, Sitsong unlocked his spatial ring, and chaos emerged. The moment chaos beheld Sitsong, it nearly burst into tears. Master, I'm so glad to see you. Chaos clung to Sitsong, refusing to let go. Before Sitsong could respond, Chaos detected an anomaly in its master. Master, you've been drugged. It swiftly examined Sitsong's body with spiritual power, then sighed in relief. Fortunately, the effects aren't severe. Sitsong's gaze turned complex. He wondered about Yining, who had borne half the drug's impact. Without changing his clothes, he hurried out, colliding with Lingyu. Seeing Sitsong's haste, Lingyu stopped him. Hold on, are you looking for Yining? Sitsong nodded, his expression anxious. Please, tell me where she is. He knew my city was a dangerous place, and even he had fallen victim to treachery. Lingyu set down her belongings. Do you truly wish to know? Sitsong nodded without hesitation. Of course. Please, tell me. Lingyu sighed. There's no need to fret. She's not in danger. But you know what that drug is like. As an outsider, I must say Yining cares for you. I hope you know what you're doing. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones can buy many lives. Lingyu had seen enough to discern the connection between them. Despite his humble appearance, the young man seemed indifferent to Yining. She felt compelled to speak her mind. Sitsong understood and was grateful for Yining's sacrifice. Rest assured, I know what to do. Lingyu nodded, pleased to have fostered a budding romance. She pointed east. While not lethal, the drug is debilitating. There's a moon god spring to the east. She should be there, on his way to the moon god spring. Sitsong pondered his relationship with Yining. He couldn't understand why she repeatedly saved him. Was it truly friendship? Yining was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. Shivering in the frigid spring. Initially, she tested the water, nearly freezing to death. However, it was a peculiar sensation. While intensely cold, the spring seemed to suppress the drug's effects. As the heat within her intensified, she plunged into the water, leaning against the edge, soaked and trembling. In the distance, Sitsong spotted her shivering figure and approached. Yining turned, seeing Si Kong. She was thankful she hadn't removed her clothes. "What are you doing here?" she asked, teeth chattering. Si Tsung noticed her pale lips and clenched his fist. "Ling Yu told me you were here, so I came to check on you." Yining scrutinized him. "The drug's effects have worn off?" "Mostly. Thank you. It's nothing, as long as you're all right. If you really want to repay me, help me fend off lightning and ascend to immortality." She couldn't say the last part. With Si Tsung nearby, Yining found the water less frigid. After a moment of silence, she spoke, a blush rising on her cheeks. "Si Tsung," she began. He turned, his gaze concerned. "Yes? Do you remember anything that happened before I transferred my inner force to you?" Si Tsung frowned. "I was delirious. I don't remember anything." Yining sighed in relief. "Oh, it's nothing. Good, he doesn't remember." Unbeknownst to her, Si Tsung's gaze lingered on her lips, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He remembered kissing Yining. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxing was astonished to learn that Yining had braved the ice spring for Si Kong. She actually took the drug for him. "Yes, that's correct. The young sect leader is currently in the spring." Lu Xiaoxing sneered. "I didn't know Yining was so sentimental. Let's go take a look." As dusk approached, Yining opened her eyes, exhaling. Si Tsung met her gaze. "Are you feeling better?" Yining nodded. "Yes, let's go back." She stood, her wet clothes clinging to her form. Si Tsung averted his gaze. "Perhaps you should change." Yining shrugged dismissively. "It's fine. Let's go back. It's cold." Si Tsung offered his cloak. "Wear this, it's getting late." As Yining donned the cloak, a voice echoed. "How touching. I never expected the young sect leader to be so devoted." Yining tensed. That voice. She turned to face her nemesis, Lu Xiaoxing. Chapter 69. A sudden surge of ire. The appellation of harbinger of misfortune stemmed from the uncanny knack he possessed for being present when adversity struck. Despite his apparent status as a scion of a noble house, he seemed to derive perverse pleasure from vexing her. Si Tsung harbored a distinct recollection of this individual, particularly his voice, which had been the primary instigator in the initial bidding war against Yining, deliberately seeking to create discord. "Who are you?" Si Tsung inquired. Positioning himself protectively before the frail Yining, his gaze fixed upon the man before them. This gesture, however, only served to further enrage Lu Xiaoxing, who responded with a disdainful sneer. "Ah, if it isn't the forsaken heir of the Si family, the one who had to be rescued from a brothel by a woman." Yining inwardly conceded that men were not to be underestimated, for his words were indeed cutting. Torn between her allegiance to her friend, Si Tsung, and her vexatious nemesis, she knew where her loyalties lay. "Our affairs are of no concern to you. If you've come seeking amusement, I must request that you depart." She was far from being an ascetic cultivator who scorned material wealth. On the contrary, she possessed a deep affection for it. She would not allow this man, who had deprived her of her funds and subjected her to derision, to escape retribution. Lu Xiaoxing, however, remained unyielding, as he unfurled his folding fan with a flourish. "Has the young sect leader of Yin forgotten the dance she performed for me? How fickle can one be?" Yining rolled her eyes, her estimation of the man plummeting to new depths. It was one thing to emerge from nowhere, seeking confrontation, but to engage in such acerbic banter was another matter entirely. Si Tsung, however, seized upon a crucial detail. "Dance. Why would you dance for him?" Yining sought to explain. "Oh, it was nothing, really just. Do you imagine that those 2 items were returned to you out of goodwill? A woman had to dance for my amusement to retrieve your possessions, Si Kong. A delightful experience, wouldn't you agree? Though I must confess, the young sect leader of Yin possesses a dance of exquisite grace." Yining inwardly groaned. She barely had time to assure Si Tsung that it was merely a dance when the atmosphere around the man underwent a palpable shift. "Si Tsung, it's not." Before she could complete her sentence, Si Tsung had already drawn his sword and lunged at Lu Xiaoxing. Clang! Lu Xiaoxing, far from being defenseless, raised his fan in defense, initiating a counterattack. The 2 combatants appeared evenly matched, neither gaining a clear advantage after several exchanges. "I underestimated you," Lu Xiaoxing conceded. "It seems you are not entirely relying on women." Yining sighed in exasperation, finding it difficult to comprehend the existence of such a vituperative individual. "Lu Xiaoxing, I know not who you are, but if you persist, I shall be forced to resort to harsher measures. Together, Si Tsung and I would prove an insurmountable challenge. Surely, you would not wish for my clan to be apprised of this incident. Therefore, it would be in your best interest to depart." Lu Xiaoxing surveyed the pair. He acknowledged that his solitary approach had been a miscalculation. He had been aware of Yining's formidable strength, but had underestimated Si Tsung's capabilities. Continuing this confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his detriment. Very well, Yining conceded. Since the young sect leader of Yun has spoken, I shall take my leave. Yining exhaled in relief, believing that she had finally managed to dispatch this troublesome individual. However, she was soon to discover that Sitsong had other intentions. Leaving so soon? Sitsong retorted. Not if I have anything to say about it. With that, he launched another assault upon Yining. Sitsong, Yining exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. She could not fathom why Sitsong remained incensed, especially since she herself was willing to let the matter drop. Before she could inquire, Yining interjected. What right do you have to interfere when the young sect leader of Yun herself is unconcerned? Sitsong's countenance darkened, and he disregarded the lingering effects of the medicinal properties within his system, channeling his spiritual energy once more. You dared to derive amusement from her humiliation? You shall pay the price. Yining was taken aback, witnessing Sitsong's uncharacteristic display of fury and his full capabilities for the first time. His power far surpassed her own. Overwhelmed by his imposing aura, Yining was forced into a desperate retreat, his earlier arrogance replaced by panic. In a moment of desperation, he produced a fire feather talisman, aiming it directly at Sikong Blaze. As the talisman was activated, Yining felt a surge of apprehension. To her astonishment, Sitsong made no attempt to evade the attack, instead of charging headlong into it. Sitsong, move aside, she cried. The talisman possessed immense power, and Sitsong was certain to be injured. However, Sitsong had already resolved to inflict grievous harm upon his adversary, even at his own expense. Yining, realizing that he could no longer avoid the impending collision, braced himself for the impact. Thwack! The blade pierced the man's right shoulder. Sitsong's gaze was cold and lethal, regarding Yining as if he were already deceased. You! Yining exclaimed, attempting to retreat, but Sitsong, still consumed by rage, exerted additional force, driving the sword deeper until the hilt pressed against the man's shoulder. Yining, writhing in agony, paled visibly. Sitsong leaned closer, whispering in a voice audible only to the two of them. This is the price you pay for disrespecting her. With that, he unleashed a palm strike, sending the man hurtling backward. A swift flick of his wrist sent blood splattering across the ground. Yining, having never sustained such severe injuries, crashed to the ground, tumbling several times, his blood staining the earth. Yining, stunned by the spectacle, wondered if he had perished. Sitsong sheathed his sword and approached Yining. His demeanor calm. Let us return, he said. Yining, shivering slightly, swallowed nervously. Is he dead? It was not out of any sense of altruism that Yining asked, but rather out of concern, as the man appeared to possess a certain pedigree. His demise would undoubtedly invite complications. No, merely gravely wounded. You must rest well and refrain from using your spiritual energy for the next few days. Yining inwardly protested. Is that truly wise, considering that you were the one who engaged in the most strenuous combat? However, Sitsong's aura was too formidable to defy. Very well. Let us return, she acquiesced. As Sitsong led Yining away, they spotted a firework erupting in the sky, presumably a signal from Yining to his subordinates. Yining clutched the cloak Sitsong had given her, inhaling its scent, a blend of verdant grass and cool fragrance that she found surprisingly pleasant. Will he seek retribution for this? She asked. The prospect was daunting. While the man was undoubtedly reprehensible, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Sitsong remained unperturbed, responding in a measured tone. Once we leave my city, he may find it difficult to locate us. Even if he does seek revenge, that is no reason for me to have shown him mercy. Yining inwardly gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his status as the male protagonist, brimming with arrogance. Very well. Since you were the one who struck him, I shall not be held accountable. After several days of recuperation, Yining and Sitsong finally embarked on their journey. As they rode in the carriage, Yining surveyed her dwindling purse with a sigh. I am penniless. I shall have to economize severely. Chapter 70. The Return of Wealth. Though Sitsong feigned an interest in the martial arts manual, his peripheral vision was keenly attuned to Yining. Observing the shifts in her expression and the flicker of doubt in her eyes, he followed her gaze to the pouch nearby. Lost in her own thoughts, Yining was oblivious to Sitsong's scrutiny. The journey ahead still required traversing a city and a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, along with dense forests, areas likely devoid of habitation. Thus, it was imperative to prepare provisions and water, and both she and Sitsong needed to procure winter clothing, leading to considerable expenses. After Yining sighed for the third time, Sitsong finally spoke, extending a bag toward her. This is for you. Startled, Yining looked up to see Si Tsong holding a dusty gray pouch that appeared somewhat worn. With a lackluster tone, she inquired, "What is it?" Si Tsong offered no reply, but nudged the bag forward. "You'll see." Upon opening it, Yining was nearly blinded by the brilliance of the gemstones within. "What is this? Where did it come from?" An initial estimation suggested there were over 1,000 spirit stones, along with a wealth of jewelry, including several luminous pearls. Had Si Tsong robbed someone? With an air of calm, Si Tsong diverted his gaze. "This is the entire fortune of the 100 Butterfly Courtyard, including your spirit stones and their savings over the years." Yining was momentarily dumbfounded. So what did this imply? Had she not only rescued Si Tsong without spending a dime, but also plundered the 100 Butterfly Courtyard? "When did you get this back?" she asked, concern creeping in. The 100 Butterfly Courtyard held some power. Had Si Tsong been hurt? Quickly assessing his physique, she noted he appeared unharmed. The 100 Butterfly Courtyard had long engaged in nefarious deeds and was now facing its just deserts. Si Tsong, however, was unwilling to elaborate further, and Yining refrained from pressing the matter, recognizing that he was the male protagonist and thus more fortunate than herself. Picking up a gemstone, she examined it. Unable to conceal her delight, Si Tsong, rarely witnessing such joy from her, found himself smiling in response. "Do you truly like these gems?" he ventured, hoping to engage her in conversation. "Of course. What girl doesn't adore gemstones?" she replied nonchalantly. After selecting a few beautiful pieces to stow in her spatial bracelet, she handed the remainder back to Si Kong. "You can have these back." Si Tsong's smile faltered, and he hurriedly looked down, concealing his emotions. "Why return them? They were intended for you." Yet, Yining disagreed. These treasures were retrieved by him at great risk, and she dared not accept them. "They're yours, after all." "I'm content with just a few gems," she insisted, pushing the bag toward him. However, the man remained resolute, refusing to look at her. "You spent so many spirit stones to save me. These are for you as my gratitude." Yining countered, "I saved you without expecting anything in return. Besides, once I return to the Tiangang sect, I want Tilak for money. You'll need these for revitalizing your sect and for your future wife." Realizing the oddity of her tone, she quickly caught herself. Why was she speaking as if she were a parent advising a child? Why was she concerning herself with the male lead's matrimonial prospects? While she had no desire for repayment, her insistence for Si Tsong to keep the spirit stones sparked a peculiar feeling within him. Noticing her slip, Yining awkwardly chuckled. I didn't mean to imply I looked down on you. It's just that you are more capable with finances." Before she could dig herself deeper, Si Tsong interjected. "You mentioned we are friends, and I trust you to keep it safe. I am not adept at managing finances. Moreover," he hesitated, lifting a cup to his lips, his gaze unfocused. "I have never considered marriage. It would be the same whether with you or someone else." His voice trailed off, growing increasingly uncertain. Yining, oblivious to the implications, merely scoffed internally. She had no expertise in financial management. Her talents lay solely in expenditure. Nonetheless, she did not refuse this time. It was better for the money to be in her possession. At least their living standards would remain stable. Reflecting on the days she had trailed Si Tsong, she recalled how he either walked or munched on dry cakes, an intolerable situation for her. "Then let us keep it with me. You're right, it's all the same." Si Tsong blinked in surprise, his ears flushing crimson, and nodded, echoing her words. "Yes, it's all the same." Yining's earlier gloom lifted as she emptied the pouch onto the table of the carriage, sorting the gems, pearls, and spirit stones. Unbeknownst to her, Si Tsong was not meditating. Instead, he gazed at her with a tender expression. Yet, she remained oblivious, while the consciousness within her sensed everything clearly. Ever since their forced separation in the ring, the consciousness had adamantly refused to return, insisting on protecting Si Tsong closely. "Master, why give all the money to her? I can manage finances too." The consciousness protested, feeling slighted. How could this woman take precedence over it, the esteemed divine beast? Would it now have to seek her approval for its treats? Si Tsong's smile gradually faded as he regarded the consciousness with unprecedented seriousness. "From now on, you must respect her as you do me." The consciousness was perplexed. "Why? I am a divine beast with but one master." The carriage jolted slightly, and Si Tsong absent-mindedly picked up a spirit stone that had fallen at his feet, placing it near Yining while conversing with the consciousness in his mind. "Because there is no reason." The consciousness fell silent, unable to counter the sincerity in his expression, fearing to truly anger its master. Understood. Under Si Tsong's authoritative gaze, it reluctantly acquiesced. Yining spent a considerable amount of time counting the gems before drifting off with her chin resting in her hands. The carriage rolled steadily into the city, halting before an inn. Sitsung glanced at Yining, who appeared to be sleeping soundly, her chin cradled in her hands, possibly exhausted from their travels. Yining, Sitsung called her softly, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. The girl remained deep in slumber, showing no signs of waking. His fingers curled slightly, as if making a significant decision. Yining. This was the first time he had addressed her with such intimacy. All past grievances faded with that single utterance, and in that moment, the only thing that mattered to him was their shared trials and tribulations. A strand of hair gently fell across her fair cheek, the contrast of her dark locks against her pale skin strikingly vivid. Sitsung reached out, trembling as he brushed his fingers against her cheek, warmth radiating from his palm and enveloping him entirely. He suppressed his excitement, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This simple gesture caused a tickling sensation, prompting the girl to stir. Realizing she was about to awaken, Sitsung promptly resumed his seat. As Yining groggily opened her eyes, she observed Sitsung seated beside her, meditating, while the carriage had come to a halt. "Have we arrived?" she inquired. Sitsung then opened his eyes and responded, "We shall rest here for the night, and tomorrow we can enter the snow domain." The snow domain was the perilous route to the secret realm of Milo, notorious for its frigid temperatures that could easily inflict frostbite on ordinary cultivators. Moreover, it was inhabited by formidable ice-type magical beasts, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Before venturing into the snow domain, the duo needed to procure adequate supplies. Yining rubbed her eyes, appearing not fully awake. "Shall we proceed to acquire provisions?" she asked, attempting to dismount the carriage, only to nearly stumble. Sitsung, with his keen reflexes, swiftly steadied her. Careful. His hands were slender yet strong, and frigidly cold. Upon touching the girl's wrist, he recoiled as if burned, instinctively withdrawing his hand. "It's getting late. There's no rush to act until tomorrow." Yining nodded. "Thank you. I shall retire to my room to rest." They had reserved 2 rooms this time, with Sitsung's situated to the north and Yining's facing due south, a considerable distance apart. However, Yining sensed something amiss with Sitsung, wondering if she was being conceited, even suspecting that he desired to be closer to her. The pair entered the inn before sunset, during the dinner hour. The inn's ground floor was bustling with diners. Yining and Sitsung ordered some dishes and settled to one side, occasionally overhearing conversations from neighboring tables. "Hey, have you heard? The Lee family's daughter was defiled by that pear blossom rogue," one patron remarked. "Oh, gossip?" Yining instinctively leaned closer to the table, eager to eavesdrop. Alas, who would have thought? Miss Lee was born with captivating beauty, in the prime of her youth. Master Lee has only that one daughter, and now the entire family is dedicated to apprehending that flower thief. Alas, that flower thief has a pattern, appearing once every 10 days. Only 1 day has passed, so he is unlikely to emerge. Yining listened with rapt attention, but felt her chair shift beneath her. Turning her head, she saw Sitsung pulling her, chair and all, closer to his side. Hey, what are you doing?" she protested, not having heard enough. "Eat. This is not something you should be listening to." In Sitsung's mind, Yining was currently imbued with multiple buffs, considerate, soft-hearted, and a dear friend, among others. His perception was extraordinarily biased. How could she listen to such sordid matters? Yining refrained from arguing, silently taking a bite of her meal. However, she mused to herself that if she could stay here longer, she might be able to avenge the girls. That evening, Yining requested a large bathing tub from the innkeeper and prepared to bathe in her room. "I love to bathe. My skin feels so good." Yining hummed, playing with flower petals. A lewd voice echoed from the rooftop, sending shivers down her spine and raising goosebumps all over her body. Little beauty, truly a vision of loveliness. With that, a man materialized from behind the screen as if cloaked in invisibility, licking his lips in a disgustingly suggestive manner. Yining's expression turned icy as she instinctively reached for her side, only to find her clothes and sword on the table. Although not far, rising would inevitably expose her upper body. She abandoned the idea, concealing her body beneath the water with the aid of the flower petals. "Who are you?" Yining demanded, her face stern as she regarded the man before her. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in gaudy, multicolored attire, with narrow, slanted eyes that exuded a revolting aura, nearly causing her to regurgitate her dinner. The man nonchalantly circled her, yet hesitated to approach. "Beauty, your memory seems to be failing. Have you forgotten?" You even heard my name tonight. I am none other than the pear blossom rogue who presses down on the begonia with a tree of pear blossoms. Yining. It seems misfortune never comes singly. Although she was a modern person, she had no desire to have her unclothed form observed by this lecherous uncle. If he were to spread rumors, she would have no face to live. Given the circumstances, she could only stall for time while seeking an opportunity. Isn't it said that you appear only once every 10 days, a steadfast rule? It's only the second day. Are you not drained? The pear blossom rogue smoothed his bangs and winked at Yining. My dear sister, that is indeed the rule. But you are simply too beautiful. For you, I am willing to forsake this vow I have upheld for over a decade. Yining, there's no need. Seeing that the man was intent on making advances, Yining could only invoke her family name. Do you know my identity? I am Yining of the Heavenly Gang sect. Upon hearing Yining's words, the pear blossom rogue merely paused, unconvinced. You're trying to scare me. Do you think I, pear blossom rogue, am easily intimidated? If you weren't, all the better. If you were, then I would be the son-in-law of Yun Chungha of the Heavenly Gang sect. Ha ha ha. Yining, very well, you are indeed imaginative. Just as Yining resolved to sacrifice her virtue, an icy male voice reverberated through the room. The son-in-law of the Heavenly Gang sect? I fear you have no life to claim. Crash. The roof tiles shattered abruptly as Si Tsong descended from the heavens, prompting Yining to submerge herself in the water. Chaos lunged forward, biting the pear blossom rogue's calf, causing the man to grimace in agony. Si Tsong seized the opportunity to tear down a nearby bed curtain, ensnaring the man and knocking him unconscious with a single palm strike. Throughout this ordeal, Si Tsong never once glanced at Yining. After completing his task, he turned away. Put on your clothes first. You shall deal with this man yourself. Yining grabbed the clothes from the table and donned them. Si Tsong, hearing the subtle rustling of the fabric, clenched his fists. Are you all right? Had it not been for his desire for Yining to vent her anger, he would have slain this wretch long ago. The distance between their rooms was too great. Otherwise, he could have discovered this sooner, preventing such an incident. Yining, why does the thought of Liliomii still cross my mind at this moment? I'm fine. I don't take such scum seriously. Si Tsong's expression remained grave. He had intended to caution Yining to be more careful. But remembering that all of this had transpired due to his own lack of vigilance, he suppressed the words. He could only blame himself. That's good. What do you intend to do with this man? Before she could finish, a poof sound echoed as Yining's violet cloud sword pierced through the pear blossom rogue's body. Yining frowned at the bloodstains on the ground. It's soiled. With such a person, everyone benefits from his demise. He has no chance for redemption. Chapter 72. Deliverance from suffering. His initial intention was to eliminate this nefarious scoundrel for the sake of the young women in the vicinity. And now that he has delivered himself to his doorstep, it seems he has settled a personal grievance. Naturally, Si Tsong had no objections. His hesitation to act directly stemmed from a desire to allow Yining to vent her frustrations, as well as a concern that his constant displays of violence might lead her to perceive him as cruel. Glancing at Yining, whose hair was still wet from her hasty actions, Si Tsong offered her a towel. The night was cold, and it was prudent to dry her hair to avoid catching a chill. Yining accepted the towel and sat at the edge of the bed, complaining about her thick, long hair. Each time she washed it, she found it troublesome. It took an entire evening to dry properly. Si Tsong's gaze drifted to the damaged roof he had caused, and he cleared his throat softly, his eyes flickering. There were indeed alternative methods. Some individuals could harness spiritual energy. Yining, feeling irritated as she rubbed her hair, perked up at the mention of a solution. How could one utilize spiritual energy? Could it possibly be used to dry her hair? However, given her cold constitution and her childhood training in ice magic, would that not just freeze her hair? Si Tsong chose not to address her query, but rather spoke calmly. Your room is no longer suitable for habitation. It would be best if you stayed in my room for the night. Yining finally realized that this fellow had entered through the roof. You truly have an unconventional approach, she muttered. Is that really appropriate? Perhaps I should inquire if the innkeeper has any other rooms available? Before she could move, Si Tsong interjected, there are none. Otherwise, we would not have been placed so far apart. She responded, sensing a hint of complaint in his tone. Do you wish to be closer to me? Si Tsong, catching on to her implication, added, being nearer would allow us to look after one another. I could promptly address any issues that arise. Yining considered this. Had it not been for Si Tsong, she would not have been able to extricate herself so easily tonight. At that moment, sounds from downstairs indicated that others were arriving, likely drawn by the commotion. Noticing the flush on Yining's face, unadorned by makeup, Sitsung furrowed his brow and decisively instructed, "You should return to my room. I will handle this matter." Yining glanced at the lifeless body on the floor, apprehensive. "Will I not be accused of intentional homicide? Do not worry. I will take care of it." Sitsung reiterated, prompting her to nod and depart. Before long, the innkeeper entered. Upon stepping inside, his eyes were immediately drawn to a flower petal-laden bathtub, the water strewn across the floor, and the disheveled bed. He gasped, his gaze shifting to Sitsung, who was calmly sipping tea. Assuming the two had engaged in passionate revelry, the innkeeper swallowed hard. Esteemed guest, your activities were rather vigorous." Wiping his brow, he thought to himself that cultivators were indeed a different breed, with their lively spirits. Sitsung frowned slightly, uninterested in idle chatter, and pointed toward the corpse in the corner. "That is the body of the flower thief, Li Guang. Tomorrow, take his remains to the Li Manor for your reward." Only then did the innkeeper notice the dead Li Guang lying nearby. Having never witnessed such a scene, he nearly collapsed onto the floor, scooting back several steps in terror. "Why you killed him?" Sitsung rose, brandishing the sword of rebirth, his silhouette framed by the starry sky beyond the broken roof, resembling a cold harbinger of death. "I will compensate you for the damage to the room. I do not wish to be implicated. Simply state that a dark-clad figure disposed of the body in your room during the night. This was not a modern society governed by law. Lord Li had long procured assassins to pursue Li Guang, and the court had even issued a bounty. Whoever eliminated Li Guang would be hailed as a hero." Sitsung was not afraid. He merely wished to avoid attracting undue attention while they were abroad. Furthermore, should this incident become known, it could tarnish Yining's reputation. The innkeeper understood the gravity of the situation. This was no mere murderer. Sitsung was akin to a god of fortune. The bounty on Li Guang was enough to sustain him for 10 years. "Of course, esteemed guest, rest assured. Li Guang's death bears no relation to you or Miss Yun." Sitsung turned to leave, and in the corridor, he concealed chaos within the confines of his spatial ring, provoking its discontent. "Master, what is the meaning of this? I can no longer protect you closely." Once inside the ring, chaos could not observe the external world or connect with its master's thoughts. "I do not require your constant protection," Sitsung replied nonchalantly. "The last time, I was too careless. However, for now, it is unnecessary." Chaos pondered the multitude of people around, including Yining, and felt reassured that there was little danger. Yet, it was reluctant to part from its master, feeling despondent. "Even if you are safe, I can no longer share your thoughts and be attuned to your needs." Upon hearing this, Sitsung stumbled slightly. Chaos, however, regarded the situation with indifference. It was merely a loyal companion, after all. Sitsung nearly forgot that this creature could sense his emotions. "It might be better if we are not so attuned. Without my permission, you are not to intrude upon my consciousness." Chaos's eyes widened in shock, resembling a forsaken little spouse. "Master, do you no longer want me?" Sitsung rubbed his temples, feeling both unmoved and somewhat exasperated. "I do not wish to dismiss you. However, especially during this period, do not pry into my thoughts." Chaos nodded, its little head spinning with ideas. Its master was now 19. Perhaps he desired his own privacy. After addressing Chaos, Sitsung stealthily entered the room. Inside, he found Yining laboriously drying her hair. Her long, thick locks cascaded down to her waist, and it seemed unlikely they would dry completely in a single night. "This is such a hassle. This wretched place has nothing. I long to return home and miss my bed," she lamented. Referring to her modern home, a notion Sitsung could not comprehend. He paused, a wave of emotion surging within him. The environment here was certainly not comparable to that of the Tiangang sect. Did she truly not wish to accompany him? Yet, there were alternative solutions. Sensing the man's presence behind her, Yining barely had time to react before his hand caressed her hair. "I once practiced fire-based techniques. I can assist you." With that, Yining felt a warm aura envelop her, an unprecedented comfort as the gentle warmth of spiritual energy surrounded her. The two sat side by side on the bed, Sitsung delicately drying strands of her hair, placing each dried lock gently against her chest after finishing. Chapter 73. Hair in the stillness of the room. The only sounds were the flickering of the candle flame and the gentle crackle of fire. Yining toyed with her dried strands of hair, contemplating how to shatter the palpable awkwardness. "Isn't this quite laborious for you?" she ventured, her naturally impatient temperament surfacing. She knew she would not possess such composure in his place. "No," he replied, recalling her earlier expressions of discontent. The conditions here were indeed harsh. far inferior to those of the Tiangang sect, and she would have to endure some hardship. Upon uttering this, Sitsong felt his cheeks flush. It was his first time speaking such tender words to a woman. Yining, puzzled yet sincere, responded, "It's all right. Since I've ventured out, I've prepared myself. Besides, we have food and drink, so it's not too arduous." Sitsong's gaze softened with a rare tenderness. "Well, since we have ample funds, you needn't be frugal." I've never cared for material possessions," he continued. "You may arrange things as you wish without any concern for me." The implication of spending money freely brought a smile to Yining's face. She had not expected Sitsong to possess such gentlemanly grace. "Tomorrow morning, we shall procure supplies and set off at noon." Yining nodded in agreement. As she noticed her hair had dried, Sitsong casually picked up a comb and began to groom her locks. Yining stiffened. Surely, the male protagonist did not harbor a penchant for arranging others' hair? In a modern context, he would make a fine hairstylist. Having tidied her hair, Sitsong stood to make the bed. Flustered, Yining fiddled with her hair ends, pondering whether Sitsong would attempt to claim the bed for himself. The floor was cold, and she feared catching a chill. Sitsong spread 2 blankets over the bed, the wooden frame surprisingly soft. "You should rest," he urged. After speaking, he seated himself at the table, exuding an air of determination not to sleep. "Aren't you going to rest?" she asked hesitantly. Sitsong shook his head, placing the Wangxing's sword beside him. "You should sleep. I'll keep watch." The candlelight flickered, casting shadows on the boy's exquisite features, his chin particularly striking beneath the iron mask. "I can't sleep alone. That seems rather improper." Upon hearing Yining's words, Sitsong chuckled softly. "There's nothing improper about it. I certainly wouldn't force you to sleep tied up." The mention of being tied up reminded Yining of a rather embarrassing incident, and she pressed her lips together, taken aback by his teasing. She intended to retort, but he suddenly spoke gently, "Just sleep." All her irritation evaporated as if encased in ice. "Then I shall sleep." She lay on the bed fully clothed, wondering if it was because the blankets were laid out by Sitsong that they carried a faint hint of his presence, which made it difficult for her to find rest. Sitsong extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. Yet this very darkness provided a peculiar sense of security for Yining. After a quarter of an hour, she found herself unable to sleep. "Sitsong, are you asleep?" "No." She turned over and suggested, "Shall we converse for a while?" "About what?" His voice was quiet yet clear, carrying a slightly husky timbre that instilled a sense of safety. "How long have you been wearing the mask?" Sitsong seemed to have never removed it. Even though she had glimpsed his face before, he remained reluctant to unveil it. Initially, her question was innocuous, but once spoken, the atmosphere shifted, growing suddenly chillier. Realizing her misstep, she hesitantly added, "Did I say something wrong?" "No, I have worn this mask for 10 years. 10 years. Yining exclaimed, astonished. He had donned the mask at the tender age of 9. Surely, such a prolonged period would have left his skin unevenly tanned. Yet, upon a closer inspection, it appeared flawless. Is it to protect yourself? After all, your appearance attracts attention, as evidenced by the last encounter. In the dark of night. Though she could not see his expression, Yining sensed a shift in Sitsong's mood. "You should rest. I don't wish to discuss this matter." Sitsong tightened his grip on the cup, striving to contain his emotions. Yining, recognizing the tension, retracted her inquiry. "Then I shall rest." Once she succumbed to sleep, Sitsong quietly exited the room, brandishing his sword to sever an ancient tree in the courtyard. "Master," perceiving his anger, Hun Dun emerged timidly from the spatial ring, gazing at Sitsong with apprehension. The man's hand trembled as he clutched the sword, grappling with the bitter truth of why he wore the mask. He despised his own inadequacy, unable to confront those who compelled him to wear it or alleviate the torment in his heart. "I am fine," Sitsong replied, regaining his composure as he returned to the room. Meanwhile, Yining, having awakened after his departure, pondered his earlier demeanor and couldn't resist murmuring to herself. What was the purpose behind the protagonist's mask? Did he truly comprehend the dangers his appearance posed at the mere age of 9? Furthermore, the C family was a prominent clan. What could possibly be the underlying reason? The book offered no answers, and she found herself at a loss for explanations. Thus, she resolved to pen a letter, enlisting Cui Huan's help in investigating. The following day, after procuring supplies, they set forth. While savoring a snack, Yining leaned closer to Sitsong to examine the map. "How much longer until we arrive? It seems we will need to rest outside for the night. If we hasten our pace, it would be unsafe to enter the snow domain after dark." Yining nodded in agreement. "You're right. Should we take this route?" She pointed at the map, inadvertently leaving an oil smudge. "Ah, help!" she exclaimed in dismay. "Is there truly no place for me to stay in this world?" Sitsung, taken aback, replied, "Let me wipe it off." He reached out, but before he could proceed, his fingers were captured by two slender hands. I didn't mean to." Fearing she had offended the male protagonist by staining his map, she braced for his ire. Sitsung released her fingers, and she withdrew her hand, awkwardly rubbing her fingers together. He handed her a handkerchief to clean her hands and explained, "You marked the route back. It's reversed. Do you not know how to read a map?" Yining chuckled nervously. "I typically travel with Chui Huan. That girl may lack in other areas, but she excels at navigation." Sitsung remained silent, and Yining, feeling the weight of the moment, quietly munched on her snack. After a night of rest, they finally arrived at the snowy domain the following morning. Gazing at the vast expanse of white mountains, Yining shivered. The surrounding trees remained lush and green, unaffected by the frigid climate, which struck her as peculiar. Sitsung produced a large cloak and draped it over her shoulders. "This is made from firefox fur. It will shield you from the cold." Delighted by the vibrant red cloak, Yining admired its beauty. "This is truly exquisite. Where did you acquire it?" "I obtained it by chance at an auction." "Now, let us proceed." Chapter 74. Chicken Leg. Upon entering the snowy region, Yining was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before her. It was her first time witnessing the snow-capped mountains up close. The thick blanket of snow creating a white expanse that resembled a scene from a television drama. As she took a couple of steps forward, her foot slipped. Oh no! Just as she was about to fall, Sitsung quickly grasped her arm. "Be careful." Once steadied, Yining brushed off the snowflakes from her cloak, which she cherished dearly, determined not to soil it. "Why is this place so slippery?" Sitsung observed the patch where Yining had stumbled, noticing that the snow had been disturbed, revealing a layer of ice beneath. "There must be an ice lake beneath us." Intrigued, Yining cleared away some of the snow beneath her feet, confirming the presence of a thick ice layer. After walking in the snow for a while, the winds began to intensify. Sitsung subtly positioned himself in front of the girl, shielding her from part of the storm. "The weather is too harsh. We should find a place to rest." He turned to Yining, noticing her nose was already turning red from the cold. "All right, let us take a break." Inside the ice cave, Yining shivered slightly, even with her firefox cloak wrapped around her. If she were without it, she would surely freeze. Her gaze shifted to Sitsung, who was roasting chicken legs and snacks by the fire. He seemed to favor black, clad entirely in dark clothing with a fur collar that looked quite comfortable. His spirit beast curled up next to the fire, evidently cold. Yet, Sitsung appeared unaffected by the chill. "Aren't you cold?" Yining asked, looking at him. He paused in his cooking. "Are you still very cold?" He furrowed his brow, aware of the snowy region's frigid temperatures, and realized that his cloak seemed to have little effect. Yining shook her head. "I'm fine for now, but you seem to be underdressed." "I'm not cold. Just take care of yourself," he replied. She nodded, her attention drawn to the freshly roasted chicken leg, swallowing her saliva in anticipation. At that moment, Hun Dun, having caught the enticing aroma, awakened and approached Si Kong. "Master, I want to eat meat." Sitsung acknowledged with a casual hum. And just when Yining thought she would go without, a chicken leg was offered to her. Yining exclaimed, "Aren't you eating?" Though her mouth protested, her body eagerly accepted the food. Hun Dun watched, forlorn, as it witnessed the meat slip away, feeling wronged. "Am I not your little treasure? Why must you give the meat to that woman?" "Eat first," Sitsung reassured Hun Dun. "You can wait for your turn." Yining stifled a laugh, delighting in the taste of the meat Sitsung had prepared. After satisfying their hunger, the two set off again the following noon. The snowy realm experienced perpetual snowfall, varying only in intensity without respite. As Yining emerged from the cave, a chill swept over her, causing her to shudder. "The conditions here are dreadful. It's almost impossible to navigate." Sitsung frowned at the swirling snowflakes, recalling a time when it was not so severe. The current state of the snowy region seemed ominous. As they ascended the mountain, the sky darkened, and just as they sought a place to rest, a cry for help pierced the air. "Help!" Reacting instinctively, they rushed towards the sound. Upon arrival, they witnessed a figure plummeting from the cliff. Yining's first instinct was to save the person, but Sitsung firmly grasped her hand. "Stay here. I'll go." With that, he vanished, using his sword to fly and catch the falling woman. However, as he caught her, he recognized her face. It was Yin. "What are you doing here?" Sitsung's expression soured, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. He had not forgotten how she had troubled them in the beast forest. He was not one to adhere to the notion of saving a life being tantamount to building a pagoda, and he was ready to let her fall. "Sitsong, is it you?" This time, her tone was devoid of sarcasm, replaced instead by surprise and shyness. Sensing she was about to drop, Yining clung tightly to his neck. "Let go." Sitsong's face contorted in frustration, the words seeming to force their way out. "I won't. Please save me, save my brother." Sitsong, not inclined to be kind-hearted, attempted to shake her off, but she clung even tighter. From a distance, Yining observed the scene, her eyes flaring with anger. "What is happening here? It looks like saving a life, but it appears more like flirting." Feeling the sword beneath his feet begin to wobble, Sitsong had no choice but to set her down. After they landed, Yining approached Sitsong, her eyebrows raising in surprise upon recognizing the woman. How could it be her? Yin, equally astonished, exclaimed, Yining? What are you doing here?" Observing the two standing closely together, an idea sparked in her mind. Wasn't it said that Yining despised Sitsong? How did they end up together? If the rumors are true, what should I do? With Yining in the way, how could Sitsong possibly choose me? Since the last trial, Sitsong's status had transformed. He was now capable of defeating the formidable two siblings, leaving them gravely injured. Who wouldn't be drawn to such a promising young talent? Yin considered the possibility of being with Sitsong, eager to uncover the secrets behind his rising power. Moreover, she gazed at him, appreciating his tall, dark-clad figure. And the manner in which he had just saved her was undeniably handsome. Thus, even with Yining present, she speculated that perhaps the Tiangang sect sought Sitsong's secrets to enhance their strength, sending Yining as a proxy. After all, who knew better than Yining how much Sitsong was loathed? Yining rolled her eyes, exasperated by the woman's audacity. "My presence here seems irrelevant to you. Since you are safe, we shall take our leave." Having concluded their discourse, the pair prepared to depart. However, Yin, loath to squander this hard-won opportunity, pursued them with haste, braving the wind and snow. Sitsong, please wait for me." Initially, both parties maintained a taciturn silence, continuing their journey for approximately a quarter of an hour. Yet, Yin persisted in her relentless pursuit. At last, Yining, her patience exhausted, queried, "Why are you trailing us?" Yining found herself inexplicably irritated, as if this person were a haunting specter, incessantly calling out from behind. She cast a sidelong glance at Sitsong, silently lamenting the fact that the male protagonist, even without fully revealing his countenance, had already begun to captivate his harem with his mere aura. Recalling the male protagonist's intricate emotional entanglements in the original narrative, Yining's perception of Sitsong soured. Yin retorted with a sense of entitlement, "I am not following you. I am following Sitsong. Furthermore, why would the champion of the Azure Trials not return to the Celestial Sect, but instead follow Sitsong here?" Yining. "Hey, are you asking for a beating, little girl?" Before she could retaliate, Sitsong interjected, "Our affairs are not your concern. I did not intentionally rescue you. It was merely an oversight. Now that you are unharmed, please depart." Upon hearing these words, Yining erupted in unreserved laughter, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She never anticipated that Sitsong could be so agreeable at times, prioritizing loyalty over romantic interests. This could be salvaged, indeed. Yin gazed at Sitsong, perplexed. She and Yining were ostensibly the same. Had Yining not treated him even more egregiously in the past? Why was he being so harsh with her? However, she was not a fool. This was certainly not the time for confrontation. I did not mean anything by it. Could you possibly take me with you? I became separated from my brother. If you leave me here, I will surely perish." As if fearing rejection, she clasped her hands together in supplication. "I promise to be obedient and cause no trouble. I will depart as soon as I find my brother. He is on the other side of the snowy mountain." Yining hesitated momentarily, then turned to Sitsong, only to find him awaiting her decision. In this blustery snowstorm, they could not simply allow this person to freeze to death, even if she was disagreeable. "Let her follow," she conceded with a roll of her eyes. As she and Sitsong resumed their advance, Yin's heart leaped with joy, and she hastened to catch up. "You seem disinclined to have her accompany us. Shall I dispose of her in a remote location?" Sitsong inquired, observing the shift in the girl's demeanor. He surmised that Yin was the cause. Recalling the prior incident at the hot springs, Yining turned to Sitsong, her expression one of leisurely amusement. "Dispose of her? Where to?" Sitsong responded with an air of serene detachment, as if discussing the most mundane of tasks. "This terrain is fraught with complex topography and numerous canyons. If she were cast into one, Her abilities would surely prove insufficient to escape. Yining gasped inwardly. Did the male protagonist mean to dispatch her at the slightest provocation? No, no need for that. Her transgressions do not warrant such a fate. As for past grievances, they will, of course, be redressed in due time. I hear the Yin family possesses a considerable collection of treasures. Once we meet her brother, we can simply requisition them. Yining remained engrossed in her own thoughts. Oblivious to the affectionate gaze Song directed her way. You have the authority to make such decisions, he affirmed. The trio traversed the snowy expanse, with Yin trailing behind, her gaze hardening as she observed Song shielding Yining from the wind and snow. What had transpired between these two? If they were truly to become entangled, there would be no room for her in Song's affections. With this realization, a scheme began to form in her mind. Sister Yining, brother Song, have you two reconciled? The moment she spoke, Yining detected a distinct aroma of green tea. Was she attempting to seduce Song and vie for her man? Nonsense. Not her man, but rather her golden goose. Reconciled? What do you mean by reconciled? Yining turned around, her fair face appearing even more radiant under the glow of the fox fur cloak. The swirling snow blurred the figures, making the pairing of red and black seem bizarrely fitting to Yin. I heard that the two of you had a rather unpleasant disagreement over the engagement. I didn't expect you to be able to act together now. Doesn't that just mean you've reconciled? But brother Song has always been popular with girls. I even saw him with a woman in the hot spring in the demonic beast forest last time. Yin trailed off, as if hesitant to reveal something important. Ah, is this something I shouldn't be saying? Yining, do you even hear how coherent you sound? Aren't you just forcibly bringing these two things up? But Yining found it amusing. Since the journey was boring anyway, she was willing to tease this fool. Didn't she like Song? She would let her watch to her heart's content. Yining deliberately put on a stern face and looked at Song, her eyes full of cunning like a little fox. You went to the demonic beast forest with another woman? And you were in the hot spring? Song looked at the girl, whose face was cold but whose eyes were full of smiles, and sighed helplessly. Yes. Yining widened her eyes. Why wasn't Song following the script? Shouldn't he be denying it? But since the play had already started, she could only continue acting. Good for you. See if I don't tell father when I get back and break your legs. Although it was a threatening statement, her tone was soft and coquettish, making people feel comfortable. Seeing the two of them finally arguing, a hint of smugness flashed in Yin's eyes. How foolish. She only needed to use a little trick to break the relationship between the two. Song was arrogant and aloof, and Yining was domineering and arrogant. Once the conflict arose, there was probably no way to reconcile it. Just as Yin was waiting for the two to go their separate ways so that she could take advantage of the situation, a subtle turning point appeared. And then things began to develop in a direction she didn't quite understand. Song was not angry, but had a good temper. Can you give me a chance? Huh. Honestly, not only Yin, but even Yining was stunned. Did the male protagonist have such a gentle side? Could she actually run into this? You really want this chance? Yining stared into the man's eyes without blinking, not letting go of any of his emotions. But Song's expression was still gentle. Yes, I want this chance. Yining swallowed and accepted the offer when it was good. Okay, there won't be a next time. I'll give you this chance. Song, yes. Yin, what exactly is going on? Is this the same Song who just saved me? After comforting Yining, Song looked at Yin behind him, his eyes terribly cold. Thank you for reminding me. The man's eyes were like those of a predator looking at its prey about to be bitten to death. Yin took 2 steps back in fright and said nothing. Chapter 76. The green tea bottleneck. According to Yin, her brother Yin Chuan was on the other side of the snow-capped mountains. They had initially ventured into the snowy region to seek a rare herb for concocting a medicinal pill. Yining understood that every family had its own alchemist, and among them, the renowned alchemists of their Tiangang sect were unmatched, even by the Tu family. However, they were unexpectedly beset by a horde of formidable magical beasts, leading to their swift disbandment. Realizing he was outmatched, Yin Chuan urged his sister to flee, while he and the others stayed behind to hold off the attackers. Yin fled desperately, but was soon pursued by another beast, and in a moment of desperation, she leapt off a cliff. Yining, Song, you will help me find my brother, won't you? Song frowned slightly. He had no inclination to care for an unrelated woman and was about to decline. However, Yining suddenly grasped his arm. Song looked at the girl beside him, bewildered. Yining offered him a reassuring glance. Her eyes toward Yin carrying an inexplicable mirth. Of course, we will assist you in locating your brother. Yin found this curious, given the current circumstances. She and Yining should be rivals in love, yet here was Yining showing kindness. Even if she suspected that Yining might have ulterior motives, she could not voice her objections. Now that Sitsong was so fond of Yining, she resolved to endure her presence. Seizing this opportunity to demonstrate her worth to Sitsong, hoping he would eventually abandon Yining. The challenges of traversing the snowy terrain were not solely due to the monstrous beasts, but also the relentless blizzards. Though the snowy region was not vast, during the 12 hours of daylight, they could only travel during noon. The rest of the time, the sun was obscured, rendering navigation impossible. As the heavy snowfall threatened to extinguish the last remnants of sunlight, Sitsong supported Yining as they advanced, showing little concern for Yan's fate behind them. This woman seems suspicious. Keeping her around could spell trouble, Sitsong remarked suddenly. Yining turned to him, realizing he was referring to Yan. His voice was loud enough as if he thought Yan could not hear. Yining tugged at his sleeve, her eyes reflecting mild reproach. Is it necessary to speak so candidly about others behind their backs? Lower your voice. Sitsong observed Yining's delicate fingers exposed to the biting wind as she pulled at his sleeve, then gently tucked her hand back into her sleeve. If she is unwelcome, she is free to leave. I have my reasons for keeping her around. In time, you will understand. Besides, it would be rather dull with just the two of us on this mountain. Contrary to his expectations, Sitsong replied, I do not find it dull at all. Yining, oblivious to the underlying meaning of his words, thought to herself, of course, you do not find it dull. You are inherently devoid of amusement. Watching the two flirt openly before her, Yin lowered her head, suppressing her jealousy. Why should it be that what she desired first ultimately belonged to Yining? Was it merely due to her family background? Recalling how Sitsong had saved her earlier, she noted his newfound prowess in sword flight. His strength had grown exponentially. If she could align with the Yin family, it would undoubtedly elevate their status. With this thought, a determined glint shone in Yan's eyes. She refused to believe that her limited history with Sitsong would lead to her losing to Yining. As noon passed, they found a cave to rest. After Sitsong lit a fire, he began roasting some snacks, while Yin took out food from her spatial ring, trying to mimic Sikong. She then offered her water pouch to him. Sitsong, please have some water first. Yining, munching on fruits, watched this scene with interest. Amused by Yan's inability to contain herself. Had she truly forgotten how she had once spoken of Sitsong? Sitsong remained silent, not accepting her offering. Yin glanced between Sitsong and Yining, who was idly playing with her fingers, a flicker of anger passing through her eyes. She then tucked the water pouch away and continued roasting food. Yining, doing nothing, even sought to share Sitsong's food. When the time came to present the roasted items, she intended to give Sitsong the first choice, believing this stark contrast would elicit a reaction from him. Yin wrapped the roasted items in greaseproof paper, this time opting not to hand them directly to him, but placing them beside him. Sitsong, do try this. Upon hearing Yin's sweet voice, Yining couldn't help but chuckle mockingly, mimicking her in a high-pitched tone. Sitsong, hearing Yining imitate her, Yin's chest heaved with frustration. This woman truly deserved her reputation as a little demoness, utterly infuriating. Sitsong maintained his usual stoic demeanor, not sparing Yin even a glance, instead handing his roasted food to Yining and retrieving a water pouch from his ring. With limited provisions. We can only eat this, but we will soon be on our way. Yining, still amused by her previous laughter, waved her hand dismissively. No worries. I am quite enjoying this. With a gentleman like you attending to me, how could it not be delightful? I feel as though I have reached the pinnacle of life. After catering to Yining, Sitsong prepared some cakes for himself, intending to eat casually. Meanwhile, the chaotic creature, drawn by the aroma of meat, swiftly snatched away the food that Sitsong had prepared. Yin was nearly driven to the brink of fury, bewildered by this unexpected thief. As the little green tea began to unravel, Yining seized the moment to speak. This is Sitsong's spirit beast, known as Little Tiger. Upon learning it was Sitsong's spirit beast, Yin fell silent. Having been pampered since childhood, the young lady of the Yin family had never endured such indignities. And tears welled in her eyes, making her appear particularly pitiable. Yining recalled that modern men seem to be drawn to such displays of vulnerability. Perhaps Sitsong would. She instinctively turned her gaze toward the man beside her, who continued to chew on his cake, oblivious to her thoughts. While she regarded the roasted meat in her hand, Yining thought, why do I feel a twinge of embarrassment? as Sitsong munched on the slightly burnt cake. He studied the map, estimating how much longer until their escape. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached before him. Yining offered her remaining 2 pieces of snack, saying, "Here. Yuyong cake. It's delicious, even hard to find in the imperial capital. This is a limited delicacy, and I usually struggle to obtain even a few pieces." Chapter 77. Not forever friends. Sitsong did not anticipate that Yining would offer him this delicacy. Usually, he observed her savoring it in small bites, as if treasuring each morsel. He closed the map, a hint of gentleness gracing his features. "No need, you enjoy it," he replied. Yining felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing he would not partake of what she had given. She had assumed he was merely avoiding Yan's treats out of preference. Being a young girl, her heart still harbored a desire for camaraderie. Throughout the day, she had certainly noticed Yan's hostility towards her, as well as her affections for Sikong. Though unspoken, she secretly wished Sitsong would side with her. "Is that so? I considered you a good friend when I offered it. Others do not share this privilege," Yining asserted, preparing to finish the remaining 2 pieces of the treat. "Especially for me? Of course. I can be quite stingy. These treats are hard-earned." Upon hearing her words, Sitsong lifted a piece to his mouth. "Is it delicious?" Yining inquired, her expression brimming with anticipation, akin to a girl sharing her favorite delicacy with a close friend. Under her hopeful gaze, Sitsong nodded. "Very delicious." Yin observed their exchange, the 2 of them relishing the treats, almost unable to restrain herself from leaving in exasperation. Yining's cunning was remarkable, still attempting to charm Sitsong at such a moment. Sitsong, too, was foolish. Despite the recent engagement debacle, he remained oblivious to Yining's true nature. That night, a chill enveloped Yining, rousing her from slumber as she tightened her firefox cloak. To her surprise, both Sitsong and Yin were missing, prompting her to rise and venture outside. She did not find Sitsong, but unexpectedly encountered Yin. Their eyes met, one filled with fury, the other with an air of nonchalance. How curious that the young master of the Yun family would find himself in such a place, Yining remarked, toying with her slender fingers, delivering a retort that was neither soft nor harsh. "Is it so strange? Did not Miss Yin also come here?" With Sitsong absent, Yining felt little inclination to engage with this woman. She turned to leave. "Young master, since the engagement has been annulled, why do you cling to Sitsong?" Upon hearing this, Yining halted and turned to face Yin, who regarded her with righteous indignation, as if she were a criminal beyond redemption. "Your words are quite intriguing, Yin. By what authority do you utter them? My matters with Sitsong are none of your concern." "Who says they are not? Since Sitsong brought me along, I am his friend." "Friend?" A cold laugh escaped Yining's lips, for it was truly foolish. Sitsong's companionship with her was hardly indicative of friendship. Initially, she had intended to grant her some dignity in their dealings, but it appeared that a lesson was in order. Yining produced a talisman and directed it at Yin. Blazing inferno. A massive flame forced Yin to retreat several steps, singeing the hem of her garment. Yining smoothed her cloak, addressing Yin. "The only reason I have refrained from harming you is that you do not deserve death. Do not provoke me. Otherwise, I fear not the Yin family." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Yin standing alone, having quarreled with that irrational woman. Yining lost her desire to return to the cave. Seizing the moment as the snow ceased and the moon shone splendidly, she wandered alone among the pines. After a few steps, she spotted Sitsong dressed in black beneath the moonlight. She halted, gazing at him, experiencing for the first time that a man could be described as dreamlike in beauty. "Sikong," she instinctively whispered, and he approached her, treading softly upon the snow. Suddenly, a line of poetry came to mind. "Between the hues of snow and moonlight, you are the third exquisite beauty." Yining. He stood before her, his voice cool. Yin has caused you trouble." Though framed as a question, his tone bore certainty. The realization that Sitsong had been nearby eased her anger. How could she trouble me? I merely find her foolish and enjoy teasing her. After speaking, she recalled that if Sitsong had indeed been present earlier, he must have overheard the matter of the annulment. Regarding the annulment, she believed that given their current relationship, she ought to provide an explanation. Yet, as she opened her mouth, uncertainty gripped her. In her turmoil, she posed a question instead. "Sitsong, will we remain friends forever?" She no longer wished to compete or seize opportunities from him. However, the man did not respond. Instead, his smile faded, and his expression turned grave. "Sikong, not forever." Yining. "It's over. I knew this man still harbored resentment. Indeed, men are unreliable. Regaining her composure, she chose not to pursue the topic further. Then I shall return to rest. With that, she turned to leave, leaving Si Tsung alone in the darkness. Once she vanished from sight, he murmured, Yining, I do not wish for us to be merely lifelong friends. Yet now, he felt he lacked the right to utter such words. The following day, they finally located Yin Chuan and his companions, who had been battling valiantly in the valley. They were surrounded by two formidable magical bears, perilously close to disaster, with many of their faces marred by injuries. Brother, Yin attempted to rush forward to assist, but Yining restrained her. Stay here, do not move. We shall help. With that, Yining exchanged glances with Si Tsung, and they sprang into action. With the assistance of the two skilled fighters, the tide of battle shifted, and the magical bears were repelled. Fortunately, there were no casualties on Yin Chuan's side. Upon realizing that Yining and Si Tsung had rescued him and his sister, Yin Chuan struggled to rise and express his gratitude. Thank you both. Brother. Yin sought to approach, but Yining's purple cloud sword was poised at her throat. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically, and surprise filled Yin Chuan's eyes. Young Master Yin, what are you doing? Yining let out a cold laugh, but did not lower her sword. Yin Chuan, we saved your sister and you. Si Tsung and I are not here merely to serve as your bodyguards. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Yining, you are shameless. Yin finally grasped why Yining had insisted she accompany them. It was a tactic to coerce her brother. Is that so? I find your words rather disagreeable. She advanced the sword slightly closer. Stop. Yin Chuan interjected, aware that he was now at her mercy. Young Master has everything one could desire from the Heavenly Gang sect. If you truly seek something from our Yin family, just state your demands. Yining stroked her chin and suddenly smiled. That statement is inaccurate. Today, there is indeed something we lack in the Heavenly Gang. I have long heard that the Yin family possesses the Flame Spirit Heart technique, and I wish to borrow it for a look. Chapter 78. The pitfall to treasure. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned towards her. The Yinling Heart method is no ordinary technique. It is said that thousands of years ago, a prodigy from the Yin family ascended to heights unattainable by mere mortals, excelling particularly in fire-based techniques. After a century, he bequeathed a unique heart method he had created, known as the Yinling Heart method. Cultivating fire techniques with this method would exponentially enhance one's power, making it a coveted treasure among practitioners. Upon hearing Yining's intent regarding this heart method, Yin could not help but exclaim, Yining, you vile person, shameless. Her anger caused her chest to heave, and disregarding the sword across her neck, she raised her hand to strike Yining, only to be felled to her knees by a kick from Si Kong's sister. Seeing his younger sister being bullied, Yin Chuan, despite his injuries, retrieved the Yinling Heart method from his storage space. The heart method is here. Our Yin family has no grievances with the Heavenly Gang. Could the young Master Yin spare my sister? Despite Yan's usual capriciousness, she demonstrated remarkable resolve in times of crisis. Brother, do not give the heart method to this woman. Father and the elders will kill you. I would rather die. Yining raised an eyebrow, surprised by the girl's fierce spirit, and threatened, very well, then I shall kill you. After all, we have no enmity. Don't. Yin Chuan stumbled forward, his eyes filled with concern. I have already promised the young Master Yin's request. Yin has been spoiled since childhood. I hope the young master will not hold it against her. Yining had no intention of taking Yin's life. She merely sought to intimidate. Very well. Then hand the heart method over to me. Yin Chuan glanced between the two before tossing the heart method to Yining, who deftly caught it. She examined the heart method in her hands, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Excellent. I shall accept this. After speaking, she tossed several vials of healing medicine in their direction. I shall not take this for free. These potions were crafted by my family as alchemist and are highly effective. With that, Yining departed with Si Kong. As Yin watched them leave, recalling Yining's earlier smugness, she stomped her foot in frustration. However, turning to see her injured brother, guilt washed over her, and she lowered her head. Brother, it is all my fault for being foolish enough to believe that Yining would save us. Yin Chuan consumed a pill given by Yining, feeling a warm energy flow through his body, nurturing his meridians. You cannot place all the blame on yourself. Had you not brought them here, we might have been in even greater peril. As he gazed in the direction Yining had taken, he pondered the circumstances surrounding the young Master Yin and Si Tsung's appearance in the snow domain. What could their purpose be? Yin wiped her tears. allowing the biting wind and snow to redden her eyes. This heart method is a treasured possession of our clan. Now that it is lost, Father will not spare us. According to our father's words, while there can be many heirs, this heart method is singular, and moreover, you have not completed your cultivation. Yin Chuan coughed, leading his companions into a cave to escape the storm. It is of no matter. The snow is too fierce. Let us rest here before making further plans. Meanwhile, upon acquiring the heart method, Yining immediately transcribed it, subsequently handing both the original and the copy to Si Kong. You shall deliver the heart method back. Practice according to my transcription. Si Tsong, astonished, gazed at Yining. Is this really for me? He understood that Yining could not cultivate fire techniques, and had assumed she intended to take the method back to the Heavenly Gang, never imagining it was meant for him. Of course. Did you not say you practiced fire techniques? This book will suit you perfectly. A pang of regret swept through Yining. It was a pity that this method had many uses upon completion. Yet she could not cultivate it herself due to her affinity for ice, which countered fire. Seeing Si Tsong's hesitation, Yining pressed the heart method into his embrace. Take it. Once you master it, it will be immensely beneficial. Yin Chuan is also cultivating this heart method, and has yet to complete it. I do not wish for the Yin family patriarch to seek my father, so it is best returned to him. Initially, she had only borrowed it for a glance, finding Yin insufferable and merely wanting to frighten her. You kept Yin for this purpose? Si Tsong regarded the heart method with a profound gaze. Of course. Who would willingly keep that insufferable Yin around? That woman is so unbearable, and she has the audacity to. Si Tsong interrupted. What? To me? Yining swallowed her words, dismissing it with, it's nothing, merely considering your brother. Unwilling to delve further into the matter, she felt an inexplicable irritation and returned silently to the cave. Si Tsong returned the heart method, practicing diligently outside, while Yining sat in the cave, occasionally glancing outside. At times, she mused that Si Tsong truly was well suited to be a protagonist, hardworking, ambitious, humble, and astute. Such qualities are destined for success. In contrast, she felt like the archetypal villainous foil. Overcome with exasperation, she buried her face in her hands. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that I have developed feelings for the male lead? That realization was like flipping a switch. Throughout their journey, she had claimed to be scheming against him, yet her actions seemed to aid him instead. Moreover, it appeared she truly did not wish to harm Si Kong. As she observed the silhouette of the young man in the snow, standing tall and graceful, her heart began to race. That feeling again. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she reassured herself. No, it is impossible. How could I harbor feelings for a character from a novel? I must survive and return home. With this self-encouragement, her racing heart began to calm. Yes, it must simply be because I have been single for too long. Once all this is settled, I shall definitely seek a partner for romance. 3 days later, they finally traversed the snow-capped mountains and successfully arrived at the Moreau domain. Gazing at the vast, endless prairie before her, Yining voiced her genuine confusion. Is this truly the Moreau domain? Where are we to find fragments of the divine treasures here? Si Tsong explained, the Moreau domain is a collective term for a location. It is said to be a real world nestled within the realm of illusion. Yining was left utterly bewildered by such a statement. A real world within an illusion? What is truth in this context? Never mind, it matters little. How do we proceed? Chapter 79. The Perilous Purple Pearl. Si Tsong glanced at the map and remarked. The secret realm of Moreau is divided into 4 distinct regions, each unique in its own right. However, the nature of these areas remains a mystery to us. We must traverse all 4 locations. It sounded rather cumbersome. Very well, let us proceed. As the two entered the grassland, they seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving no sign of their presence. After a considerable time wandering the expanse, they finally stumbled upon a vast canyon. This chasm appeared to be 100 feet deep. Si Tsong consulted the map once more and inquired of the chaos, confirming that this was indeed the final location where the spiritual treasure had vanished. The first treasure we seek should lie within this canyon. However, as darkness descends, we cannot discern what lies beneath. Let us rest here overnight and set out at dawn. After speaking, Si Tsong began to gather branches to erect a shelter. Yining felt it unnecessary. It's merely one night. Why not just make do? Yet, Si Tsong persisted in his task. We are unaware of what may await us below. It could take us quite some time. As a lady, it would be quite inconvenient for you to sleep unprotected. Yining sighed and retreated to play with wildflowers, bemused by his overprotectiveness. As night fell, Yining found herself restless. After Si Tsong had finished constructing the tent, he settled inside, while keeping watch outside. After tossing and turning, she stepped out of the tent, only to find Sitsung had vanished. Has he gone to cultivate? She pondered, letting out a sigh as she turned to return. When something strange happened. The once tranquil canyon suddenly erupted with a burst of light, revealing a violet hue that forced Yining to take a few steps back. What is happening? Could this truly be the remnants of the spiritual treasure? Swallowing hard, a bold thought crossed her mind. Why not seize the opportunity to retrieve the treasure while she had the chance? This was the most vital possession of the male protagonist if she obtained it. Whether he ascended to divinity or she did, it would yield a favorable outcome. She had come here for this very purpose. Yining hesitated, gradually edging closer to the canyon. Yet, another voice echoed in her mind. No, this is something Sitsung has worked tirelessly to acquire. How can you betray his trust? After a prolonged internal struggle, she waved her hand dismissively. What friendship? I merely wish to survive and return home. Sitsung has already stated that we would not remain friends for life. With this thought, she leaped without hesitation into the depths below. Meanwhile, Sitsung was engrossed in studying the flame spirit technique that Yining had transcribed for him. Chaos observed his master, who had been entranced by the book for 2 hours, and could not help but comment. Master, is this really so captivating? It's merely a technique. You've been grinning at it for quite some time. Sitsung withdrew his gaze, a rare smile gracing his features. This is of great significance. Chaos, though perplexed, acknowledged this. While the technique suited Sitsung well, it did not seem so crucial. After a moment of silence, Chaos spoke again. Master, have you truly resolved to walk the path of darkness? The demon path has historically been shunned. The trials you may face are arduous, and a single misstep could lead to universal condemnation. Upon hearing this, Sitsung's smile faded as he tucked the precious tome into his bosom. This is the swiftest and most promising path I can envision. Ascending to immortality is a distant dream, even if achieved. It merely shifts the control of one's fate to another. It is more advantageous to embrace darkness. If successful, I could stand toe-to-toe with the divine. Moreover, possessing half a demonic bloodline, even achieving immortality would be tainted. Perhaps it is better to fully embrace being a demon. Chaos sighed, recognizing his master's ambitions, and thus offered support. Regardless of his master's decisions, Chaos would stand by him. Sitsung pressed his lips together. Perhaps this was the only way to safeguard someone he cared for, ensuring no harm would befall her. Meanwhile, Yining had successfully reached the bottom of the canyon and lit a fire stick. The darkness enveloped her, rendering it impossible to see even her own hand. The flame illuminated only the hard stone walls surrounding her. This doesn't seem too perilous, she mused. The tome provided scant details about Sitsung's method for acquiring the treasure, emphasizing instead the peril involved. Holding the fire stick in one hand and placing the other against the wall, she advanced. Drip, drip. The sound of water echoed eerily in the dark. Uncertain of how long she walked, she eventually discovered a stone chamber at the end of the passage. Upon entering, she ignited a long-neglected candle on the wall, illuminating the chamber and revealing its contents. Her attention was drawn to a pearl resting on the offering table. A pearl? In purple? Yining approached to inspect it, noting its peculiar cleanliness despite being untouched for so long. It appeared to be a treasure. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the pearl, but as her fingertip made contact, the once dull orb erupted with blinding brilliance. In an instant, the chamber was illuminated as bright as day, catching Yining off guard, and she was engulfed in a haze of light, rendering her sightless. What is happening? Is this a trick of fate? She shielded her eyes, but could still see nothing. Surely, the brilliance has damaged my vision. Recognizing the unsuitability of lingering here in her blindness, she grasped the pearl and prepared to depart. However, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the pearl, coursing through her body. In an instant, pain overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the ground, her entire being ablaze as if set alight. What is happening? She summoned her internal energy, but it was futile against the searing heat. In mere moments, her consciousness began to fade. In the haze, she thought she heard a man's voice. How could it be not him? Is destiny so flawed? Before she could formulate her query, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. On the other side, Sitsung suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. He sprang to his feet, gazing toward the canyon. Master, what is happening? Chaos questioned, bewildered. Sitsung pressed a hand to his chest. Brow furrowed as he sensed the disturbance in energy. We must go, he declared, hastening towards the canyon. In the distant imperial capital, the aged national master sensed the disturbance of the purple star and emerged from his seclusion. Simultaneously, the hurried astrologer approached him. National master, the purple star. I am aware. It has been affected by demonic energy, the astrologer replied, nodding urgently. I can sense the light of the purple star gradually waning. And I am certain this demonic energy is linked to the celestial spirit, Song-Ling. Song-Ling is near the purple star. You must act swiftly to eliminate it. Chapter 80 Deep Kiss. As the astrologer confidently outlined the upcoming arrangements, the man suddenly interrupted him. Astrologer, I believe you have forgotten that Song-Ling is also an ancient celestial body left from the dawn of creation, ranking above both you and me, just like ZY. We have no right to erase its existence. The astrologer was taken aback by the national teacher's words. National teacher, Song-Ling is a demon star, a symbol of the demonic race. How can you equate its identity with ZY? It seemed that the national teacher was indeed as unyielding as the heavenly emperor had described, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. National teacher, guarding ZY is your duty. I hope you do not treat the lives of others as a jest. The national teacher remained silent. The astrologer lacked the authority to say more and could only depart. Not long after the astrologer left, the national teacher vanished from the temple. Meanwhile, Saiken arrived at the tent, only to find that Yining had indeed disappeared. Master, I sense unusual movements at the bottom of the canyon. Chaos. Having dashed to the canyon's edge, sniffed the air, and detected Yining's scent. Yining is down there. We should investigate. Without hesitation, Saiken leaped down into the canyon. And upon reaching the bottom, the overwhelming demonic energy caused his brow to furrow tightly. It seemed this canyon concealed a mystery. When he and Yining were above, they had not sensed any demonic fluctuations, indicating something within the canyon obstructed the spread of the demonic energy. However, this also confirmed he had not come to the wrong place. Using Chaos's keen sense of smell, Saiken discovered Yining lying unconscious on the ground. Yining. He hurried over to support her, checking her pulse. It was normal, even stronger than usual, suggesting she was unharmed. So, what could be the cause of her fainting? While Saiken was in turmoil, he noticed a bead in the girl's hand. He picked it up. The pearl was dull and indistinguishable from an ordinary one. Yet Chaos exclaimed, Master, this pearl retains the aura of the demon realm. Saiken boldly speculated. Could this be the reason for Yining's unconsciousness? Perhaps due to interference or even an attack from demonic energy. Chaos, unable to ponder further, urged, Master, our priority is to locate the missing demonic energy. But Saiken ignored Chaos, holding Yining's hand and channeling his spiritual energy into her to examine her condition. The matter of the demonic energy could wait. She was under his care and could not be neglected. Master, please exercise caution. Chaos tapped its forehead, bewildered by the hold Yining seemed to have over Saiken. As Saiken's spiritual energy flowed into Yining, she suddenly opened her eyes and revealed an enigmatic smile. You're awake? Saiken was astonished. But before he could process what was happening, Yining swiftly flipped over and pinned him down. Chaos. Saiken. With a cold stone wall behind him and a charming girl before him, Saiken stiffened, his posture rather unrestrained. Yining, what are you doing? She had transformed, almost as if she were an entirely different person. Yining's slender fingers caressed his cheek, drawing closer to his lips, gently exhaling. You seem quite concerned for her. Do you like her? What? Saiken failed to grasp her meaning, and then he noticed a strange purple light flickering in her eyes. Who are you? Saiken realized that the person before him was not Yining at all. His gaze sharpened, and he forcefully pushed her aside, drawing his sword across her neck. Who are you? Where is she? The woman displayed no signs of panic. Kill me if you dare. After all, this is her body. With that, she leaned her fair neck toward the blade. Saiken's brow furrowed, and he withdrew his sword by 2 inches. Yining chuckled softly. It seems I was right. Exposing what you care about is foolish, especially given your identity. As she traced her nails along the sword, moving from Saiken's arm to his neck, she added, Aren't you afraid I might kill you? If you wanted to kill me, you would have acted already. Why occupy her body? Yining laughed lightly. I didn't expect you to be so clever, despite your youth. Of course, I occupy her body too. As she spoke, her fingers deftly untied her garment. Chaos. This woman intends to dishonor the master. In a flash, it leaped to Saiken's side. Hey, you temptress, do not taunt my master. Seeing the furious little tiger, Yining stepped closer, her gaze mesmerizing as she looked at Saiken. An ancient spirit beast? It has been ages since I encountered one. As for teasing, dressed in this skin, your master seems quite willing. Chaos bared its teeth, ready to attack, but Saiken stopped it. Master. He motioned for Chaos to step aside and took a few steps closer. What must I do for you to leave her body? Yining tilted Saiken's chin, her red lips nearing his. Well, I need you. With that, she stood on tiptoe and captured his lips in a kiss. In that instant of contact, Saiken felt the familiar surge of power. It was demonic energy. Master. Chaos cried out, envisioning a grim fate for Yining. But the next second, Saiken turned the tables, wrapping his arms around the woman's waist and deepening the kiss. I'm here to save you. Chaos's protest was abruptly halted, leaving it in a daze. Saiken felt the demonic energy escape from Yining, flowing into him, awakening another facet of his bloodline. As the demonic energy within him gradually dissipated, Yining began to regain consciousness. When she beheld Saiken's enlarged, handsome face, she felt as if struck by lightning. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening between me and the male lead? The tingling sensation on her lips made Yining, a woman who had been single for 20 years, feel an overwhelming sense of shame. She pressed her hand against Saiken's chest, attempting to push him away. Chapter 81. Altered plans. However, the malevolent energy within Yining had yet to be entirely eradicated, leaving Song with no choice but to persist. With one hand, he grasped the girl's wrists and pressed her against the frigid stone wall. Yining's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare he change positions? As she summoned her spiritual power to teach the male lead a lesson, Song's hoarse voice halted her. Just wait a moment, soon. Yining's eyes bulged. Had she ever witnessed someone taking advantage of a girl while negotiating? Nevertheless, she ultimately refrained from struggling, not out of virtue, but because she realized the attendant's strength had inexplicably surged, rendering her no match for him. Thus, Yining endured a prolonged period of his advances. And when they finally parted, a strand of silver fell before her eyes, causing her face to flush crimson. Song, I will kill you. Though her words were fierce, her actions betrayed her. She merely huffed in irritation, wiping her mouth as she glared at him, without any intention of striking. Song, with a glint of mischief, licked his lips, a glistening sheen adorning them. Yining covered her mouth, casting a resentful glance at him. Damn it, he must be doing this on purpose. Beside them, Han Dong was momentarily stunned but instinctively sided with his master. Yining refrained from shouting threats. My master did not intend to kiss you. It was merely because you inadvertently inhaled the malevolent energy and were on the brink of death. My master acted to save you. Upon hearing Han Dong's explanation, Yining recalled the reason for her fainting. Only a brief moment had passed, yet it felt like an eternity in a dream, leaving her utterly fatigued upon awakening. She channeled her spiritual energy, and indeed, the searing force within her dissipated. Yes, you saved me. Song did not respond to this acknowledgement, but instead inquired about her well-being. Do you feel better? After being exposed to the malevolent energy for so long, have you sustained any injuries? Yining dazedly shook her head, suddenly realizing something, and looked at Song with concern. So, your method of saving me was to absorb the malevolent energy into your own body. Are you all right? Song shook his head, and his subsequent words were like a soothing balm. I'm fine. I had heard about the malevolent energy before coming, so I learned some mental techniques that, combined with my constitution, allow me to suppress and gradually absorb it. So that was the case. Yining felt a wave of relief wash over her, then smacked her lips. This male lead truly possessed an array of extraordinary abilities, even fearless of malevolent energy. Thank you for saving me. She lowered her head, her emotions in turmoil. She had never held any favorable thoughts towards Song, yet if it weren't for him, she would have perished. Moreover, he had risked his own safety to absorb the malevolent energy, such a great favor. Song's gaze lingered greedily on the girl, yet his tone remained steady. It's nothing. Since I have brought you here, I will protect you well. Upon hearing this, Yining suddenly conceived a bold idea. With him expressing such protective sentiments, he hardly seemed like someone who would harm her. Perhaps she should revert to her previous path, even if romance was out of the question. She could still cling to the male lead's coattails. With this thought, Yining felt rejuvenated. Once the male lead ascended to divinity, she would be his right hand, enjoying the spoils of his success. Then let us hasten to find the fragments of the spiritual treasure. She was eager to brave dangers for him. However, Song picked up a dull pearl from the ground. This is the fragment of the spiritual treasure. Huh. Yining was puzzled. Isn't this where the malevolent energy is stored? Song pocketed the pearl, explaining, the powers of divinity and demons are interdependent. Although the malevolent energy clings to this, once we gather them all, we can awaken divine power. Yining feigned understanding. She was now firmly in the male lead's camp, accepting whatever he said. All right, then let us search for the next one. Sitsung's eyes flickered with confusion. When had she become so eager in her quest for the spiritual treasure? Since their emergence from the canyon, he had noticed a complete transformation in Yining's demeanor towards him, a drastic shift from friend to devoted subordinate. Yining busily annotated the map before handing it to Sikong. The next fragment is likely in this location. I've marked areas where large magical beasts are known to roam. We can avoid them for safety. Sitsung scrutinized the map. How do you know there are large magical beasts here? Yining hesitated, pondering how to explain her deduction based on scant references from the text. My father mentioned some details. I have a bit of understanding regarding the secret realm of Milo. Grateful for having a father with a decent reputation who knew a little about everything, she avoided many awkward situations. Sitsung did not press further, and Yining noticed his lips were somewhat chapped. She took the initiative, grabbing the water pouch. I'll fetch some water. Before Sitsung could offer to do it himself, she had already vanished from sight. Her enthusiasm was quite remarkable, if not overly zealous. Hundong observed her departing figure, stretching and remarking, "Is that so?" Sitsung gazed after her, pondering the unpredictable nature of her thoughts. Hundong, however, suspected otherwise. Master, do you not find yesterday's events a tad suspicious? Why was she at the canyon's base? Could it be she intended to seize the spiritual treasure before us? Yet, as soon as Hundong voiced this suspicion, Sitsung dismissed it. No, she is not after the spiritual treasure. If she truly sought it, how could she mistake malevolent energy for divine power? Moreover, how could she be so careless? While the treasure is vital, any practitioner knows not to touch it directly due to potential traps. Yining is not foolish. Hundong considered this point, realizing that anyone with such intentions would not be foolish enough to sabotage their own plans. Yet, if her motives were not to steal the treasure, why had she descended early? Could it be she intended to scout the path for you? Sitsung recalled the kiss from yesterday, warmth flooding his expression. Perhaps, after all, this is not her first time doing such a thing. Hundong nodded, remembering how Yining had initially feigned distance, yet had always been covertly assisting them. Reflecting on this, he found himself harboring a greater fondness for her. I must keep a close eye on her. She cannot continue this way. It is too perilous. Had we not arrived in time, Yining might have lost her life. Sitsung agreed, acknowledging that he should not stray too far from her side. Meanwhile, Yining, having gathered water and foraged for some palatable wild fruits, was on her way back when a figure clad in white descended from above, appearing before her. Are you that national master? Yining cautiously inquired, her gaze fixed on the other person. Perceiving the lingering malevolent energy about her, the figure calmly uttered a few words. Demon Star, Song Ling Chapter 82. The fly star. Yining did not quite catch what the man had said and retorted, "What fly? It sounds like he mentioned a fly." She glanced around. The environment of the Moreau realm was still chilly, reminiscent of early spring. Where could a fly come from? Zhongli paid little heed to such trivialities. As he approached Yining, he detected a faint magical aura emanating from her, causing him to furrow his brow. Could it be that the demon star, Song Ling, had already succumbed to corruption? With that thought, his expression turned serious, and he conjured a surge of divine power aimed directly at Yining. She barely managed to evade it, only to see a scorched shallow pit appear on the grass behind her. That was a close call. Was this man genuinely intent on harming her? Hey, what are you doing? There's no need to resort to violence right away. We're practically friends. He had not been like this when she sought him for divination near Songqiong Mountain. Was he in cahoots with the heavenly Tao, here to silence her? This was troublesome. The national master's power surpassed that of anyone she had encountered, even her father. Zhongli, unperturbed, unleashed a torrent of divine energy that fell upon her like raindrops. Yining managed to form a protective barrier with her spiritual energy to shield herself momentarily. Although Jiangli was clearly not using his full strength, the barrier would not hold for long. Yining. At this moment of crisis, Sitsung arrived just in time. Jiangli sensed someone approaching from behind and deftly sidestepped Sitsung's attack. Sitsung, you finally arrived. Oh, it's the male lead. I'm saved. Sitsung, sword in hand, confronted the national master before him. Historically, the martial world and the imperial court had maintained a respectful distance from one another. The national master had previously saved both of them. Why was he attacking now? Zhongli finally displayed some emotion upon seeing the Ziwei star, Sikong Sitsung. You dare to protect her? How intriguing. You, who are fated to be my enemy, now share such an inexplicable bond. Song remained oblivious to his identity as the Z-Way star, directing the rebirth sword at the man before him. Of course, I will protect her. You, esteemed national master, need not trouble us of the martial world. Zhongli chuckled lightly. Despite standing before a figure of immense significance in the divine realm, he still regarded him with disdain. I need not explain my actions to you. Even you cannot shield her. With that, he waved his hand, releasing an overwhelming pressure that rendered both of them immobile. Yining felt as if a mountain had been placed upon her, causing her to stumble and kneel. Yining. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Song's eyes. Chaos. The entity named Chaos understood the gravity of the situation and merged with its master. With Chaos as support, Song managed to stand tall against the oppressive force. Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise, tinged with a hint of admiration. Perhaps I underestimated you. Your abilities are commendable. This generation of the Z-Way star has grown rapidly. Those old-timers in the divine realm would surely be pleased. However, his tone shifted, yet this level of power is still insufficient. Without reservations, Jiang Li unleashed 80% of his strength. Song, merely a golden core cultivator, stood no chance against the national master. He was forced back several steps, and when he regained his footing, he found Yining had vanished. Yining. Song scanned the surroundings, but there was not a soul in sight. Damn it! How could Jiang Li so easily abduct her? Faced with such overwhelming power, I had no means to resist. Clenching his fists, Song suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, a surge of immense energy swirling within him, threatening to spiral out of control. Master, please refrain from anger. Such emotions may awaken your demonic lineage. Now is not the time for that. Chaos urged. I can detect his scent. We can still pursue him. Taking a deep breath, Song suppressed the turmoil within, recognizing that his current strength was insufficient to refine such power. If he allowed his emotions to escalate, he risked being consumed by it. I can endure. Let us go. The man and beast set off in pursuit of Jiang Li's departing figure. Meanwhile, Yining found herself in a cave, unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The hard stone wall made her wince as she rubbed her backside, relieved to have landed on it rather than face first. The cave lacked sunlight, casting Jiang Li's white garments into a dull shade against the dark surroundings. Why are you capturing me? We at least share some camaraderie. Yining understood she was no match for him, so her only options were to stall for time or wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Jiang Li furrowed his brow. She repeatedly emphasized their supposed bond, yet he could not recall any conversation they had shared. What camaraderie are you talking about? We have never exchanged a single word. Yining disagreed vehemently. Of course we have. The last time you divined my fate at Sangqiong Mountain, I was lucky enough to have you answer one of my questions. Though it was from behind a curtain, you certainly did not have this attitude then. Jiang Li regarded her, noting her confidence, and she did not seem to be lying. Displeased at being misunderstood, he felt the need to clarify. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I have never divined at Sangqiong Mountain nor spoken to you. Really? Yining felt incredulous, but then reconsidered. The person who had divined for her last time did not quite sound like him, nor did their hair color match. Had she been deceived? Cunning as Jiang Li was, he realized the implication. Someone might be using his name to perpetrate a scam. How foolish for someone to be taken in, especially the Songling star, known for its intelligence and cunning. Such a person would hardly stir any trouble in the demonic path, let alone be a rival to the Z-Way star. Having resolved her confusion, Jiang Li gathered his spiritual energy in his palm and coldly declared, now that your doubts are cleared, it is time to send you on your way. With that, he prepared to strike Yining down, but she hurriedly intervened. Wait. You call me a fly. I'm not. You must be mistaken. It is not a fly. It is that Songling, Jiang Li corrected. Fine, even if I am the Songling. Why are you pursuing me? I am not even that Songling. From the man's tone, it was evident that the Songling was of great significance. Yet the original story had never mentioned such an important entity. How could something so crucial be associated with a mere pawn? Chapter 83. The true national master Jiang Li appeared visibly skeptical, while Yining continued her desperate struggle. Elder brother, I am aware of your formidable prowess. But look at me. If I were truly at Songling, how could I remain indifferent? I would undoubtedly resist. This statement piqued Jiang Li's interest. After all, he was a deity. Though devoid of a compassionate heart, he at least refrained from indiscriminate killing. He scrutinized her from head to toe. You do not resemble at Songling. Legends depict past Kanglings as cunning and full of guile. To be so foolish indeed does not fit the mold. Sensing a diminished aura of menace from the man, Yining's anxious heart finally eased slightly. I told you. You must have made a mistake. What Songling could be as lovely as I? Zhongli narrowed his eyes slightly and replied nonchalantly. As for beauty, I cannot say, but it is known that past Songling stars were remarkably astute. Foolishness is a rarity. Yining retorted, what do you mean by that? Personal attacks are unwarranted. However, being under his roof, she had no choice but to smile in acquiescence while hoping for Si Tsung's swift arrival. Although Si Tsung might not be able to defeat this man, his presence brought her a sense of security. While she was lost in thought, Jiang Li infused a sliver of his spiritual power into Yining's being. Do not resist. This way, I can ascertain whether there is any trace of demonic essence within you. Songling, being a monster star, would undoubtedly harbor demonic energy even in a weakened state. Yet, after several thorough examinations, Jiang Li found no trace of such energy within her, save for a slight residue externally, seemingly acquired from elsewhere. Retracting his energy, Jiang Li inquired, have you recently come into contact with demonic essence? From whom? Demonic essence? Yining instantly recalled the pearl she encountered with Si Tsung in the valley. That energy had indeed lingered within her for a time. If this powerful man sought to eradicate demonic essence, then was his target. No, Yining responded decisively. What demonic essence? I know nothing of it. Jiang Li, unconvinced, noted the knowing look in her eyes. You would do well not to conceal the truth. I am not hiding anything. I have never heard of such demonic essence. Since I am not the person you are searching for, may I go? Jiang Li remained silent, feeling that recent events had deviated from his expectations. First, the emergence of the Songling monster star, which was expected. However, the celestial alignments clearly indicated that the Songling was concealed beside the Ziwei star, yet Yining, who was with Si Tsung, was not the one. Could the celestial readings be mistaken? If Yining was not the one, he could not simply kill her. It seems my information was erroneous. My apologies, the man said, bowing his head slightly, his silver hair gleaming like beautiful silk. Yining swallowed hard, appreciating the eye candy of the recent influx of handsome men. It's no trouble. Misunderstandings happen, she replied. With regard to powerful beings, even a mere error on their part could not be contested. Jiang Li was not overly tyrannical. He regarded Yining and, as compensation, performed a divination for her. However, upon observing the divination's outcome, astonishment crossed Jiang Li's features. It turns out you possess such an identity. What identity? Yining wondered, worried he might be seeking trouble again. Yet this time, Jiang Li addressed the very concern that occupied her thoughts. You should be aware of one thing. Since you are here, you must accept it. Everything is predestined. Once it begins, the story will not conclude until its end. As for the outcome, it ultimately depends on your own strength. Yining's heart tightened at his words. He had made it abundantly clear regarding her persistent worry. Are you suggesting I cannot return until the story concludes? What will my fate be? Will it be like that of the previous Yining? While her body may not belong to her, her destiny would not remain static. A similar beginning did not guarantee a similar conclusion. Do you understand, Miss Yun? Jiang Li's tone and demeanor softened considerably. He had been silent for far too long, and Yining was an unexpected encounter for him. In this foreign realm, he felt a resonance with her, both unrestrained, both lacking a home. Yining felt disdain. He indeed had two faces. His aloofness and warmth made her feel like an outsider. Yet, this national master had accurately discerned her origins, which did not seem characteristic of a deceiver. Thank you for your guidance, national master. Jiang Li chuckled lightly. It is merely my duty. If Miss Yin requires assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I find your world quite intriguing. Yining smiled awkwardly. Jiang Li's ears perked up, and he heard faint sounds from outside. Your friend has arrived, he said, taking his leave. Moments later, the man before her dissipated into a swirl of azure smoke. Truly, he came and went without a trace. However, did he possess the knowledge to help her return? Just as Jiang Li departed, Si Tsung arrived at the scene. Yining, he called, rushing over to inspect her for any injuries. Are you all right? What happened to that man? Seeing the fine beads of sweat on Si Tsung's forehead, Yining felt reassured in her choice of ally. He left, claiming I was at Songling Star, only to realize he was mistaken. Though the situation sounded somewhat absurd, that was precisely what transpired. Mistaken? Si Tsung found it peculiar, but as long as Yining was unharmed, this incident could be put to rest. On their journey to seek the second fragment of the spiritual treasure, they began discussing that Songling Star. Chaos, who had some knowledge, offered explanations. It turned out that the identity of the Songling Star was of great significance. How could he have thought it was me? That Songling was a feared celestial being, powerful and malevolent, a nemesis of the divine realm, said to appear only once every 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yining found it ludicrous that such a pivotal role could possibly belong to her. It seemed far more likely to be Tu Yangrui. As they debated the matter, Sitsong's expression turned grave. If he claims that Songling Star is here and has ruled you out, that leaves only one person. After speaking, the man's gaze turned apathetic, and Yining instantly grasped his implication. No, it cannot be you. How could it be Sitsong? He is the male lead. After all, he is a deity. Chaos also refuted the idea, asserting, it cannot be you either, that Songling must possess pure demonic lineage. The implication was that Sitsong's bloodline was only half, and it was uncertain whether it was of royal descent, making it improbable for him to be that Songling. Exactly, Yining concurred, realizing this was no trivial matter. Even the male lead seemed alarmed. The man himself claimed the divination was incorrect. If it truly were him, how could he have investigated me, yet spared himself? Would it not be simpler to investigate together? Chapter 84. The Desert. Upon hearing Yining's words, Sitsong found them quite reasonable. If this individual truly had discovered his demonic lineage, or if he were indeed the celestial star, it was improbable that he would remain oblivious. Noticing the troubled expression on Sitsong's face, Yining, though unsure why he suspected her to be that celestial star, adhered to the principles of a dutiful subordinate and gently patted the young man's shoulder in reassurance. Rest easy, that so-called national master likely won't appear again. Let us proceed to our next destination. Feeling the gentle taps on his shoulder, Sitsong's gaze fell upon Yining's hand. He had held that delicate hand once before. Its pale softness and slender wrist seemed fragile enough to break with a mere squeeze. Her palm was small, and her fingers were exquisitely tender. Noticing Sitsong's intense scrutiny of her hand, Yining withdrew it, offering an awkward smile. Let us hurry along. It will soon be dark, and traveling then would be unwise. Sitsong nodded, and the pair traversed the marshlands, soaring eastward on their swords until they finally arrived at the site where the second fragment of the spiritual treasure lay scattered. As they stepped into this realm, Yining was astounded. It was hard to fathom how a mere secret realm could exhibit such vast differences in environment. Gazing at the desert before her, enveloped in swirling yellow sands, she felt the very air was imbued with a searing heat. What was this secret realm? Was it reality or mere illusion? To possess such disparate landscapes? Even she, a modern individual, struggled to accept this notion. Sitsong, though surprised, appeared to acclimate far more readily. Many who enter the secret realm often share this sentiment. However, he mused, sifting the sand between his fingers. Everything here is genuine, merely existing in a different form. Yining couldn't help but offer him an approving thumbs up. The male protagonist was indeed commendable, effortlessly accepting the peculiarities of this parallel universe. They had barely walked a few paces when they spotted a small town rising amidst the sands. This is our destination, Sitsong declared as he guided Yining into the town. Yet, instead of hastily searching for the spiritual treasure fragment, he led her to an inn for a moment's respite. Aren't we going to act now? This is rather uncharacteristic of you, Yining remarked, puzzled. As expected, Sitsong explained, according to the sensing from chaos, this energy is in motion. Yining's eyes widened. Alive? But then again, she hesitated. Has someone taken it? Sitsong remained noncommittal. The fragments of spiritual treasures inherently contained immense energy. It was not impossible for them to gain sentience. Yining chewed her lip, contemplating how much more difficult it would be to capture if it were alive. Let us rest first. Once its position stabilizes, we shall act. Nodding, Yining noticed Sitsong's grim demeanor and offered comfort. It's all right. Spiritual treasures are inherently elusive, and you have done exceedingly well. Sitsong refrained from discussing the matter further and informed her, in the next couple of days, chaos and I must venture out for a while. You should rest well. Venture out without me? Yining felt a sudden tightening in her chest. What are you planning? We can go together. Surely, he wasn't attempting to exclude her. She intended to become his most capable aide. Sitsong shook his head. This time, I cannot sense the spiritual treasure. I will traverse the desert with chaos. Perhaps we can ascertain its approximate location. It will be arduous, so you should rest here. Understanding his reasoning, Yining initially wished to argue, but seeing his resolute expression, she refrained. If you find it, do not act alone. You must take me along. I still need to glean some experience. A faint smile graced Sitsong's lips, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Very well. With the protagonist's promise secured, Yining settled into her rest at the inn. However, by the afternoon's end, she found herself restless. Remaining confined to her room was utterly uninteresting, so she inquired with the innkeeper's wife about any local attractions. The innkeeper's wife appraised her with a knowing glance. "My dear, this is a desert. Entertainment is scarce. However, if you have coin, there are diversions aplenty." Yining smirked inwardly, confident in her financial means. "I am indeed of the affluent sort." With a smile, the innkeeper's wife suggested, "You might explore the market 2 miles east. It is the liveliest spot here." With her sword in hand, Yining made her way there, but upon arrival, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. So this was the liveliness the innkeeper's wife had mentioned. She glanced around, noting the street lined with 3 brothels. Recalling her previous experience, her enthusiasm dwindled, and she turned to leave. Just then, a voice echoed behind her. "Make way for this young master. Let us see where this wretched slave can flee." Taken aback by the arrogance of the proclamation, Yining frowned. Yet, not wishing to provoke trouble, she instinctively stepped aside, only to be collided with by a ragged man. Oof! The force of the impact knocked the breath from her, and she instinctively looked down. Locking eyes with a pair of amber orbs, she couldn't help but be captivated by the man's striking features. Though his face bore dirt, his skin was fair, and his features were undeniably handsome. "What happened to you?" she began, but before she could finish her inquiry, the loud man approached her. Seeing Yining holding the young man, he dismounted and yanked the boy from her embrace, delivering a harsh kick. The boy let out a muffled cry, trembling in pain. His eyes filled with sheer terror. "What are you doing?" Yining instinctively exclaimed, but the man merely cast her a disdainful glance. "Never seen a woman like you before." "Have you? A foreigner, I presume." Yining retracted her hand, biting her lip. "Indeed. No wonder you are unaware of who I am. Mark my words, I am the lord of this Tarusha desert, and my name is Dawaki. Today, consider yourself fortunate to be ignorant. Now get lost." Furrowing her brow, Yining deliberated, ultimately deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. Dawaki yanked the young man's hair, dragging him several meters away, leaving the boy's already tattered clothing even more in shambles, revealing patches of bare skin. It was then that Yining noticed the extensive red marks adorning his body, resembling the aftermath of some cruel ordeal. Her expression darkened, a frown etched upon her face. Chapter 84. 2. The enslaved youth emitted a plaintive cry, his gaze directed towards Yining. Confronted with such an overt plea for assistance, Yining hesitated, irrespective of the verity of the situation. Moreover, she was accompanying Song on a quest, and antagonizing a local potentate upon arrival would undoubtedly engender incessant tribulations. Thus, Yining demurred, refraining from intervention. Perceiving her reluctance, despair permeated the youth's crystalline eyes. He recognized the improbability of succor from the desert denizens, placing his sole hope in these itinerant strangers. However, who would jeopardize their well-being for an inconsequential individual by incurring the wrath of the Dawa clan? Taru, gratified by Yining's response, cast a scornful glance at his subordinate, who continued to ogle the woman. Verily, a base-born thrall, presuming to gaze upon a woman? Had the men not adequately serviced him? Obscene utterances assaulted Yining's ears, compelling her to avert her gaze and exercise restraint. Yet, Dawa exhibited increasing audacity, addressing the assembled throng. "Whosoever lays hands upon him today shall possess this slave." Upon hearing these words, the countenances of the onlookers underwent a transformation. Women were scarce in the desert, as were comely men. Yining clenched her fists, teetering on the brink of assaulting the repugnant individual. She struggled to suppress her emotions, only for Dawa to escalate his depravity by prompting someone to approach the youth. Disregarding the throbbing pain emanating from his scalp, the youth desperately sought to break free. "I implore you, please desist." His heart-wrenching cries of entreaty were met with Dawa's raucous laughter. "What? Have you not acclimated yet? I intend for you to comprehend the consequences of offending me." Yining was aghast that someone would actually perpetrate such an act, and her patience snapped. Despicable cur. She unleashed a surge of sword energy, toppling Dawa and repelling the men who sought to approach the youth. Lu Fei beheld Yining brandishing her sword, her hair billowing in the wind. She had indeed intervened to rescue him, a scene he had envisioned countless times in his mind. "You are deranged, daring to assault me," Dawa sputtered, casting a malevolent glare at the woman before him. Yining assisted the youth to his feet, shielding him behind her. "Do you not perceive the excessiveness of your actions?" Dawa responded with a derisive snort, his eyes brimming with malice. "Excessive? He offended me, and must therefore endure my retribution." Evidently, there existed some animosity between the two. though she remained oblivious to its nature. Nonetheless, she remained composed. I am unaware of the nature of your feud. If there exists profound enmity between you, I shall not impede your efforts to exact vengeance. However, the manner in which you are humiliating this individual is unconscionable. She was no altruist, but she could not condone the dehumanization of an individual. Had the victim been a woman, she would have undoubtedly been driven to madness, if not death. Yining remained resolute in her conviction, refusing to yield. Dawa, impervious to reason, persisted in his belief that he reigned supreme in the Taru desert, disregarding all others. Humiliation? To a beast, a slave who has offended me. You speak of humiliation? I do not regard him as human. Can one not treat a beast as one pleases? Yining detected the tremors emanating from the individual behind her and drew him closer. Dawa, do you truly believe this constitutes humiliation? In my estimation, you, who engage in such bestial conduct, are the true beast. Insolent wretch. Dawa, unaccustomed to such defiance, seethed with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Very well, you deem this humiliation? I shall ensure that you experience the torments he has endured. Yining, at a loss for words, retorted, since you refuse to act as a human, I shall expedite your reincarnation. The onlookers were awestruck by the spectacle unfolding before them. For over a decade, no one had dared to address Dawa in such a manner. The woman was doomed. However, they soon realized the tide of battle had turned, with Dawa suffering a unilateral drubbing. The seemingly frail woman was, in fact, a golden core cultivator. Dawa, witnessing the defeat of his men at the hands of Yining, emitted a primal roar and charged forward. Yining effortlessly kicked him away, sending him sprawling in a cloud of dust. She had overestimated the prowess of this local tyrant, realizing that there were no formidable cultivators in this region. This realization filled her with delight. Dawa, cognizant of his inferiority, erupted in maniacal laughter. Very well, those who offend me shall meet a ghastly end. I shall eventually enslave you and force you to endure the torments he has suffered. Yining furrowed her brow, regarding the deranged madman before her. You must possess the capability to do so. With that, Yining resolved to depart with the man, intending to formulate a plan. Rescuing someone was a momentary act of valor, but providing for their long-term well-being was a different matter entirely. What was she to do with such a burden? Moreover, Sitsong might disapprove of her meddling. Should she inform him? As Yining pondered these questions, she turned to find Sitsong standing nearby, his expression unreadable. Yining cleared her throat. What brings you here? I was just... Before she could finish, Sitsong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Fei and stated in a measured tone, let us return. Yining acquiesced, and the trio returned to the inn. Lu Fei was assigned a room, while Yining, sensing Sitsong's intent to remonstrate, preemptively began to explain. You cannot fault me for this. His actions were so depraved that I could not stand idly by. Had you been in my position, you would have done the same. She spoke with unwavering conviction, acknowledging the potential ramifications of her actions, but willing to bear the burden. She would act no differently if given the opportunity again. He is a slave, and his master has the right to determine his fate, Sitsong stated dispassionately. Yining could not help but retort, no, the very existence of slavery is unjustifiable. No one has the right to dictate another's life or to wantonly humiliate and trample upon their dignity. She could not bear to stand idly by and witness the youth being subjected to such treatment in the streets. This marked the first instance of Yining vehemently defending her stance, which Sitsong found peculiar. After her impassioned defense, Yining acknowledged the potential implications for Sitsong and offered an apology. We are companions, and this may implicate you. Rest assured, I shall bear the brunt of the madman's wrath. To her surprise, Sitsong's countenance darkened. You shall bear the brunt yourself? He questioned, his tone laced with menace. Yining swallowed nervously, assuming that he doubted her capabilities. Yes, they are no match for me. Sitsong clenched his fists, striving to regain his composure. What do you intend to do with him? This was a matter she had already considered. We shall depart together, and I shall secure him a position at the Tiangang sect. Sitsong remained silent, his thoughts lingering on the image of the man nestled in Yining's arms. I trust you are aware that you must not become emotionally attached to the denizens of this place. Sitsong's enigmatic statement left Yining perplexed. Emotionally attached? Surely. Sitsong did not misunderstand her intentions. She merely pitied him. She was not so lascivious as to be attracted to him. Chapter 85. Contemplations. The original character of the protagonist was not one of lewdness. Thus, it puzzled Yining that the male lead constantly perceived her as infatuated with appearances. Sitsong appeared to believe her, refraining from uttering any further words to drive her away. aware that her actions somewhat implicated Sitsung. Yining began to embellish her account of the revolting behavior of Dawachi. Sitsung, you truly cannot blame me for this. As a woman, how could I bear to witness such things? Sitsung sighed, seemingly resigned to the situation. I know your character. However, in the future, do not act alone in such matters. Even if you intend to rescue someone, wait for me to join you. Today, Dawachi was not particularly formidable. But had he possessed a skilled ally, you would have been in peril. Recalling Dawachi's earlier words, Sitsung's gaze turned icy. Although Yining harbored intentions to save others, she had not been ruthless enough in dealing with the aftermath. It seemed that this matter required his personal intervention. Understanding that Sitsung acted out of concern for her, Yining quickly assured him, I understand. I promise to inform you next time. Her tone inadvertently carried a hint of coaxing, stirring something within Sitsung, though his expression remained composed. Well then, let us proceed as you suggest. As Sitsung prepared to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of a fleeting greenish hue behind a pillar on the second floor. He halted and slightly raised his gaze. Noticing Sitsung's odd behavior, Yining inquired, what is it? Following his line of sight, she met the eyes of a young man. Oh, you're awake? Fei's expression shifted upon seeing Yining, revealing signs of fear. Yun observing his demeanor, Yining felt a surge of sympathy. I had the waiter fetch you new clothes. Why haven't you changed? His garments were tattered and barely clung to him, prompting her to arrange for a replacement. Upon hearing her question, Fei lowered his head in guilt. I was too frightened upon waking, and didn't he notice? I will change now. He hurriedly retreated into the room. Yining sighed and turned to see Kong. It seems these torments have left him with significant scars. I truly hope such occurrences cease to exist in this world. Sitsung regarded Yining's face, reflecting on the once elevated figure now lamenting for a stranger. If today's events had involved someone you despised, would you still have intervened? He suddenly posed a question. Yining turned to him, pondering earnestly for a moment. I suppose so. Regardless of who is subjected to such treatment, I could not stand idly by. After speaking, she observed Sitsung lost in thought and asked, what troubles you? Sitsung reacted as if startled, replying, it's nothing. I must continue my search for spiritual treasures and take my leave. With that, he retreated hastily. Yining furrowed her brow, filled with confusion. As dinner approached, Sitsung had yet to return, leaving her no choice but to dine with Fei. Given his recent ordeal, Fei felt apprehensive about mingling with others. Thus they shared their meal in the room. After changing into the clothing Yining had arranged and washing the dirt from his face, Fei presented himself as a strikingly handsome young man. Reflecting on the day's events, Yining decided to inquire further. Could you tell me what transpired between you and Dawachi? Upon hearing the name Dawachi, Fei tensed, his fingers clenching. Realizing he was reluctant to discuss it, she altered her approach. It's all right, if you prefer not to share. Then I was once a noble prince of the Taru Desert, and at that time, Dawachi was merely a minor commander in the army. Eventually, I witnessed him bullying a woman and reprimanded him, causing him to be scorned. However, Yining surmised the subsequent events. Once Dawachi gained power, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on those who had wronged him. This behavior was typical of the petty-minded, desperately striving to erase their past disgraces. It's all right. While I cannot restore your former glory, I will ensure you leave this place and arrange a suitable position for you with my family. This was the best Yining could offer. However, Fei's reaction was peculiar, his expression tinged with conflict. Yining found his reaction odd. What is it? Do you not wish to depart? There is nothing here worthy of your attachment, is there? Starting anew in a different place could hardly be worse than your current situation. No. Fei hastily shook his head. I wish to leave with you. Yining smiled and resumed her meal, yet Fei hesitated before asking, Miss Yun, is that young man you were with earlier your husband? Coughing, Yining nearly choked. No, don't misunderstand. He is my friend. We are here together to undergo training. She knew that if Sitsung heard this, he would certainly be displeased. Upon hearing her response, Fei's spirits lifted. I thought you were already betrothed. He stared intently at Yining, eager to catch every nuance of her expression. I'm not currently considering marriage. My sole desire is to grow stronger. She was not of this world, and returning home would be the ultimate goal. If that were impossible, she would strive to advance the Tiangang sect. Admiration and tenderness filled Fei's gaze. Miss Yun, you truly are a prodigy. Feeling flattered by his praise, Yining departed after finishing her meal. Later that night, unable to find rest, Fei donned his clothes and unconsciously found himself at Yining's door. Just as he raised his hand to knock, A cool voice interrupted him from behind. It is late. You should not disturb her. Startled by the voice, Fei's eyes darkened, and upon turning, he indeed found Si Tsung standing behind him, his iron mask glinting ominously in the moonlight. Ah, it is young Master Si Kong. Why are you still awake at this hour? Fei inquired, attempting to mask his unease. Si Tsung's tone remained icy. Aren't you the same? I hope the Taru Desert does not have a custom of knocking on young ladies' doors at night. Fei's face stiffened momentarily before he quickly donned a smile. I came to see Miss Yun for a matter. But young Master Si Tsung, why are you waiting outside her door? Were you merely passing by? Or have you been here for some time? Chapter 86. Confession. The sharpness in Si Tsung's gaze betrayed his irritation, revealing a side of him that was not easily discernible. Concurrently, he could not help but mentally lament the troublesome nature of Yining, who had once again brought back an unyielding adversary. Sir Si Tsung, you jest. I merely wished to see Miss Yun, and she does not seem displeased with my presence. You would do well to temper your unrealistic aspirations, lest I decide to take action against you, Si Tsung retorted. The two men engaged in a verbal spar that showed no signs of abating. Lu Fei harbored no inappropriate intentions. It was Si Tsung who seemed to be speaking of himself. He had inquired about Yining yesterday, and her candidness suggested she was not lying. However, the man before him was different. As a man himself, Lu Fei understood the implications of such a gaze all too well. Si Tsung, disinterested in further debate with this man outside Yining's chamber, turned and departed. Instead of returning to his quarters, he withdrew to a nearby grove to practice his swordsmanship. Observing as his master mercilessly felled trees, Han Dun helplessly rubbed his forehead. Master, that Lu Fei is only attempting to provoke you. Do not fall for it. Si Tsung, striking down another tree, responded, I am well aware of that, yet. Suddenly silencing himself, he amended, what does it matter? I am merely passing the time practicing my sword. With that, he continued his relentless assault on the trees. Han Dun could only shake his head in disbelief. How could his master be so prideful? Clearly venting his frustrations from a confrontation with a newcomer while pretending it was merely practice? In my estimation, if you have feelings, you should pursue them. Look at that little green one, so proactive. Indeed, you have been practicing for quite some time. Perhaps it is prudent to return, as Miss Yin will soon be having breakfast. Upon hearing this, Si Tsung finally ceased his efforts. Han Dun surveyed the fallen trees, letting out a sigh of relief. At last, I managed to intervene. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. On the way back, Si Tsung regained his composure and began to ponder the critical issue at hand. Have we detected any traces of that energy? They had been in this location for some time, yet there were no signs of demonic energy, as if it were non-existent. Han Dun shook his head. Master, this demonic energy is peculiar. Upon our entry into the desert, I distinctly sensed it nearby and even perceived it moving. Yet now it seems to have vanished into thin air. Si Tsung lowered his gaze in contemplation. It is likely that someone is aware of our intentions and has concealed their aura. Han Dun still struggled to accept the notion that someone was aiding the demonic energy from the shadows. Let us give it more time. There are many matters still to address. At the breakfast table, the two men positioned Yining between them, the palpable tension rendering her restless. She began to regret her decision to rescue Lu Fei. The awkward atmosphere prompted her to seek a topic of conversation. Si Tsung, have we found any leads on our search? Whether it was merely her impression or not, Yining felt that after speaking first, Si Tsung's demeanor softened slightly. Not yet. This situation is unlike any we have encountered before. He chose his words carefully, refraining from elaborating in front of the unfamiliar Lu Fei. Yining furrowed her brow. It appears we may need to stay longer. She was reluctant to linger, having just offended the Dawa banner. Prolonged exposure could lead to unforeseen complications. Did you not state that you came here for training? You ought to join Sir Si Tsung in the search. Yining nodded. Of course, we are friends, and I would never distance myself from him. The male protagonist was now her potential ally, and she intended to nurture that relationship for survival. There was no shame in that. Upon hearing her words, Si Tsung's lips curled into a subtle smile as he poured her a cup of tea. So it is. Lu Fei appeared to grasp something, his smile somewhat strained. That evening, as Yining prepared to return to her room, she encountered Lu Fei waiting at her door. Oh, why are you not resting at this late hour? Lu Fei turned, clad in a beautiful green garment. I have matters to discuss with you, Miss Yun. Do you have a moment? Although puzzled, Yining did not hesitate. Yes, please come in. Once inside, Lu Fei fidgeted with his fingers before speaking slowly. Must you truly leave this place? Huh. Yining found his question odd. Of course, she intended to leave. What else would she do here? Oh, do you not wish to stay? She could discern a hint of reluctance in Lu Fei's demeanor regarding her departure. He bit his lip, his body trembling slightly with anxiety. Miss Yun, what if I confess my feelings for you and wish for you to remain? With a start, Yining stepped back, nearly toppling a chair. Are you aware of what you were saying? We have only known each other for a few days. The notion of a beastly creature inheriting the original's affinity for romance was startling. Perhaps the tales of women pledging themselves in gratitude were not entirely fanciful. I understand. But from the moment you rescued me, I found myself drawn to you. The young man took a step closer to Yining. Stop. I do not wish to engage in conflict. She halted him with a tone laced with warning. As anticipated, Lu Fei ceased his advance. My intention in rescuing you was not out of romantic interest. I could not stand idly by, even for another. My willingness to assist you stems from a desire to protect you from retribution. This was her inherent sense of justice, shaped by modern education and devoid of romantic implications. Yining believed Lu Fei might think she was enamored with his looks, and rushed to clarify. I understand. Lu Fei interjected urgently. I have never viewed you in such a manner. It is precisely because I know you are not that kind of person that I... Yining swallowed hard, urging herself to remain calm. Perhaps it was simply a case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. He was alone and vulnerable, and it was only natural for him to develop feelings. She could accept that. She must. I have made my stance clear. I harbor no such feelings. Moreover, I will not remain here. Once we locate what we seek, I will depart. Should you wish to accompany us, I can arrange for your departure. If not, you may inform me. With that, Yining turned and left, disregarding whether it was her room or not. Lu Fei remained in place, his fingers clenched tightly together. Indeed, she still refuses. But what about me? Must I truly leave? If only that individual were not present, perhaps I would have had a chance. Chapter 87. Thoughts. The individual he had waited so long for could not be allowed to depart so easily. The man gazed at Yining's retreating figure. His fingers clenched tightly. Miss Yun, he thought, you shall soon understand the joy of being with me. For several consecutive days, Yining evaded any encounter with Lu Fei, and they managed to avoid one another whenever possible. Such palpable estrangement did not escape the man's notice. Observing Yining occasionally waiting at the inn's entrance for Sitsung's return, Lu Fei's gaze grew increasingly somber. Yining had come to a realization. She could not indiscriminately save the man by the roadside. Although he posed no threat to her, his presence had ensnared her in a dilemma. One day, she received shocking news. The person she had previously offended, the leader of the Dawa banner, had been discovered dead in his home. Instantly, all eyes in the Taru desert turned towards Yining, for she alone possessed both the capability and motive. However, Yining had no time to dwell on this. She spent the entire day waiting at the inn for Sikong. The passers-by could attest to her presence, leaving the authorities without any evidence. The innkeeper approached her, saying, Miss, I was initially concerned for you, but now that he is dead, there is no need for worry. Yining glanced at the innkeeper, uncertain about the circumstances surrounding the Dawa banner leader's death, yet someone had already formed in her mind. Sikong. He should be returning soon. Noticing Yining's reluctance to elaborate, the innkeeper continued, in truth, even the authorities are reluctant to investigate this matter further. The Dawa leader was universally despised. So you need not fret. Yining finally nodded in agreement. This outcome seemed to align with public sentiment. At last, Sitsung returned to the inn, accompanied by the chaos of the world. As Yining beheld the approaching figure in the distance, her eyes sparkled with color. Sitsung, she exclaimed, rushing forward. Their eyes meeting, filled with emotion. You have returned. Yes, Sitsung replied, nodding. Were you waiting for me? Yining, brimming with excitement, inquired. Did you uncover the whereabouts of the spiritual treasure? Sitsung shook his head. No, I still have not sensed any activity from it. They felt as though they were trapped like headless flies, directionless. Sitsung, perceiving the girl's unease, asked, Has something happened in my absence? A flicker of discomfort passed over Yining's face, quickly masked. No, nothing has occurred. She led Sitsung to a secluded spot, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and broached the subject of the Dawa leader's demise. About the Dawa leader, before she could finish, the man candidly confessed, It was I. Yining scratched her head, puzzled. It wasn't necessary to kill him. The Dawa leader posed no real threat. Sitsung's expression grew momentarily tense, turning away from her gaze. I have my reasons. Yining chose not to press further. After all, this incident bore no negative consequences for her. In light of Sitsung's return, she displayed great enthusiasm, ordering an array of dishes for dinner. Let us eat, You have worked hard during this time. Previously oblivious to the merits of the male protagonist, she now recognized his worth in contrast to El-Fei's presence. Si-tsung observed the food Yining served him, and after tasting it, he glanced at El-Fei. An unsettling feeling stirred within him. Something must have transpired during his absence. The following morning, Si-tsung arrived by the lakeside, where he indeed saw El-Fei standing there. "You called me out. What is the matter?" The man turned, his cold demeanor contrasting sharply with his sudden laughter. "At times, I find myself envious of you, Si-tsung." Si-tsung narrowed his eyes, sensing the underlying meaning in El-Fei's words. There is nothing to envy. His tone was indifferent, clearly indicating he had no desire to discuss the matter further. "No." El-Fei shook his head, seemingly lost in thought as he gazed at the withering lotus flowers by the lake. "You have captured her heart. You are living a life far superior to mine. Yet you still take from me." Si-tsung, taken aback by El-Fei's bluntness, decided to stand his ground. "I have never needed to steal anything. She is not an object." El-Fei scoffed, his eyes filled with indifference. "Your confident assertions stem from your lack of experience. Had you walked in my shoes, you would have acted even more atrociously." Si-tsung frowned, unwilling to engage in further debate on the matter, and turned to leave. "Wait," El-Fei called after him. "You have known my identity for some time, haven't you?" You remained silent, hoping to see if she might develop feelings for me. "You are the one who fears the most, allowing me to test the waters. How much better are you than I?" Si-tsung's body stiffened, his fingers tightening slightly. "I have not tested her. Since you are aware of our intentions, why not depart?" From the moment he laid eyes on this man, Si-tsung felt something was amiss with his gaze and demeanor. Coupled with the elusive demonic energy they sought, it was impossible not to draw connections. As for confirming his identity, that revelation had come only yesterday. At this juncture, a tinge of sorrow crossed El-Fei's features. "Though my identity is peculiar, I possess no means of self-protection. For years, I have struggled in darkness and pain. Just when I thought I had plunged into the abyss, she appeared. You cannot fathom her significance to me. Thus, even knowing you wish for my demise, I am willing to risk remaining here." Si-tsung regarded the man, his thoughts consumed by Yining. She, a paragon of grace, was never lacking in suitors. "I shall not disclose your identity to her for the time being. But I must warn you, I will not allow you to linger for long." "No, I do not require much time." El-Fei stepped closer, fixing his gaze upon Si-tsung. "I only desire this one opportunity to obtain the answers we both seek." Si-tsung furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Before he could process the question, El-Fei leaped into the pond, leaving Si-tsung in stunned silence. Chapter 88. Trust Chaos. Oh no, this person is trying to frame the master. Indeed, the very next moment, Si-tsung heard Yining's voice. "Lu Fei." Yining, flying on her sword, lifted the drenched man from the water. Lu Fei, soaked to the bone and coughing up water, looked pitifully at Yining. She furrowed her brow slightly, about to chastise him for being so careless as to fall into the lake early in the morning. When she saw the man glance at Si-tsung and tremble as he uttered, "Why, please do not blame Si-tsung. I was careless. It has nothing to do with him." Yining. Si-tsung, chaos. He knew this fellow harbored ill intentions. Now the master is going to be schemed against, truly insidious and cunning. Yining was taken aback, gasping in shock. She looked at Si-tsung, then at Lu Fei. The former was silent, while the latter shivered uncontrollably. With a sigh of resignation, Yining said to Si-tsung, "I will take him back first." After saying this, she helped the man away. Chaos was about to step forward to explain, but was restrained by Si-tsung's master. "Why aren't you explaining? This man is plotting against you. He is undermining your relationship with Yining." However, Si-tsung remained composed, though the slight tremor in his fingertips betrayed his emotions. "If she trusts me, then it matters not whether I explain or not." Chaos stared in disbelief. Wasn't it somewhat peculiar for the master to hold such a belief? The condition for trust should be an explanation, and he should clarify to see whom Yining trusts, rather than remaining silent and passively waiting for her to believe him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Si-tsung had already walked far away. Sighing, Chaos hurried to catch up, deciding it would be best to explain things to Yining when he next saw her. Meanwhile, Yining assisted Lu Fei back to his room and found him a set of clothes. "Change into these. I have matters to attend to. I shall step out for a moment." Just as she was about to leave, she was called back by the man behind her. "Young girl, are you going to find Si-tsung?" Yining turned to look at him, her gaze cold and unyielding, remaining silent. Lu Fei's heart sank. Had she discovered something? No, that couldn't be. He was adept at controlling time, and she could not have seen through it. Actually, today's incident is not Si-tsung's fault. It is I, Yining interrupted him with a frigid tone. I do not know what your intentions are, but Song would never commit such an act. Nor would he push you into the lake. Whatever you are trying to achieve, I advise you to cease immediately. At her words, Lu Fei stood frozen, unable to conceive such an outcome. Young girl, I did not lie. Why do you not believe me? Yining had lost her patience. It is true I did not witness it, but first, Song's character would not allow him to act in such a manner. Second, he has no reason to target you. They hardly interact. Does Song have nothing better to do than get up early just to push you? But Song is jealous of my constant pursuit of you. Yining couldn't help but chuckle at this. Song harbors no such feelings for me. Even if he did, he would not resort to such underhanded tactics. Her tone was resolute as she spoke each word, firmly choosing to trust him despite having seen nothing. The more she asserted her belief, the more Lu Fei yearned for her approval. So, no matter what I say, you will trust him, correct? Yining remained silent. But her clear attitude was an implicit affirmation. Lu Fei forced a pained smile. Then what do you intend to do with me? Yining, unable to be cruel, replied, I will still escort you away. After I have taken you out of the desert, there will be no need for us to meet again. Lu Fei understood that for someone like Yining, this was already a sign of her displeasure. So, in your heart, nothing is more important than Song finding what he seeks, is it? Yining answered without hesitation, of course, that is also my wish. Lu Fei's gaze fell, his spirit seemingly drained. I understand. You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door closed, and Yining vanished. Emerging from Lu Fei's room, Yining made her way to Song's door. After a moment of hesitation, she knocked. Song, are you in there? There was no sound from within, but she knew he was inside. She pushed the door open and found him seated at the table, sipping tea, with chaos lounging beside him. Upon noticing Yining's entrance, Song remained still, his gaze fixed on the teacup. Song, why are you silent in your room? She touched her nose, feeling an inexplicable guilt. Has the young sect master consoled himself? Yining swallowed hard. The air felt thin, tightening her throat. Chaos hopped off the table and retreated to a corner, sensing the tension. Was this the legendary battlefield of emotion? What do you mean, my person? I do not. Yining cautiously sat beside Song, relieved by his lack of reaction. He is not mine. Song, however, ignored her, letting out a cold laugh. Is that so? Then why have you come here to confront me? Yining nearly choked on her own saliva. Had she lost her mind? Daring to confront the male lead. No, I did not mean that. I know he is trying to frame you. At her words, Song paused, the tension in the room easing somewhat. What did you say? This was not the reaction he had anticipated. She claimed to know. Really? I want to teach him a lesson, to deter him from such schemes in the future. Song instinctively avoided Yining's gaze, still incredulous. You saw it? No. But I know you are not that kind of person. Yining smiled, pouring him another cup of tea. The male lead could not possibly engage in the petty schemes of palace intrigue. If he truly hated someone, he would have quietly eliminated them. Do you trust him? Everyone says that seeing is believing. Yet Yining did not subscribe to this belief. She simply trusted in his character, even if you are astute. Such unwavering trust and affirmation caused a faint blush to creep onto Song's ears. As the conflict between them dissolved in the warmth of Yining's trust, Chaos breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an increased fondness for her. Chapter 89. His identity upon seeing a hint of a smile on Song's face. Yining exhaled a sigh of relief, her previously anxious heart now considerably eased. How could I doubt you over someone I've just met? We are friends. Friends. Song mulled over the term, which had once been his utmost desire to share with Yining. However, in the present context, it seemed rather insufficient. So, you're not angry about this matter? After all, it was Fei who had wronged Kong. Though it was an unfounded accusation, Song surely felt displeased. He had never intended to confront Fei. His irritation stemmed solely from Yining's lack of faith in him. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, he naturally let it slide. How could I be upset over such trivialities? Yining finally smiled, her tone playful and endearing. All right, I knew you wouldn't hold it against him. After clarifying the situation, Song suddenly spoke. We shall depart tomorrow. Yining was puzzled. Why? Haven't we yet found anything? It seems a pity to leave after such a difficult journey. However, Song remained resolute. After searching for so long with chaos and yielding no results, it is better to move on to the next location. We can return later to gather what we missed. After pondering for a moment, Yining deemed this approach acceptable. Once she departed, Chaos looked at Seetsong with concern. Master, if we leave now, what about the demonic energy? Seetsong walked to the window, gazing at the silvery moonlight, a smirk playing across his lips. Fear not. He will inevitably accept his fate. Barely had the words left his lips when he heard faint footsteps from outside. He stepped out to find Elfei standing under the moonlight, his expression devoid of the confidence he had shown during the day. You've won. The man let out a bitter laugh, his demeanor particularly forlorn under the moon's glow. For reasons unknown, Seetsong suddenly felt no inclination to mock him. I never intended to compete with you. Upon hearing this, Elfei scoffed. Fine, let us pretend you've never considered it. You've won, are you pleased? Seetsong frowned slightly. She and I are merely friends. Our bond is one of friendship and trust. Elfei, undeterred, pressed on. Seetsong, why the defiance? You've tacitly approved of everything I've done. Seetsong remained silent, as if Elfei had expended all his energy. Enough, this no longer holds meaning for me. Seetsong responded calmly, we leave tomorrow. Elfei's eyes widened in surprise. You mean my intentions? Seetsong did not evade the question. But Elfei erupted into laughter, oblivious to whether anyone would overhear. Seetsong, how ruthless. You want to even grant me a few days. Seetsong said nothing in reply. Elfei's laughter drew Yining's attention. She observed the confrontation from the second floor, her eyelids twitching. Elfei, what are you doing? She instinctively assumed he was causing trouble for Seetsong. The man slowly turned, his gaze towards Yining brimming with unmasked affection. Miss Yun, I deceived you. Yining was still trying to grasp the situation. What do you mean, deceived? The chaos of the moment was perplexing, especially on the eve of their departure. My name is Elfei, Green Jade. It is the fragment you seek. His words, laden with profound implications, left Yining bewildered. What are you saying? The man before her was the very piece of spiritual treasure she and Seetsong had been searching for. However, Elfei continued, disregarding whether Yining could accept his truth. I cannot leave this desert, otherwise I will perish. I do not enjoy living as a human. It is a painful existence. Yet, I wish to live and see the world a little longer. His eyes suddenly softened with warmth. Until I met you, you are the noble soul I have awaited. Elfei. Yining began to understand his intentions, yet her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Since your wish aligns with hers, Elfei shall fulfill it. With that, the youth transformed into a beam of emerald light, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the night sky was illuminated, the moon dimming in its brilliance. Following the radiance, a green jade fragment gently descended into Seetsong's palm, and upon mere contact, he felt the tumultuous, demonic energy within. Seetsong's brow furrowed slightly as he stowed the jade into his storage ring. Having attained the desired outcome, he turned to Yining below. Yining, lost in thought, snapped back to reality as Seetsong descended from the second floor to stand before her. Seetsong, are you feeling regret? His tone remained calm, yet the tremor in his fingertips betrayed his true feelings. No. Yining gazed at him, still grappling with the revelation of his non-human identity. Had she just saved a mere stone? And a useful one at that. Uncertainty flooded her heart. You knew all along, didn't you? Seetsong's demeanor revealed no surprise. He pursed his lips. I had my suspicions, yet he concealed it well. I could not be certain. All right, that explanation is somewhat reasonable. Noticing Yining's discontent, Seetsong added thoughtfully, he acted of his own volition. I have never coerced him. He worried she might think him responsible for forcing Elfei to revert to his original form. I understand. Even if you had made him do it, it wouldn't matter, as it was our mission. Under the night sky, the girl's eyes sparkled like stars, which allowed Seetsong to finally relax. It became clear that even with her awareness, she still prioritized him above all else. Yining. Yes. Seetsong felt a tightness in his throat, words yearning to escape. It's getting late. We need to set out tomorrow. Let us retire early tonight. Without waiting for his response, Yining turned and fled. The girl departed, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Master, she's gone. Chaos nudged Seetsong, signaling it was time to return. Seetsong watched the direction of her departure, chuckling softly. Once inside her room, Yining leaned against the door, covering her racing heart with one hand. That was close. I almost scared myself. What was I hiding from? She vigorously shook her head, exhaling deeply. She was no fool. The look in Seetsong's eyes moments ago had felt decidedly off. It must be that he hadn't been in a romantic relationship for too long, and his hormones were in turmoil. Now that she thought about it, He was approaching 20. Oh, wasn't his birthday coming up soon? Should she consider giving him a gift? But in this place, there was nothing to offer. With such musings, Yining eventually drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, the two continued their quest for the spiritual treasure fragments, only to discover they had arrived at a teleportation array. Two individuals soared through the sky on their swords. Gazing down at the immense vortex beneath them, Yining, afflicted with a fear of the abyss, shuddered involuntarily. Was their destination within that swirling void? It certainly appeared perilous. A misstep could lead to certain demise. Indeed, the map confirmed this was the correct course. Yet, he discerned the young lady's trepidation. If you are afraid, you can wait for me outside. No way. Yining hastily interjected. She had resolved to be the male protagonist's devoted companion, his right-hand ally. How could she possibly waver now? The more daunting the moment, the more she felt compelled to embody the spirit of a loyal subordinate. No way. Sitsung tilted his head in confusion, seemingly not grasping the meaning of her words. It means it's not an option, she explained. It's a dialect from our Tiangang sect. My apologies to the valiant members of the Tiangang sect. It seems I can only accompany you. No way it is. How could I allow you to venture alone? My presence adds at least a modicum of support, does it not? Very well. Sitsung drew closer to the abyss, and even from 100 meters away, the overwhelming force made Yining struggle. Be careful. Sitsung's brow furrowed as he held her close. Then, they leapt into the abyss together. They underestimated the pressure of the void. Before long, Yining lost consciousness, plunging into an endless darkness. When she awoke, the sunlight streaming through the glass was slightly blinding. Before her lay pink curtains and a beautiful crystal chandelier. She turned over with a soft groan. Have I just awakened? What time is it? Reaching for the bedside, she found a delicate alarm clock indicating it was 9 in the morning. Still early. She rolled over to continue her slumber, but suddenly realized something and sat up, surveying her surroundings. The scene before her mirrored her modern bedroom. Chandelier, desk, computer, everything felt so familiar. It took her a considerable amount of time to accept this reality, and she muttered in a daze, I have returned. Looking at her hands, she wondered if everything she had experienced was merely a dream. At that moment, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. She felt unsure whether to be joyful or sorrowful. But soon, she was struck by a thunderbolt. You're awake? Sitsung's voice echoed. Sitting on the bed, she beheld him clad in ancient garb, a long sword strapped to his back, standing before her. Sitsung, how are you here? A demon beast. She had emerged from the pages, and so had Sitsung. Surely, this world was descending into chaos. The man frowned slightly. Did we not enter together? Naturally. I would be here. Only then did Yining realize that they had traversed the abyss to arrive in the third world, which happened to be the modern era. Ah, I must have been dreaming and didn't register it. Rubbing her temples, she pondered the absurdity of the situation. Sitsung nodded and offered her a glass of water. Drink this. We may have arrived in an unusual environment, and everything here seems particularly strange. Yining took a sip, and while concealing her eye roll behind the cup, she remarked, what a mirage. This is the 21st century. No, wait. The taste of this water. Where did you get this water? It couldn't possibly be. I found a room with utensils, probably a kitchen, where I got some water. Yining sighed in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't water from a toilet. Despite a hint of bleach in the flavor. You should change your clothes. Wait for me here while I look for something. Yining expertly opened her wardrobe, retrieving one of her own garments. She too wore ancient attire, but it was no issue, as modern times embraced cosplay. Watching her seamless actions, Sitsung's eyes glimmered with curiosity. He recalled her past words. She claimed to hail from another world, not the Yining of old, and had longed to return. When she first entered this room, she was filled with curiosity and astonishment, yet Yining displayed little surprise. In fact, she was more astonished by herself. Could this truly be her original world? Dressed in a modern long dress with her hair cascading down, she retrieved a set of men's clothing from her room and handed it to Sitsung. You should change into this. It should fit well. It belonged to my brother. Sitsung fingered the fabric, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, you seem quite familiar with all of this. Yining froze. The male protagonist had caught her. This was not entirely her fault. The sensation of returning home was so overwhelming that she instinctively dropped her facade. Ah, it's like this. I've been to this place before. Our Tiangang sect possesses a mirage forest, which features scenes like these. The mirage forest was a unique location of the Tiangang sect, designed to utilize various environments for combat and technique training. Sitsung's dark gaze bore into her eyes, exuding an intense pressure. Just as Yining feared she had exposed herself, Seetsung surprisingly accepted it. So that's the case. I shall rely on you this time. Yining forced a chuckle, nervously wiping the sweat that had formed on her brow due to her anxiety. No worries, we are friends, after all. You should change your clothes. I will familiarize myself with the surroundings. As she turned to leave, a thought struck her, and she spun around to ask, what about Hundan? Why has Ti appeared? That fellow usually thrives in chaos. How could he endure silence this time? Seetsung began to fiddle with the clothing, seemingly pondering how to wear it. He has fallen into a deep slumber. It must have something to do with this peculiar environment. Yining considered this, recalling the saying that after the founding of the nation, magical beings were no longer permitted to attain sentience. Hundan was certainly a creature of the supernatural. Chapter 91. On the matter of desiring many husbands without chaos, can you still perceive the whereabouts of the fragments of the spiritual treasure? There are 4 fragments in total, scattered across 4 locations in the realm of Moreau. This marks the 3rd one. While the first was relatively simple, the remaining ones are increasingly elusive. Indeed. Seetsung shook his head, relying on the allure provided by the first 2 fragments. I can only vaguely sense the positions of the treasures within a radius of 1 kilometer. Just 1 kilometer. Even if the treasure were to be found in City H, searching within its vast expanse would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. This poses quite a challenge. Should the fragments not reside in City H, would I be expected to drive Seetsung around aimlessly? It is indeed a daunting task, especially since everything in this world seems peculiar. As she spoke, Seetsung's expression revealed a rare conflict, as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts. I know nothing at all. Yining felt her heart lurch. A strikingly handsome man, clad in black and bearing a long sword, shyly confessed his unfamiliarity with this environment. How utterly endearing. Yining, a self-proclaimed admirer of beauty, found herself captivated by his presence, her thoughts racing as she spoke without thinking. And no worries. I am quite familiar with this place. I will protect you. At that moment, her sole focus was on safeguarding this vulnerable handsome figure, casting aside all concerns about her identity. You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you. With that, Yining descended to the kitchen. In truth, she had led a comfortable life in the modern world, as her parents were abroad for business, leaving her to enjoy her independence. Remembering her parents, she opened her phone, intending to call them, knowing they must have worried about her absence. Yet, upon dialing, she was met with a cold notification. The number you have dialed is not in service. She tried every number she could think of, each resulting in the same disheartening message. Subsequently, logging onto a ticketing website yielded no results. All options were blank. Sighing deeply, she concluded that this place was ultimately not a true world, but rather an illusion resembling her own, born from the depths of the abyss. Yet, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, she mused with a wry smile. Initially, she had hesitated to return to the world within the book, but now it seemed unnecessary. Yining retrieved some fresh vegetables from the refrigerator, planning to whip up a simple meal for Seetsung. Glancing at the oven, she suddenly recalled that Seetsung's birthday was just 2 days away. She could make him a birthday cake, which would be a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, Seetsung stood in the living room, gazing through the glass at Yining as she cooked. Her every movement appeared so natural, as if this place truly belonged to her. Once she finished preparing the meal, she checked the soup simmering in the pot, estimating it would be ready in about 10 minutes. Clapping her hands, she turned to find Seetsung standing in the living room, seemingly at a loss. Why aren't you sitting down to rest? She asked, pulling him towards the sofa. However, Seetsung remained stiff, refusing to budge. What's wrong? Seetsung looked at her, expressing concern that the sofa might collapse under him. Yining was taken aback. How could it possibly collapse? It's quite comfortable. You should give it a try. Ignoring his protests, she urged him to sit. The soft texture and sinking sensation caused Seetsung to tense even more. How is it? Are you all right? He finally nodded, having acclimated to the sensation. Everything in this world felt unusually soft, from the sofa to the plush bed, leaving him feeling quite out of place. As the aroma of the meal wafted through the air, Yining brought the dishes to the table. Taste my cooking. I assure you it's far superior to what we've eaten these past few days. Her culinary skills were commendable. Having taken a few cooking classes and benefiting from the variety of modern seasonings, the flavors were undoubtedly delightful. Seetsung took a bite and was astonished. The dish, though simple in appearance, was rich and flavorful. Delicious. Yining beamed with satisfaction. Naturally, it's getting late. Let us retire early tonight. And tomorrow I'll help you become acquainted with your surroundings. After their meal, Yining guided Sitsung through a brief tour of the villa before they settled in the living room to watch television. Sitsung was captivated by the rectangular device, particularly intrigued by the lifelike figures appearing on the screen. What is this? Sound mirror? Yining realized that what Sitsung referred to as a sound mirror was a communication device typically found in noble families, infused with powerful spiritual energy. It allowed one to see the scenes displayed on the other side of the mirror, akin to a video call on a smartphone. Well, sort of. This is called television, where people perform various acts for everyone to watch. Given Sitsung's ancient background, Yining endeavored to explain it in terms he could grasp. Like a performance? Yining paused momentarily, acknowledging the accuracy of his description, though it wasn't entirely precise. Close enough. Sitsung seemed to grasp the concept. Just as a dramatic scene unfolded on the screen, depicting two women in a fierce altercation over a man, slapping each other. In this era, the pursuit of art appears arduous. However, to fight over a man seems unnecessary. It was rare for Sitsung to express his opinions, prompting Yining to ponder how this ancient figure viewed modern romantic dilemmas. Oh, why unnecessary? I believe the issue lies in their approach. They could coexist peacefully. After saying this, she internally chastised herself. She had absorbed so much that she had become willing to utter such statements to appease Sitsung, despite being a modern individual. The boundaries of human principles can indeed be stretched repeatedly. Yet, perhaps this was simply Sitsung's perspective, as he was, after all, the male lead, accustomed to being courted from all sides. Is that how you perceive it? Sitsung frowned, glancing at the girl beside him, his expression darkening. Her thoughts seemed to diverge, indicating a desire for many men. However, it wasn't hard for Sitsung to deduce Yining's inclinations, given that in the Zhangqiang continent, strength was paramount. Those possessing power, be they male or female cultivators, could have multiple suitors and partners. But, indeed, it appears that the Zhangqiang continent lacks any stipulations regarding monogamy. Chapter 92. Birthday Cake. The unspoken implication was, should you desire to take multiple wives, it would be within the realm of normalcy. Sitsung's countenance darkened considerably, confirming his suspicions that such a notion resided within her thoughts, despite the fact that he recalled that the Tiangang sect upheld a strict code of monogamy, with sect leader Yun and his wife serving as an exemplary, enviable couple in their youth. Given such a commendable precedent and upbringing, it was perplexing that Yining would harbor such. Upon hearing Sitsung's words, Yining clicked her tongue lightly in disapproval. Why did the male protagonist harbor so many reservations? It was a matter pertaining solely to their Tiangang sect and not a constraint upon him. However, as she sought to ingratiate herself with the protagonist, she was compelled to acquiesce to his sentiments. In truth, our Tiangang sect does not enforce such a rigid decree. It is merely the aspiration of my father, and not a mandate binding upon others. It is but a notion held by my father. You are not affiliated with the Tiangang, so why impose our tenets upon yourself? Sitsung clenched his fingers, acknowledging that even in the absence of a formal decree, such matters could not be treated with nonchalance. He hesitated, seemingly contemplating something, before ultimately remaining silent. Very well, I find myself fatigued and shall retire for the evening. With these words, the man turned and retreated to his chambers, leaving Yining alone in the desolate living room, utterly bewildered. Had her attempt at flattery been misguided? Alone in his chamber, Sitsung hurled a pillow aside in vexation. Yet, even this action failed to assuage his agitation, causing his chest to heave. How could she, having been privy to such an exceptional example, have acquired such notions of polygamy? Ultimately, Sitsung remained uncertain as to the source of his ire. Yet he harbored a deep aversion to Yining entertaining such thoughts. Sighing deeply, he resigned himself. Very well. I shall defer informing sect leader Yin of her sentiments until our return. Yining. 10 minutes later, Sitsung stood in contemplation before the empty bathtub. The absence of water prompted him to ponder its whereabouts. Was he to transport water from the kitchen, drop by drop, to fill this expansive tub? How long would such an endeavor necessitate? Perhaps he should seek Yining's assistance. No, that was untenable. The mere thought was dismissed outright. Having recently parted on less than amicable terms, he would not deign to initiate reconciliation. After considerable deliberation, Sitsung's gaze settled upon the handle beneath the showerhead. A torrent of slightly frigid water instantly transformed the man into a drenched figure. Yining, who had ventured into the living room to fetch water, overheard the sounds emanating from the bathroom and harbored a sense of foreboding. Upon entering, she beheld the man's sodden hair and somber countenance. See, Sitsung, are you unharmed? Yining struggled to suppress her mirth, her body trembling from the effort. If you harbor a desire to laugh, there is no need to constrain yourself so rigorously. The man's voice intoned darkly, its resonance amplified within the confines of the bathroom. No, not at all. Yining cleared her throat and retrieved a towel to dry his hair. My apologies, I failed to instruct you on the operation of the showerhead. Yining commenced by filling the bathtub with water, subsequently drawing the attendant aside to elucidate the showerhead's controls. The temperature may be adjusted to your preference and may be used for rinsing upon completion of your bath. Having imparted these instructions, Yining prepared to depart, yet a sudden thought arrested her. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she opened a drawer, depositing a bath sponge within, causing the pink foam to inundate the tub. Subsequently, Yining added several rubber duckies and flower petals to the water. As she augmented the contents of the tub, Sitsung's expression grew increasingly disconcerted. Very well, your bath awaits. Yining clapped her hands together with satisfaction, signaling Sitsung to commence his ablutions. Surveying the pink foam and assortment of whimsical floating objects, Sitsung turned to Yining. Is it customary to include such accoutrements when bathing here? Yining coughed in discomfiture, averting her gaze. Indeed, it is the norm here. These items are all for your benefit. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Farewell. Upon Yining's departure, Sitsung sighed as he regarded the menagerie of aquatic toys, yet ultimately refrained from removing them. Returning to her chamber, Yining remained industrious, consulting her mobile device for various cake recipes. Having ascertained the requisite ingredients, she escorted Sitsung to a nearby emporium the following day. Sitsung, unaccustomed to vehicular transportation, betrayed his unease, particularly as Yining fastened his seatbelt. Why must we bind ourselves thus? Yining paused in her task. It serves as a protective measure. In essence, all matters within this realm are governed by strict regulations, and failure to adhere thereto may result in incarceration. Though disinclined, Sitsung offered no further resistance. Are the prisons of this realm rigorously guarded? Yining inhaled sharply, convinced that Sitsung contemplated escape. Imagining herself and Sitsung as fugitives, pursued relentlessly and subject to media scrutiny, she responded decisively. Indeed, they are exceedingly secure, overseen by individuals of formidable power. Sitsung remained silent, turning his attention to the vehicle. Is this the mode of conveyance employed in this world? It appears less expedient than aerial sword flight. I have attempted it, and it seems we retain the capacity for aerial sword flight even here. The male protagonist never failed to deliver startling pronouncements. To contemplate flight? Such an act would undoubtedly garner headlines within moments. No, under no circumstances may spiritual energy be employed within this realm. Very well. Upon arriving at the commercial establishment, Yining sensed Sitsung's apprehension and clasped his hand. Fear not, I am here. Yining winked, eliciting a knowing smile from Sitsung. Having procured the ingredients for the cake, Yining's gaze drifted to the adjacent gift section. Having prepared a birthday cake, should I not also present a token of affection? What, pray tell, would be an appropriate gift? Upon returning home, Yining instructed Sitsung to watch television in the living room while she busied herself in the kitchen, endeavoring to create a birthday cake. Fortunately, her culinary skills proved adequate, and she swiftly entered a state of focused concentration. Before long, the delectable aroma of freshly baked cake permeated the air. Yining crafted a chocolate confection, generously adorned with fruit, rendering it visually enticing. Upon beholding the dessert, Sitsung's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Yining drew him to a seat, placing the cake upon the table and igniting the candles. Sitsung, happy birthday. This cake was made by me for you. In this world, all who celebrate their birth partake of such a cake, using this moment to make a wish, and then extinguishing the candles. By doing so, the wish may come true. Sitsung gazed upon the exquisite cake and flickering candles. Bathed in the candlelight, the maiden's visage appeared exceptionally radiant. This is not the first time I have celebrated my birth. I recall my father and Aunt Hong presenting me with gifts in the past, yet those were more akin to incentives, to objectives. All was intended to strengthen me, and no one ever inquired as to my desires. But today, Yining says that upon extinguishing the candles, my wish may be realized. How childish and laughable it sounded. Something only a 3-year-old would believe, but today, he wanted to believe. Chapter 93. Does he really like chocolate? He posed a question that seemed somewhat foolish. Yet the wish he was about to make was intimately connected to Yining, thus its realization hinged upon her. Of course, she replied, observing the candle's flame dwindle. Hurry and make your wish. It will surely come true. Under her watchful gaze, Song slowly closed his eyes and silently articulated his desire. Although Yining felt a twinge of curiosity, she refrained from inquiring about the specifics of his wish out of respect. Once the wish was made, she cut a slice of cake and brought it to his lips. Taste my handiwork. I haven't baked in a while, but I believe it turned out rather well. Song gazed into her radiant eyes and took a gentle bite. The cream was sweet yet not cloying, with a hint of bitterness that created an unexpectedly delightful harmony. The novelty of this flavor momentarily left him speechless, prompting him to glance at Yining. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? She asked, a knowing smile upon her lips. Clearly confident in her culinary skills, Song nodded, genuinely impressed. It's exquisite. I've never tasted such a delectable treat. Truly, it's deserving of its special occasion. Reflecting on this, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Too bad it can only be savored on one's birthday. Yining paused, then realized Song had misunderstood her. No, if you like it, I can make it for you when we return. It's not limited to birthdays. It simply holds a special significance. Really, his voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, and here is a gift for you, something not found outside. Yining retrieved a finely wrapped box and unveiled a camera. What is this? Song's eyes widened in confusion as she smiled, aiming the lens at him. With a click, a photograph emerged from the device. Look, what do you see? Song took the picture, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this me? The image vividly depicted him holding the cake, its colors so striking that even the elite painters of the sky continent could not match such brilliance. Yes, it's called a camera. Just press here to capture a photo, but the paper and energy are limited, so we cannot use it for too long, Yining sighed, lamenting the absence of electricity in the sky continent. Oh wait, could I bring some batteries? A bold idea sparked within her as she glanced at her storage bracelet. I just thought of something, Song. We can bring some items back. Almost on the verge of jumping with joy, she rushed to collect supplies. While she busily gathered things, Song stood in place, staring at the cake in his hand, murmuring to himself with an undertone of unrecognized grievance. Is it really that urgent? He then took a defiant bite of the cake. Meanwhile, Yining was fervently gathering items for their return. As night fell, she could no longer bear the confines of the room and proposed a leisurely stroll in the park with Song. Everything outside was fresh and intriguing for him. They approached a musical fountain, where Yining spotted an ice cream stand. Wait here, I'll get us some ice cream. Song obediently stood by the fountain, resembling a dutiful wife awaiting her husband. At that moment, two girls with bunny ears approached him, their cheeks flushed. Hello, can we have your contact information? The sudden intrusion of unfamiliarity made Song frown in displeasure, instinctively taking a step back. What do you want? His voice was cold, and he instinctively glanced toward Yining. The girls noticed his reaction and exchanged glances before one timidly asked, Is she your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Song echoed, puzzled. What does that mean? A female friend? Yes, she is my girlfriend, he replied, asserting their bond. Although he and Yining were indeed close friends, there was no need for outsiders to know the details. Oh. The girls, embarrassed by his declaration, quickly scurried away. At that moment, Yining returned with ice creams in hand, naturally offering him the chocolate-flavored one. Try this, it's delicious. The brown hue of the treat appealed to Song's taste. What did they want? She asked, taking a bite of her vanilla ice cream. They asked if you were my girlfriend. Yining nearly choked on her ice cream. Why would they suddenly ask that? What did you say? Her heart sank with an ominous premonition that Song might have misinterpreted the term. I said you are. Yining, how bold of you to claim that. Yet, Song's earnest expression suggested he had not grasped the true meaning of girlfriend. Song, actually, girlfriend is not synonymous with female friend. What does it mean then? His brow furrowed in confusion. A girlfriend refers to a romantic partner. An awkward silence enveloped them, the air thick with tension. Song appeared unfazed, merely absorbing the revelation. So that is what it means. Yining nodded, and a mutual silence settled between them. For several days, Song had received no leads on the fragments of the spiritual treasure. Growing restless, Yining suggested they explore the surroundings in hopes of detecting any traces of the treasure. She drove them swiftly from the city center to the outskirts, yet by afternoon, they remained empty-handed. Exhausted, she parked at the beach and leaned back in her chair. I'm so tired. This city is vast, and when will it end? Seeing the fatigue in her eyes pained Song. Let us rest for a while. Once it's dark, I can fly you back on my sword. Frowning, he realized he was entirely dependent on Yining for transportation. After 2 hours of travel, it was only natural for her to tire. Yining sighed and reclined in her chair. Never mind, life is more important. Looking around, she noted the serene beach, pleasantly uncrowded, with a lovely view. We can rest here for a bit. When the sun sets, we can enjoy the sea breeze. Chapter 94. The Power in the Tsunami, seeing Yining's resolute refusal. Sitsung understood that this matter was impractical and refrained from mentioning it again. The two made their way to a chair by the beach to rest, and their appearance as a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman captured the attention of many. Exhausted, Yining leaned back in her chair when she suddenly felt a warm current flowing along her back. Looking down, she noticed Sitsung's hand gently massaging her. You really don't have to. She instinctively tried to evade, but Sitsung gently restrained her. The warmth of the boy's palm, infused with a hint of spiritual energy, brought her a comfort so profound that she nearly let out a soft sigh. Thank you for enduring this while searching for the spiritual treasures with me. Normally, I would care for you, but in this unfamiliar world, I find myself needing protection from you instead. Unbeknownst to him, Sitsung had already incurred a great debt to Yining, and he pondered how he might repay her. Sitsung's broad and warm hand had lulled Yining into a state of relaxation, her eyes fluttering shut as soft sighs escaped her lips. It's not a hardship. I'm just glad to be of help to you. The two sat in peaceful silence, and soon a gentle evening breeze wafted in, carrying the scent of the sea, creating an atmosphere of utmost tranquility. She even thought to herself that it would be wonderful if they could remain like this forever. Yining, is there anything you particularly desire? Sitsung suddenly spoke, his tone as gentle as a soft spring breeze intertwined with the fragrance of blooming flowers. At that moment, Yining was so enveloped in comfort that she had forgotten all her defenses. I wish for the Tiangang sect to flourish, to fulfill my father's aspirations, and I wish to go home. This home, of course, referred to the modern world, where Yunqinghe had been a loving father to her. Having taken over another's body, she felt the weight of the original's responsibilities upon her shoulders. Sitsung listened quietly, absorbing her words without interruption. Once we find the last fragment of the spiritual treasure, I will personally escort you back to the Tiangang sect. This was not only to protect Yining, but also because he had a matter to discuss with Yunqinghe. Sounds good, Yining replied lazily, and their conversation flowed. Though it was mostly Sitsung asking questions and Yining responding. Unbeknownst to them, the girl's head gradually began to droop. Sitsung felt a weight on his shoulder and stiffened, glancing down to find the delicate tip of her nose and the silky strands of her hair brushing against him. A few rebellious strands danced in the evening breeze, tickling his cheek in an alluring manner. The seaside at night had become a gathering place for couples, with several pairs nearby, some even lost in passionate embraces amidst the enchanting atmosphere. Sitsung gulped nervously, seemingly summoning great resolve as his hand slowly rested on Yining's shoulder, pulling her closer. Yining stirred slightly at this movement. Thud. Although Sitsung felt anxious, he did not withdraw his hand, and fortunately, Yining remained oblivious. He glanced around nervously, his gaze landing on a nearby couple who were boldly kissing. The realm of Zhangqiong was not yet accustomed to such displays, and Sitsung quickly averted his eyes. Yet, the more he restrained himself, the more the sensation within him burgeoned. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he lowered his gaze, only to find himself captivated by Yining's cherry-red lips. Memories flooded back, and he recalled tasting those lips once before. Though it had been an accident, the sensation felt imprinted deep within his soul. A sudden, intense thought gripped Sitsung. Having already kissed her, their intimacy surpassed mere friendship. Such a beautiful and powerful girl should belong to him. His eyes darkened, and his thumb brushed along Yining's lips as he gently cupped her chin, tilting it slightly upward, mimicking the couples around him. He intended to kiss the girl in his arms. Just as their lips were about to meet, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted into towering waves. A colossal wave surged upward, reaching several meters high, and in an instant, it was racing towards the shore, threatening to engulf the 100 or so people gathered there. Yining awoke with a start at the deafening roar, and Sitsung, startled, retreated the moment she stirred. What is happening? She asked, her gaze immediately drawn to the approaching waves. A tsunami? This can't be happening. Looking towards the crowd, she realized they would not have time to escape. Their fate seemed sealed. We have to help them, Yining exclaimed, and Sitsung understood her intent without needing further explanation. At that moment, they could no longer conceal their identities. Sitsung leapt into action, channeling all his spiritual energy to create a protective barrier. The first wave crashed against the barrier with a thunderous roar, forcing him back 2 steps. yet he managed to hold firm. "Sitsong," Yining shouted to the terrified crowd, "Run. Get away from here." The crowd scattered in panic, and Yining joined Sitsong at his side to lend her strength. Together, their powers proved formidable, and they managed to counter the immediate threat. "This is truly unfortunate. Encountering such calamity," Yining lamented. While exerting effort was one matter, the exposure of their identities posed a far greater concern for their future endeavors. As Sitsong surveyed the oncoming tsunami, a frown creased his brow. "This situation appears more complex than it seems. I can sense a powerful energy fluctuation from deep beneath the sea, neither entirely demonic nor celestial." Yining gazed out at the ocean, bewildered by her inability to sense anything due to her insufficient strength. Initially, she believed that blocking the tsunami and evacuating the crowd would suffice, but as they began to withdraw their powers, the waves swiftly consumed the beach and the nearby coconut grove. Moreover, the waves appeared to swell upward, threatening to engulf the city itself. Could it be true, as Sitsong suggested, that this is not a natural disaster? She could not stand idly by. She had to intervene once more to thwart the tsunami, hoping that it would recede afterward. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, and their efforts grew increasingly strenuous. Why is this not ending? What does the sea desire? Yining thought, realizing that they could not hold out much longer. A dense mass of dark clouds loomed in the distance, casting an oppressive shadow. Can it really get any worse? Now it's going to rain, she exclaimed. Sitsong offered no comment, but his expression darkened further. After a long pause, he uttered a few words. "No, it's not rain." As soon as he spoke, a colossal wave surged toward them, towering over 100 feet high and blotting out the sun. "Watch out." Their protective barrier shattered in an instant, and in a reflexive motion, Sitsong wrapped his arms around Yining, shielding her from the oncoming torrent. Though it was merely seawater, the immense force of the wave slammed against him, causing him to grunt in pain as cold sweat streamed down his forehead and a fiery ache radiated across his back. Then, both were engulfed by the water. Chapter 95. The mermaid Lan Rua as Yining plunged into the boundless depths of the sea. The last image she beheld before losing consciousness was of Sitsong floating above her, already devoid of awareness. She had donned a red gauze dress today, and in the fleeting moment before her fainting spell, she caught a glimpse of her skirt billowing in the water. That shade of crimson seemed to envelop her entirely, and inexplicably, she felt a sense of beauty within herself. When she finally regained consciousness, her eyes were met with a vast expanse of seawater. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, only to discover that she could breathe. At that moment, she found herself in a lavish underwater chamber. What was happening? Was today's paradise limited to an aquarium? Rising to her feet, she sensed the undulating currents of water and was about to dive deeper for exploration when a voice suddenly rang out beside her. "You're awake?" Turning in surprise, Yining was taken aback to find a mermaid with a pale blue fishtail standing beside her. You are a merman?" This was her first encounter with a creature straight out of a fairy tale, prompting her to instinctively take 2 steps back. The merman, noticing her fear, displayed a hint of hurt in his eyes. "Are you afraid of me?" "Do not worry, I mean you no harm." He fidgeted with his fingers, remaining by the bed without advancing. Fortunately, being a modern individual who had experienced traversing fictional worlds, she quickly acclimatized to the situation. "Ahem, I am not afraid. I just wish to know where this is." "Did you save me?" A magical beast indeed. She had inadvertently stumbled into an underwater realm and encountered such a beautiful merman. Woman? Or man?" The little merman nodded, his gaze slightly flushed as he spoke. "Yes. I secretly ventured out to play and saw you sinking in the sea, so I brought you back." "Then why can I breathe?" "That is a fortunate occurrence. I hope it can continue." "Oh, that is because I sensed you were about to perish, so I temporarily bestowed my mermaid pearl upon you, allowing you to breathe." Though Yining was unaware of what a mermaid pearl entailed, the mere sound of the name suggested its preciousness, akin to an inner elixir. "Will this affect you in any way?" Upon hearing her concern, the little merman's cheeks reddened further as he stammered, "Not in the short term. It will only have an effect after a month." Hearing this, Yining breathed a sigh of relief. A month's time might allow her to depart with sea calm. "Thank you so much. My name is Yining. What is yours?" "Yining." The little merman repeated her name before responding. "I am Lan Rua." Lan Rua, with his azure hair, cerulean eyes, and blue fish tail, truly lived up to his name. After a brief introduction, Yining inquired about her friend. "Lan Rua, have you seen the companion who fell into the sea with me? They should both be here." "Is your friend the one clad in black?" "He is in another chamber." Before Yining could express her desire to check on him, someone entered to announce that the queen summoned Lan Rua to lead her there. As they traversed the surroundings, Yining observed that they were within a grand underwater palace, resplendent in its magnificence. Passing through a lengthy corridor, she spotted colorful fish and jellyfish swimming about. Unable to resist reaching out to touch them, the jellyfish and fish here were harmless and gentle in nature. Lan Rua engaged her in conversation, and she found herself agreeing wholeheartedly. I have never witnessed such underwater beauty. I didn't expect it to be so enchanting. You like it here? Hearing her admiration, Lan Rua suddenly turned, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. She was startled by the merman's enthusiasm. Yes, I truly like it. She had always been fond of picturesque locales. That is wonderful. Why don't you stay here? The proposition nearly made Yining's eyes bulge in shock. Stay here? To live as a fish forever? Setting aside whether she could adapt, there were numerous matters on land that required her attention. She could not abandon her home merely for the sake of beauty. I have many things to attend to. I fear I must leave soon, she replied candidly. Upon hearing her response, the little merman's expression dimmed instantly. I see. Well then. After concluding their conversation, the two walked in silence once more. Yining touched her nose. She could sense Lan Rua's wish for her to remain. Logically, since her life had been saved by him, she ought to consider the request of her benefactor. Yet, alas, she was bound by circumstances. Several times, she attempted to explain, but everything seemed like an excuse, leaving her in silence. The blue fish tail glimmered with phosphorescence, captivating her gaze. Such a beautiful tail. She wondered what it would feel like to touch it, whether it felt the same as the fish she consumed. Lost in her thoughts, her hand moved instinctively. The moment her palm made contact with the tail, she felt the warmth radiating from it, causing Lan Rua to freeze in place, letting out a soft whimper, his eyes glistening with moisture. Yining lifted her gaze to meet Lan Rua's tear-filled eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. She quickly withdrew her hand, rubbing her fingertips as she pondered whether she had touched too hard. You touched my tail. Yining was no fool. She could deduce from his reaction that the tail was akin to a tiger's backside, best left untouched. I was just curious. I like fish in general, but not for eating. The explanation became increasingly convoluted, leading her to abandon her defense. Observing the little merman's pitiful demeanor, Yining scratched her head. I'm sorry. Lan Rua regarded her with a gaze filled with resentment for a while before finally murmuring, It's fine. Eventually, they arrived at the grand hall, where Yining beheld Tsong standing at the center and the mermaid queen seated upon her throne. With silver hair and a majestic fishtail resting on her chair, she emanated a dazzling silver light, exuding an air of grandeur. Your Majesty, Lan Rua bowed respectfully, and Yining mimicked his gesture. There is no need for excessive formality, esteemed cultivator. It is an honor to meet you both. The mermaid queen gestured for Lan Rua to step back, inviting Tsong and Yining to sit beside her. I have summoned you both today to request your assistance with a matter. Yining understood. They had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Chapter 96. The Empress's thoughts. The Sea Queen treated the two of them with great courtesy, and Yining naturally responded with the utmost respect. Your Majesty, please speak. If it is within our capability, we shall certainly oblige. The Sea Queen's gaze rested upon Yining, then glanced at the side where Tsong stood, her mind calculating. Upon bringing the two of them back, she instantly recognized that they were indeed the powerful cultivators from legend, endowed with exceptional talents. Due to the advancements in human strength in modern times, the merfolk had been forced to hide beneath the ocean's depths, often troubled by the harassment of large aquatic beasts. Suffering greatly. If they could persuade a capable cultivator to remain here, the benefits for their race would be self-evident. Alas, this is the modern world, and even the existence of cultivators remains uncertain. However, fortune favored the diligent, and they had finally awaited such an opportunity. The man appeared to possess even greater strength. When he first awakened, she had subtly inquired about his abilities. Yet, his resolute demeanor had led him to coldly refuse before she could even present her conditions, forcing her to temporarily abandon her intentions. Now, it seemed that while this woman might not match her friend in strength, she appeared more amenable and likely to be interested in the conditions she proposed. Esteemed cultivators, I can surmise that you could not bear to see the people on shore be ravaged by this tsunami, which is precisely why you intervened. I too wish to address this matter. This tsunami is no mere accident. It is the work of a beast. A beast? Upon hearing the term in this modern world, Yining was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, a beast. To the northwest of the ocean floor lies a formidable sea serpent, which has been stirring up monstrous waves for millennia, causing suffering to both our merfolk and the humans on shore. We, the merfolk, are a sizable group beneath the sea, and logically, we should take responsibility. However, as you can see, our kind is not particularly adept at combat. Yining observed that the merfolk appeared predominantly gentle in nature, with a significant number of elders among them. Truly, there were both the aged and the young in their ranks. So, you are suggesting that we assist you? The Sea Queen did not disguise her intentions. Yes, we initially considered enlisting the help of technologically advanced humans to resolve this issue, as it would benefit both parties. However, here, the Sea Queen hesitated, a shadow crossing her countenance. Yining understood, it was likely that for the merfolk, humans were perceived as more terrifying than that beast. The strength of the sea serpent is formidable, and I know that this task may be daunting. But opportunities to encounter cultivators are rare. Moreover, your abilities are commendable. The strength of a beast capable of conjuring monstrous waves should not be underestimated. The risks involved are immense, and few would be willing to take such chances. After all, the Sea Queen had saved her life. And this endeavor could be seen as a means to benefit both races, especially as it was for humanity and for her former home, H-City. We understand your intent. This is a matter that would benefit both our races. Furthermore, you are our savior, and we shall not hesitate to assist. Once Yining finished speaking, the Sea Queen's eyes brightened, filled with admiration as she regarded Yining. Indeed, she had not misjudged. This female cultivator was a breakthrough, a singular opportunity. Yining's agreement on this matter meant that Tsong would naturally not decline. In that case, we should act promptly, once this matter is resolved. We have our own tasks to attend to. They had already lingered here far too long, and Tsong cast a glance at the elevated Sea Queen, sensing that she had more to convey. Yet what could it be? The Sea Queen, sensing Tsong's reluctance to linger, subtly shifted her gaze before regaining her composure. Since you are both eager, I shall have Lan Rua guide you to the sea serpent tomorrow. Yining expressed her reservations. This mission is perilous. It would be better for us to go alone. Lan Rua appears too delicate. She would inevitably be distracted by the need to protect us. The Sea Queen shook her head. Do not worry, Miss Yin. Lan Rua is among the stronger members of our merfolk. Even if she cannot offer much assistance, she can certainly protect herself. The location of the sea serpent is quite remote and treacherous. I fear you would struggle to locate it using only a map. In the ocean, points of reference are exceedingly difficult to find. Asking two land dwellers to navigate here is akin to sending someone into space. With that, the Sea Queen summoned Lan Rua. Lan Rua, you shall accompany these two in their search for the sea serpent tomorrow. Lan Rua turned her gaze to Yining, her cerulean eyes widening in surprise. Are we going tomorrow? Shouldn't we rest a bit first? She lowered her head and spoke softly, seemingly reluctant for them to leave so soon. The Sea Queen smiled gently, her tone reassuring. These two cultivators have their own tasks to fulfill. We cannot afford to delay. Once their conversation concluded, the two returned to their chambers. Yining and Tsong's rooms were situated quite far apart, and the displeasure was evident in his eyes. Why is our room so distant? Tsong voiced his discontent, noting that there were empty rooms closer to Yining's. Lan Rua flinched at his abrupt tone, retreating behind Yining. Because you are a man, men and women cannot share the same quarters. Upon hearing this, Tsong's expression darkened further, instinctively retorting, I am a man, are you not? After saying this, he appraised Lan Rua, seemingly unable to discern her gender. From her appearance to her voice, she could easily be either. I am not. Lan Rua replied defiantly, her azure tail swishing with pride. Merfolk have no gender until they reach maturity. We are born without gender, and upon reaching adulthood, we choose our own. Yining stroked her chin, recalling that this resembled certain fairy tales, leading her to ponder that perhaps many such stories lacked substantial reference value. Simultaneously, she sighed in relief. Thus, her previous encounter with Lan Rua's tale was inconsequential. Perhaps in the future, she might choose to identify as a female. Knowing that the other might eventually be a girl softened Tsong's hostility. He simply regarded both of them for a moment before advising Yining. Rest well, call for me if needed. Yining nodded, and after Tsong departed, Lan Rua escorted her back to her room, unable to resist inquiring about the outside world. Miss Yin, you are not from this modern era, are you? Yining paused in her action of drinking water, questioning the implication of her words. What do you mean by that? Chapter 97. The Sea Demon Serpent with sapphire-like eyes glimmering. Lan Rua spoke. You need not conceal anything from me. In this era, There are no practitioners left outside. Moreover, your formidable strength at such a young age indicates you hail from a time of great practitioners. Yining was taken aback by the fish's perceptiveness. You are correct. I have come here to fulfill a task, and I must return once it is complete. Upon hearing that Yining intended to leave, Lan Rua anxiously inquired, May I visit your world? I wish to see what lies beyond. Yining's body stiffened as her gaze fell upon his resplendent tail. It seemed that the sky continent did not possess a species like the siren, and bringing him back could invite a multitude of troubles. Although the boy's plea was deeply moving, she ultimately chose to decline. She shook her head. I come from a place called the sky continent, where your kind does not exist. If your identity were to be discovered, I fear I would lack the power to protect you. Yining spoke the truth. It would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to the Tiangong sect. Upon hearing her explanation, the once bright light in Lan Rua's eyes dimmed. I see. Then would you promise to visit me often? Though the words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue, Yining could not bring herself to utter them. Seeing the boy's hopeful expression, very well, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly come. The prospect seemed bleak, as she only knew they were in the ocean, without any clear sense of direction. With Yining's promise, Lan Rua was overjoyed. At dawn the next day, the group set off. After an indeterminate time, they halted before a vast abyss. Lan Rua swam to the edge, meticulously comparing the map. This is the spot. The sea demon serpent dwells within. Its power is formidable, so you must exercise caution. Lan Rua wished to assist them, but he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Descending would not bolster their fighting strength. Rather, it would become a burden to Yining. Yining looked into the bottomless abyss, a wave of trepidation causing her to instinctively take 2 steps back, shivering. How deep is this? Perhaps several thousand meters, she estimated. Recalling her geographical knowledge, the depths would undoubtedly be dark and cold. Lan Rua shook his head. I do not know. No one has ever ventured down. Yining swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear, yet recognizing that they had come this far. The arrow was knocked, and they had to shoot. You wait for us here, she declared resolutely, then turned to Si Tsong. Let us descend. After speaking, she drew her Ziyun sword to fly, only to have her wrist grasped by Si Kong. What is it? She asked, puzzled. Si Tsong summoned the Washing sword, indicating that they should both ride on one flying sword. It's perilous below. We should stay close to avoid getting separated. Si Tsong's reasoning was sound, and Yining had no objections. Moreover, the presence of Si Tsong eased her anxiety. As Lan Rua watched them enter the abyss, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Recalling their earlier closeness, they had appeared so intimate, with Si Tsong's hand resting on Yining's waist. When would he also have such intimacy with her? But for now, his only option was to await Yining's return. Meanwhile, Yining also felt uneasy. Neither had anticipated that the abyss would be rife with turbulent currents, relentlessly pushing against her body. As she felt herself being swept away, she instinctively clutched Si Tsong's waist. Ugh, the man grunted softly, lowering his gaze to her hands encircling his waist. She offered an awkward chuckle, yet honestly did not release her grip. The current is too strong. I cannot maintain my footing. Si Tsong remained silent, and just as Yining feared he might be angered and let go, he unexpectedly wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Be careful. Hold on tightly, Si Tsong instructed. After he spoke, Yining felt a sudden force as the male lead accelerated their descent. Gradually, all light vanished, and she could no longer see Si Tsong, relying solely on the sensation of his presence through her grip. Tightening her hold, she could not help but grumble inwardly about Si Tsong's slim waist, which felt almost fragile. Her thoughts drifted back to their time at the sea residence. She had not mistreated him, yet he remained so slender. An idea struck her. She retrieved a luminous pearl, and at last, a semblance of light returned to their surroundings. This is much better. The darkness was rather daunting. Si Tsong remained silent, but took note of her fear of the dark. Finally, as they reached the bottom, they encountered the sea demon serpent. Yining gasped in shock. Her mouth agape at the sight of the monstrous creature, roughly several hundred meters long. No wonder it could conjure tsunamis. The sea demon serpent seemed to have lost its senses. Upon seeing the two, it lunged at them without hesitation. Yining was surprised. She had expected that a beast of such caliber would possess human-like intelligence. Yet it appeared that while its physical form had grown, its intellect remained primitive. Without further consideration, they prepared to engage in combat, but the battle proved arduous. The sea demon serpent was immensely powerful, with tough skin and flesh, rendering typical attacks ineffective. Moreover, it was intimately familiar with the abyssal terrain. while Sitsong and Yining struggled to see. This won't do. We cannot continue like this. Yining endeavored to illuminate her surroundings with the luminous pearl. But under these circumstances, her talismans were of little use. Sitsong faced his own challenges as well. The sea demon serpent seemed to have fixated on him, launching a fierce assault that forced him to retreat repeatedly. With a resounding crash from Sitsong's direction, Yining hurried over, only to be stunned as the pearl slipped from her hand. The serpent's tail had struck Sitsong's chest with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the rocky wall behind him, leaving him pale with pain. The sea demon serpent pressed the attack, opening its massive jaws to swallow Sitsong whole. He braced himself against the creature's maw, desperately resisting. Sitsong. Yining drew her Ziyun sword, but the serpent's hide was far too tough for her blade to penetrate. In contrast, upon seeing her come to assist, the serpent seemed to intensify its grip, intent on quickly dispatching Sitsong. Chapter 98. Sacrifice. As Sitsong was on the verge of being devoured by the massive serpent, Yining panicked, haphazardly casting the talisman she held in an attempt to vanquish the beast. However, even the thunderous extermination talisman, her most potent offensive measure, failed to inflict any harm upon the sea serpent's formidable hide. Witnessing Sitsong's desperate struggle, Yining conceived a perilous gambit. In a swift motion, she darted to Sitsong's side, and before the youth could react, she seized his waist, forcefully yanking him away. Sitsong was thrown aside as Yining took his place, plunging into the serpent's maw. Yining. Sitsong's eyes blazed with fury, a crimson haze clouding his vision. Never had he imagined that Yining would willingly sacrifice herself to save him. Panic seized him, and he unleashed a torrent of spells from his rebirth sword, stirring the seabed into a tempestuous maelstrom. Yet, the sea serpent remained unscathed. Having consumed one of its adversaries, the sea serpent seemed to lose its appetite for battle, its tail thrashing as it began to descend into the abyss's depths. No. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, Sitsong hastened after it. The environment grew increasingly confined, the immense underwater pressure leaving Sitsong gasping for breath. Finally, he grasped the sea serpent's tail, successfully keeping pace with its descent. Sensing the presence on its tail, the sea serpent's serpentine eyes swiveled, and heedless of the pain, it violently slammed its tail against the surrounding rock walls. But no matter how battered and bruised its tail became, Sitsong clung steadfastly, refusing to relinquish his grip. Meanwhile, Yining's situation was equally dire. She slid down the sea serpent's gullet and into its stomach. Barely managing to steady herself and produce a luminous pearl, a droplet of liquid landed on her hand, causing her to cry out in pain. Damn it, stomach acid. She observed a small patch of her hand being corroded, as if a small beast had taken a bite, exposing the tender flesh beneath. I have to get out of here quickly, or I'll dissolve into nothing. Yining brandished 2 fire feather talismans, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Old serpent, today you'll taste the agony of a burning stomach. She raised the talismans towards the sea serpent's entrails, shouting conflagration. Raging flames erupted within the serpent's stomach, and for a fleeting moment, Yining imagined she could smell the acrid aroma of roasted flesh. The sea serpent's internal organs could not withstand the scorching heat, and a gaping hole appeared in its stomach lining. Seeing her method's efficacy, Yining unleashed a relentless barrage of fire feather talismans, as if they were worthless. The sea serpent, writhing in agony from the intense pain in its internal organs, emitted a mournful wail. Sensing the opportune moment, Yining activated a thunderous extermination talisman, and a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing the sea serpent's body. Roar! The sea serpent convulsed violently before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Sitsong, having surmised what had transpired within, realized that Yining was still alive. He brandished his longsword and plunged it forcefully into the serpent's vitals. Thwack! This time, the rebirth sword finally pierced the sea serpent's body, and a torrent of black blood splattered onto Sitsong. The serpent, mortally wounded, descended into madness. At that moment, he had but one thought: to rescue Yining, for she was still alive. Inside, Yining was faring no better. As the sea serpent thrashed wildly, despite her best efforts to evade it, stomach acid splattered onto her, leaving behind traces of burns. Enduring the pain, Yining relentlessly hacked at the serpent's body. Soon, a gush of seawater flooded in, signaling to Yining that she had succeeded in piercing the sea serpent's body. Yining! Sitsong's voice echoed from outside as he tore open a gash in the sea serpent's abdomen. Give me your hand. The man reached out with great effort. The sea serpent was dead, and it would soon sink into the abyss's depths to be torn apart by the raging currents. They had to escape quickly. Just as Yining extended her hand to Seat Song, an inadvertent turn revealed a gem radiating a dazzling blue light within the sea serpent's body. That's a fragment of the spiritual treasure. As the sea serpent's body began to plummet into the abyss's depths, if she didn't act now, there might not be another opportunity. Seat Song noticed Yining's gaze, his brow furrowing, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. But the situation was too perilous, the undercurrents already tugging at Yining's body. If he let go, both of them would be in danger. Hold on tight, I'll pull you up first. The spiritual treasure was important, but it paled in comparison to Yining's life. Yining glanced back at the luminous spiritual treasure fragment. The abyss was pitch black, seemingly without end. Missing this opportunity would mean losing the fragment forever. At that moment, she had but one thought. No, there's no time. Seat Song, there's no chance. I have to get it. With that, she leaped into the abyss, pursuing the descending serpent's carcass. Yining, come back, it's dangerous down there. Seat Song attempted to follow, but Yining unleashed a spell that sent him reeling backward. The girl's eyes shone like stars, as if she were embarking on a thrilling adventure. I know. That's why I'll go alone. Wait for me here. I'll bring back the spiritual treasure fragment. With those words, Yining's crimson figure was gradually engulfed by the seawater. Seat Song clenched his fists, wanting to dive in after her. But the undercurrents surged once more, and the darkness made it impossible to discern any direction. Damn it! Seat Song could only dart around aimlessly. Just as he was about to ascend to the abyss's surface to seek help, a faint, flickering blue light appeared in the pitch-black water. Seat Song realized that it was the spiritual treasure fragment and swam towards it. Seat Song, Yining, clutching the spiritual treasure fragment, waved excitedly at Kong. I got it. Before she could finish her sentence, she was embraced by the man. Yining was taken aback, instinctively patting Seat Song's back. What's wrong? Were you worried? I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? But those words seemed to trigger something within Seat Song, and he pulled her close, his voice laced with concern. Do you know what you're saying? If anything had happened, you could have died down there. The abyss's undercurrents possessed immense pressure, and there could be other demonic beasts lurking in the depths. He couldn't bear the thought of Yining dying before his eyes. She had never seen Seat Song like this before, and all her words caught in her throat. I was confident. The spiritual treasure fragment is precious. In my eyes, nothing is more precious than your life. Silence enveloped them. The words were unexpectedly tender, especially coming from Kong. Yining scratched her head bashfully. Chapter 99. The chips. Why are you so worried? I will be fine. Seat Song realized his lapse in composure, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Yet having uttered the words, he showed no inclination to retract them. He simply exhaled a sigh. I must not engage in such behavior again. He was unwilling to witness Yining putting herself in peril again. Yining placed the gemstone into Seat Song's hands, still protesting. I did this for you. I have no desire for these things. He, however, had the audacity to blame her. Is there a subordinate as loyal as myself? I would brave fire and water, facing 1,000 deaths without hesitation, yet this person remains ungrateful. If the male protagonist were willing to treat her in such a manner, she would wake up from her dreams with a smile on her face. These words left Song momentarily speechless. His mouth moved twice, yet he uttered nothing. All right, let it be. Even if it is my fault, I apologize. Let us return. Having offered his apology, Yining graciously accepted. However, when Seat Song attempted to grasp Yining's hand, her cry of pain halted him in his tracks. Seat Song's gaze darted to her hand, only to discover it was drenched in blood. Not just her hand, but her arm and abdomen bore varying degrees of burns. What has happened? Seat Song's brows furrowed into a frown. How could Yining be so grievously injured? It appeared not to be from blades or swords, but bore resemblance to burns. Oh, this? Yining raised her hand to inspect it, relieved that the pain had lessened. The fragment of the spirit treasure was lodged within the sea monster's belly, surrounded by gastric acid, and I accidentally brushed against it. Yining spoke nonchalantly. Yet Seat Song understood full well that such severe injuries could not merely be attributed to a careless touch. It was highly likely that she had reached in to retrieve the spirit treasure fragment, engulfed by gastric acid. Seat Song took hold of her hand, his expression complex. Does it hurt? Under his intense gaze, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's nothing, just a minor injury. As she attempted to withdraw her hand, Seat Song held her fast. Wait. Yining felt a gentle flow of spiritual energy coursing through her palm, and the pain dissipated. The wounds began to heal at a visible pace. You possess such power? Surprise was evident in Yining's eyes. It seemed Si Tsong had grown even stronger through the absorption of the spirit treasure fragments. Her ambition to cling to his coattails was now within reach. Indeed, it is a simple spell. Once her hand was healed, Si Tsong proceeded to caress her arm, then her slender waist. A tingling sensation coursed through her, prompting Yining to instinctively recoil, but Si Tsong restrained her. Do not move. It will be over shortly. His slightly calloused hands grazed her soft flesh, his gaze deepening with intensity. Yining felt an uncomfortable itch, prompting her to inquire, is it not done yet? Why does it take so long for my waist? Si Tsong swallowed hard, his eyes darkening, but his tone remained steady. The injury on your waist is more severe. Yining frowned. She distinctly remembered her hand being the worst. After Si Tsong had tended to her wounds, they returned to the surface of the abyss, where they found Lan Ruo waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Yining return safely, the merman youth's eyes sparkled with joy. Miss Yin, Master Si Tsong, you have returned. Lan Ruo's gaze swept over the two, and upon confirming their safety, he breathed a sigh of relief. After the battle, Yining smiled wearily. The sea monster has been dealt with. You mermen need not worry any longer. Finally resolved, it was a blessing in disguise, having located the long-lost spirit treasure fragment. After spending a restful night at the palace of the mermen, Yining and Si Tsong made their way to the Empress's palace to discuss their departure. Upon hearing that the sea monster had been vanquished, the merman Empress's delight was palpable. This is wonderful news. The sea monster was formidable. I had thought merely injuring it would be a feat. It seems your powers exceed my expectations. Yining smiled. Your praise is unwarranted. Now that the matter is concluded, we have overstayed our welcome and must attend to our own affairs. The Empress, taken aback by their hasty departure after only a day of rest, hesitated, for she had yet to address an important matter. I should not impede your leave, but there is something I wish to discuss privately with Miss Yin. The Empress glanced at Si Tsong, who exchanged a look with Yining, silently indicating that she could call for him if needed before stepping outside. The hall was left with only Yining and the Empress of the Mermen. The Empress approached Yining, her admiration growing. Miss Yin, I shall be straightforward with you. I trust you have observed our situation. While our clan is vast, we lack a true protector to safeguard our people. Yining's unease grew. Did this imply that the Empress wished for her to fill her position? Your Majesty, I have my own life and affairs. I cannot remain here. Yining's refusal was resolute, but the Empress smiled gently, clarifying, No, Miss Yin, you misunderstand. I will not force you to stay, nor can I. What is it you seek from me? The Empress lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought, as if recalling a memory. I do not wish to retain you. I merely hope that when you depart, you could spare some time to look after the mermen. Yining felt displeased. She had already repaid her life debt and was not inclined to be permanently tethered. I know you have repaid your past kindness, so this time I can offer something in exchange. Yining frowned. Her curiosity piqued. What do you propose? The Empress smiled slyly. Lan Ruo, perhaps? Yining nearly choked on her own saliva. What did you say? Lan Ruo? Lan Ruo is a fine individual, is he not? To use him as currency? The Empress argued. Lan Ruo's beauty was unparalleled among the mermen, and their longevity made it a shrewd deal. Yining soon realized the Empress sought to barter beauty for protection. However, she was not a predator and had no interest in a child. Your Majesty, I believe you are mistaken. I harbor no such intentions towards Lan Ruo. I have already repaid your life-saving grace, so I shall take my leave. With that, Yining turned and departed without looking back. The merman Empress watched her retreating figure, smiling softly. Miss Yun, perspectives differ. I shall await the day you change your mind. Chapter 100. Rejection. Once Yining emerged, her mind was consumed by the words of the Queen of the Merfolk, leaving her utterly speechless. What is this nonsense? Does the Merfolk have no regard for human rights? They didn't even inquire if Lan Ruo had any feelings for her. How can they still insist on arranged marriages in this day and age? Lost in thought, she accidentally bumped into someone. My apologies, Yining said, rubbing her forehead. She muttered to herself about the hardness of this person's chest. What were you thinking? A familiar voice came from above. It was then that Yining realized she had collided with Si Kong. As she met the man's slightly worried gaze, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. And nothing, she stammered, swallowing hard, determined to keep this incident from Si Kong noticing her pale complexion. He assumed he had hurt her and pressed his calloused hand to her forehead, gently massaging it. Did I hurt you? It's my fault. I thought you'd see me. He hadn't expected Yining to be so lost in her thoughts. What were you thinking? What did the Merfolk Queen say to you? Upon mentioning the queen, Yining felt as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. And nothing. She replied almost instantaneously, yet her hasty denial only fueled Song's suspicion. Did she threaten you? His brows furrowed tightly, as if he were ready to confront the merfolk queen at any moment. Yining's mind conjured an absurd scene, Song wielding a sword, pressing it against the queen's throat, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO as he declared, "How dare you threaten my woman? I shall feast on a full fish banquet today." She quickly dismissed the unrealistic thought, chastising herself for indulging in such fantasies. As Song prepared to demand clarification, Yining grasped his arm, stopping him. "Wait, you misunderstood. She didn't threaten me. Then why do you look so troubled?" Song frowned, his expression darkening further. "It's just that the merfolk queen hopes I can assist them," Yining replied, half-truthfully. "We don't have time, and besides, this is the secret realm of Milo." Yining nodded in agreement. "I said the same thing. By helping them eliminate the sea demons, we've settled our debt." With that, the two decided to leave the underwater world. Meanwhile, after Yining departed, the merfolk queen sighed and spoke to the figure hidden behind the curtain. "You saw it. She is unwilling to stay here." Lan Rua lowered his gaze, wounded. His fingers clenched tightly together before he finally raised his head. "Why, Your Majesty? Is my appearance not impressive enough?" His looks were not only remarkable beneath the sea, but even on land, he was among the finest. He had always believed that no one would refuse him. The merfolk queen shook her head, descending the steps to gently stroke Lan Rua's hair. "No, this is not your fault. There exists a type of person who is not swayed by mere beauty." Lan Rua retorted defiantly. "But didn't you say that most people in this world are lecherous?" The queen fell into her memories, recalling her own words. She had indeed said such a thing, stemming from the merfolk's humiliating history. In the past, the merfolk were renowned for their beauty, which proved to be a double-edged sword. Beauty without strength could lead to disaster. Indeed, the powerful sea demon clan once invaded the merfolk's territory, enslaving them and subjecting them to cruel torment. It was only due to the internal strife within the sea demon clan that the merfolk found a chance to breathe and regain their freedom. It was for this reason that the merfolk queen had long sought a formidable ally. She exhaled deeply and patted Lan Rua's shoulder. "Lan Rua, I was too extreme. Miss Yun is a person of integrity. You have good taste, but she is fated to be apart from us." Initially, the queen believed Yining would be amenable, but now it seemed otherwise. Hearing the queen's words, Lan Rua lowered his head and murmured, "I know Miss Yun is wonderful." Which is why, though they had only spent a few days together, Yining's presence was comforting to him. All unmarried merfolk were expected to marry. Since he could not evade that fate, why not choose someone he liked? Seeing Lan Rua's demeanor, the queen understood his feelings. "Lan Rua, it seems you have made your choice. Since you are so determined, once you come of age, venture into the outside world to find her." Lan Rua nodded. Yining wished to leave with Song, but suddenly remembered she still had Lan Rua's mermaid pearl. Just then, Lan Rua caught up with them. "Miss Yun, young Master C." Yining turned to see the boy's face alight with a smile, his blue hair flowing in the water like a dream. "Lan Rua, you're here. I was just about to return your pearl." Lan Rua approached them, creating ripples in the water. "Allow me to escort you both out." As they reached the ocean's surface, Yining returned the pearl to Lan Rua before surfacing herself. Once ashore, Song instinctively turned around and spotted a small figure peeking curiously from a distant rock. "Looks like that merfolk has truly developed feelings for you." Cough, cough, what? Yining nearly choked on her own saliva, casting a bewildered glance at Kong. "What are you saying? Feelings?" He must be referring to Lan Rua, a child who hadn't even reached maturity, let alone developed a gender. Though he may not have a gender yet, I bet he will choose to become a man. Don't think he hasn't noticed. That fish looks at you with a gaze brimming with affection. Truly a magnet for attention. To attract men in the celestial continent is one thing, but now even the fish in the sea are drawn to him. Not necessarily. I sense he is quite interested in you too. Yining dismissed Song's comment, playfully squinting at him. Song shot her a look of disdain. His words smooth. After speaking, he wandered ahead. After successfully locating the third fragment of the spiritual treasure, they set off for the final destination. All the while, Yining cherished her bracelet, fearful of anyone attempting to take it from her. Song glanced over, curious about what could hold such significance to her. He recalled that even when he had retrieved those spiritual stones, he had never seen her treasure anything so dearly. Yining smiled mysteriously. "It's the delicacies I brought back from the modern world. It has all the ingredients for making cake. Aren't you fond of cake?" Surprised that she had remembered something he had mentioned in passing, Si Tsung's gaze deepened as he looked at her. Indeed. Finally, they arrived at the last portal. Is this the final realm? I wonder what kind of environment awaits us. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed the difficulty would only compound, akin to the third realm. Had they not encountered the merfolk, they would still be searching endlessly. The map bore no markings regarding this place. Having scrutinized the surroundings, Yining concurred with Si Tsung's assessment, noting the conspicuous absence of any markings on the map, including the egress portal following the plane's termination. How shall we abscond with the fragment, then? She inquired, her voice laced with apprehension. This locale exudes an unsettling aura. Si Tsung, having stowed the map, commenced a thorough examination of the ingress portal. Having come this far, with but one fragment remaining, I shall not capitulate, he declared resolutely, before turning his gaze towards Yining. However, the perils within are considerable. It would be prudent for you to await my return here. Discerning Si Tsung's intent to dissuade her, Yining promptly demurred. Nay, it is precisely because of the inherent dangers that I insist on accompanying you. To abandon you now would render our prior endeavors futile. Furthermore, our combined efforts will enhance our prospects of success, even in the face of adversity. Si Tsung, observing the young woman, confessed to a lack of comprehension regarding her motivations. She had never evinced any interest in the spirit treasure fragments, nor had she sought to glean any information from him. Her actions appeared to align with her stated desire for experiential learning. Regardless, he found solace in her companionship and had come to appreciate a previously unseen facet of her character. Upon our return, I shall accompany you to the heavenly astral sect, Si Tsung announced, his voice barely audible, his ears tinged with crimson. Yining, her curiosity piqued, fixed her gaze upon Si Tsung, a hint of wariness in her eyes. What business would compel the male protagonist to venture to the heavenly astral sect? She wondered, suspecting a potential challenge. Having absorbed the energies of 3 spirit treasure fragments, Yining was unable to discern Si Tsung's current strength, a testament to his superior power. Is there a specific matter that necessitates your presence there? She inquired. Hearing Yining's query, Si Tsung lowered his gaze. Indeed, there is a matter of considerable import that requires deliberation with your father, he replied, his tone tinged with embarrassment. Reluctant to disclose that his purpose was to seek Yincheng's approval for their union, he had come to acknowledge his affection for Yining, dismissing the past. Yet he harbored reservations and insecurities. Did Yining reciprocate his feelings? Her constant assistance and companionship suggested affection, but to what extent? Thus, he resolved to attempt to ameliorate his relationship with the heavenly astral sect. Perceiving no animosity in Si Tsung's demeanor, Yining felt a sense of relief. Very well, let us return together upon the conclusion of our task, she acquiesced. Moments before stepping into the portal, Si Tsung grasped Yining's hand. The perils within are manifold. Let us endeavor to remain together, he implored, his countenance earnest, yet avoiding her gaze. The man's calloused fingers brushed against Yining's, causing her ears to flush crimson as she feigned composure. Indeed, let us not become separated, she echoed. Upon traversing the portal, Yining breathed a sigh of relief at the sight before her. They had returned to the Azure Sky Continent, to the city of Yuan Hai, the ancestral home of the Sea clan. After enduring so many bizarre realms, she was overjoyed to be back. The environment here is exceedingly favorable, she exclaimed. Instinctively, she reached for the young man's sleeve, only to grasp at empty air. Strange, she mused. Si Tsung typically anticipates my touch, yet this time he offers no response. A premonition of unease washed over Yining. Turning abruptly, she found herself alone. Si Tsung had vanished without a trace. Si Tsung? Si Tsung? She cried out in alarm. Panic threatened to engulf her, but she swiftly regained her composure. It matters not. We are on the Azure Sky Continent, in Yuan Hai City. Even if we are temporarily separated, it will not be difficult to reunite, she reassured herself. This is Si Tsung's home. He will be safe. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised, if I were Si Tsung, upon returning to Yuan Hai City, my first destination would undoubtedly be the Sea Manor. With this realization, Yining hastened to the Sea residence. However, she was surprised to find that the manor appeared different from her previous visits. Disregarding her reservations, Yining activated an invisibility talisman and entered the estate. She searched every corner of the manor but found no sign of Si Tsung, nor could she locate Si Shaoqi or Si Jingda. How peculiar, she muttered. This is ostensibly the Sea Manor, yet it feels as though everything has changed. As she pondered this, She noticed a man approaching, causing her to halt in astonishment. Is that Si Jingda? She wondered. He appears younger. Has he dabbled in some forbidden art? After wandering aimlessly for some time, Yining resolved to take a different approach. She bribed a servant with several spirit stones to inquire about Si Tsong's whereabouts. Si Tsong? That good for nothing? The servant sneered. Yining's face darkened at the disparaging remark, but she suppressed her anger for the sake of obtaining information. Do you know where he is? She pressed. The servant chuckled. Of course. He resides in a small wooden hut in the eastern suburbs, along with his father. Yining realized that the Si Manor was now under the control of Si Tsung's uncle. He must have gone to visit his father, having obtained the information she sought. Yining turned to leave, but the servant stopped her. Hey, since you've given me so many spirit stones, I feel obliged to warn you. Si Tsung's been having a rough time lately. You'd be wise to stay away to avoid getting caught up in his troubles. Yining, unwilling to engage in further conversation, vanished from the Si Manor. As she made her way towards the eastern suburbs, she pondered the servant's words. Si Tsung's been having a rough time? But he demonstrated his strength during the Azure Sky trials. Shouldn't things be looking up for him? She wondered. Could it be that someone is jealous of his abilities and seeks to cause him harm? Yining quickened her pace, determined to offer her assistance. Okay. Here's the refined and improved version of the text you provided. Chapter 102. 7 years ago in the illusion as Yining approached the cottage in the eastern suburbs. She sensed an unusual atmosphere. A multitude of people were converging toward the Si family's eastern lands, murmuring amongst themselves. She approached a group of women to inquire. Esteemed ladies, I am a traveler and am curious as to why so many are heading in one direction. One of the women scrutinized her with a hint of surprise in her eyes. My, where did such a charming young woman come from? Her voice carried, drawing the attention of many, causing Yining to blush slightly. Seeing Yining's embarrassment, the woman chuckled heartily. You ask what we're up to? We're off to the eastern suburbs for a spectacle. A spectacle? Isn't that Si family land? What kind of spectacle could there be? The woman gave her a look that implied she was clearly an outsider before drawing her closer and whispering. It's the Si family scandal, of course. You know about the former head of the Si family who fell from grace and was banished to the eastern suburbs, yes? Yining nodded. We're going to see their misfortune. The former Si family head's son is 12 this year and possesses a captivating beauty. Somehow, a noble lady from the capital's royal court has taken a fancy to him and insists on making him her concubine. A concubine, Yining exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise, drawing curious glances. Hush, girl, keep your voice down. These matters aren't to be spoken of openly, the woman scolded gently. Yining cleared her throat, about to ask who this noble lady was who wanted to make the male leader concubine, when she suddenly realized the significance of what the woman had said. Esteemed lady, how old did you say the Si family's young master is? The woman gave her a peculiar look. 12, yes. You think he's too young, don't you? I don't know what that noble lady is thinking. 12. Yining felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Why was the male lead only 12? Had he shrunk during the teleportation? No, it wasn't shrinking. She had traveled back 7 years. Heavens! Was the final trial of the secret Myrock realm 7 years in the past? What about Sizong? Could he have arrived at the heavenly Jiying sect and encountered her when she was only 11? What exactly is the identity of this noble lady you mentioned? She couldn't recall Sizong ever having such an encounter in his youth. The woman patiently explained. This noble lady is the legitimate daughter of Prince Chongping of the imperial court, ennobled as the Princess Anha from birth. Due to her esteemed status, she has always been spoiled. What's worse, despite being 16, her spiritual power is low, and she is unlearned, obsessed with collecting male concubines. It's said that all the handsome concubines in the capital's pleasure houses have been taken by her. She passed through here a few days ago, and, for some reason, took a liking to the Si family's child. The boy is truly unfortunate. As she spoke, Yining began to recall the Princess Anha. She had only heard that she was becoming increasingly eccentric, eventually angering her father, Prince Chongping, and being hastily married off to a foreign tribe for peace. She became a widow within 2 years and then disappeared. She had not expected such an incident to have occurred before that. Yining frowned. This event was not mentioned in the books, and she did not know if Princess Anha had succeeded or what had happened between her and the male lead. Seeing her concern, the woman couldn't help but tease, "Little sister, I see you're quite concerned about that young master of the Si family. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to him?" Although she was past her prime, she had to admit that the Si family's boy was young. But one could already see that he would be a beauty. If it weren't for his lack of innate spiritual veins, he would surely have captured the hearts of countless aristocratic women. Yining smiled awkwardly. How could she explain that she had a good relationship with C-Zone, but not with the C-Zone of this moment? She couldn't exactly say that C-Zone would be her friend in the future, taking her silence as agreement. The woman chuckled and patted her shoulder. Then you'd better hurry. I heard the noble lady from Prince Chongping's manor has already gone. You'll miss him if you're late. What? Hearing this, Yining didn't have time to think and immediately flew off on her sword. The woman was startled by Yining's actions and exclaimed, watching her departing figure. Heavens! She's a cultivator. That young master of the sea family is truly blessed with good fortune. As she flew, Yining considered her next steps. She first put on a mask and then put away the violet cloud sword and anything that could reveal her identity. If this was truly the Sangxiong continent 7 years ago, then the Yining of 7 years later must not be discovered, or it would cause panic and bring trouble to the heavenly Jiying sect. When she arrived, she saw a girl in pink wielding a whip and striking a black-clad boy fiercely. Yining looked closely and saw that the one being beaten was indeed C-Zone. Blast! I'm too late. C-Zone was already covered in lacerations. The whip was barbed, tearing away flesh with each strike, leaving him bloodied and bruised. The girl's voice was sweet but petulant, sounding like a demon to C-Zone. Will you come back to the capital with me, or not? Princess Anna's eyes were ruthless, and her breathing was uneven. So what if he was from a noble family? She had brought the children of court officials into her manor, and they all fawned over her. Now, this fellow was just a useless waste with a pretty face, abandoned by his family. How dare he refuse her? The boy was covered in blood, but hearing her words, he struggled to move his fingers and, supporting himself, uttered, I refuse. Princess Anha tightened her grip on the whip, infuriated. Very well. Since you seek death, I won't stop you. If I can't have something, I'd rather destroy it. With that, the whip, glinting with blood and cold light, was about to strike C-Zone's face. At that critical moment, a hand seized the whip. Yining had arrived. The sudden intrusion caused those watching to gasp. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Who is that girl? How dare she provoke Princess Anha? I don't know. I haven't seen anyone like that in Yuanhai City. I can't tell her identity from her clothes. Princess Anha tried to pull back her whip, but Yining was already in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. She could not contend with her. After tugging a few times, the whip remained firmly in Yining's grasp. Insolent commoner, release me at once, or I'll have your hide. Using the force of her pull, Yining suddenly released the whip, causing Princess Anha to fall to the ground. Chapter 103. The origin of the mask. Realizing that she had been bullied by such a person, she glared fiercely at Yining. You, how dare you speak to me like this? Do you know who my father is? However, Yining paid her no mind, and instead turned to help the injured Si Kong. Seeing the wounds on the youth's body, her heart ached, and she frowned. Indeed, there seems to be no limit to cruelty. Even the original owner had never been so harsh to Si Kong. Can you still stand? Si-Tsong nodded, his gaze fixed on the girl who had suddenly appeared to save him. Though her features were obscured by a dark iron mask, her beautiful eyes spoke volumes, and her strength seemed formidable. He could not recall when he had met such a person. Could she be a friend of An Hong? After ensuring Si-Tsong was stable, Yining turned her attention to the Princess Anha behind her. I care not for your identity. To me, you are merely a cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment. With that, she unleashed her aura, causing gasps to ripple through the crowd. She is at the late stage of Golden Core. When did such a talented female cultivator emerge? Perhaps she hailed from a prominent family. Princess Anha was momentarily daunted by Yining's prowess. She appeared to be of similar age, yet her strength was overwhelming. The realization made the princess wary, and her focus shifted to Si Kong. Who would have thought that a waste without a spiritual vein could be acquainted with someone like you? Si-Tsong, why are you pretending? Just admit that you are someone else's concubine, and I will naturally not take what belongs to others. Yining's spirit lifted. This girl had quite a sharp tongue. The upbringing in the Chongping Wangfu was indeed astonishing. Initially, she thought their neglect in cultivation and the keeping of a concubine had already disgraced the family, yet they had stooped to the act of forcibly taking good men. She felt compelled to remind Princess Anha that this was the martial world, where matters did not bow to the whims of a court princess, a mere bully who fears the strong. If you were truly capable, you would not be causing a ruckus in this small place like Ruhai City. In just a few sentences, she had accurately hit all of Princess Anna's sore spots. The princess trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Yining. You audacious village woman, dare to speak to me like this. Yining glanced at the few guards behind the princess and scoffed. Do not blame me for not warning you. Those pathetic guards behind you are no match for me. If you wish to save face, I suggest you leave promptly. Princess Anha, unwilling to swallow her humiliation, contemplated whether to return and gather reinforcements, but then received a message from her father. Upon reading it, her expression changed entirely. Yining surmised that the decree for her marriage had likely been issued. Ah, indeed, hard work does not go unrewarded, she thought, pondering how to protect Sitsong after this ordeal. Princess Anha shot one last fierce glance at the two, her panic evident, and ordered her attendants, "We leave." Once the princess departed, Yining observed the onlookers surrounding her and realized this was not a suitable place to converse. She picked up the injured Sitsong and vanished from sight. Before a picturesque waterfall, Yining paused, placing Sitsong on a nearby rock to treat his wounds. Before her lay a mere 12-year-old child. Princess Anha had truly been merciless, nearly breaking him. Do not let your wounds come into contact with water. Apply the ointment once daily, and in about a month, you will heal. After speaking, she handed him the medicine. Sitsong grasped the small vial, gazing at the woman before him, and hesitantly asked, "May I know your name?" Though only 12, his life had been shrouded in gray since he could remember. Born without a spiritual vein, he had always been looked down upon by his kin, labeled as a waste. Initially, life was bearable under his father, the head of the Sea family, but after they were cast out, he had come to know all the evils of humanity in just a few years. This was the first person he had met, a stranger willing to help him, seemingly without any ulterior motive. Yining hesitated, unsure how to respond. Should she say she was Yining from 7 years in the future? After much contemplation, she could only provide an ambiguous answer. When you grow up, you will naturally encounter me. This answer did not seem to satisfy Sitsong, yet he was wise enough not to press further. What? Do you wish to help me? Surely it cannot be mere chivalry? Offending someone like Princess Anha was hardly worthwhile. At this moment, Sitsong was still a child, embodying a unique blend of innocence and melancholy, evoking a distinct sense of beauty. Unable to resist, Yining reached out to ruffle his hair, offering comfort to this young protagonist of the world. Because I believe you will become an exceptional cultivator in the future. As soon as the words left her lips, the boy offered a bitter smile. You are mistaken. I am a waste without a spiritual vein and shall never become a cultivator. This was his lifelong pain, the aspect of his existence he most dreaded to reveal. Yining shook her head. No, one day in the future, you will unlock your spiritual vein and become the most outstanding young genius on this vast continent, achieving heights unattainable by others. Let us consider this a parallel world. Sitsong's youth was filled with such hardship. Though she could not alter the past, she could not help but offer consolation. Really? The boy's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. This was what he had longed for day and night. Indeed, you will become a cultivator far more accomplished than I. As she spoke, Yining marveled at how endearing the young protagonist was, pondering how the original owner could have ever brought herself to harm him. Her words were like rays of sunlight, warming the long lonely heart of the youth, allowing him to persevere through his suffering. I will strive to cultivate my spiritual power and hope to meet you soon. Yining responded. Ah, well, perhaps we should not meet too soon. The earlier we meet, the more painful it may be for you. Then, as if struck by a thought, she produced a mask and handed it to Sikong. Wear this in the future. I must take my leave. It will offer you some safety when you are alone. Sitsong accepted the mask, her words echoing in his mind. I must take my leave. Noticing his distraction, Yining waved her hand in front of his eyes. What is it? What are you thinking? He pondered. How shall I explain my sudden donning of this mask? Without a reasonable explanation, it may seem suspicious. He lowered his head, reflecting on the events of the day, realizing it all stemmed from his appearance. Perhaps you should have ruined my face. That way, I would never have to face such troubles again. That can be arranged. Yining contemplated for a moment and, using her spiritual energy, cast an illusion on his face, marring his originally handsome visage with an ugly scar. The spell will fade in 6 months. This should suffice. Sitsong looked at Yining once more, sensing a deep understanding of the kind-hearted woman before him. Yining was quite pleased with her own idea. Before she could utter a few more words, a wave of dizziness swept over her, and she felt as though the world around her had plunged into darkness, causing her to lose consciousness. Just before succumbing to the void, the last image that lingered in her mind was that of Sitsong's anxious expression. Chapter 104. Sitsong returns to the modern era. Young Sitsong gazed in disbelief as a benefactor who had just appeared in his life gradually faded away, vanishing before his very eyes. Miss. Sitsong desperately attempted to grasp Yining's form, but ultimately could only watch helplessly as she disappeared. Upon awakening, Seetsung found himself once more in the modern world that Yining had spoken of, observing the vehicles racing past him. He endeavored to recall the last place where she had taken him to stay, presumably their shared home, where Yining must have already returned. Yet, bereft of the spiritual stones that this world required for transactions, he found himself at a loss. Yining had mentioned that everything here necessitated spiritual stones for purchase. Without money, he could not utilize the vehicle known as a car. In a reflexive motion, he tightened his grip on the sword of reincarnation, contemplating flight. However, he suddenly remembered Yining's warning about the strictness of the prisons in this world. After a moment's hesitation, he finally relinquished the sword, settling onto a nearby bench. His expression dark with frustration. What manner of world is this, where everything is contingent upon spiritual stones, and even self-sufficiency is unattainable? It was hard to fathom how Yining had grown up in such a place. It was a wonder she had survived to this age. As twilight descended, Seetsung remained seated on the bench for the entirety of the afternoon, with only a few scattered vehicles remaining on the road and barely a soul in sight. He finally rose, taking flight on his sword towards Yining's residence. Fortunately, his sense of direction had always been sharp, allowing him to locate the correct destination. As he beheld the villa, with its curtains aglow in a warm orange light, a sigh of relief escaped him, seemingly releasing the weariness of the day. He deftly entered the gate using the code he remembered, striding confidently inside. Recalling the layout of the previous environment, he found Yining's room and opened the door, only to discover it empty. Was she not home? Murmuring to himself, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a door opening from the bathroom. Instinctively turning, he beheld Yining emerging, wrapped in a towel. Her fair skin glistened with droplets of water, slightly flushed. Their eyes met, one filled with surprise, the other with terror. It dawned on Seetsung that she had just bathed. Yining felt as though she might collapse. Who could explain why a masked man in ancient garb, brandishing a longsword, had intruded into her home while she was merely bathing? Where were the property management and security? What good was the password lock? Help! Screaming like a startled groundhog, she was met with Seetsung's bewilderment. If someone were to enter and witness this scene, while he might pass as a curious figure in peculiar attire, Yining had yet to dress. A large hand clamped over her mouth, pressing her against the wall. Shoo! Don't scream. Seetsung's voice was hoarse and urgent, brushing against her neck, making her feel a ticklish sensation. Yining felt the man's hand resting on her waist through the towel, and her eyes widened in shock. Seetsung believed the moment had passed without incident, but then a sharp pain shot through his foot. She had stepped on his toes. Ugh! He grunted, loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Yining swiftly slipped past him and dashed toward the door, shouting, "Help! There's a pervert! A wolf in sheep's clothing!" Hearing her exclamations, Seetsung's expression darkened. What madness was this? Did she truly perceive him in such a manner? As she reached for the door to flee, he swiftly intercepted her. Ah! Yining gasped, startled by his sudden appearance, trembling as she pointed a finger at him. Who are you, and how dare you trespass in my home? Having descended from the second floor directly before her, he seemed to defy human limitations. Was he not some sort of monster? Seetsung furrowed his brow, confusion clouding his features. Something felt amiss. It appeared Yining did not recognize him. I'm not a monster. Are you Yining? He inquired. Upon hearing his words, she recoiled, panic rising within her. Surely this man had come to exact revenge? I am not. You have mistaken me for someone else. At that moment, she could not afford to admit the truth. Any delay was advantageous. Yet, Yining was not idle. She had discreetly reached the wall and pressed the intelligent alarm system. Regardless of his identity, the arrival of the police would surely resolve the situation. You're lying, Seetsung retorted, piercing her deception with a steady gaze. Your eyes betray you. You are not being truthful. Why will you not acknowledge who you are? The resemblance was uncanny, the voice identical, and their residence is the same. Yet she appeared utterly unacquainted with him. Cursing inwardly, Yining realized this monster possessed an understanding of psychology, indicating he was no ordinary being. In desperation, she declared, Indeed. I am Yining. You may do as you wish. She held her head high, adopting a defiant posture. Seetsung studied her eyes, and after a prolonged moment, he discerned that she was not jesting. She genuinely did not recognize him. A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over him, followed by the realization that her lack of recognition stemmed from his sudden appearance, which had startled her. Guilt and concern filled his gaze as he stepped closer, intent on reassuring her by gently patting her head, hoping to ascertain if she had merely entered a dream. Believing he was about to strike, Yining disregarded all pretense. Propelled by a primal instinct to survive, she clung to his leg, pleading, "Please, do not harm me. Take whatever you wish from my home." The sensation of her touch sent a jolt through Seat Song. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of their previous encounter when she had reacted similarly during his attempt to break off their engagement. A sudden realization struck him. Her lack of recognition might be because she had yet to inhabit the body of the Yining from the Songcheon continent. The events of that world had yet to unfold, and this was her true self. Once he understood, Seat Song attempted to lift her, but as he brushed against her damp skin, he recoiled in shock. You must rise. I am no monster. My name is Seat Song, and I am not here to harm you. You're truly not here to kill me?" Yining gazed into his eyes, finding only concern and regret, devoid of any murderous intent.